Chapter 1. The Mud Monkey. Children, consume the elixir, then sit in place. When I call out a number, step forward. In an open area outside Longxing town, an elder clad in a Taoist robe, exuding an aura of ethereal grace, stood with one hand clasped behind his back, gazing expectantly at the 30-odd children before him. The children, ranging in age from 8 to 14, each held an elixir shimmering with 5 colors: gold, green, blue, red, and brown, their faces alight with excitement. Surrounding the elder and the children were the townsfolk of Longxing and the neighboring villages, primarily parents of the children, all hoping their offspring would be chosen not only for the promise of transcending to immortality, but more importantly, for the prospect of receiving a silver note. Indeed, Longxing town lay in the desolate wilderness of the northeastern region of the Great Qian Kingdom, where most citizens struggled to make ends meet. Though they had little understanding of the path to immortality, they were acutely aware that if their children were selected by the immortal, they would immediately receive 1,000 taels of silver, allowing them to escape their impoverished villages and seek a better life in town or beyond. This was the true desire of the parents. The thoughts of the children remained an enigma. Amidst the crowd's hopeful gazes and murmurs, the children had already swallowed their elixirs and obediently seated themselves, raising their numbered tokens high, awaiting the elder's pronouncement. The elder, upon witnessing this, scanned the group of children with his sparkling eyes, filled with anticipation. 10 breaths, 50 breaths, 100 breaths. Suddenly, the elder's face brightened as he called out to a lively little girl at the back, number 33. At the sound of his voice, the children turned to look at her, and they beheld a faint, ethereal aura emanating from her, eliciting a wave of envy. Xiaoyun has been chosen. How wonderful, how wonderful. From the crowd, a middle-aged woman with a pallid complexion covered her face and wept, nearly fainting from excitement, as nearby villagers rushed to support her. Who would have thought that silly girl possessed the potential of an immortal? The Ling family is truly blessed. I hope my son can bring home 1,000 taels as well. Yes, indeed, the Ling family has struck it rich, a full 1,000 taels. Upon hearing the elder call the number, the villagers sighed in admiration and envy, some nervously clutching their garments, hoping their own children would be selected. After a moment, the elder exclaimed, "Number 20. He suddenly turned his gaze to a child seated in the center of the third row, who too was surrounded by a faint, ethereal aura. "Huh! Little who has been chosen?" Instantly, a gasp rippled through the crowd as a sturdy middle-aged man trembled with excitement, slapping an older man beside him on the shoulder. "Village chief, did you see? It's little who. We're going to prosper." 2 individuals have already been chosen by the Taoist, causing the remaining candidates to feel a sense of unease. Historically, the Qingyang sect has only selected a maximum of 2 individuals at a time, and with 2 already chosen, the prospect for the others seemed rather dim. As time flowed by, a quarter of an hour slipped away in the blink of an eye. Unfortunately, since the selections of Xiao Yun and Xiao Hu, no further names have been called, as if the Dragon Walk town could only yield 2 candidates at most in a single occasion. The hopeful gaze of the old Taoist gradually dimmed. The elixir he provided was known as the Awakening Spirit Pill, capable of awakening the spiritual roots of those without cultivation. Typically, if one fails to awaken within a quarter of an hour, it signifies that they lack spiritual roots, or at the very least, possess roots of a lesser quality. Those with roots below the 5th tier are deemed mixed roots, often possessing the potential for 7, 8, or even 9 roots. While mixed roots can absorb spiritual energy, it is unlikely that they could ever successfully cultivate a meridian, thus remaining incapable of advancing to the first level of qi cultivation. In the realm of cultivation, even possessing 5 roots is regarded as a pseudo-root, the most inferior classification. No one would expend resources to assist someone who might merely possess mixed roots in awakening. After waiting a moment longer, the old Taoist shook his head in resignation and addressed the seated children, saying, "The awakening ceremony has concluded. You all lack spiritual roots and are thus fated to be devoid of the path of immortality. You may disperse." The children, upon hearing this, displayed expressions of despair, while the onlookers immediately reacted with a chorus of sighs. Parents rushed forward to reclaim their children. "To think I've grown so stout and still cannot cultivate," lamented a robust youth, placing his hand on the shoulder of a lean boy beside him as they walked. "Ho, do you think I've eaten too much, blocking my spiritual roots?" The boy named Ho, equally downcast, rolled his eyes in response. "How would I know?" Ho, chin fatty, wait for me." At that moment, a slender youth of similar age caught up, casually placing his hand on Ho's other shoulder in a friendly manner. Ho, it's one thing for me and chin fatty, two clumsy oafs, to be unable to cultivate. But you shouldn't be in the same predicament. You've read so many books since childhood. How could this happen to you as well? Ah, it must be fate. Ho sighed, unable to conceal his disappointment. His father had once been a teacher in Dashikin, and Ho had indeed read a great deal. Yet what good did it do? This world was not one meant for scholars. If mere learning made one powerful, his father would not have fallen prey to the beasts of the mountain. Ho's real name was Lu Li, but due to his monkey-like thinness, he had earned the nickname Ho. The three boys hailed from Dashikin, located 20 miles from Dragonwalk Town. In addition to Lu Li, the stout boy was named Chun Zhong, known as Chun Fatty, while the slender youth was Qin Shorin, nicknamed Beast. All three were 13 years old and had grown up together, forming a strong bond. Consequently, during this awakening ceremony, neither Chun Zhong nor Qin Shorin's parents accompanied them. As for Lu Li, his mother tragically passed away at his birth, and his father met an untimely demise 2 years prior during a ferocious beast attack. Since then, he has yearned to cultivate immortality and strengthen his body. However, fate has played a cruel trick on him, as he ultimately lacks the innate talent for such endeavors. Trailing behind the trio was a 9-year-old boy named Li Shangyun, also a resident of Dashikin. This time, his parents did not accompany him, but entrusted Lu Li and his companions to look after him. At that moment, it was the sweltering month of June, with the weather oppressively hot and humid. Before long, the group arrived at the banks of a small river. Qin Shorin, reluctant to return home to assist with farm chores, proposed that they fish in the river until dusk. This river, named Tanshui River, was well known to Lu Li and his friends, who often came here to bathe. Without shedding their clothes, they leapt directly into the water. Despite his tender age, Li Shangyun also relished the water and was fairly adept at swimming. Upon witnessing the others, he called out and joined them. "Be cautious, the water is deep here." "Shangyun, swim toward the shallows," Lu Li advised, swimming further into the depths while beckoning to Li Shangyun. Although the boy was competent in the water, Lu Li worried about the potential for accidents, fearing he would have to explain to Li Shangyun's father should anything go awry. "Okay," Li Shangyun replied obediently, making his way to the shallower waters downstream. "Haha, 7-star, I've caught a 7-star base." At that moment, Qin Shorin suddenly emerged from the water, triumphantly holding aloft a yellow-brown 7-star base and shouting with glee. "I've caught one too." Chun Zhong's large head also bobbed up from the water, brandishing a loach in his hand. "Watch me." Lu Li, unwilling to be outdone, dove in with determination, searching among the crevices of the stones. Suddenly, a frown crossed his brow as he felt something that did not resemble a fish. It was rough and oddly textured. He prepared to pull out to inspect, but to his dismay, he exerted too much force and cut his hand on the sharp stone crevice, blood flowing profusely. Startled by the pain, Lu Li quickly released the object and withdrew his hand. However, just as Lu Li was about to swim ashore to tend to his wound, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Chapter 2. Abduction. Lu Li was seized by a wave of terror as he discovered that he had unwittingly arrived in an unknown realm. The space was modest in size, encompassing only a square of roughly 10 feet, while the rest was shrouded in dense white mist, obscuring any view of the outside world. Above him, sunlight streamed down, accompanied by a sky adorned with clouds of azure and white. The ground beneath his feet was exceedingly soft, the soil not of ordinary yellow hue, but rather a deep black interspersed with a faint luminescence. At the center of this 10-foot expanse stood a tender sprout, about 4 to 5 inches tall, its surface shimmering with an enigmatic glow that hinted at an unknown plant. Suddenly, Lu Li was engulfed by an overwhelming sensation of drowning. In a panic, he dashed toward the encroaching white mist. Bang! To his astonishment, the mist, which appeared as soft as cotton, was harder than steel, knocking him down to the ground. "Where's this place? Let me out." Lu Li's face flushed crimson as he struggled to call out. A hum reverberated through the space. In the next instant, Lu Li found himself submerged deep beneath the water's surface. He swallowed several mouthfuls of river water and fought desperately to swim toward the shore. Upon reaching the bank, he erupted into a fit of coughing, gasping for air, overwhelmed by the sensation of having narrowly escaped disaster. "Monkey, you actually drowned?" Chen Zhong remarked, noticing Lu Li's distress as he swam back to the surface. Don't go back. Call the beast back quickly. There's something sinister down there," Lu Li panted, his breath coming in ragged gasps. "Sinister?" Chen Zhong looked at Lu Li with skepticism. What ghost could possibly exist in broad daylight? "Enough. Listen to me. Summon him back immediately and tell Xiang Yin to stop washing. We need to return right now." Lu Li's tone was resolute, brooking no argument, for he feared further misfortune would befall them. All right. Chen Zhong had never witnessed Lu Li so grave and promptly called Qin Shorin and Li Shangyun back to the shore. Qin Shorin bore a similarly dubious expression, yet upon seeing Lu Li's pallor, he refrained from arguing, and the four of them began their trek toward Deshur village. Chen Zhong and Qin Shorin, accustomed to a leisurely pace, were wary of returning to face the prospect of being tasked with herding cattle, hence they ambled along. Meanwhile, Lu Li, burdened by troubling thoughts, walked slowly as well. Abruptly, he felt a warmth emanating from his left hand, having forgotten to inspect his wound amidst the panic. When he glanced at the palm of his left hand, his pupils involuntarily contracted in shock. What is this? When did this ghostly emblem appear in my palm? It was only then that Lu Li noticed a small, three-tiered azure tower design inexplicably etched into his skin. He rubbed it with his fingers, discovering that the mark showed no signs of fading, resembling something permanently inscribed. This revelation frightened him immensely. Could it be that he was possessed by a ghost? This prompted a recollection of his recent underwater ordeal, and he internally lamented having encountered a water ghost. It seemed imperative to seek the counsel of a Taoist in town at the earliest opportunity. "Monkey, what are you doing?" Qin Shorin returned upon noticing Lu Li standing frozen in place. Nothing at all." Lu Li managed to force a strained smile. You haven't really encountered a ghost, have you?" As Lu Li was about to explain, he suddenly noticed an old Taoist emerging from a narrow forest path. The figure appeared to be in his 70s or 80s, even older than the Taoist from the Qingyun sect in Longxing town. He was frail and stooped, draped in a pale blue robe, his grayish-white hair disheveled, and his face speckled with dark spots, giving him the appearance of someone on the verge of departing this world. Were it not for the long sword strapped to his back and the whisk in his left hand, Lu Li might have mistaken him for a ghost. Nonetheless, an unsettling feeling washed over him. Qin Shorin and Li Shangyun, who were walking ahead, came to a halt, while Chen Zhong gulped nervously and whispered, "Is that an immortal or a ghost?" No sooner had he spoken than the old man squinted and turned his gaze towards Chen Zhong, nearly frightening him into retreating behind Lu Li. Though Lu Li found the old man's appearance somewhat disconcerting, he noted that his attire was quite respectable. Summoning his courage, he stepped forward and bowed, addressing the elder. "Greetings, esteemed senior." The old Taoist's gaze shifted downward. Despite his age, his eyes were clear and penetrating. In a hoarse voice, he inquired, "Young one, where are you headed?" Lu Li dared not meet his eyes, bowing his head as he replied, "We are from Dashikan, having just participated in the awakening ceremony of the Qingyang sect, and we are preparing to return to our village." "Return to your village?" The old man's eyes sparkled with a hint of intrigue. "You did not succeed in awakening?" "Indeed, senior," Lu Li confirmed. "How about I offer you a chance at fortune?" "Fortune?" Lu Li was perplexed. The Qingyang sect is but a hollow name. Instead, why not accompany me? I shall guide you in the ways of cultivation. Cultivation? Lu Li remained silent, while Qin Shorin gasped in astonishment. "Yes, I have my methods to facilitate your cultivation. Do you wish to come?" Yes. Qin Shorin nodded fervently. "Very well, then follow me," the old man said, a satisfied smile spreading across his face as he turned to walk down the forest path. "Senior, may we return to inform our elders?" Qin Shorin called out, surprised by the abruptness of the offer. Upon hearing this, the old man paused and turned back, stating, "In my line of work, everything is governed by fate. If you leave now, it signifies the end of our connection, and you shall not enter my realm of immortality." At this declaration, besides Lu Li, the expressions of Qin Shorin, Chen Zhong, and Li Shangyun all turned troubled. Lu Li, however, maintained his composure. He did not wish to follow the old man, yet an instinctive feeling told him that something was amiss about the elder, although he could not quite articulate what it was. After some contemplation, Luli resolved against taking the risk. Having been fond of reading tales of strange phenomena and folklore in his youth, he often encountered descriptions of mountain spirits and demons transforming into human forms to deceive children, preying upon them in a terrifying manner. Thus, he clasped his hands and said, "Esteemed senior, while we harbor aspirations of cultivation, we fear we are not suited for such endeavors and shall not trouble you further." He then exchanged glances with the others, indicating, "Let us depart." Among the group, Luli was undoubtedly the most astute. In times of trouble, it was generally he who made the decisions. Witnessing his resolute demeanor, though they were puzzled within, none dared to voice their inquiries. Instead, they respectfully clasped their hands in apology to the old man and followed Luli to one side. However, their lack of discernment proved to be their folly. Just a few steps into their departure, the old man suddenly produced a rolled piece of yellow paper and flicked it towards them with his fingers. In an instant, the paper soared forth, enveloping them in a thick mist before they could react. Within mere moments, dizziness overtook them, and they collapsed onto the ground with a series of dull thuds. Without so much as a glance back, the old man turned and vanished into the woods. Moments later, a horse-drawn carriage emerged from the thicket, and the old man, stooping as if scavenging, unceremoniously tossed Luli and his companions into the carriage one by one. He then drove the carriage away, disappearing down the narrow forest path. Chapter 3. The drug slaves. The carriage sped along with great swiftness, the mountains and vegetation rapidly retreating behind it. The night descended, and the moon hung delicately in the sky. With a creaking sound, the carriage finally came to a halt at the foot of a jagged mountain. The old Taoist lifted the curtain and glanced outside, nodding in satisfaction. He stepped inside, grasping Luli with one hand and Qinshuren with the other, and gracefully leaped out of the carriage, landing lightly upon a peculiar stone, as if a shooting star. After a series of rises and falls, they found themselves halfway up the mountain. After a brief respite, the old Taoist gathered his strength once more, leaping with an ethereal grace upon the strange rocks, each bound propelling him upward by several dozen feet. Before long, he reached the summit, where an ancient Taoist temple stood, inscribed with the words Qingliangguan. The Taoist kicked open the temple door and entered. Behind the entrance lay a modest courtyard, where a young Taoist, around 17 or 18 years of age, was anxiously surveying the surroundings. Upon seeing the old Taoist enter, his face brightened with joy, and he sighed with relief, hastening towards him. "Master, you have returned." The old Taoist nodded. "I have brought back 4 more drug slaves, and there are 2 at the foot of the mountain. Go fetch them." "Yes, master." The young Taoist bowed his head and swiftly exited the courtyard. To the right of the courtyard stood a row of 6 low buildings, each with a numbered door, from 1 to 6, arranged from left to right. The elder Taoist carried Luli towards the low building, first tossing him into room 1, securing the door behind him, and then throwing Qinshuren into room 2 before leaving. After a considerable interval, the young Taoist returned, panting heavily, with 2 more individuals tucked under his arms. He staggered slightly, as if on the verge of exhaustion, muttering curses under his breath. "Damn it, that big fellow eats so much, he nearly broke my back." With a clatter, he opened room 3 and shoved Cheng Zhong inside, then tossed Li Shangyun into room 4, finally letting out a heavy sigh of relief. Next, he approached room 6, pressed his ear against the door, and upon hearing silence within, shook his head with a sigh before turning to leave. As the sun and moon continued their eternal dance, the following day, a ray of sunlight streamed through the narrow ventilation window of the wall, illuminating the dim room with a flicker of light. A damp, musty odor filled the air, and Luli furrowed his brow, slowly opening his eyes. "Where am I?" Gradually rising, he rubbed his swollen head and glanced around, discovering he was in a dark, cramped room. It was empty, save for some dry straw and water stains. "Am I imprisoned?" A sense of foreboding washed over him. This place resembled the cells described in books, with walls sealed tightly, leaving only a single ventilation window. He tugged at the door, only to find it immovable, forged of steel, sending a chill through his heart. The old Taoist was indeed no benevolent figure. Retreating to the wall, Luli lowered his head, cradling it in his hands, his eyes filled with confusion. The old Taoist's powers were too mysterious. It seemed they were all in grave danger. Clang. Suddenly, a small opening was made at the bottom of the door, through which a metal basin brimming with food was pushed inside. Luli turned his head slightly to take a glance and found the meal quite appealing. In fact, it was even more delectable than what he had in Deshire village. The aroma wafted through the air, filled with both meat and vegetables, devoid of any signs of maltreatment, leaving him with a hint of perplexity. What exactly did he intend to achieve? Damn it, let me out. I curse this place, let me out. At that moment, Luli abruptly heard a series of kicking sounds emanating from the adjacent room, unmistakably belonging to Qin Shouren. That beast. Luli's lips twitched slightly. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the Taoist temple, a three-legged cauldron was positioned at the center, with flames crackling beneath it. The young Taoist sat on a small stool, occasionally adjusting a knob. As he turned the knob, the opening of two iron plates above the fire fluctuated, causing the flames to surge and recede. The elder Taoist seated beside him observed the youth with evident admiration. Zhengping, your control over the fire has become remarkably adept. Well done. Fan Zhengping wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and casually replied, it is all thanks to Master's guidance. However, Master, we consistently capture mortals to test the elixirs. This may contravene the heavenly laws. Perhaps we should cease after this trial. Humph. The elder Taoist snorted in response, admonishing him. Cultivation is inherently an act of defiance against the heavens. If we fear heavenly principles, we might as well toil like those mortals, farming the land. Moreover, these mortals can serve as stepping stones on our path of cultivation. That is their fortune accrued over lifetimes. To tread the path of cultivation, one must remain steadfast in their heart's intent to progress further. Do you understand? Yes. Fan Zhengping nodded, ceasing his objections and lowering his head to continue manipulating the flames. After a moment, he turned off the fire, gently lifted the cauldron lid, and peered inside at the two pitch-black pills, frowning slightly. Master, it seems that the materials used this time are still incorrect. The acupoint pill remains quite dark. Is that so? The elder Taoist approached, scrutinizing the pills within the cauldron. No matter, perhaps the acupoint pill is simply meant to be this color. We must proceed cautiously. Once we succeed in our trials, we shall reap great rewards. The elder Taoist, named Zhang Song, was a wandering cultivator who, despite having reached the age of 80, had only attained the 8th level of qi refinement, illustrating the arduous nature of the cultivation journey. The formula for the acupoint pill was one he had stumbled upon within a cave, reputedly capable of enabling qi refinement practitioners to swiftly break through their acupoints, advancing their realms at an astonishing pace. Even the major sects lacked such a pill. Should he manage to refine it successfully, he would have a considerable chance of establishing a foundation before reaching 100 years of age. However, the formula was merely a fragment, with only 3 of the 4 required materials verified, and even its original creator had never succeeded in refining it. Thus, he continuously sought out materials to experiment with, wary of inadvertently poisoning himself with the concoctions, which led him to capture mortals for testing. To date, he had spent over 3 years on this elixir, with hundreds of test subjects having perished, yet the final required ingredient remained untested. Yes, Fan Zhengping nodded. I shall find someone to test it now. Having finished speaking, he rose and walked towards the courtyard outside the hall. Upon entering the yard, he made his way directly to the door of room 4, gently opening it. He called out to a child within, "You may come out now." The child, Li Shangyun, brightened at the sound of his voice and rushed out, innocently questioning, Master, why did you confine me? What about Brother Mud Monkey and the others?" A fleeting look of compassion crossed Fan Zhengping's eyes, only to be swiftly concealed. "They have gone to another location to cultivate. Your confinement was intended to temper your character. It is now time. My master has prepared a pill for you. After consuming it, you shall ascend to become an immortal. Come with me. Is it true?" "Indeed." With that, the two of them proceeded towards the main hall. Chapter 4. Hope. Upon entering the hall, Li Shangyun felt a shiver run down his spine as he encountered the sinister visage of Zhang Song. "Little one, do you seem to harbor a fear of this old man?" "No, not at all." "Ah, fret not, for I am an immortal and shall not bring you harm." Zhang Song revealed a faint smile and approached with a gentle tone. "Come now, take this elixir. If you can endure it, you shall ascend to immortality." "Really?" The prospect of immortality ignited a spark of intrigue in Li Shangyun's eyes. "Indeed, I would never deceive a child. Zhang Song extended the elixir toward him. Li Shangyun gazed at the potion, reached out with his small hand, and, after a moment's hesitation, swallowed it whole. In an instant, his face contorted in agony, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud, his body convulsing violently, akin to a fit. In mere moments, he lay still, devoid of life. Master Fan Jingping observed this grim scene, at a loss for words. Zhang Song's expression darkened. Enough. Dispose of him. I must descend the mountain to continue my search for spiritual herbs. Guard the temple well until my return. Should any mishap occur, I shall hold you accountable. Yes, master. Zhang Song flicked his sleeve and retreated to his quarters. Shortly thereafter, he emerged with a bundle slung over his back, fixing his gaze on Fan Jingping. Jingping, I am aware of your kind heart. Yet remember, as a practitioner, benevolence alone will not lead to greatness. When I return, I hope to see a transformation in you. Yes, master. Once Zhang Song departed, Fan Jingping sighed heavily and carried the lifeless form of Li Shangyun from the hall. On the left side of the courtyard stood a small door, which Fan Jingping pushed open. Before him lay a vast pit, reeking of decay, teeming with flies, and filled with countless corpses. Some had just begun to rot, while others had already turned to bone. With a single glance, he discarded Li Shangyun's body into the pit. The once lively child now reduced to a prize for flies and ants. As time passed, 7 days swiftly elapsed. Hey, Mud Monkey, the rotund one remarked. Shangyun hasn't stirred for days. He seems entirely absent from his room. In room 1, Lu Li leaned against the brick wall. While from a small hole no larger than a fist, the worried voice of Qin Shorin echoed from the adjacent room. Over these days, their initial panic had morphed into a numbing dread. The three had painstakingly created small openings in the walls separating their rooms. Yet despite Chen Zhong's incessant calls for Li Shangyun, there had been no response. I understand. Lu Li replied softly, yet offered no further words. The room's walls, aside from the brick partition, were composed of immovable stones, leaving him at a loss for an escape route. Are we going to die? Qin Shorin's voice trembled with fear. Who knows? Lu Li was at a loss for how to console his companion. If his conjecture was accurate, Li Shangyun had likely met with an unfortunate incident, and it would not be long before they followed suit. Bathed in the dim light, Lu Li raised his left hand, gazing at the small tower pattern imprinted in his palm, murmuring, "What exactly are you?" Upon closer inspection, he suddenly noticed that the tower bore inscriptions. Aside from the words Sanbao Lu Li etched at its base, the 3 tiers above were inscribed with the characters Jie, Kong, and Shi. The Sanbao Lu Li Tower? Lu Li blurted out, pondering whether this was not a ghost, but rather some form of treasure. Creak. Just as Lu Li prepared to examine it further, the door swung open, revealing a young Taoist priest, no older than 17 or 18, who glanced at Lu Li on the floor and said, "The master is not here. Come out for some fresh air." It was Fan Jingping. "Can we go out?" The long-awaited fresh air rushed into the room, and Lu Li sprang to his feet, hastily stepping outside to inhale the outside air deeply. Moments later, Qin Shorin and Chen Zhong also rushed out. "I'll kill you." Suddenly, Chen Zhong charged at Fan Jingping, fists raised. Fan Jingping frowned slightly, and just as Chen Zhong reached him, he abruptly lifted his foot and delivered a powerful kick to Chen Zhong's chest, sending him crashing against the wall behind him. Chen Zhong let out a cry, blood spurting from his mouth. Lu Li and Qin Shorin's expressions changed, and they hurried to assist Chen Zhong. Fan Jingping shook his head, looking at the group. "Letting you out has already defied the master's orders. If you do not appreciate this leniency, I shall have no choice but to confine you once more." "What have you done to Shangyun?" Chen Zhong continued to struggle, roaring in outrage. "If you are referring to that child, I can tell you he is already dead." "What?" Upon hearing this news, both Qin Shorin and Lu Li were momentarily stunned. Although they had suspected as much, the confirmation was still difficult to bear. Qin Shorin's fists clenched tightly, ready to charge forward, but Lu Li held him back. Shaking his head, "Go back." Reluctantly, Qin Shorin turned away in anger and stormed back into the room, slamming the door behind him. Chen Zhong cast a heavy glance at Lu Li, his disappointment evident, before also retreating into the room. "You are quite astute. Though I am merely at the first level of Qi training, I am not someone that you mere mortals can contend with." Fan Jingping regarded the slender, dark-skinned youth, who was a head shorter than him, with a hint of admiration as he walked towards a stone chair in the center of the courtyard, adding, "Let us have a conversation." Lu Li took a deep breath and followed him slowly. Upon reaching the stone chair, Fan Zhengping pat the seat beside him. "Sit." Lu Li hesitated for a moment before taking a seat, remaining silent. Seeing Lu Li's silence, Fan Zhengping spoke for himself. "In truth, I was once like you, captured to test medicinal substances. However, I was fortunate enough to receive a revitalizing pill, and as fate would have it, I possess 5 spiritual roots. Thus, he took me as his disciple, and over the years, he has imparted many skills to me for which I am profoundly grateful. Yet, I find myself reluctant to allow him to continue his bloodshed, and therein lies my conflict." Upon hearing this, Lu Li gazed at Fan Zhengping in astonishment, realizing that he too had been captured. With a glimmer of hope, he asked, "Master, if that is the case, could you secretly help us escape?" Fan Zhengping shook his head. "It is not that I do not wish to release you. Rather, I cannot. Setting aside the kindness my master has shown me, should I let you go, I fear I would not survive his return. Is it not possible for us to leave together?" Fan Zhengping cast an odd glance at Lu Li. "Why would I wish to depart? My master is currently experimenting with a new elixir, and if successful, my cultivation will surely advance by leaps and bounds. Perhaps my master is right. Mortals should take pride in being the stepping stones for us practitioners. In essence, it was merely selfishness at play. The so-called benevolence exists only when one's own interests remain unscathed." From the few words exchanged, Lu Li comprehended the true meaning behind Fan Zhengping's sentiments. It appeared that the so-called immortal was not as devoid of desire as he had imagined, perhaps even more consumed by greed than mere mortals. Upon hearing this, Lu Li fell silent. After a brief pause, Fan Zhengping continued, "Though I cannot set you free, I can offer you a glimmer of hope." Chapter 5: Awakening Hope. Upon hearing these words, Lu Li's heart surged with excitement as he gazed intently at Fan Zhengping. When one reaches the depths of despair, is it not hope that they yearn for most? With hope, all things become possible. Indeed, hope, Fan Zhengping nodded. As mere mortals, you naturally lack choices. Had you possessed spiritual roots, perhaps my master would have taken you as disciples, just as he did with me. Spiritual roots. At the mention of this term, Lu Li's demeanor softened, and he lamented, "We have participated in the Qingyang sect's awakening ceremony and did not awaken any spiritual roots." "No spiritual roots?" Fan Zhengping furrowed his brow, then scrutinized Lu Li as if he had arrived at a significant decision. "Wait here." With that, he dashed into the main hall with remarkable speed. Observing this, Lu Li instinctively prepared to flee, but a glance at the tightly shut door beside him made him sit back down. Setting aside the fact that Chen Pongzi and Qin Shoren were still inside, Fan Zhengping's speed was clearly beyond what he could escape. In but a moment, Fan Zhengping returned, holding a collection of jade vials and reseating himself. "These are the spirit awakening pills I secretly concocted, totaling 120. I now present them to you. Share them amongst yourselves, and should anyone awaken their spiritual roots, inform me, and I shall plead with my master for your clemency." Spirit awakening pills? Lu Li gazed at the array of jade vials, shaking his head. "We have already consumed them." "I am aware," Fan Zhengping explained. "In the cultivation world, having 5 spiritual roots is not the most inferior. Beneath 5 roots, there exist countless others, categorized as mixed spiritual roots. Awakening such roots requires a substantial quantity of spirit awakening pills. However, even if such roots are awakened, the pace of cultivation is akin to a tortoise's crawl. One may never reach the first level of qi refinement in their lifetime. Yet, is that not better than having no hope at all? Such a notion exists." Upon hearing this, Lu Li's extinguished dream of cultivation rekindled. Even if it were a mixed spiritual root, as long as he could cultivate, he would not surrender. "Thank you." Lu Li seized all the jade vials, resolved to give it a try, regardless of the outcome. After a brief exchange of words between the two, Lu Li eagerly made his way toward the room. He first approached room 3, locating Chen Zhong, and offered him 4 jade vials, explaining the situation. To his surprise, Chen Pongzi vehemently berated Lu Li as a sycophant and refused to accept them. With no other option, Lu Li placed the vials on the ground and proceeded to Qin Shoren's room. Though Qin Shoren felt disheartened, upon hearing of the hope offered, he unhesitatingly accepted the vials. Fan Zhengping observed everything from the sidelines, thinking to himself that this young man possessed considerable insight and a steady disposition. If he were to awaken a mixed spiritual root, he might indeed have a chance to enter the first level of qi refinement and showcase some celestial prowess. Once Lu Li had finished distributing the vials, Fan Jingping stood, locked the door behind him, and departed. Lu Li then sat amidst the weeds and began to consume the spirit awakening pills voraciously. Such a bounty of pills. Even the esteemed Qingyang sect would never permit a mortal to squander so freely. One must truly thank the flicker of benevolence within Fan Jingping's heart. As a single elixir entered his mouth, Lu Li hurriedly scrutinized his own body, but alas, there was no response whatsoever. A quarter of an hour later, Lu Li sighed in resignation and swallowed another one. Unbeknownst to him, time elapsed, and 3 hours passed. He had consumed a total of 18 awakening pills. Yet his body still exhibited no signs of change. At that moment, a fist unexpectedly emerged from a small hole in the wall, accompanied by the trembling voice of Qin Shoren. Mud monkey, look, have I awakened? Lu Li was taken aback, grasping Qin Shoren's hand and observing the faint aura emanating from it, exclaiming, Beast, good heavens, you truly have awakened. Ha, I've awakened. I possess a spiritual root. I can cultivate immortality. Qin Shoren joyously yanked his hand back, exclaiming loudly in the room. Before long, Lu Li heard Qin Shoren rushing over to show off to Qin Zhong, who was nearly in the same predicament as Lu Li. Suddenly, Qin Shoren glanced at several jade vials near the door and stumbled towards them. As night deepened, Lu Li had consumed all 40 awakening pills, yet still showed no signs of awakening. His heart was nearly extinguished as he helplessly collapsed onto the hay. The next morning, Lu Li was roused by the excited voice of Qin Shoren, who revealed that Qin Fatty had also awakened. Lu Li was greatly disheartened and fell silent. Around noon, Fan Jingping arrived, opening the door to allow Lu Li and the others to get some fresh air. Upon learning that both Qin Zhong and Qin Shoren had successfully awakened their spiritual roots, Fan Jingping was taken aback, offering to plead with their master so they could stay and assist him in alchemy. Mud monkey, I still have 25 awakening pills here. Why don't you give them a try? Noticing Lu Li's gloomy demeanor, Qin Shoren turned back to the room and brought out 3 jade vials. Qin Zhong similarly returned to his room and produced 3 vials, saying, I have 20 as well. On the path to immortality, none of US brothers can be left behind. Lu Li initially hesitated to accept, pondering that if 40 had not led to awakening, the ones remaining might be utterly worthless. However, seeing the hopeful glints in their eyes, he ultimately took them. Fan Jingping, perhaps due to his prolonged solitude, began to enthusiastically explain the cultivation methods to Qin Zhong and Qin Shoren after they awakened. Lu Li, listening from the sidelines, felt an unavoidable twinge of envy. As the sun set, Fan Jingping finally concluded his exposition. The group then rushed to the kitchen, busily preparing a meal, truly a heartwarming scene. Lu Li remained preoccupied, and after dinner, he returned to his room to once again inundate himself with pills. Disappointment repeatedly descended upon him. After a night of consuming 30 pills, he still had not achieved awakening, leaving him with only 5 awakening pills remaining. The following day, Lu Li chose not to venture out. Qin Zhong and Qin Shoren visited his room, offering words of comfort that proved ineffective and ultimately left in despair. No, I cannot simply give up. Lu Li gazed at the last jade vial, suppressing his fatigue as he removed the cork. 1, 2, 3. Suddenly, a brilliant radiance enveloped Lu Li, emanating hues of gold, green, blue, red, brown, white, purple, black, and bright yellow, 9 distinct colors shining forth. In that moment, Lu Li's exhilaration caused his body to tremble, and he exclaimed, I have awakened. I have awakened. Outside, Qin Zhong and Qin Shoren exchanged glances before rushing in. Upon witnessing Lu Li's extraordinary condition, they instinctively rubbed their eyes in disbelief. What is happening here? They had experienced a subtle multicolored glow upon their own awakenings, but nothing as formidable as Lu Li's. It was as though he radiated light itself. Fan Jingping also hurried in, unable to suppress a gulp as he gazed at Lu Li. Is this truly a manifestation of awakening one's spiritual roots? Qin Zhong and Qin Shoren were momentarily taken aback. Could it be that this was not an awakening? I am uncertain, Fan Jingping replied, a frown of confusion etched upon his face. He had never heard of an awakening manifesting in such a manner. Regrettably, he was merely at the first level of qi refinement. It was said that upon a successful awakening, foundational cultivators could directly discern the attributes of another's spiritual roots. Chapter 6. The Pagoda. Have I not awakened? Is this a consequence of overindulging in the awakening elixir? Upon hearing those words, Lu Li's heart sank. Do not worry. This must be a sign of awakening. Qin Shoren reassured him, noticing Lu Li's anxious demeanor. However, Fan Jingping's expression grew more subdued, contemplating that awakening 3 times, all manifesting as mixed spiritual roots, would likely deter the master from accepting them all. Burdened with such thoughts, he stepped outside. Lu Li observed this and beckoned Qin Shoren and Chun Zhong to come closer. Whispering, "Have you experienced any changes in your bodies over the past few days?" The two exchanged glances, and Qin Shoren replied, "I haven't noticed any other changes, but my vision and hearing seem significantly sharper. Moreover, at times when I close my eyes, I can visualize my own body." According to the introductory mantra given to us by Senior Brother Fan, it seems we are on the path of condensing our spiritual awareness. Chun Zhong nodded in agreement. "I feel the same way." Lu Li was familiar with that mantra. After awakening, the meridians would reveal themselves, and condensing spiritual awareness would allow introspection of these meridians. The practice of qi cultivation involves absorbing and refining the so-called spiritual energy of heaven and earth to open the meridian points, ensuring a smooth flow of qi and storing vital energy. There are a total of 12 collateral meridians and 2 primary meridians. Opening all 12 collateral meridians leads to foundation establishment, which equates to the 12th level of qi cultivation. Typically, prodigies do not stop at the 12th level. They opt to open both primary meridians simultaneously, achieving the 14th level of qi cultivation. This enables the circulation of the Great Circulation, allowing for the execution of spells with power far surpassing that of those who have only established their foundation at the 12th level. Each meridian contains hundreds of acupoints, and only when fully opened can one be considered to have reached a complete level of cultivation. Therefore, the path of cultivation is anything but simple, particularly for those with mixed spiritual roots, which presents an even greater challenge. The mixed attributes of spiritual energy necessitate the refinement of multiple types of true energy to penetrate a single acupoint. Unlike those with single spiritual roots who need only refine energy corresponding to their specific attribute. For instance, those with the 5 elemental roots must condense true energy of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, and the refinement process is not merely a matter of 1 to 5. You cannot guarantee that the spiritual energy you absorb contains all 5 elements. The challenges are even more pronounced for those with roots beyond the 5 elements. Lu Li nodded thoughtfully. Once we condense our spiritual awareness, we will be able to examine our meridians and simultaneously absorb and refine spiritual energy. At that point, you will discover your true spiritual roots. He continued, "I must mention that Fan Jingping's demeanor was rather off earlier. With both of you successfully awakened, and the possibility of my own awakening, it seems that Qingliang Temple no longer has any candidates for the drug trial. I suspect that the old Taoist is unlikely to accept mixed spiritual roots as disciples, and even if he did, he would not take in 3 at once. Thus, we must prepare ourselves." Upon hearing this, Chun Zhong and Qin Shoren nodded in agreement. Qin Shoren remarked, "You have a sharp mind. I almost let my guard down. We are merely mixed spiritual roots, not much different from ordinary mortals, and we cannot escape the risks associated with the drug trial." Although Fan Jingping's heart was not entirely devoid of kindness, he still harbored the notion that the lives of mortals are not valued equally. "We must indeed remain vigilant." Chun Zhongdao said, "Mud Monkey, please speak plainly about what we should do. We will heed your counsel." Lu Li pondered for a moment and replied, "Let us engage in feigned compliance and observe the unfolding events." They continued to chat idly for a while before 2 of them took their leave. Later that evening, while preparing dinner, Fan Jingping suddenly remarked, "I have a feeling that our master may return soon. From tomorrow onwards, you must refrain from entering the courtyard. However, do not worry. Once the master is back, I will convey the truth. He possesses a kind heart, and your chances of becoming his disciples are quite favorable." Kind heart? Lu Li exchanged glances with the others, each detecting the irony reflected in the other's eyes. Yet, none chose to dispute this. Instead, they agreed with feigned enthusiasm. After dinner, Fan Jingping escorted the 3 back to their room, securing the door behind each of them. Once he had triple-checked the locks, he departed, his heart filled with trepidation. Uncertain about the repercussions of inadvertently harboring 3 mixed spiritual roots. Listening to the fading footsteps outside, Lu finally settled down in a cross-legged position. Lacking any profound cultivation techniques, he possessed only a rudimentary entry-level mantra focused on consolidating mental awareness and sensing spiritual energy, without even a method for absorption or refinement. According to Fan Jingping, mental awareness was a facet of the soul, capable of substituting for sight, and when combined with true energy, could manipulate objects. With his eyes shut, Lu adjusted his breathing and began to concentrate on consolidating his mental awareness, marking the passage of time, 15 minutes, an hour, 2 hours. Suddenly, Lu felt himself levitating, able to see his own seated body. Even in the dark of night, the scene within 3 feet around him became vividly clear. A thrill surged within him. Could this be the so-called mental awareness? Was it not said to be exceedingly difficult to cultivate? This was truly astonishing. As he focused his thoughts, that wondrous sensation vanished. Upon opening his eyes, darkness enveloped him once more, but when he redirected his mental focus, clarity returned immediately. After several attempts, he found himself increasingly adept. With a mere thought, he could summon his mental awareness. Furthermore, he sensed that both his vision and hearing had sharpened noticeably. Where he once struggled to see in the dark, he now noticed that the room was not as dim as before, even without relying on his mental awareness. At that moment, Lu felt a sudden warmth radiating from his palm. Raising his hand, he beheld the tower-shaped tattoo shimmering with a faint glow. Concurrently, an odd sensation washed over him, as if the tattoo were a tangible entity, one he could manipulate at will. With a look of astonishment, he tentatively directed his thoughts. Buzz! To his amazement, the small tower truly lifted into the air, transforming into a miniature 3-tiered structure. The tower appeared gray and weathered, marred by several cracks, and was no larger than a thumb, resembling a quaint ornament. With another thought, the small tower reverted to a blue-green tattoo etched in his palm. What do boundary, void, and time signify? Lu scrutinized the minuscule inscriptions on the tower's body, furrowing his brow in contemplation. 3 treasures glazed tower. In the first tier of the Spirit Artifact Pavilion, within the realm of the Celestial Abode, one can cultivate spiritual herbs, nurture spiritual beasts, and enhance the soil quality, all of which contribute to the expansion of spatial dimensions, initially measuring a radius of 1 zhang. The second tier, the Storage Pavilion, offers a storage space that is perpetually tenfold that of the first tier, with no upper limit in sight. The third tier, the Time Pavilion, allows one to engage in training within its confines, initially presenting a time dilation ratio of 10:1. As the first tier expands, the time ratio increases correspondingly. As Lu pondered these revelations, a torrent of information suddenly flooded his mind, all pertaining to the secrets of this small tower. This is a treasure, an undeniable treasure. Lu gazed in astonishment at the image of the small tower in the palm of his hand, overwhelmed with excitement. Where is the treasure, you fool? Suddenly, Qin Shoren from next door, having heard Lu's exclamation, leaned closer to the entrance, fixated on him. Ahem, there is none. I merely remarked that my spiritual roots are too diverse, and I am in need of a treasure. Such a treasure must never be revealed, lest it invite mortal peril. Chapter 7. Celestial Fruits, Too Many Mixed Roots? Qin Shoren was taken aback, then exclaimed, You can introspect now. Introspect. Upon hearing this, Lu immediately focused his consciousness, and his face instantly lit up with astonishment. By the heavens! What is it? 9 spiritual roots. Lu stared at his 9 colored veins, his skin twitching uncontrollably. I have 9 spiritual roots. Golden, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, and darkness, all were present. Lu found himself at a loss for words. No wonder it took him over 70 awakening pills to finally awaken his spiritual roots. Could there be anything more inferior? Congratulations. Qin Shoren burst into laughter, rolling on the ground while clutching his stomach. Hey, fatty, let me tell you something. Chen Zhong, who was immersed in his cultivation, wore a grim expression. Hearing Qin Shoren's words, he immediately replied impatiently, Spit it out already. What a load of nonsense. Qin Shoren cursed before continuing, I must tell you, but don't share this with anyone else. Mud Monkey has 9 spiritual roots. What? Chen Zhong was taken aback, scratching his head. I thought my 7 spiritual roots were already pathetic. I didn't expect Mud Monkey to be even worse than me. You have 7 spiritual roots? Qin Shoren's smile faded. I won't tell you anymore. My consciousness hasn't fully solidified yet. From a distance, Luli could hear the laughter of the two, pondering how carefree they were. However, he wasn't overly disheartened. Although his spiritual roots were rather useless, he could still cultivate. Moreover, he had the time hall, which he could utilize to accumulate time. Without hesitation, Luli settled into a meditative position, calming his mind. With a single thought, his consciousness instantly entered the time hall. Just as he stepped inside, his consciousness transformed into an identical human form resembling Luli himself. With a soft thud, he landed in the time hall. Upon looking around, he discovered that it was indeed a grand hall, yet it was empty save for a meditation cushion in the center and a standing measuring stick on the left side. The stick had a needle, currently pointing to the number 10, indicating a tenfold flow rate. This meant that 10 days of cultivation here equated to only 1 day outside. Furthermore, as the medicinal garden on the first level of the pagoda expanded, this flow rate would increase, which was quite extraordinary. The only drawback was that he could only enter with his consciousness instead of his physical body for cultivation. While all cultivation experiences would genuinely reflect upon his physical self, his body remained outside and could not be used as a means of concealment. Of course, with disadvantages come advantages. This allowed him to cultivate openly without anyone realizing he was utilizing the time hall. Settling down in the hall, Luli began to sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth with his consciousness. Although he sat cross-legged in the time hall, it contained no spiritual energy. He was merely sensing the external spiritual energy. After several breaths, he suddenly saw a wisp of ethereal blue energy swirling nearby. This energy was quite frantic, imbued with various violent attributes. Luli understood that this was what they referred to as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. While he sensed its presence, he lacked the means to absorb and refine it. With no other choice, he withdrew his consciousness and exited the time hall. Now, everything was in place, save for the method of cultivation. Reclining on the hay, Luli pondered how he might acquire a cultivation technique. He wondered if there was a chance to leave. How wonderful it would be to join the Qingyang sect. He muttered to himself. Unbeknownst to him, dawn broke once more. With a clatter, a food basin was pushed in. This time, Fan Jingping did not open the door to allow them to breathe fresh air, causing Lu Li's heart to race again. Could it be that the hope he had just glimpsed was about to vanish? Despite his disappointment, Lu Li resolved not to resort to extreme measures like fasting. After eating, he began to manipulate his consciousness once more. Since he could not practice cultivation, he could only play with his consciousness. Thus, 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Qin Shoren successfully condensed his consciousness and discovered his first meridian, which, like Qin the Fatty, also possessed 7 spiritual roots. On this particular day, overwhelmed by boredom, Lu Li suddenly recalled a peculiar plant he had seen in the spirit object hall. With a single thought, the scene from that layer of space materialized in his mind. It was indeed the space he had inadvertently entered while in the water last time. The 3 treasures glazed tower did not permit entry into any of its spaces when the glazed tower first recognized its master. It was his soul that had been drawn into that layer of space, or else his physical body would not have sunk to the riverbed, filling him with water. However, the first layer of the spirit object hall could indeed sustain living beings, provided they had signed a soul contract with him. At that moment, the verdant plant had grown to 3 feet tall, its branches flourishing and bearing 10 small green fruits, which shimmered and glimmered with a dreamlike quality. What on earth was this? Could it be an immortal fruit? Would eating one lead to enlightenment and ascension? Lu Li contemplated plucking one to taste, but it seemed the fruit was not yet ripe, so he decided against it. After more than 20 days, that old monster would likely return soon. Lu Li withdrew his consciousness from the first layer of the glazed tower, feeling inexplicably anxious as he gazed out the window. His instincts proved eerily accurate. As evening approached, Zhang Song indeed returned, weary and burdened, a grave expression on his face. For several days, Fan Jingping had been anxiously watching the entrance, feeling unsettled by the many heinous acts his master had committed. Only upon seeing Zhang Song return safely did he breathe a sigh of relief, hurrying to greet him. "Master, you have finally returned. I was so worried." Zhang Song nodded, expressing reassurance. "I intended to bring back a few mortals for testing, but an unexpected incident occurred. We were targeted by the Qingyang sect. We must relocate swiftly." "Targeted?" Fan Jingping's expression changed, panic rising within him. "Master, let us leave at once. No need to rush. Zhang Song waved his hand, assuring his disciple that he had employed a stratagem to elude their pursuers, who would not reach this place anytime soon. Moreover, they were merely a few junior practitioners. The outcome of any potential confrontation remained uncertain. Furthermore, locating a site abundant with earthly fire is no simple task. It would be prudent to complete the refinement of these few cauldrons of elixirs before departing. The master and disciple hastily returned to the grand hall. Zhang Song tossed several bundles onto the offering table, from which a rich aroma of medicinal herbs emanated. These were pilfered from the minor cultivators engaged in herb gathering. Examine the contents and document the combinations, he instructed. Yes, master, Fan Jingping replied, as he meticulously sorted through the herbs while noting down the formulated recipes. 3 of the ingredients had already been confirmed, with only the final herb remaining in question. Master, we have quite a variety of medicinal ingredients. Some of them are unfamiliar to me, Fan Jingping remarked suddenly. Zhang Song, seated in the hall and appearing somewhat fatigued, responded, if you encounter any unknown herbs, sketch them for me. In the haste of being pursued, I did not have the opportunity to inspect them myself. I shall rest for a while. Yes, master. Fan Jingping nodded, quickly sketching the unfamiliar herbs onto the recipe. The acupoint pill was merely a first-tier elixir, specifically designed for practitioners in the qi refinement stage. The cultivation realm is universally acknowledged to consist of 9 major stages: qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden elixir, nascent soul, spirit transformation, separation of spirit, integration, great ascension, and tribulation. Except for the qi refinement stage, which is further divided into 12 or 14 levels, all other stages are categorized into 4 smaller realms: early, middle, late, and peak stages. Consequently, both medicinal herbs and elixirs are similarly classified into 9 tiers. Elixirs are also distinguished by their quality and the degree of impurities they contain. Categorized into 4 common grades: inferior, middle, superior, and exceptional quality. It is said that even higher qualities exist, though no one has yet succeeded in refining them. Chapter 8. Ascension to Immortality. At noon on the 5th day, within the Grand Hall, Zhang Song's eyes were bloodshot as he stared intently at the small cauldron, his expression reflecting utmost distress. Fan Jingping, who controlled the ground fire, buried his head, unable to meet Zhang Song's gaze. Over the course of 5 days, they had intermittently crafted 25 alchemical formulas, yet 24 of them had either failed due to incompatible herbs or had exploded outright. Fortunately, the quality of the cauldron was commendable. Otherwise, they would have been left without any vessel at all. Now, only the final formula remained, and should they fail once more, the precious spiritual herbs Zhang Song had painstakingly gathered would be rendered utterly worthless. Stop trembling and focus. Zhang Song barked sharply at Fan Jingping, who was visibly shaking. Yes, Fan Jingping replied, forcibly steadying himself as he endeavored to control his trembling hands. After a moment, a wisp of fragrant smoke wafted from the cauldron. Zhang Song's expression brightened as he rushed over to lift the lid, and upon seeing the 3 dark green pills within, he immediately exhaled in relief. Good, very good. Seeing this, Fan Jingping hurriedly leaned in to examine the pills, his face lighting up as he exclaimed, Master, these must be the finest we've produced in 3 years. And there are 3 of them. Indeed, Zhang Song nodded, pondering for a moment. Though their appearance is superior to the previous ones, they still seem lacking. I cannot ascertain whether it is due to poor control of the fire or the quality of the herbs. You should bring that child out for a trial. Fan Jingping acknowledged, about to depart, when he suddenly furrowed his brow and turned back, hesitantly saying, Master, the remaining 3 have awakened their spiritual roots. What do you think? He had intended to plead for Lu Li and the others, but after experiencing Zhang Song's intimidating presence, the words fell silent on his lips. Spiritual roots? Zhang Song scrutinized Fan Jingping with suspicion. What do you mean? Fan Jingping trembled, his thoughts racing. I was concerned about your burden, Master. So I took the liberty of giving each of them 5 awakening pills, and they have all awakened, albeit with mixed spiritual roots full. Zhang Song erupted in anger. So that's why my herbs have been mismatched. You have been meddling. He chastised Fan Jingping and struck him sharply in the abdomen. In an instant, Fan Jingping was sent flying from the hall, crashing into the center of the courtyard with a loud thud, blood spilling from his mouth as he lay there, dazed. Zhang Song stood at the entrance, gazing at Fan Jingping from a distance, bellowing, "We'll settle your recklessness later. Go fetch those 3 children immediately." Fan Jingping's face turned pale as he finally comprehended that in his master's eyes, he would always be inferior to the phantom of the elixir of acupuncture. This blow had thoroughly awakened him. Struggling to rise, he staggered toward the room where Lu Li and the others were imprisoned. Upon hearing the sound of the door creaking open, Lu Li stood up at once. When he saw Fan Jingping's pale and strained countenance, he couldn't help but express his surprise. "Senior brother Fan, what has happened to you?" Fan Jingping shook his head. "The master has returned. I could not assist you. He has ordered me to bring you out for the trial of the medicine. Just hope for the best." Trial of the medicine. Lu Li's body trembled, and a thunderous roar echoed in his mind. At last it had come. He stepped out of the room. Observing Qin Shou-ren and Chun Zhong emerge one after the other, their faces etched with palpable fear, Fan Jingping sighed softly and said with difficulty, "Let us proceed. The quality of the elixir this time is promising. If fortune favors you, not only will you escape calamity, but you may also reap benefits." Noticing the 3 remained motionless, Fan Jingping added, "Do not think of fleeing. I am the one who has been reduced to this state by my master. Let us go." Lu Li glanced at Qin Shou-ren and Chun Zhong and softly urged, "Let's move ahead." I do not wish to die," Qin Shou-ren stammered, trembling hands trailing behind Lu Li. "What are you afraid of? Death is but a return to the earth. We 3 brothers shall perish together, at worst. We can start anew in 18 years. Perhaps then, we might even possess a better spiritual root." Chun Zhong seemed resigned, bolstering his own courage. Upon hearing this, Lu Li felt a wave of relief wash over him. Chun Zhong's words rang true. Whether one stretches their neck or withdraws it, death is inevitable. Perhaps, as Fan Jingping suggested, luck might indeed be on their side. Nevertheless, Lu Li was acutely aware that even if the elixir were successfully tested, their lives would still be forfeit. According to Fan Jingping, the formula was exceedingly precious. Even if the experiment succeeded, Zhang Song would not allow them to leave alive. As they arrived at the Grand Hall, Zhang Song awaited them with growing impatience. He seized Lu Li, yanking him forward, prying open his mouth to forcibly insert the elixir, and coldly commanded, "Swallow it. Do not provoke my ire." Under Zhang Song's piercing gaze, Lu Li felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. His throat convulsed, and he swallowed the elixir. Zhang Song then called over Chun Zhong and Qin Shou-ren, handing each a pill before consuming one himself. Fan Jingping leaned against the doorway, watching this scene unfold with an indescribable sensation swelling within him. As the medicinal power coursed through him, Lu Li felt an overwhelmingly potent force surging tumultuously within his dantian. Upon awakening his spiritual root, a cultivator would manifest their first meridian, which was connected to the dantian's barrier. The first acupoint resided atop this barrier. Fan Jingping had mentioned that the efficacy of the acupoint elixir was to assist in unblocking these acupoints. With his thoughts racing, Lu Li hastily directed this force towards the acupoint on the first meridian. Suddenly, a piercing pain shot through him as if a sharp blade were stabbing into his being. In a moment of panic, that overwhelming force retreated once more, rampaging within his dantian. Resolute, Lu Li steadied his mind and once more directed the force toward the acupoint. Another cry of anguish escaped him. Zhang Song, witnessing Lu Li's contorted expression and intermittent screams, felt a chill settle in his heart. Meanwhile, Qin Shou-ren and Chun Zhong seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation, their cries echoing in a disconcerting chorus. Moments later, Lu Li suddenly heard a popping sound. Upon introspection, he discovered a hole had opened above his dantian, revealing a pitch-black aperture leading directly to the meridian. It was unblocked. Lu Li could scarcely believe it. He had thus entered the first layer of qi cultivation. It is often said that the first acupoint is the most challenging to open. Unexpectedly, this single prick of the acupoint pill has facilitated the unlocking of the most critical passage within me. Although I have yet to open the remaining 99 acupoints in the first layer, I can now proudly claim to have entered the realm of qi cultivation. Lu Li swayed unsteadily, his expression gradually transforming into one of natural ease. Zhang Song, upon witnessing this transformation, was filled with astonishment and rushed towards Lu Li. A sense of foreboding washed over Lu Li as his complexion shifted. His mind raced, and before Zhang could approach, he abruptly fell backwards, feigning extreme discomfort and rolling on the ground. Meanwhile, Chen Zhong had also broken through his acupoints and was about to joyfully announce his success when he suddenly noticed Lu Li writhing on the ground, casting him furtive glances. Frowning in realization, he too collapsed onto the ground, rolling about. On the other hand, Qin Shoren, clenching his fists and struggling to control the effects of the medicine with a pained expression, had finally managed to break through his acupoints. He was oblivious to the exchanged glances between Lu Li and Chen Zhong and let out a booming laugh. Ha ha ha. I am an immortal. I am truly an immortal. Lu Li. Chapter 9. The alchemical formula. Have you succeeded? Upon hearing the voice, Zhang Song's heart leaped with joy. He stepped over the fallen Lu Li and Chen Zhong, grasping Qin Shoren's arms with fervor. What is it like? What does it feel like? Only then did Qin Shoren notice Lu Li and Chen Zhong lying on the ground. His expression shifted, and pain etched across his face. I feel so unwell. So unwell, he murmured, on the verge of collapsing. Humph, dare to mock me? Zhang Song's countenance darkened as he seized Qin Shoren by the throat, lifting him off the ground. Unwell, are you? I shall crush you. Stop. Chen Zhong scrambled to his feet. I will tell you. I will tell you. Seeing that concealment was futile, Lu Li also rose, resigned. Zhang Song finally released Qin Shoren and turned his gaze to Chen Zhong. Speak. Reveal your true feelings. I may consider taking you as disciples, but should any of you utter a single falsehood, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Just as Chen Zhong was about to speak, Zhang Song's thoughts shifted. Wait, you come with me. With that, he led Chen Zhong into a side room. Moments later, he emerged with Chen Zhong and ushered in Lu Li and Qin Shoren. Turning to Lu Li, he commanded, Speak. If your words differ even slightly from what that little chubby one said, all three of you shall perish. Cunning old fox. Lu Li inwardly cursed Zhang Song's ancestry, but dared not withhold the truth any longer. Upon hearing his revelation, Zhang Song burst into tears of laughter. Ha ha ha, heavens be praised. I have finally succeeded. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed out of the room, frantically rummaging through supplies on the altar. After a brief search, he suddenly fixed his gaze on the door, where Fan Jingping was hiding nervously. Where is the last alchemical formula? Fan Jingping had been responsible for both the preparation of the herbs and the control of the flames, and he had also been the one documenting the formula. More critically, he had neglected to check what herbs had been brought back. Without the formula, all their efforts would be in vain. I forgot to write it down. Fan Jingping stammered, trembling like a leaf. What did you say? Zhang Song's eyes turned red, his demeanor wild. He rushed to Fan Jingping, seizing him by the collar. Do you even comprehend what you are saying? Master, does it mean that I truly cannot compare to an alchemical formula? Fan Jingping's face was filled with despair. You. Zhang Song released his grip, shifting to a softer tone. Jingping, do you understand what this formula represents for me? Stop jesting, quickly hand it over. From now on, I will devote myself to nurturing you. Nurture me. Fan Jingping shouted, tears welling in his eyes. I am ruined. That last strike has destroyed my Dantian. Do you understand, my beloved master? Let me tell you, I have already thrown the formula into the earthly fire. No one shall obtain it. No one shall have it. Haraha, you are courting death. Zhang Song's fury surged, veins bulging as he raised his hand to strike Fan Jingping on the head. Fan Jingping did not flinch. His gaze locked onto Zhang Song with unwavering intensity. As Zhang Song's palm descended halfway, he suddenly halted, contemplating death. It would not come so easily. He intended to keep you alive, to torment you slowly, until, just as he spoke, his gaze shifted towards the courtyard entrance. 3 figures clad in green, each bearing a long sword, entered in succession. A silver sun medal adorned their chests, with a blue long sword piercing through the center. They were the immortals of the Qingyang sect. Upon observing their attire, Lu Li's expression brightened with delight. They arrived rather promptly. Zhang Song forcefully hurled Fan Jingping back into the main hall and strode towards the courtyard, eyeing the trio. How audacious these little ones are, daring to intrude upon my Taoist temple. The leading man regarded Zhang Song with a detached demeanor. Zhang Song, the demon. You possess quite the audacity to experiment on living beings within the territory of my Qingyang sect. And what of it? Death is a common occurrence for us cultivators. How much less do mere mortals, these insignificant insects, exist solely to serve our purposes? What audacity! The young woman on the left, clad in green, was incensed by his words. How many of us practitioners have not emerged from the mortal realm? Your actions defy the heavens. obstructing the reincarnation of the celestial path. Such transgressions are utterly unforgivable. As she spoke, she leaped forward, her right hand morphing into a palm, channeling a surge of azure true energy that swiftly transformed into a twisting vine, ensnaring Zhang Song. How dare a mere sixth realm cultivator act so recklessly? Unfazed, Zhang Song unleashed a fiery true energy with a casual gesture. The flames collided with the vine, igniting it in an instant, crackling like dry timber. The young woman's face paled, and the vine disintegrated, while Zhang Song's flames surged forth, racing towards her. "Be careful, senior sister Xione," the leading man and the youth on her left exclaimed in unison, leaping forward. As crimson and azure energies surged towards Zhang Song, they shielded the young woman behind them. "A trivial seventh realm cannot hope to contend with me." Zhang Song's left hand struck again, releasing another wave of fiery energy that surged towards the two. This demon cultivator is remarkably formidable. Inside the hall, Lu Li exchanged glances with the others, their hearts racing. If these three could not withstand Zhang Song, their fate would not be any better. At that moment, Fan Jingping, who had been silent, approached Lu Li. Lu Li frowned, retreating 2 steps. "What are you trying to do?" Qin Shoren and Chun Zhong instinctively moved closer to Lu Li, their expressions wary. "I mean no harm." Fan Jingping's face was strained as he trembled, retrieving a piece of yellow paper from his bosom and hesitantly extending it towards Lu Li. This is the formula for the acupoint pill. I shall never have the chance to pursue the celestial path in this life. I bequeath it to you." "A formula?" Lu Li and his companions exchanged glances, each reflecting joy in their eyes. Lu Li snatched the formula, unable to believe his eyes as he inquired, "Why do you wish to do this?" Fan Jingping cast a glance at Zhang Song, who was embroiled in battle outside. The number of individuals he had slain had grown so considerable that he had nearly forgotten that he, too, had once been captured by him. At last, it dawned upon him that, although appearances suggested a transformation, in essence, nothing had truly changed. One arrives as a mortal, and departs as a mortal still. Upon uttering these words, he produced a dark pill and swiftly swallowed it. "Test subject? I, Fan Jingping, am here to accompany you." With a thud, they watched as Fan Jingping collapsed to the ground, convulsing violently, leaving Lu Li and the others with an indescribable feeling. "Is this what the texts refer to as karmic retribution?" Lu Li murmured, his thoughts shifting as he stored the alchemical recipe into the spatial compartment of his small tower. In the distance, the ferocious clash continued. Following a barrage of true energy, both Zhang Song and the trio from the Qingyang sect appeared utterly exhausted. Yet, the latter clearly held the advantage, despite having only one member at the 7th level of Qi cultivation. Their continuous deployment of talismans and the periodic consumption of elixirs provided them with resources that Zhang Song lacked. In the realm of cultivation, victory hinges not solely on one's level, but rather on the hidden cards one possesses. Chapter 10. The journey begins with a resounding explosion. Zhang Song emerged from a cloud of black smoke, his countenance betraying a flicker of pain as he produced a talisman. Channeling his vital energy, he hurled it forward, and in an instant, one of the disciples from the Qingyang sect found the ground beneath him caving in, plunging him downward until he was nearly submerged to his neck. The expressions of the other 2 men shifted dramatically as they rushed forward to rescue their comrade. Seizing this opportunity, Zhang Song retreated into the grand hall. Upon discovering the lifeless body of Fan Jingping, he let out a ferocious roar. Why? Why treat me this way?" Suddenly, his gaze shifted to the corner where Lu Li and his companions were huddled. A sinister grin crept across his face as he thought, "Ah, you seem quite close to my disciple. Could it be that he has bestowed upon you the elixir recipe?" With that, he lunged toward Lu Li and his friends. Still wishing to commit murder. At that moment, a female voice resonated at the entrance of the hall, followed by a palm striking Zhang Song's back. His expression shifted abruptly as he retaliated with a burst of vital energy, dashing into a side room and shattering a window to escape. The young woman hesitated for a moment before turning and pursuing him. Shortly thereafter, 2 men rushed into the hall, the leading figure addressing the youth beside him. "Shidi, go assist Xingyi." "Yes, Chu Shixiang," the youth replied before hastening after her. Once Shidi departed, Chu Shixiang turned his attention to the grand hall, disregarding Lu Li and the others as he began to search fervently. After a prolonged search, His gaze fell upon Lu Li and his companions, and he inquired, "Did that rogue cultivator feed you any elixirs?" Qin Shorin was about to respond when Lu Li interjected. "No, not at all. He was just about to offer us something when you arrived." "Not at all." Chu Shixiang pressed further. "Then, did you happen to see any elixir recipes?" Lu Li shook his head. "We have been confined in a small room for over a month, and we were only just released." Suddenly, Lu Li's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, "I recall now. When we were first captured, that elder gave us a pill." "What kind of pill?" Chu Shixiang asked urgently. "He mentioned it was called the Awakening Spirit Pill." "The Awakening Spirit Pill?" Chu Shixiang's expression fell, only to be replaced by suspicion as he scrutinized the three. "If you consumed it, did you experience any effects?" "Effects?" Lu Li feigned ignorance. "Nothing much. Just that we were emitting a faint smoke, quite beautiful, like." He refrained from disclosing the truth and instead recounted the scene from that day in Longxing town when he witnessed the girl named Xiaoyun. Qin Shorin and Chun Zhong, perplexed by Lu Li's deception, merely observed quietly, each convinced of their own lack of intellect. "Truly," Chu Qing exclaimed with excitement, thinking that while the recipe had eluded him, acquiring 3 prodigies would yield significant benefits. Indeed, Lu Li responded earnestly, feigning confusion. "Master, why do you inquire about this?" "Ha ha ha, no, nothing at all." Chu Qing was exceedingly delighted, gazing at the 3 as if they were treasures. "I shall tell you," he declared. "I am Chu Qing, a core disciple of the Qingyang sect. Would you like me to take you to cultivate at the Qingyang sect?" "Cultivate?" Lu Li shook his head, shrinking back slightly. "You aren't a fraud, are you? We were deceived by that old man last time, and he locked us in a small dark room." "A fraud?" Chu Qing was taken aback. "How could I possibly be a fraud?" As he spoke, he retrieved a token from his waist and waved it. "Look, this is the token of the Qingyang sect." Seeing that Lu Li remained unmoved, Chu Qing suddenly produced a piece of yellow paper and tossed it outward. With a resounding explosion, a large hole approximately 3 feet in diameter was blown into the floor. "Do you see that? This is called a burst talisman. If you come with me to the Qingyang sect, I will give each of you 3. What do you say?" "Impressive." Lu Li gulped. "All right, I accept your offer. Truly a clever monkey." Qin Shorin and Chun Zhong regarded Lu Li with peculiar expressions. "You are 13 years old, yet you are imitating the antics of a 7 or 8-year-old. How utterly shameful." "Yes, yes." Chu Qing's face lit up with joy as he produced a stack of shimmering yellow paper. He selected 9 sheets, inspecting them to ensure none were excessive, and then handed them to Lu Li. "Here, take these and distribute them. These burst talismans are of mid-tier rank. If someone below the 6th level of qi refinement is careless, they could be gravely injured, making them quite rare." He had only a few left, and this time he was truly investing heavily for the sake of Lu Li and his companions. Lu Li accepted the talismans, feeling their formidable aura, and was simultaneously astonished and overjoyed. He then distributed 3 to both Chun Panzi and Qin Shorin before tucking them into his bosom, saying, "Thank you, master." He naturally did not dare to place them directly into his storage space. If this small tower were to be discovered, not only would he lose the burst talismans, but he might also lose his life. "There's no need for gratitude. You need not call me master. Just refer to me as Brother Chu. Once my 2 junior disciples return, we shall head back to the Qingyang sect together." It wasn't long before the young lady and He Shidi returned, both wearing expressions of gloom, clearly having failed to catch Zhang Song. Chu Qing seemed unperturbed, quickly gleaning the situation before beckoning the group to proceed outward. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Lu Li and his companions sighed in relief, finally escaping this dreadful place without incident. At the base of the mountain stood a luxurious carriage, presumably the means by which Chu Qing and his companions had arrived. Lu Li had initially thought that immortals flew through the skies, but it appeared not all of them possessed such abilities. When Chu Qing called for Lu Li and the others to board the carriage, He Jun and Zhou Sini exchanged puzzled glances. He Jun inquired, "Brother Chu, why are you bringing them onto the carriage? Are we not returning directly to the sect?" With a hearty laugh, Chu Qing remarked, "Brother He, you are unaware that these 3 are indeed treasures. They have all awakened their spiritual roots, having done so merely by consuming a single awakening pill. Once I send them to the External Affairs Hall for assessment, I am certain they will possess at least 5 spiritual roots, thus compensating for our failure to complete this mission. To think they all possess spiritual roots." Su Sini exclaimed, her face awash with astonishment. "Brother Chu, Your luck is simply extraordinary. Last time, Uncle Fong went to great lengths and managed to bring back only 2. Haha, fortune is a most mysterious entity, Chu Qing replied. Now let us return. As they spoke, the group boarded a carriage. This was no ordinary steed. It was impressively robust and bore a single horn, resembling a mythical creature. Once they were settled, no one needed to guide the horse, for it seemed to know the way, galloping swiftly along the path. Throughout the journey, Lu Li remained silent, appearing somewhat reserved. However, he was not truly shy. Rather, he was anxious about whether the Qingyang sect would accept them. At this moment, he desperately needed a cultivation manual. And considering the current circumstances, joining the Qingyang sect was undoubtedly the best option. Chapter 11. Detection. In the northwestern corner of Liangzhou lies a place perpetually shrouded in mist, where ordinary souls who venture a mere 10 paces within become disoriented, unable to discern north from south, ultimately wandering in circles until they emerge once more, forever unable to penetrate the fog. Beyond the mist, a sheer cliff face looms, its height surpassing 100 feet, stretching endlessly to the east and west, an awe-inspiring sight. On this particular day, a gleaming black carriage slowly entered the mist, navigating through the haze for approximately a quarter of an hour before emerging before a small wooden cabin at the foot of the cliff. 3 older individuals, a man and 2 women, disembarked first, followed by 3 younger boys. Each of the boys possessed distinct characteristics. One was robustly built, with large eyes and thick brows, exuding an air of toughness even at a young age. The second boy, of average stature, bore a somewhat handsome face marred by beady eyes and prominent rabbit teeth, giving him an unseemly appearance. In contrast, the final boy, though sun-kissed and somewhat lean, appeared far more proportionate. His features, while not striking, seemed handsome in the company of the other 2, and his dark eyes sparkled with intelligence. The newcomers were none other than Lu Li and his companions, who had traveled for 6 consecutive days. Chu Qing, seemingly apprehensive that Zhou Sini and He Jun might claim credit for their efforts, instructed them to return the carriage while he seized the opportunity to lead Lu Li and the others toward the left side of the cliff. Lu Li pondered the cliff's smooth facade, noting the absence of nearby structures, concluding that this could not be the Qingyang sect. After walking for a while, he discovered a narrow path ascending the cliff. The path measured scarcely 3 feet in width, its stone steps appearing as if hewn forcibly from the rock, steep and treacherous. Concerned that Lu Li and his companions might tumble down the steps, Chu Qing urged them to ascend first. The trio, utilizing hands and feet, struggled upward. Despite their regular hunting and physical training, the steep steps proved exceptionally taxing, especially for Qin Shoren, who, glancing back in surprise, realized he had reached the summit. A sudden gust of wind causing his legs to weaken, nearly sending him tumbling back down. Lu Li dared not look back, persistently urging Qin Shoren to hasten his pace. After a quarter of an hour, they finally reached the top of the cliff, where a vast azure stone plaza unfolded before them. Surrounding the plaza were a variety of ancient buildings, and in the distance, towering peaks emerged, shrouded in mist, creating a dreamlike panorama. At this moment, to their right and ahead, a towering stone tablet proudly bore the inscription Qingyang sect. The 3 boys stood agape, their expressions akin to country bumpkins entering the city. We can admire these sights later. My fellow disciples, follow me now. I shall lead you to the assessment of your spiritual roots, Chu Qing said, his impatience palpable. Upon hearing this, Lu Li and his companions quickly followed. To the east of the plaza stood a pavilion known as the Affairs Hall, designated for handling the sect's mundane matters, including recruitment and task assignments. Chu Qing led the 3 individuals directly inside, ascending the staircase to the 2nd floor. In the grand hall of the 2nd floor, an elderly man dressed in green was leisurely sipping tea. Upon noticing Chu Qing's arrival, he raised an eyebrow, stood up, and inquired, "What is the matter?" The elderly man, named Yutong, served as the 2nd elder of the Qingyang sect and concurrently held the position of head of the Foreign Affairs Hall. He typically resided in his secluded cave dwelling, only appearing at the Foreign Affairs Hall during the annual recruitment period in June and July to assist in assessing the spiritual root attributes of potential disciples. Now, at the end of July, the recruitment for this year had concluded, and he was preparing to return to his cave for cultivation, unaware that a few young individuals had arrived. However, Chu Qing was not affiliated with the Foreign Affairs Hall, and did not bear responsibility for this recruitment, which left him somewhat puzzled. He quickly approached Yutong and respectfully, yet with a hint of pride, stated, "Respected second elder, during a recent mission, I encountered these 3 young individuals, all of whom have awakened their spiritual roots. I kindly request your assistance in determining the nature of their roots." The second elder, a formidable foundation establishment cultivator, was indeed the only one capable of investigating the spiritual roots of others. Yutong glanced in surprise at the 3 anxious individuals before turning his gaze back to Chu Qing, expressing his astonishment. "You possess such extraordinary fortune. 3 at once. This is not an opportunity one encounters every day. According to the regulations of the Qingyang sect, any individual who could introduce new disciples to the sect would be rewarded, with greater rewards for those possessing superior talents. Moreover, if the newly introduced disciples were fortunate enough to ascend to a higher sect, the rewards from the higher sect would be even more bountiful. Consequently, many within the Qingyang sect eagerly sought suitable candidates. Although finding those with spiritual roots was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, it relied solely on fate. Some individuals spent their entire lives without discovering a single cultivation prospect, making Chu Qing's fortune in encountering 3 during a mission seem extraordinarily lucky. Well, Chu Qing grinned broadly, urging, "Second elder, please take a look. If one of them possesses a heavenly spiritual root, that would be a significant boon." Heavenly spiritual root? Yutong shot Chu Qing a disapproving glance, retorting, "Dream on." He then turned to Lu Li, asking, "What is your name?" Lu Li, who had been on the brink of anxiety from the conversation, found his mind momentarily blank upon hearing his name called. After a moment, he stepped forward and stammered, I am Lu Li. There is no need to be so tense." Yutong smiled, gesturing for Lu Li to come closer. Taking a deep breath, Lu Li approached, contemplating that whether he hesitated or moved forward, it would lead to the same outcome. Yutong nodded, grasped Lu Li's wrist, and began his examination. Lu Li instantly felt as if his inner being was being scrutinized. Chu Qing observed the scene with eager anticipation, akin to the thrill of unboxing a mystery gift. After a brief moment, Yutong's brow furrowed, and his expression began to twitch erratically as he muttered, "Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, darkness. Uft. I have never encountered such abysmal spiritual roots. What?" Chu Qing was taken aback. "Elder second, have you made a mistake? They all successfully awakened after consuming just a single awakening pill. At the very least, they must possess 5 spiritual roots. How could it be possible? Humph. Do you think I would deceive you?" Yutong's smile faded, and he called for the next individual. "Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. Wind, darkness. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. Wind, thunder." At long last, he completed the assessment of all 3 individuals. By this point, Yutong's expression had turned ashen, grappling with the perplexity of how these 3 peculiar beings managed to awaken. Chu Qing's countenance also darkened. Typically, even those with pseudo-spiritual roots would receive rewards. But if they possessed mixed spiritual roots, "Senior, may we stay?" Though their faces revealed discontent, Lu Li could not help but seek clarity on their fate. Of course, if it proved impossible, he would not press the matter further. If they could not obtain the cultivation techniques here, they would have to devise alternative solutions. Having awakened their spiritual roots, Lu Li resolved to forge ahead, regardless of any perceived shortcomings. Chapter 12. Cultivation. Upon hearing this, Chu Qing's thoughts stirred. Although the 3 individuals possessed a haphazard mix of spiritual roots, they nonetheless had some semblance of them. If they could enter the sect, it would be a contribution to the Qingyang sect, and perhaps they might even receive rewards commensurate with the 5 spiritual root standard. With this in mind, he quickly bowed and said, "Second elder, spiritual roots are rare. Our Qingyang sect is already struggling to maintain its lineage, and the servitor hall is in dire need of personnel. Perhaps." Yutong pondered over the 3 before responding. The rule of Qingyang sect states that any awakened spiritual root may enter the sect. However, we have never considered the possibility of such a chaotic mix of spiritual roots awakening. Hence, there was no prohibition against accepting those with mixed roots. Therefore, you shall start as servitor disciples, just like those with 5 spiritual roots. Upon hearing this, the 3 of them exchanged delighted glances and expressed their gratitude respectfully. Yutong nodded, but added, "I must clarify that I have never encountered such a mixed array of spiritual roots before. While the spiritual energy in Qingyang sect is significantly denser than that of the outside world, I fear you may never reach the second level of qi refinement. Our sect's rule requires one to attain the third level of qi refinement to become an official disciple, so you must prepare yourselves mentally. Qin Shoren and Chun Zhong's expressions immediately fell upon hearing this. However, Lu Li reassured them, stating that as long as Qingyang sect was willing to take them in, it would be a tremendous blessing. Seeing Lu Li's understanding, Yutong nodded in appreciation, stroked his beard, and then called over a disciple. The disciple first led Lu Li and the others downstairs to register, then handed each of them a small cloth pouch. After explaining some important matters regarding the sect, they proceeded towards a narrow path on the west side of the square. During their walk, Lu Li could not help but inquire, "Senior brother, where are we headed?" The senior brother glanced back at Lu Li and replied as they walked, "You are all servitor disciples and need to report to the servitor hall. I forgot to mention earlier that servitor disciples do not receive resource distributions. If you wish to obtain cultivation resources, you must perform tasks. Different tasks yield varying contributions, which can be exchanged at the contribution hall for cultivation resources or at the technique pavilion for martial arts skills." "Oh," Lu Li responded, falling silent thereafter. After a considerable walk, a cluster of small houses and a modest square came into view, with few people traversing the square. At the northern end of the square stood a notably grand building, and the senior brother led the three through the square and inside. In the main hall, a rugged-looking middle-aged man lay slumbering in a grand chair. The senior brother approached and cleared his throat lightly. The rugged man immediately startled awake, sitting upright. Upon seeing the senior brother, his expression shifted, and he hurriedly rose to pay his respects, awkwardly exclaiming, "Brother Lu, what brings you here?" Brother Lu cast a casual glance at him and pointed towards Lu Li and the others, stating, "These three are newly admitted disciples. Please make the necessary arrangements. They will henceforth be a part of your servitor hall." "Yes, yes," the rugged man nodded vigorously. Brother Lu, seeing this, offered a few more instructions to Lu Li and the others before taking his leave. A rugged man scrutinized Lu Li and his companions before coldly introducing himself. "I am Wen Hong, the sole steward of the miscellaneous hall. You may refer to me as Steward One. Here, you shall heed my every command. Should anyone dare to defy me, I assure you, they will find themselves in a state of desperation, unable to seek life or death. Do you understand?" Although Lu Li and his companions were displeased by Wen Hong's tone, they nonetheless acknowledged his words. Subsequently, Wen Hong summoned a servant, issued some instructions, and directed the servant to escort Lu Li and his companions to their designated quarters. The accommodations within the miscellaneous hall consisted of courtyards, typically housing 6 individuals per courtyard. However, due to the current scarcity of disciples, many courtyards lay vacant, and Lu Li and his companions chose an unoccupied courtyard for their stay. After a whirlwind of disorientation and busy activities, the three finally found a moment of tranquility. They gathered together to express their sentiments before retreating to their respective rooms. Lu Li, brimming with anticipation, eagerly opened the small package he had received from the Outer Affairs Hall. His primary concern was to acquire a cultivation method. According to Brother Lu, who guided them here, the package contained a foundational technique of the Qingyang sect. Upon opening it, he discovered a manual titled Qingyang Formula. Instantly, his breath quickened with excitement. Without bothering to examine the other contents of the package, he swiftly stored the Qingyang Formula in the space hall and settled onto his bed, concentrating his thoughts to transform into his true form and enter the time hall. Within the time hall, Lu Li beckoned, and the Qingyang Formula materialized in his hands once again. The marvel of this treasure tower lay in its ability to allow him to engage in various activities within, while the outside world perceived him merely as meditating. To Lu Li's understanding, the time hall functioned more like a realm of imagination, whatever he envisioned doing within it. The cultivation gains would seamlessly return to his true self. Furthermore, while he could summon items from the second layer of the space hall, he could not retrieve anything from his physical body outside. Thus, Lu Li had prudently stored the Qingyang Formula within the space hall first. Seated cross-legged in the time hall, Lu Li began to peruse the Qingyang Formula. After approximately an hour, he skimmed through the entire text, gaining a general understanding of its teachings. Upon reaching the final pages, he discovered that the Qingyang Formula only contained cultivation methods for the qi refinement stage, leaving the sections beyond that completely blank. Although he felt a tinge of disappointment, he reasoned that it was still better than having nothing at all. After another hour spent in close study, Lu Li had thoroughly committed the Qingyang formula to memory. He then commenced his cultivation. As he released his spiritual sense, he immediately sensed a tumultuous swirl of spiritual energy enveloping him, far more intense than what he had experienced at the Qingliang temple, over tenfold, in fact. This filled him with renewed hope for his cultivation journey. Despite his mixed spiritual roots, the accelerated time flow would ensure that his refinement process would not be unduly slow. As he activated the formula, the surrounding spiritual energy surged into his body, guided by Lu Li into his dantian. It is noteworthy that the quantity of a practitioner's spiritual root merely influences the speed of spirit energy refinement, without affecting the absorption rate. The speed of absorbing spirit energy is entirely contingent upon the rank of the cultivation method employed. The higher the rank, the swifter the absorption. In just a few breaths, he had completely depleted the spirit energy within a 3-foot radius. Seizing the opportunity while the surrounding spirit energy gradually replenished, Lu Li commenced the operation of his technique to refine the tumultuous spirit energy, transforming it into true qi. According to the principles of the Qingyang technique, the number of layers of blockage in the acupoints varies with different spiritual roots. A heavenly spiritual root possesses a single layer, while a dual spiritual root has 2 layers, and so forth. Lu Li's acupoint blockages, however, numbered an impressive 9 layers. Each layer corresponds to distinct attributes, necessitating true qi of varied properties to unlock them. This implies that in order for Lu Li to breach the acupoints using true qi, he must cultivate 9 different types of true qi in succession. Once he has completely unblocked a meridian, achieving the consummation of the first level of qi training, he will be able to cast spells through that meridian. At this juncture, having multiple spiritual roots affords him a plethora of choices, regardless of the type of true qi present in his dantian. As long as the true qi traverses the meridian, it can automatically transform into the desired attribute for release. Conversely, a practitioner with a single spiritual root is limited to unleashing only the single attribute true qi corresponding to their spiritual root. This serves as a recompense for the arduous efforts of multi-spiritual root cultivators in unblocking their acupoints. Unbeknownst to him, 30 hours had elapsed within the time hall. Yet, Lu Li showed no inclination to cease. He thoroughly relished the anticipation that accompanied his cultivation, perpetually yearning to hasten the opening of his second acupoint. Just then, a sudden, vigorous knocking echoed from outside the door. Chapter 13. Fading Lu Li, feeling a sense of helplessness, came to a halt and opened the door. To his surprise, he found Chen Zhong and Qin Shoren standing before him. Chen Zhong was holding a large basin of steamed buns, a broad grin illuminating his face as he looked at Lu Li. "Mud monkey, I've brought you something to eat," he exclaimed. It was only then that Lu Li realized the sky outside had darkened. He expressed his gratitude and invited the two inside. "Mud monkey, one cannot neglect nourishment while cultivating. We have ample time ahead of us," Qin Shoren remarked as they settled at the table. "I know," Lu Li replied, taking generous bites of the buns. "I was just too excited when I received the cultivation method for the first time." "Did you not practice today?" "I managed only 2 hours of cultivation," Qin Shoren said, a hint of disappointment in his voice. "I found the speed of refining true qi to be painfully slow, and with my 7 layers of obstruction in the acupoints, I wonder when I will break through." Lu Li was taken aback and offered words of comfort. "Do not be anxious. We are still young. Let us take our time." As if recalling something, he leaned down and discreetly retrieved the pill formula. "But we still have this, don't we?" "This is the pill formula," Qin Shoren exclaimed, his expression brightening. "Quick, let us see what it says." Chen Zhong eagerly leaned in as well. Lu Li nodded and lowered his voice to read aloud. "First grade Shui bamboo grass, first grade thunderfire orchid, 500 years of earth milk essence, and what is this?" He suddenly fixated on the last cryptic symbol, resembling a strawberry, yet adorned with additional strokes that suggested it was emanating smoke. "I know, it's a strawberry on fire," Chen Zhong blurted out. Both Lu Li and Qin Shoren shot him a disapproving glance. Lu Li interjected, "Regardless of what it is, remember the first 3 ingredients. I believe there are duties for the miscellaneous disciples tending to the medicinal garden. If an opportunity arises, you understand, right?" "Understood," the two replied in unison, fully aware that Given their mixed spiritual roots, a methodical approach to cultivation would likely prevent them from ever breaking through to the second level of qi refinement. Seeing their understanding, Lu Li nodded solemnly and cautioned, "I must remind you, Fan Jingping said that this formula is something even the major sects do not possess. If it is leaked, it could bring about fatal consequences. You must be vigilant, especially regarding beasts." "We know. Don't let my carefree demeanor fool you. I am quite aware of such matters," Qin Shorin responded earnestly. "Good then." After they finished eating, Lu Li urged them to leave, claiming he needed to cultivate, and advised them not to become complacent simply because they possessed the formula for the piercing pill, as they still had no clear direction regarding it. Once they departed, Lu Li lay down on his bed, having realized that whether he reclined or sat, it would not affect his entry into the Time Palace. Furthermore, sitting often left him with an aching back, while lying down was far more comfortable. If anyone were to enter, they would merely assume he was asleep. After diligently cultivating for over 30 hours, the first layer of the metallic barrier at his second acupoint began to loosen. He intended to seize the moment and break through it immediately. Meanwhile, at the back mountain of Qingyang sect, atop Tianjua Peak, in a cave, 3 elderly men were joyfully sipping wine. One of them, dressed in green, was the second elder, Yu Tong, who had assessed the spiritual roots of Lu Li and his companions earlier that day. Another, whom Lu Li had also encountered, was the gray-clad old man who had traveled to Longxing town for recruitment. He was, in fact, the third elder, Fang Buwei. As for the elder with a composed demeanor and a rosy face seated in the eastern position, he was the renowned Grand Elder, Xiao Ju. The trio engaged in lively conversation, punctuated by hearty laughter, and soon showed signs of inebriation. Suddenly, Yu Tong leaned closer to the table as if struck by an amusing thought, and, with a mysterious air, said, "Brother Xiao, Brother Fang, I encountered something intriguing today. Would you care to hear about it?" "What intriguing matter?" Both Xiao Ju and Fang Buwei inquired simultaneously, their curiosity piqued, as Yu Tong was typically serious and rarely indulged in gossip. "Hee, you might find it hard to believe, but I came across someone with 9 spiritual roots today." "My heavens, 9 spiritual roots. I have never even heard of such a thing, let alone witnessed it. You wouldn't believe it. I was utterly bewildered, probing again and again. Even now, I find it hard to comprehend." "And 9 spiritual roots?" Xiao Ju rolled his eyes, responding, "Second brother, you can't possibly be exaggerating to this extent. You might as well claim to have recruited someone with heavenly spiritual roots. I would find that more believable." "Indeed." Fang Buwei shook his head, a hint of exasperation in his tone. "Even though I did recruit a dual spiritual root, I didn't expect to provoke such envy in you." The dual spiritual root Fang referred to was the girl named Xiao Yun he had recruited in Longxing town, an event that had stirred quite a commotion in Qingyang sect, prompting even the sect leader, Li Xianyang, who had been in seclusion for 3 years, to emerge. Consequently, Fang Buwei garnered significant attention and rewards. Yes, the third brother's recruitment of a dual spiritual root is indeed a contribution to the sect. Your insinuations are quite excessive, Xiao Ju remarked, shaking his head. Who is insinuating anything? I tell you, not only is there the 9 spiritual roots, but there were also 2 with 7 spiritual roots accompanying him. Sighing, Xiao Ju and Fang Buwei exchanged glances, realizing that they had underestimated the extent of the second elder's jealousy over a dual spiritual root. Nevertheless, considering that the External Affairs Hall was under his jurisdiction, it was only natural for him to feel displeased when the third elder preempted him in this matter. What a nuisance! Upon witnessing the expressions of the 2 individuals, Yu Tong was instantly incensed, slamming his palm upon the table. "You doubt my words, do you? If you do not believe me, go to the Foreign Affairs Hall tomorrow and inquire for yourselves. I distinctly recall those 3 rascals, one named Lu Li, along with 2 others called Qin Shorin and Qin Zhong. You shall uncover the truth for yourselves." He continued to spin his tale. The 2 men gazed at Yu Tong in silence, their faces etched with sorrow. "It's over. I shall no longer partake," shouted Xiao. Observing their expressions, Yu Tong's fury escalated, lamenting the waning of friendship. With that, he propelled himself off the table, soaring into the air with a whoosh. In the next moment, a sudden cry of pain pierced the air, accompanied by a sharp crack. Xiao Ju and Fang Buwei exchanged a glance, hastily rushing outside, only to find Yu Tong sprawled beneath a banana tree, which had been split in 2 by the force of his impact. "Second brother, When wielding a sword, one must abstain from drink. When drinking, one should not wield a sword, Xiao Ju remarked, his face twitching uncontrollably, clearly struggling to suppress laughter. It's over, Yutong exclaimed, springing to his feet with a nimble flip, summoning a long sword that whistled through the air. Ignoring the shouts from the two behind him, he soared away without a backward glance. The following dawn. Chapter 14. Fetching water suddenly awakened by a cacophony. Lu Li, who had been diligently cultivating, was startled from his reverie. Having spent over 50 days in the time hall, equivalent to 4 or 5 days in the outside world, he felt a surge of joy as he realized he had finally breached the metallic barrier of his second acupoint, glimpsing a flicker of hope. Rising from his meditation, he noticed that dawn had broken outside, signifying the commencement of his assigned tasks. The duties of a miscellaneous disciple differed from those of formal disciples. They did not require venturing outside and bore no significant peril. Their tasks primarily involved aiding formal disciples in their cultivation, chopping wood, fetching water, preparing meals, cleaning, and weeding the medicinal garden, among other chores. After tidying himself, Lu Li found to his delight that despite having stayed awake the entire night, he felt no fatigue. He attributed this newfound vigor to his body resting while his spirit cultivated, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of elation. This meant he could indulge in all-night sessions of cultivation without restraint. Exiting his quarters, he encountered Qin Shoren and Chen Zhong, who were also emerging. After exchanging pleasantries, the trio made their way to the small square of the miscellaneous hall, joining other disciples from various courtyards who were similarly congregating. Upon arriving at the square, Lu Li noticed Elder Wenhong standing aloof on the northern steps, arms crossed behind his back, casting a cold gaze over the gathered crowd, prompting Lu Li to lower his head in respect. Beside Wenhong stood a slender, obsequious youth clad in a light blue robe. Upon seeing the youth, one disciple could not hide his disdain, muttering under his breath, "Sycophant." Lu Li cast a curious glance at the speaker, but chose to remain silent. However, Qin Shoren, intrigued, approached the individual and quietly inquired, "Senior brother, who is this sycophant?" Startled, the disciple quickly gestured for silence, scrutinizing Qin Shoren with a frown. "You boy, what a peculiar appearance you have. Keep your distance." Fuming, Qin Shoren retorted silently, "At least I am more pleasing to the eye." He shot a glare at the disciple before retreating to Lu Li's side. Moments later, as the gathering reached its full complement, Elder Wenhong surveyed the assembly and announced, "Today marks the first day of the 8th month. In accordance with our regulations, tasks will be redistributed today. Once assigned, you are not permitted to change your task for 1 month until the next first day of the month. Everyone, line up and come forward," he commanded. Turning to the sycophant, he added, "You will be in charge of the registration." The sycophant, grinning broadly, complied and took his seat at the registration desk, barking orders, "Everyone, form an orderly line and approach one at a time." As the disciples organized themselves, Wenhong yawned, appearing weary, and after issuing a few more instructions, he retreated into the hall. With his departure, several individuals immediately broke from the ranks, rushing to the front. "Brother Xian, I want the fishing task, fishing." One exclaimed eagerly, "Big brother son, I want to fish too." "Do not rush," came the admonition. The sycophant responded with a cheerful demeanor, casting an intentional yet casual glance at the disgruntled individuals queued behind him. "Since you have chosen to associate with my grandson, Sun Xian, rest assured that I shall not neglect your contributions." Upon hearing this, Lu Li instantly comprehended the underlying implication. This individual was covertly forming alliances, allocating the easier tasks to his own people. "Nah, how about we align ourselves with him?" suggested Qin Shoren, having discerned the insinuation as well. The tall man standing before Qin Shoren turned to glance at him, speaking with significant weight, "Junior brother, if you are merely here to idle away your days at Qingyang sect, that is one thing. However, if you aspire to venture further, I would advise against it." Qin Shoren was taken aback and promptly inquired, "What do you mean by that, senior brother?" The man chuckled softly, "You see, junior brother, while Sun Xian's preferential tasks may seem appealing, he deducts a staggering 70% from the contributions you earn. In essence, you would only retain 30% of your contributions, rendering the actual rewards far inferior to those of the arduous labor." He added, "Of course, if you fear hardship, then by all means, do as you wish." With this revelation, Lu Li and the others gained clarity. Sun Xian's favored associates swiftly completed their assignments, allowing the line to advance. Soon, it was Lu Li and his companions' turn, but by then, most of the tasks had been claimed, leaving primarily laborious jobs. Observing that Lu Li and his friends were newcomers, Sun Xian's eyes glinted with cunning as he began to entice them, offering to arrange for them lighter tasks. However, Lu Li and his companions were already aware of the true nature of the situation. They had not come merely to pass the time, and thus, they politely declined. Upon their refusal, Sun Xian's expression soured considerably, though he refrained from reacting overtly. After a moment's reflection, he presented 3 tasks for the trio to choose from. Although these tasks promised substantial contributions, seasoned laborers typically avoided them. After much deliberation, Qin Shoren selected the task of cleaning the sect's plaza. When it came to Lu Li, he hesitated between the remaining 2 tasks and ultimately chose the water-fetching assignment. Although it would be labor-intensive, it boasted a respectable contribution of 300 points per month. Finally, it was Chun Zhong's turn, but by then, options had dwindled, leaving him with the task of chopping firewood. Having grown up in the mountains, he felt confident that such work would prove no challenge for him. After receiving their assignments, the 3 exchanged a few words before setting off to commence their duties. Lu Li made his way to the storage building, retrieving a pair of buckets to shoulder, and headed towards the eastern edge of the Servant Valley. As per the requirements, he needed to fetch water from the Bai Shui River, located a mile east, and deliver it to the water reservoir atop Chui Yun Peak. Having achieved the first level of Qi training, Lu Li found his movements considerably more agile than before. In no time, he arrived at a river spanning Tenjiang. Its waters crystal clear. Indeed, this was the Bai Shui River. The water-fetching task did not stipulate a daily quota, but it was imperative to ensure that at least 5 of the 10 reservoirs atop Chui Yun Peak were filled, for these reservoirs served the entire servant hall, essential for daily living. As for the water usage in other areas of the Qingyun sect, there is no need for anyone to carry it. For during the construction of the Qingyang sect, a water supply system was already established. Only the Servant Valley lacks such a system, intended to train the servant disciples. This water bucket is not an ordinary one. It is over 10 times larger than a standard bucket, and if both are filled, it could weigh no less than 500 pounds. Lu Li attempted to carry it, and found that even filling it to 1/3 of its capacity was already quite strenuous, deterring him from adding more. With a long shoulder pole in hand, he made his way back, stopping intermittently, taking a full quarter of an hour to reach the foot of the steep Ziyun Peak to the west. Gazing at the incredibly steep path ahead, Lu Li wiped the beads of sweat from his brow and muttered a few words before hastening upward. Halfway up the trail, he suddenly heard the sound of chopping emanating from the thicket beside the path. A robust young man was vigorously swinging an axe, putting all his strength into each strike. Yet he could only manage to peel away a small portion of the dark tree trunk. Lu Li approached and, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Fatty, is your axe dull?" Upon recognizing Lu Li, Qinzhong turned around, his face filled with frustration, and handed the axe to him, saying, "You give it a try." Lu Li took the axe, inspected it, and lightly ran his thumb along the edge. To his astonishment, he nearly cut his finger. His expression turned to one of shock as he exclaimed, "This axe is incredibly sharp." "Indeed, it is sharp, yet this cursed tree is harder than iron. At first, I thought it would be easy to fell 3 trees in a day," Qinzhong said, scratching his head, looking utterly disheartened. "Haha, take your time, don't rush," Lu Li said, patting Qinzhong on the shoulder, shaking his head before resuming his ascent with the burden. Chapter 15. Brothers, what a scoundrel. Lu Li's frustration mounted as he surveyed the 10 expansive water pools, only 3 of which were filled to the brim, leaving the other 7 completely empty. According to the rules, he was obligated to ensure that 5 pools were entirely full, which meant he needed to transport at least 100 loads of water for each pool. In total, he would have to carry a minimum of 200 loads to satisfy the requirement of 5 full pools. At this pace, he estimated that he would have to toil day and night, and even then, filling 2 pools in a month's time seemed a daunting task. This rascal must be doing this on purpose. Lu Li plopped down on the ground, glaring resentfully at the foot of the mountain. Unfortunately, he had only just begun to cultivate his qi and had yet to open a single meridian, rendering him incapable of harnessing true energy to gather substantial objects. Otherwise, he could have considered secretly storing some water in his spatial palace. Oh, such a temper. At that moment, a man clad in a blue robe emerged from the nearby thicket. I'll take 90% of the contribution points, and I will only require you to carry 10 loads of water each day. How does that sound? Lu Li turned his head to see it was none other than Sun Zian. 90%? That equated to relinquishing 270 contribution points. Lu Li rose, glanced at Sun Zian, hoisted his carrying pole, and grinned. Thank you for your kind offer, senior brother. I believe I can manage. Without further ado, he proceeded down the mountain. Humph, so ungrateful. A glint of malice flickered in Sun Zian's eyes as he called after him. You have 3 days to fill those 2 pools. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ungracious as your senior brother. 3 days? Lu Li paused, a wave of indignation washing over him. So this is what Qingyang's sect is like. Once again, he witnessed the ugly side of cultivators, who would stop at nothing for resources. Was it merely his contribution points they sought? I will not bend to your will. With a determined grit of his teeth, Lu Li dashed down the mountain, racing towards the Bai Shui River. He filled both buckets halfway, then hurried back with all his might. From dawn until the sun hung high in the sky, and then until it set beyond the mountains, Lu Li finally reached his limit. He lay beside the water pool, gazing at the star-speckled sky, feeling utterly defeated. After a whole day's toil, he had only managed to transport 10 loads. Perhaps he should just give up. He could not compete against him. A voice echoed in Lu Li's mind. No, absolutely not. 300 contribution points could be exchanged for 3. How could I give up? Another voice countered. At that moment, 2 indistinct figures approached the mountaintop. As they drew closer, Lu Li recognized them as Qin Shoren and Chen Zhong. Lu Li, you. Qin Shoren held a basin of steamed buns and pickled vegetables, hesitating as he noticed Lu Li's despondent expression. It's nothing. I can manage, Lu Li replied, shaking his head. Hey, have some food, Qin Shoren offered, extending a bun to Lu Li. Thank you. There's no need for such formalities between brothers. Lu Li nodded slowly, lowering his head as he ate heartily. Fatty, how did your tree cutting go? Chen Zhong shook his head helplessly. I only managed to fell 1 tree. But I have no stringent requirements. As long as I finish cutting 90 trees within a month, it suffices. After finishing his meal, Lu Li glanced back at the water pool. You all should head back. I wish to try again. What are you trying for? That brat is clearly setting us up. I say we abandon this endeavor. Who needs this worthless Qingyang sect? Qin Shoren exclaimed indignantly. I think so too. He is merely retaliating against us for not sharing the contributions, Lu Li replied. But I am acutely aware of that. However, we have only just joined the Qingyang sect, and there are abundant cultivation resources here. As long as we contribute, we can exchange freely. If we leave, where will we find such resources? But let's endure for now. Once we reach the 3rd level of qi refinement, we can become formal disciples. That brat, Sun Zian, is probably only at the 2nd level of qi refinement. We will deal with him once we advance to the 2nd level. Lu Li's eyes flashed with a glimmer of fierce determination. Upon hearing Lu Li's intent to confront Sun Zian, both Qin Shoren and Chen Zhong's eyes brightened. Finally, Qin Shoren suggested they first help Lu Li fill the water pool, overcoming the immediate challenge before anything else. Chen Zhong readily agreed, and after some contemplation, Lu Li decided it was the only viable option. Thus, the 3 brothers descended the mountain to fetch 2 more buckets and began their labor under the cover of night. At first, Qin Shoren struggled like Lu Li had on his first attempt, managing only to fill 1/3 of the bucket, but gradually he was able to fill half. Chen Zhong, being naturally robust, quickly filled half from the outset, eventually managing to carry a full load. The 3 figures busily traversed between Xian Peak and Bishi River in the dark. Lu Li felt a surge of emotion, silently vowing never to betray these 2 brothers in this lifetime. As dawn broke, some onlookers noticed the trio still hauling water and couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for them. However, upon seeing the scene, Sun Zian's expression darkened as he approached Chen Zhong. Have you finished cutting your trees? You should be hauling water here. Chen Zhong set down his burden. Senior brother, I will naturally complete my tree cutting. I guarantee 90 trees for you this month. That won't do. The rules have changed. You must cut 3 trees daily, or you shall not eat or sleep. He then seized Qin Shoren. And you, the plaza must be swept 3 times a day. If there's even a speck of dirt left, you'll have to answer to me. 3 times? Why don't you just die? Qin Shoren exploded with rage. The plaza spanned several miles, and a cursory sweep took half a day. Sweeping it 3 times would mean no rest for him. What did you say? Sun Xian's face darkened as he stepped closer and slapped Qin Shoren across the face. You little brat, you've been given face, now get lost. Qin Shoren's eyes turned red with fury, wanting to step forward but was held back by Chen Zhong, who vigorously shook his head. Lu Li, witnessing the scene from afar, rushed over. Beast, what have you done? As Qin Shoren observed Lu Li rushing towards him, he relaxed his clenched fist and, with a broad smile, remarked, It's nothing. Just a trivial matter, mud monkey. I'm off to tidy up. Without waiting for Lu Li's response, he carried the water to the storage barrel below and, suppressing his tears, made his way toward the Qingyang Sex Plaza. Chen Zhong, his face etched with remorse, returned to his room to retrieve an axe, fastening it to his waist before hauling water up the mountain. Come on, I'll help you carry these 2 buckets up, he offered. Absolutely not, Sun Xian exclaimed, kicking over Chen Zhong's bucket with a mocking tone. Let me make it clear, you must handle your own affairs. If anyone dares to assist another, it won't merely be a matter of overturning a bucket. You, Chen Zhong, incensed, dropped his load, ready to confront Sun Xian. Fatty, let it go. I can manage on my own, Lu Li interjected, not wishing for Chen Zhong to suffer any consequences. Chen Zhong, loosening his fists, cast a lingering glance at Sun Xian before turning away in defeat. While Lu Li appeared calm on the surface, his heart seethed with rage. He averted his gaze from Sun Xian and continued his ascent up the mountain. Thanks to the efforts of the 3 brothers throughout the night, the 4th water reservoir was now completely filled, yet the 5th remained utterly empty. Given the 2 days that lay ahead, hope seemed increasingly dim. Gazing at the mist enveloping the mountains, Lu Li sighed, reflecting upon the ethereal beauty of this earthly paradise, lamenting the fact that such a divine realm was inhabited by a horde of heartless beasts. He sat upon the ground to catch his breath, the thick fog evoking memories of the spirit hall on the 1st level of his pagoda. He recalled that there might be a celestial fruit there. He wondered if it had ripened yet. Chapter 16. Body Refinement. With this thought, Lu Li hastily immersed his consciousness into the spirit object pavilion. Upon his arrival, his heart raced with excitement. He beheld a 3-foot-tall stalk, its branches shimmering with a radiant scarlet glow. The once verdant leaves had transformed into a vivid crimson, and the 10 immature fruits had similarly ripened to a bright red, each resembling a tiny infant's fist in both size and shape. What kind of fruit is this? Can it truly be consumed? Surely it cannot be poisonous, given its exquisite appearance. After much hesitation, Lu Li suddenly resolved himself. He would gamble on this chance. If he succeeded, he would attain immortality, and if he failed, he would simply accept his fate as having never existed in this world. With this determination, he focused his thoughts, and one of the fruits materialized in his hand. Instantly, an enchanting fragrance wafted toward him. Lu Li was taken aback, feeling a refreshing surge envelop him, and he exclaimed in delight, "What a divine fruit!" Unable to contain his anticipation, he eagerly took a bite. There was no pit within. It melted almost instantly upon his tongue. As the spiritual fruit descended into his belly, an overwhelming force surged through him like a tidal wave, its searing essence akin to being engulfed in flames. "Ah!" Lu Li cried out in agony, and without hesitation, he plunged into the adjacent water pool with a splash. Bubbles erupted in the water, yet he felt no relief from the heat. That fiery sensation seemed to slice through his flesh and bones like countless tiny blades. In torment, Lu Li's eyes reddened as he thrashed about in the pool, his fists clenched tightly, fingernails digging into his palms, his face contorted in pain. Moments later, he lost consciousness, floating lifelessly on the water's surface. Surrounding him, thick strands of blackish-gray substance bubbled forth, and a foul odor swiftly spread around the pool. Time passed, though how much he could not tell. Lu Li was suddenly roused by the sun's piercing rays. As he opened his eyes, a putrid stench assaulted his senses, and instinctively, he tried to cover his mouth and nose, nearly sinking in the process, only then realizing he was at the center of the pool. To his dismay, the water within a 9-foot radius was choked with a heavy layer of filth. Panic-stricken, he swam to the edge, flipped onto the shore, and lay back, gasping for breath. What sort of fruit was this? It has nearly brought me to my knees. After a considerable time, Lu Li finally rose from the ground. Squinting up at the blazing sun, realizing the trouble he was in, he had slept until noon. He promptly prepared to carry a water bucket down the mountain to continue fetching water. However, after taking a few steps, he paused, sensing something amiss. Did he feel Heavier? Raising his hand for inspection, his pupils constricted in astonishment. His once-gone arm had filled out significantly, the skin taut against his flesh. A glance at the rest of his body revealed a similar transformation. Moreover, he sensed a notable increase in his strength. Overwhelmed with joy, Luli sprinted down the mountain with the water bucket in tow. The pair of buckets weighed at least 20 to 30 pounds. Yet now Luli felt no burden from their weight as he sprinted towards the Bai Shui River, where he filled both buckets to the brim. To his astonishment, he effortlessly hoisted the nearly 400 to 500 pounds of water. Incredible, divine fruit, Luli exclaimed, exhilarated beyond measure as he dashed back to the peak of Tsiunfeng with the 2 buckets. After a thorough search, he finally discovered the half-eaten divine fruit nestled among the grass by the pool. With determination etched on his face, he swallowed it whole. Instantly, the sensation akin to being engulfed by a volcano surged through him once more. Without hesitation, he leapt into the water, this time armed with prior knowledge. As he submerged, he clutched a dry tree branch in his mouth, acutely aware of his flesh, bones, and blood rapidly evolving and refining. During the refining process, countless impurities floated away, and gradually, he became numb to the pain, which was no longer enough to render him unconscious. After a brief half-hour, Luli could no longer perceive the changes within his body. Reluctantly, he emerged from the pool, feeling a surge of strength coursing through him. Moreover, he seemed to have grown taller, his physique now considerably more proportionate. He glanced at the spatial layer, where 9 spirit fruits remained. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved one and consumed it. This time, the agony was reduced by more than half. Even without jumping into the water or biting the branch, he could endure it. And the expelled impurities were far less viscous, their foul odor nearly vanished. He sensed that he could now effortlessly lift 500 to 600 pounds with one hand, and could easily shoulder 1,000 pounds. Yet, he was not satisfied and consumed another divine fruit. To his disappointment, while he initially felt the subtle movement of his flesh and bones, that sensation soon faded entirely. Additionally, no further impurities were expelled. Upon introspection, he was astonished to discover that his bones had become as smooth as jade, and his blood cells were tightly fused, impenetrable. The sensation of strength was truly exquisite. Standing tall by the pool, Luli gazed into the distance, his eyes shimmering with an ethereal glow, his aura elevated to a transcendent level, as if he had completely shed his mortal coil. Time to get to work, he declared, shouldering the buckets once more and racing down the mountain. After a round trip, he felt that this pace was still too slow, so he fetched another pair of buckets, lifting 4 at once, totaling nearly 1,000 pounds, still managing with ease. Though he struggled to maintain balance, moving too swiftly caused much to spill. As night fell, Chun Zhong continued to chop wood, while Qin Shoren had yet to return. Luli pressed on, having transitioned from 4 buckets to 8, each filled to the brim, equating to a staggering 2,000 pounds of strength. It was only then that he began to feel the ascent becoming somewhat arduous, and maintaining balance proved exceedingly challenging. A moment's inattention could send him tumbling. Luli dared not increase his load further, diligently practicing the art of carrying water, striving to keep the buckets balanced at all times. Initially, it was exceedingly challenging. However, as time progressed, he grew increasingly adept. By midnight, Luli had mastered the art of carrying water without the need to steady the bucket with his hands. He had devised his own method, utilizing his spiritual perception to sense which bucket might tilt, subsequently controlling his muscles to maintain balance. Ultimately, he could manipulate the strength of most muscle groups with remarkable precision. Unbeknownst to him, with his current mastery over his muscles, should he venture into the study of martial arts, he would undoubtedly achieve extraordinary results with minimal effort. The following dawn, Luli finally paused, gazing at the 6 full basins of water before him, a satisfied expression gracing his features. With a heart full of joy, he made his way down the mountain. Under normal circumstances, this surplus water would last approximately 5 days, meaning he would not need to carry water again for that duration. As he reached the mountainside, he noticed the persistent sound of trees being felled in the nearby thicket. After a brief moment of hesitation, he ventured inside, letting out a soft sigh as he addressed Chun Zhong's silhouette. "Fatty, take a break. I have something good for you." Chapter 17. Elder Brother, what a treasure. Chun Zhong, weary and skeptical, turned around only to find his pupils constrict as he beheld Luli, whose demeanor had undergone a striking transformation. You, how? Lu Li offered a faint smile, producing 3 vibrant red fruits from his chest and presenting them. I discovered these fruits on the mountain. After consuming one, I experienced this transformation, and my strength has significantly increased. I have 6 in total, 3 for you, the rest for the beasts. Such a remarkable opportunity? Chen Zhong exclaimed, excitement overtaking him as he eagerly accepted the fruits. However, he recalled the discomfort he faced upon consuming the first fruit. It felt akin to plunging into a fiery pit. Prepare yourself mentally. I suggest you eat by the water pool at the mountain's peak. If it becomes unbearable, just jump into the water. Lu Li recounted his experience to Chen Zhong to prevent any impulsive reactions. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhong felt a tumult of emotions, excitement intertwined with fear. After a moment's hesitation, he steeled himself and ascended the mountain in haste. Moments later, the mountain echoed with cries reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. Lu Li shook his head with amusement, picking up an axe from the ground and swinging it in a half-circle, striking the dark wood before him with a resounding thud, the axe embedding itself deeply into the trunk. After several more strikes, the dark wood toppled with a crash. Satisfied with his handiwork, Lu Li proceeded to the second tree. Unbeknownst to him, over an hour slipped by as he felled no less than 50 trees. Just then, a thunderous sound erupted, and a burly youth charged toward Lu Li like a raging bear. Without a glance, Lu Li retaliated with a punch, sending the figure hurtling backward with a thud. Hey, why the sneak attack? Came the startled cry. Just feeling a bit restless, Lu Li replied, pulling Chen Zhong to his feet. How do you feel? At that moment, Chen Zhong had transformed into a formidable figure, his muscles rippling with newfound strength. I feel as though I could topple a tree as thick as a bowl with a single punch. With that declaration, he truly swung his fist, striking a tree of similar girth. With a crack, the tree did not break, but was sent tumbling. Lu Li initially intended to suggest that Chen Zhong accompany him down to rest, yet Chen Zhong insisted on felling all 90 trees before descending. With no alternative, Lu Li ventured down alone. He first sought food in the dining hall before making his way back to his small abode. Once inside, he did not rest, but instead reclined on the bed, entering the time hall to commence his cultivation. Shortly after Lu Li returned to his room, Sun Zian arrived at the summit of Ziyun Peak. Frustration brewed within him upon encountering this newly initiated junior who dared to challenge him. If he couldn't manage even a novice disciple, how could he hope to maintain his standing in the servants' hall? However, when he beheld the 6 pools brimming with water, his demeanor soured. With a furious flick of his sleeve, he descended the mountain, intent on confronting Chen Zhong, convinced that those 2 rascals had aided Lu Li once more. Upon arriving at the mountainside, he was confronted by the sight of a fallen grove of black wood, which only exacerbated his dismay. To his astonishment, during their brief separation, Chen Zhong had transformed from a figure of ample flesh into one of sinewy muscle, a transformation so remarkable it was nearly incomprehensible. While it is true that chopping wood can enhance one's physical condition, this change was simply too outrageous to fathom. What brings you here? Chen Zhong inquired, wielding an axe and approaching Sun Zian with a menacing demeanor. Sun Zian, taken aback by Chen Zhong's audacity to threaten him, felt a surge of indignation and exclaimed, "You've gone too far." With a swift movement, he closed the distance between them and struck at Chen Zhong's chest with an open palm. The sharp sound echoed as Chen Zhong remained unmoved, retaliating with a powerful slap that landed squarely on Sun Zian's face. Caught off guard, Sun Zian had expected his strike to send Chen Zhong reeling, but instead, he felt a sudden, searing pain and was hurled backward, crashing onto the dirt slope with a thud. Chen Zhong, momentarily stunned, then broke into a menacing grin and bellowed, "I will destroy you, you worthless wretch." He lunged at Sun Zian like a rampaging bull. Sun Zian's pupils dilated in shock, and he barely rolled out of the way of Chen Zhong's punch, retaliating by conjuring a fireball and hurling it at his adversary. As Chen Zhong pursued him, the fireball struck him squarely on the chest, causing his insides to churn violently, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. "You think you're so tough?" Sun Zian sneered, finally feeling a sense of relief as he stood at a distance. His face twisted in a triumphant grin. "Kneel and admit your mistakes, or I will end you." "I'll be damned," Chen Zhong roared, taking a forward stance and charging again at Sun Zian. "Seeking death, are we?" Sun Zian retreated while launching yet another fireball. This time, Chen Zhong was prepared. He thrust his fist forward, smashing the fireball into a burst of flames. How could this be? Sun Zian gasped, his face paling as he turned to flee down the mountain. Coward! If you have any guts, don't run. Chen Zhong shouted from behind, yet he did not pursue. Though he had shattered the fireball, his fists were still tingling, and a faint, burnt odor lingered. The fruit given by the monkey had proven exceptionally potent, allowing him to drive off someone at the second level of Qi training. Watching Sun Zian tumble down the mountain in a hasty retreat brought a smile to Chen Zhong's face. Later that night, Lu Li was immersed in his training when he suddenly heard a thud from the courtyard. Perking up his ears, he withdrew from his practice to investigate, discovering that Qin Shorin had returned. In the center of the courtyard lay a broom, likely a testament to Qin's frustration. Seeing Lu Li, who stood tall and robust, Qin rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Once he confirmed his sight, he rushed over, exclaiming, "What has happened to your monkey-like demeanor?" Lu Li felt a twitch of annoyance at the remark and replied as he entered the room. The two then proceeded into Lu Li's chamber. Moments later, Qin Shorin fixed his gaze upon the 3 crimson fruits resting on the table, swallowed hard, and inquired, "Monkey, are you truly intending to gift me these? What nonsense! If I weren't giving them to you, why would I have brought them out?" Lu Li replied, patting Qin Shorin on the shoulder. "Take them. We, the 3 brothers, shall sooner or later avenge the grievance against that scoundrel, Sun Zian." "Very well," Qin Shorin exclaimed, trembling as he tucked the fruits into his embrace. "Monkey, I cannot express my gratitude enough. From this day forth, you shall be my elder brother among beasts." "Nonsense. You are the one who is the elder brother among beasts." Lu Li shot him an exasperated glare. He, Qin Shorin chuckled awkwardly. "Brother, I shall ascend the mountain peak to savor the celestial fruits. Await my return. Off you go." Lu Li waved him away. Shortly after Qin Shorin departed, a sudden rapping at the door heralded the arrival of Chen Zhong, his voice brimming with excitement. "Monkey, open the door quickly. I bear good news." Hearing this, Lu Li, wearing a resigned expression, rolled out of bed. Once Chen Zhong entered, he queried, "What is this good news?" Chen Zhong laughed heartily. "You have no idea. I just gave that scoundrel a thorough thrashing, leaving him rolling and crying for his mother. It was utterly delightful." Lu Li was taken aback. "You actually beat Sun Zian?" Chapter 18. Eternal Slumber, What's Wrong? Noticing the unusual expression on Lu Li's face, Chen Zhong felt a wave of unease wash over him. "It's nothing. Just go ahead and do it." At this juncture, Lu Li found it difficult to voice any objections. In his view, attacking Sun Zian seemed exceedingly unwise, as the saying goes. Striking a snake, but failing to kill it invites peril. If one were to act, it would be more prudent to do so discreetly. Merely giving the other party a beating could lead to even graver retaliation once they regained their composure. "Did I do something wrong?" Chen Zhong scratched his head, looking rather foolish. Lu Li shook his head and diverted the topic. "You did nothing wrong. I've been wanting to give him a beating for a long time. Now, tell me how you managed to defeat him." Despite his worries, he chose not to display them in front of his friend. Additionally, he was curious about how Chen Zhong managed to triumph over the second-tier Qi practitioner, Sun Zian. It is essential to note that those at the second tier of Qi cultivation possess a complete meridian and can wield spells. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhong began to recount the events in vivid detail, narrating the scene as it had transpired. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lu Li understood that Chen Zhong had relied on sheer physicality to gain the upper hand, startling Sun Zian into submission. Subsequently, when the latter hastily attempted to cast a spell, Chen Zhong delivered a powerful punch, shattering Sun Zian's resolve, leaving him too terrified to continue the fight. From this, Lu Li drew at least 2 conclusions. First, not all practitioners possess formidable physical strength. Those with such prowess are indeed exceptions. When employed in combat, such strength can yield surprising results. Second, robust physical might is capable of withstanding certain lower-tier spells, and as one's physicality strengthens, resisting higher-tier spells becomes feasible as well. After a leisurely conversation, Chen Zhong took his leave. Qin Shorin had yet to return, and Lu Li thought little of it. He closed the door and resumed his cultivation. As of now, he had successfully breached the second layer of the wood attribute barrier in his second acupoint, and it was time to tackle the third layer of the water attribute. Perhaps due to the numbing effects of his physical training, he initially found the impact against the barrier akin to being pricked by needles. However, he now only felt a mild tingling sensation. A night of silence passed. By the following evening, Lu Li felt a pang of hunger and emerged from his meditative state, realizing he had been cultivating for an entire day and night. He finally grasped the meaning of cultivation transcending the boundaries of day and night, while mere hours had passed in the outside world. Nearly a week had slipped away in the realm of cultivation. Stepping out of his room in search of sustenance, he noticed that Qin Shoren's door was slightly ajar. Frowning, he approached it. Pushing the door open, he found the room empty, stirring a sense of confusion within him. Why has he not returned yet? Is he still tidying up? Just then, Chen Zhong entered from the courtyard, carrying a tray laden with 2 dishes of stir-fried vegetables and a large bowl of rice. Upon seeing Lu Li, he hurried over. "Hey, you stopped cultivating. I brought you something to eat." "Thank you," Lu Li replied, turning back to inquire. "Have you seen Qin Shoren?" Chen Zhong pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "No, perhaps the labor has not yet returned." As he spoke, he handed the tray to Lu Li. "You should eat a bit. It will taste unpleasant once it cools." "All right." Lu Li, burdened with thoughts, accepted the tray and retreated to his room. Thus, 2 days elapsed. During this time, Lu Li had ventured out to fetch water, filling the 7th pool to the brim. Meanwhile, Chen Zhong had completed this month's tasks and spent his days practicing martial arts in the courtyard. One evening, Lu Li suddenly sensed something amiss. Rushing out of his room in a frenzy, he called out to Chen Zhong, "Has the beast not returned yet?" Chen Zhong furrowed his brow, recalling, "I have been in the courtyard all day for the past 2 days, unless he sneaked back at night." His expression shifted dramatically. Could something have happened to him? "Let us go search." Lu Li's heart raced. It had been 3 or 4 days. Given Qin Shoren's nature, if he had successfully cultivated his body, he would surely return immediately to boast. It was inconceivable for him to remain silent for so long. Together, they hastened towards Tsuyin Peak. Where could he be? "Beast, where are you?" "Beast." At the peak, Lu Li and Chen Zhong anxiously searched, shouting as they went. To their dismay, the mountain offered no response, nor did they find any trace of Qin Shoren. "Fatty, you go check the square. I will search the mountain further." Reluctantly, Lu Li could only hope that Qin Shoren was sweeping the square. "All right," Chen Zhong replied, thundering down the mountain. Lu Li continued his search at the summit, delving into the grass, bushes, and thickets, calling out incessantly. As the fiery clouds in the sky began to recede and nightfall approached, Lu Li had nearly conducted a thorough search down to the halfway point of the mountain. Suddenly, Lu Li skidded to a stop. He had stumbled out from behind a clump of leaves and fell over a high embankment. As he attempted to rise, he felt something soft beneath his foot. Looking down, his expression twisted into one of anguish. There lay a body, ragged and scarred, with a gaping wound the size of a bowl in its chest, lifeless at his feet. "Beast." Lu Li's pupils constricted, his mouth agape. Without a thought for the decaying state of the body, he collapsed beside Qin Shoren, cradling him in his arms. "Wake up, please wake up, brother." Lu Li's eyes reddened as he desperately shook Qin Shoren's lifeless form, his heart pierced by waves of agony. Time passed, though Lu Li could not discern how long. Suddenly, he heard Chen Zhong's anxious voice calling out from the darkness, bringing him back to his senses. He stood and hoarsely responded, "I'm over here." Almost immediately, he saw Chen Zhong charging toward him, brandishing a torch. When Chen Zhong beheld Lu Li and the body before him, he trembled violently, the torch clattering to the ground as he lunged forward. "Beast." No, not at all." Lu Li's eyes were vacant, and he refrained from disturbing Chen Zhong. It was only when Chen Zhong weakly sat down that Lu Li spoke, suggesting they dig a grave together, for they could not allow him to remain exposed to the wilderness. Chen Zhong, in a daze, nodded and rose to his feet. The two sought an open space and began to excavate with their hands, soon unearthing a grave 3 feet deep. They gently laid Qin Shoren's body into the pit, lingering for a moment in sorrow before covering him with earth. A small mound of soil quietly gazed down the mountainside. "Wait," Lu Li murmured softly, turning desolately toward the descent. Chen Zhong cast a heavy glance at the mound before following suit. In the dim twilight, the mound appeared profoundly solitary. A once promising youth on the path of cultivation, now unexpectedly resting here for eternity. Chapter 19. Silencing upon returning to the courtyard, Lu Li offered a few words of comfort to Chen Zhong before retreating to his room. The celestial fruits that had once belonged to Qin Shoren were now presumably in someone else's possession. The knowledge of Qin Shorin's fruits was privy to him alone, making it improbable that the murder was a calculated act of robbery. Thus, one scenario emerged. Qin Shorin had encountered an adversary on the mountain, and after a confrontation, the foe discovered the celestial fruits and resorted to murder to silence him. The only individual with whom Qin Shorin had conflict was. The answer was almost glaringly evident. Lu Li refrained from sharing his suspicions with Chen Zhong, aware that the target of the attack was undoubtedly Chen Zhong himself. Chen Zhong had previously confided in him about having pummeled Sun Zian on the mountain. It was reasonable to deduce that, having already been dealt a blow by Chen Zhong, it was unlikely for Sun Zian to confront him alone. Thus, it was evident that he had accomplices. Ultimately, it was Lu Li's celestial fruits that had brought about this calamity. He grasped the 3 explosive talismans hidden in his robe, his fist clenched tightly. The explosive talismans required the release of vital energy to activate, yet at their current level of cultivation, having not yet opened a single meridian. They could only use vital energy to enhance their own lightness and could not project it outward. If he sought vengeance, his only recourse was to strive for a swift breakthrough to the second layer of Qi cultivation and then utilize the explosive talismans. Moreover, the explosive talismans on Qin Shorin had also been confiscated, which presented a grim situation for Lu Li. He had to exercise utmost caution, suppressing the immediate urge for revenge. He entered the Hall of Time directly. At midnight, in the farthest building of the servant disciples' quarters, a man clad in green gently closed the door behind him as he emerged from the courtyard. His complexion was flushed, his stature upright, exuding an extraordinary aura. A look of profound satisfaction adorned his face as he murmured, "Who would have thought that those few fruits possessed such effects? Truly remarkable." With a flick of his garments, he made his way into the adjacent courtyard. The rooms directly opposite the courtyard, as well as the one to the left, were aglow with light. The green-clad man's gaze darkened as he proceeded straight toward the house facing him, knocking on the door. Xiao Cheng, open the door. Footsteps echoed from within, and a youth clad in pajamas opened the door, momentarily taken aback upon seeing the green-clad man. "Brother Sun, what brings you here?" At that moment, Sun Zian stood tall and straight, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor of subservience. He chuckled lightly. "The last fruit was quite splendid. I saved one just for you. Let us discuss it inside." Xiao Cheng's face brightened, and he hurriedly ushered Sun Zian into the room. Just as Xiao Cheng turned to lead the way, a sudden glint of coldness flashed in Sun Zian's eyes. He swiftly produced a rolled piece of yellow paper from his robe and hurled it at Xiao Cheng's back. Boom! A thunderous explosion shook the entire house. Xiao Cheng was violently propelled forward over a yard, crashing heavily onto the bed, blood and flesh mangled on his back, with a broken spine and shattered organs partially visible. "You!" Xiao Cheng struggled to turn his head, his unfinished words fading into silence as he succumbed to death. "Humph!" Sun Zian let out a cold snort, flipping Xiao Cheng's body over. After a brief search, he retrieved a piece of identical yellow paper from his embrace. In a swift motion, he concealed himself behind the door. Moments later, the door of the small room on the left side of the courtyard burst open, and a burly man hurriedly rushed into Xiao Cheng's chamber. Upon entering and seeing the corpse on the bed, his expression shifted dramatically, and he immediately attempted to flee. In that very instant, a talisman hurtled towards him. Boom! Another explosive sound erupted, sending the robust man crashing backward, a grotesque, gaping hole appearing in his chest. Sun Zian. The man's pupils widened in shock, his head tilting at an unnatural angle as he succumbed to the finality of death. If there were to be any blame, it would rest upon the misfortune of the two, for only the deceased could grant him peace of mind. Sun Zian felt a pang of regret as he searched the bodies once more, finally uncovering another identical talisman on the burly man, which brought him a sense of relief. Such talismans were regrettably wasted in this instance. Moments later, he hoisted one over his shoulder and effortlessly vanished into the shadows. The following evening, bloodstains were discovered within the room, prompting a panicked report to the steward, Wen Hong. Upon hearing the possibility of a death, Wen Hong was instantly alarmed and hurried to investigate. In a place like Qingyang's sect, even a single death among the menial disciples, all of whom possessed 5 spiritual roots, was a grave matter. The loss of 2 would be catastrophic. If the punishment hall were to learn of this, his position would be in jeopardy, and he could very well be stripped of his cultivation and expelled from the mountain. After a thorough examination, Wenhong's countenance grew increasingly grim. He summoned Sun Zian and instructed him to conduct a discreet investigation into the matter, sternly warning that any disclosure of this incident would lead to dire consequences. Sun Zian had deliberately left bloodstains to capture Wenhong's attention, ensuring that this incident would not escalate to the punishment hall. Wenhong's directives aligned perfectly with his intentions. He believed that as long as there were no further disturbances within the valley, this matter would quietly fade away. The next day, he visited Lu Li's courtyard and knocked on his door. Lu Li, awakening from his meditation, opened the door and immediately contracted his pupils, striving to maintain his composure. "Senior brother, what brings you here?" Sun Zian, feigning ignorance, inquired, "What has become of that fellow named Qin Shoren? It has been quite some time since I last saw him. Is he still on task?" Lu Li quickly discerned that Sun Zian had consumed the celestial fruit, and he could barely contain his rising fury as he coldly replied, "I only know him by chance. We are not well acquainted. If you have no further matters, I must return to my cultivation." "Not well acquainted?" Sun Zian raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise. Perhaps he fled due to the exhaustion of his training. He then kindly offered advice. "Junior brother, the path of cultivation requires perseverance. You must understand that the tasks I assign to you are ultimately for your benefit. Just look at me." As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeves, revealing an arm brimming with explosive strength. "I, too, was once akin to you, which is why I have achieved what I have today. Do you comprehend the earnest intentions of your senior brother?" The junior brother understood. Lu Li lowered his gaze, intentionally avoiding Sun Zian's eyes. As long as you understand," Sun Zian remarked. Observing Lu Li's complete lack of inclination to stand up for Qin Shoren, he nodded in satisfaction and left with a cheerful demeanor. It was only after Sun Zian had walked away that Lu Li could no longer contain his frustration and struck the door with his fist, creating a resounding crack that left a considerable dent in the wooden panel. Just as he was about to turn back to his room, he suddenly caught sight of Chun Zhong's tightly shut door on the right side of the courtyard. His brow furrowed in concern, and he swiftly approached the door. It was not locked. A gentle push was all it took to open it. Upon entering, he was taken aback to find Chun Zhong lying motionless on the bed, his face devoid of color, and his lips cracked, as if he had not had a drop of water in days. Chapter 20. 2 years fatty. Lu Li gently patted Chun Zhong's face. "It's you." Chun Zhong slowly opened his eyes. "Fatty, you can't go on like this. A person cannot be brought back to life. Don't you wish to avenge him?" Lu Li furrowed his brow. "Avenge him?" Upon hearing this, Chun Zhong immediately sat up. "Do you know who did it?" Lu Li paused for a moment, then nodded. "I know, but I cannot tell you just yet. Focus on your training, and when you reach the second level of qi refinement, you will naturally find out." "He's very strong, isn't he?" Chun Zhong inquired. "Yes," Lu Li replied. His intention was merely to inspire Chun Zhong, while Sun Zian had indeed become significantly stronger after consuming the spirit fruit. The prospect of him quietly taking a life was nearly impossible. Moreover, Lu Li believed he could not confront Sun Zian alone, which is why he chose to bide his time. More importantly, he suspected that this matter involved more than just Sun Zian. Any rash action could lead to complications. Encouraged by Lu Li's words, Chun Zhong vowed to train diligently. Lu Li advised him to keep a low profile in his recent endeavors before leaving with a sense of relief. Thus, time passed swiftly, and soon over 2 years had elapsed. During this period, both Lu Li and Chun Zhong continued with their humble lives, chopping wood and drawing water. Observing their newfound discretion, Sun Zian ceased his deliberate harassment, as if everything had truly returned to normal. It was the warm spring season. Nature was awakening, and the once bare old tree in the courtyard began to sprout tender buds once more. Now 16 years of age, Lu Li stood over 7 feet tall, his youthful appearance giving way to maturity. Clad in a dark green outfit, he appeared remarkably capable. He stood quietly at the door, watching a robust man in the yard, his fist striking with a resounding thud, lost in contemplation. This strong man was Chun Zhong, taller than Lu Li by half a head, dressed in a short top and gray trousers, his bare arms resembling iron. His thick brows and large eyes exuded an imposing presence without a hint of anger. Suddenly, Chun Zhong shifted his fist and struck the nearby old tree. With a crack, the tree, which one person could hardly embrace, snapped in two. "Good. That punch must weigh 5,000 pounds. Lu Li exclaimed, clapping his hands as he approached Chun Zhong. This technique was called mountain shatter. a result of 2 years of hard work and the expenditure of 20,000 contribution points exchanged at the martial arts hall. According to the elder guarding the hall, this technique was exceptionally powerful, rivaling divine-level martial arts. Had it not been a fragmented version and had there been practitioners within the sect for body techniques, he would never have exchanged it with Lu Li. The efficacy of this technique was indeed remarkable. With entry-level training, one could unleash twice the strength of their physical body. At the small success stage, it was 3 times, at the great success stage, 4 times, and upon reaching perfection, 5 times. The perfected mountain shatter could harness the strength of every cell in the body, meaning the stronger the physical body, the greater the force unleashed with each punch. Lu Li has now reached the minor achievement stage, with physical strength nearing 3,000 pounds. If he employs the mountain shaking technique, a single punch could unleash a terrifying force of 9,000 pounds. In contrast, Chun Zhong possesses approximately 2,500 pounds of strength, and with his rudimentary grasp of the mountain shaking technique, he can muster around 5,000 pounds of power. Boss, I still fall a bit short compared to you, Chun Zhong remarked, shaking his head in dissatisfaction. Over the past 2 years, he had grown accustomed to addressing Lu Li as boss. Lu Li chuckled, placing a hand on Chun Zhong's shoulder. Your foundational strength may be slightly inferior to mine. If you practice by lifting trees and refine your mountain shaking technique, you'll soon catch up to me. I understand, Chun Zhong replied. His muscles were indeed becoming more developed, yet he felt his mind was becoming less engaged, pondering whether it was a result of the excessive stimulation from 2 years prior. Lu Li's mood dipped as he contemplated. There is still one last acupoint left. I wonder how you are faring over there. He gazed towards the courtyard gate, clenching and then releasing his fist. Despite having the time palace at his disposal, it had taken him over 2 years to break through 99 acupoints, with only 1 remaining. As for Chun Zhong, his progress was even less impressive. Although each acupoint had only 7 layers of barriers, he had managed to open only 45 thus far. Fortunately, both possessed immense brute strength, making their combat prowess formidable despite their lower realms. Boss, what are you thinking about? Chun Zhong inquired as Lu Li fell silent. Lu Li shook his head. Nothing. Just continue your training. I'm going to rest for a bit. With that, he returned to his room. The small tree in the 3 Treasures glazed tower had withered 2 years ago after Lu Li harvested its fruits, appearing to be a one-time occurrence. Over the past 2 years, he had periodically checked to see if any new sprouts had emerged or if different celestial fruits would grow. Unfortunately, after more than 2 years, the land remained barren. After his routine inspection, Lu Li entered the Time Palace once more. He had grown accustomed to this lifestyle, devoid of unnecessary social interactions. His days were consumed by training. Even while practicing the mountain shaking fist, he primarily trained within the Time Palace, only venturing into the outside world to test his skills when he felt accomplished. The first level of chi refinement had reached a critical juncture, and he no longer wished to wait for the last acupoint. It needed to be breached immediately. While the connection points of the meridians resided in the Dantian, aside from the 2 main meridians leading from the Dantian to the Celestial Palace in his mind, the other 12 were distributed throughout his body. The final acupoint lay in the sole of his foot. Once fully opened, he would be able to circulate his true energy freely in a small microcosmic orbit. Lu Li currently stood at the perfected stage of the first level of chi refinement, his spiritual consciousness significantly stronger than when it first coalesced, allowing him to sense the spiritual energy within a radius of 3 zhang. He no longer experienced the waiting period for the surrounding spiritual energy to recover after refining. In fact, he felt that the speed of his refining could not keep pace with the rate at which he absorbed energy. It was now the 5th day in the secret realm. The final barrier of the 6th wind attribute was finally breached. However, it was not merely a matter of 5 days to dismantle all 6 layers of defenses. He had previously overcome the first 5 layers, leaving only the lightning, light, and darkness attributes, which were the most challenging to penetrate due to their extreme scarcity in the celestial aura compared to the 5 elemental forces. After another 10 days, the lightning attribute began to tremble. At this moment, he found himself on the verge of collapse, the weariness flooding through his body compelling him to pause. After stepping out for a meal and taking a leisurely stroll, just as he was about to return to his quarters, he was unexpectedly intercepted by the hurried steward. Wenhong. Listen, young man, Wenhong began. Do not think for a moment that I am neglecting you. The Grand Elder is currently engaged in alchemy, and requires an apprentice for a month. The contribution for this task amounts to a substantial 3,000 points. Will you take on this opportunity? Such an opportunity exists? Lu Li replied, eyeing Wen Hong with skepticism. Typically, such prospects were reserved for his grandson, Sun Zian, who would discreetly distribute the contributions for personal gain. When Lu Li remained silent, Wen Hong continued, do not regard me with such suspicion. You have been around the miscellaneous affairs hall long enough to understand my character. Allow me to be candid. The Grand Elder has a rather peculiar temperament. When in a good mood, he might generously reward you with several bottles of elixirs. However, should you incur his displeasure, you would do well to seek your own fortune. Realizing the situation, Lu Li considered his imminent breakthrough to the second level, which necessitated the contribution for the exchange of a spell book. More importantly, he would need to concoct acupuncture pills, a process that could not be entrusted to others. Thus, acquiring knowledge in alchemy was imperative. The opportunity to ascend to Tianju Peak was indeed a rare chance. With a decisive nod, he agreed and inquired, when shall we depart? Upon hearing Lu Li's acceptance, Wen Hong exhaled in relief. It was well known among the seasoned staff that serving the Grand Elder was notoriously difficult. Many who ventured forth returned battered and bruised. With a grin, he clapped Lu Li on the shoulder. You have made a wise choice. Should you manage to satisfy the Grand Elder, I will grant you an additional 300 contribution points. Prepare yourself. The Grand Elder will personally come to collect you in 5 days. Chapter 21. Revenge at long last. The day had arrived that marked a pivotal moment in Lu Li's life. After more than a month in the time hall, he had diligently prepared provisions over the past few days, seldom venturing outside his room. Whenever hunger struck, he would emerge briefly to nibble on some flatbread and sip cool water. Today marked the 4th day of his seclusion, and the time hall had endured for over 30 days. His eyes were bloodshot, encircled by dark shadows, resembling a giant panda. The final layer of the dark attribute barrier within the last acupoint of his first meridian was on the verge of collapse. As the pitch-black, true energy surged forth from his dantian, rushing toward the dark barrier. With a resounding impact, a second collision. 99 strikes later. Suddenly, a crisp sound echoed, signaling the shattering of the barrier. It was broken. Finally, it was shattered. Lu Li leaped into the air, filled with exuberance, tears streaming down his face. After nearly 3 years, he had finally penetrated it. His body trembled with excitement as he recalled the words of Elder Yu during the assessment, who had claimed, in your lifetime, you shall never surpass the 2nd level of qi cultivation. Well, had he not just shattered that expectation? After indulging in joy for a quarter of an hour, Lu Li gradually calmed himself. Eagerly, he thrust his palm forward, unleashing a surge of black mist from his hand, which collided against a nearby pillar with a resounding clap. Yet, the impact seemed rather unimpressive. Observing the dissipating black energy, Lu Li felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. With a thought, he shifted to fire attribute true energy, which finally left a faint imprint on the pillar, only to vanish moments later. Lu Li understood that this was a consequence of the time hall's regulations. Even if he were to dismantle the hall, it would instantly restore itself. After several attempts with various elemental energies, exhausting the true energy in his dantian, he finally ceased. Overall, he noted that the attack power of wind and light dark attributes appeared somewhat inferior, while both gold and lightning attributes exhibited commendable strength. Of course, it was also plausible that his lack of mastery over spells hindered his ability to properly direct the true energy. After spending nearly half an hour replenishing the true energy in his dantian and first meridian, he emerged from the time hall, feeling thoroughly satisfied. Upon stepping outside, he realized that night had fallen. The darkness presented an opportunity. After 2 years of enmity, it was time to settle the score. Although he had yet to master any spells, he was unwilling to wait any longer, for he intended to depart for Tianju Peak the following day and feared unforeseen circumstances. Gently knocking on Chun Zhong's door, it opened shortly after, revealing that he had not yet retired for the night. Boss, is there something you need at this late hour? Lu Li swiftly closed the door behind him and pulled Chun Zhong to sit at the table, speaking earnestly. Fatty, I plan to assist Shou Ren in seeking revenge tonight. Would you care to join me? Revenge? Chun Zhong exclaimed, visibly startled, his excitement palpable. You finally choose to confide in me. Lu Li nodded, articulating his conjecture to Chun Zhong without omitting a single word. He candidly expressed that, although he barely qualified as a practitioner of the second level of qi cultivation. He did not possess absolute confidence in victory. He reassured Chunzhong that if he was unwilling, he need not accompany him. Upon hearing this, Chunzhong initially wore a look of deep remorse, openly admitting his culpability in Qin Shuren's predicament. He lamented that had he not assaulted Sun Zian, the latter would not have brought his men to the mountain. Resolutely, he declared that regardless of the circumstances, he would accompany Lu Li. Lu Li nodded again, requesting that Chunzhong hand over all his explosive talismans, for only he could effectively wield them. Chunzhong readily agreed. Once in possession of the explosive talismans, Lu Li meticulously rolled each one individually, as his current control over objects was nearly non-existent, relying solely on his vital energy to enhance their distance when thrown. After devising a plan, the two stealthily exited the courtyard under the cover of night. They were already aware of Sun Zian's residence and cautiously made their way into his courtyard. Sun Zian lived alone, and at that moment, the lights were extinguished, indicating he had likely succumbed to sleep. Lu Li gestured to Chunzhong, signaling him to wait outside Sun Zian's door while he approached and knocked. Knock, knock, knock. Who there? Sun Zian stirred awake at the sound. Brother Sun, it's me. I have a wonderful gift I wish to present to you. Lu Li stood outside, one hand holding an explosive talisman, his countenance fierce, yet his tone was ingratiating. A wonderful gift? Hearing Lu Li's voice, Sun Zian suspiciously lit a lantern and partially opened the door. Grandson, the wonderful gift is right here. Suddenly, Lu Li lunged forward, deftly flicking his fingers to propel two wrapped talismans towards Sun Zian with a swift whoosh. Boom, boom. The door exploded. Despite his caution, Sun Zian was a moment too slow and was sent flying backward by the blast. Lu Li was aware that Sun Zian had also consumed a celestial fruit. Thus, the explosive talismans might not be lethal. Therefore, as soon as Sun Zian was propelled backward, Lu Li surged through the shattered door in pursuit. As anticipated, at that very moment, Sun Zian executed a nimble roll, simultaneously flicking his fingers to send a yellow talisman hurtling toward Lu Li's chest. Boom. Lu Li was knocked back, his chest charred. Just as he regained his footing, Sun Zian charged at him, but was met with two more talismans. Boom, boom. The deafening explosions sent Sun Zian crashing back once more. Already grievously injured, he now bore the brunt of two additional blasts, rendering his clothing in tatters and leaving his body battered, with multiple punctures and blood streaming from his mouth, presenting a harrowing sight. You insolent brat! You have the audacity! Sun Zian's eyes blazed with fury. Despite his dire state, he refused to concede defeat, swinging his fists toward Lu Li. You dare to challenge me in a contest of strength? A flicker of disdain crossed Lu Li's face. Just as Sun Zian's fist approached within 3 feet, Lu Li suddenly retaliated with a punch. As his fist struck, the air erupted. Bang! Crack! The sound of a collision and the crack of bones resonated simultaneously as Sun Zian let out a harrowing scream, his right arm dangling lifelessly at his side. Lu Li, seizing the advantage, approached and delivered a powerful punch to Sun Zian's dantian. With a resounding thud, Sun Zian was propelled back onto the bed. Followed by a violent spurt of blood, his dantian had been utterly destroyed. Just as Lu Li prepared to strike again, Chunzhong could no longer contain himself and rushed in, exclaiming, "Let me handle this." With that, he stepped forward, grasped Sun Zian by the waist, and forcefully lifted him. Then, bending his knee, he slammed Sun Zian down onto it, producing a sickening crack as the latter's spine shattered into 2 segments. A mournful cry escaped Sun Zian's lips, reverberating painfully in the air, his face etched with agony and profound terror. He could not fathom why Lu Li and Chunzhong were unleashing such brutality upon him. Chunzhong was not inclined to relent, his fist, as large as a sandbag, poised to obliterate Sun Zian's skull. However, at that moment, Lu Li intervened, grasping his arm and urging him to wait. Sun Zian lay on the ground, gasping for breath, and upon witnessing Lu Li's restraint, a desperate instinct for survival ignited within him. Amidst the blood he was spitting, he implored pitifully, "Please, spare me. I will give you everything I have." Chapter 22. Xiaoju, what do you want? Lu Li crouched down, fixing a cold gaze upon Sun Zian. Tell me, who else was involved in the murder of Qin Shuren besides you? It became evident that you all had been feigning ignorance. Upon hearing this, Sun Zian finally comprehended the purpose of Lu Li and his companion's visit. A bitter smile crept across his face as he let out a mocking laugh. I want to tell you. What can you do to me? Kill me? I am not afraid, ha ha ha. Is that so? With a mere thought. Lu Li produced a gleaming kitchen knife, brandishing it slightly. Who said I intended to kill you? I could also carve you alive. Do you think your silence will prevent me from uncovering the truth? It merely requires a bit of time. With that, he swiftly sliced off a piece of flesh from Sun Zian's arm. Ah, I will tell you. I will tell you. Sun Zian, now in a state of desperation, gazed at the knife in Lu Li's hand. As a cultivator, he was not as fragile as a mere mortal. Yet the pain inflicted by that knife would surely drive him to the brink of despair. Speak, for my patience is limited. It was Yu Xiaoqing and Kung Fu. They were with me that day. Sun Zian lay on the ground, his words coming out in a fragmented manner. Perhaps he was intentionally stalling for time, as he took a full quarter of an hour to divulge everything. Disappointingly for him, no one came to investigate during that time. This was not the fault of others. It was merely due to Sun Zian's choice of an exceedingly secluded residence. Upon hearing the full account, Lu Li grasped the entirety of the situation. He was astonished to learn that Sun Zian had gone so far as to eliminate Yu Xiaoqing and Kung Fu to keep the matter under wraps. He handed the knife to Qin Zhong, who then swiftly severed Sun Zian's head from his body. At that moment, the pent-up hatred within them was finally released. Lu Li crouched down and retrieved a small golden pouch from Sun Zian's body. This object was known as a storage pouch. While not exceedingly rare within the Qingyang sect, it was not something every individual possessed. To exchange for one, a beginner's storage pouch would require 1,000 contribution points. Upon opening it, Lu Li discovered a collection of contribution cards totaling 3,000 points, along with a beginner spell named Fireball Technique. He immediately recognized the pouch as his own by dripping blood on it, then stored it away. He handed 1,000 contribution points to Qin Zhong, instructing him, find an opportunity to exchange for a storage pouch. There is also a Fireball Technique inside. I will give it to you when you reach the second stage of Qi training. Understood. Qin Zhong placed the contribution cards into his pocket, glancing at Sun Zian's lifeless body. What shall we do with this scoundrel? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Li replied, let us dispose of him in the Baishui River. So, under the cover of night, the two men cast Sun Zian's corpse into the river. Lu Li was aware that this incident could not be concealed. The only hope was that no one would suspect it was they who were responsible. Upon returning to his courtyard, Lu Li earnestly advised Qin Zhong once more before retreating to his room. Utilizing this time, he prepared to study the Fireball Technique. Though merely a beginner spell, it held considerable value for Lu Li at this juncture. Unbeknownst to them, the night slipped away in an instant. As dawn broke, the square of the auxiliary hall resonated once more with the sounds of assembly. Today marked the 1st of April, heralding the commencement of another month's task allocation. Lu Li adjusted his attire and stepped out of his room, accompanying Qin Zhong towards the square. At the stone steps in front of the auxiliary hall, Wen Hong cast a casual glance over the crowd, seemingly awaiting someone. However, after a prolonged wait, without a sight of Sun Zian, he could not help but utter a curse, remarking on the growing audacity of the young man. Subsequently, he took it upon himself to oversee the registration. Wen Hong was well aware of Sun Zian's associates and, naturally, assigned the lighter tasks to them, given their higher contributions. After all, even during Sun Zian's stewardship, a significant portion of the earnings found their way into Wen Hong's own pockets. Qin Zhong opted to continue with the woodcutting duties. While this task might pose challenges for others, it was exceedingly easy for him now. He could complete a month's work in just 3 days, all while enjoying the fruits of his high contributions and indulging in leisurely cultivation. Lu Li refrained from queuing, as he awaited the arrival of a particular individual. Once the crowd dispersed after receiving their assignments, Qin Zhong exchanged a few pleasantries with Lu Li before retreating to his courtyard, leaving only Lu Li and Wen Hong behind in the square. Wen Hong approached Lu Li and advised him, remember my words, young one. Serve the Grand Elder well. Who knows, you might soar to great heights, and I may eventually have the honor of calling you senior brother. Lu Li gazed at Wen Hong in surprise, exclaiming, I dare not. Wen Hong scoffed, you're acting like a timid woman. Let me tell you, one must dare to dream and act. Hesitation leads to nothing significant. Just like me, I engage in such brazen favoritism for a reason. It's all about advancing further. As if struck by a thought, He added, Sun Xian is becoming increasingly audacious. I have the inclination to elevate you. What do you think? Elevate me? Lu Li was taken aback. He had always presumed that Sun Xian and Wen Hong shared a close bond, but it appeared that Wen Hong merely viewed Sun Xian as a tool to be manipulated. Indeed, elevate you. Stick with me, and you need not toil. Just assist me each month in identifying obedient auxiliaries, and I shall grant you 30% of the contributions I accrue. I dare say, I only allocate 20% to Sun Xian, who can easily rake in hundreds of contributions without lifting a finger, acquire hundreds of contributions without any effort. Lu Li felt a flicker of temptation at this notion, though he hesitated at the unflattering reputation of being a sycophant. After contemplating, he replied, Let me consider it once I return from Tianju Peak. Of course, I merely wish to inform you in advance, Wen Hong remarked, patting Lu Li's shoulder as his gaze turned skyward to a rapidly approaching figure. The Grand Elder approaches. Mind your words. Lu Li looked up and indeed beheld a streak of azure racing towards them. As it drew near, he discerned that it was a blue lotus platform, upon which stood a round-faced elderly figure with a long beard. Surely, this was the Grand Elder, Xiao Ju. As Xiao Ju descended to within 2 feet of the ground, he did not alight, but rather glanced at Wen Hong, inquiring, Is this the one they call Black Carbon Head? Wen Hong cast a glance at the somewhat dark Lu Li and promptly replied to Xiao Ju with utmost respect, Indeed, it is this charcoal-headed one. You are pitch black. Have you just emerged from a cauldron of alchemy? Xiao Ju glared at Lu Li with wide eyes and bellowed, Come here. Have you lost your wits? Though Lu Li felt an immense displeasure within, he refrained from expressing it and stepped forward with his head lowered. Steady yourself. Should you fall, I shall not be held responsible. With a sudden surge of energy, Xiao Ju propelled the lotus platform skyward, soaring like a meteor. Lu Li was taken by surprise and sat down abruptly on the platform, his face draining of color, gripping the lotus petals tightly. Upon closer inspection, he realized that this lotus platform was not a true lotus pod. It felt rather metallic to the touch. Quite useless. Seeing Lu Li's discomfort, Xiao Ju effortlessly lifted him up, chiding, You possess not even this modicum of courage, yet you aspire to be a celestial being. If it were possible, Lu Li would have relished the chance to kick this old man off from behind. Unbeknownst to Xiao Ju, Lu Li's thoughts were elsewhere. With a cold smirk, he cast a glance at Lu Li before executing a swift hand gesture, causing the lotus platform to radiate with brilliance as it whisked the two away, leaving Wen Hong filled with envy, pondering how splendid it would be if he possessed such formidable prowess as the Grand Elder. Chapter 23. Thoughts. The lotus platform soared swiftly, weaving through the towering peaks. Nevertheless, it took a full quarter of an hour before it finally alighted upon the waist of a colossal mountain shrouded in mist. The landing spot was a modest square, which, despite its designation as small, spanned 100 feet in square measure. At the far end of the square, a row of cave dwellings reminiscent of kiln openings lined the area, with the most prominent cave boasting an entrance 3 yards wide. In front of the entrance, a flower bed flourished with various blooms, accompanied by several banana trees. However, one notably larger banana tree had inexplicably been broken. Young one, began Xiao Ju, pointing towards the leftmost, slightly smaller cave in the row, you shall reside within that dwelling. Without my express permission, you are not to wander freely. The chamber next to yours is where I concoct elixirs. There is a bell within your cave. When I ring it, you must promptly emerge. I must make it clear, should you delay even a moment, I will not be lenient. Yes, Elder, Lu Li replied respectfully. Although he found Xiao Ju's manner somewhat brusque and lacking in compassion, his purpose for being here was to clandestinely learn the art of alchemy, so he chose not to take offense. He merely hoped that the old man would impart some wisdom during his alchemical endeavors. Noticing Lu Li's compliant demeanor, Xiao Ju softened his tone. I apologize for my earlier harshness. My cauldron exploded while I was refining elixirs. You may rest for now. I shall summon you if needed. So it was due to an alchemical mishap. Lu Li understood immediately, thinking to himself how the elder seemed as though he had consumed gunpowder. He clasped his hands in respect and took a few steps before turning back to inquire, Elder, must I remain confined within my chamber? This cave feels somewhat stifling. Although I often practiced in the Hall of Time, I would invariably step outside to catch my breath. Xiao Ju pondered for a moment before responding. You may sit at the entrance, but you must not stray far, for I may commence my alchemical work at any moment. Understood. Relieved to hear he could step outside for fresh air, Luli bowed respectfully once more and proceeded towards the stone cave. Upon entering, Luli discovered that the space was more expansive than he had anticipated, though the furnishings were rather simple. A few stone stools encircled a stone table, and a stone bed accompanied by a modest partition comprised the entirety of the cave. When he pushed aside the partition, he realized it was merely a toilet. Without complaint, Luli sat cross-legged on the bed and entered the Hall of Time, commencing another round of practicing the fireball technique. As evening approached, Luli suddenly felt a pang of hunger and recalled that he had forgotten to inquire where he could procure food. Thus, he exited the cave in search of Xiaoju. Arriving at the entrance of the largest cave, he knocked on the door, but there was no response. He then proceeded toward the eastern cave, and upon reaching the final dwelling, he noticed a character for food hanging on the door, which was ajar. After a brief pause, he stepped inside. Inside, he encountered a corpulent figure, limping slightly as he busied himself at the stove. The plump man wore a floral apron tied around his waist. "Who are you?" Upon seeing Luli enter, the portly man, holding a ladle, gazed at him with curiosity and inquired, "Who are you?" "I am the new apothecary's assistant." Feeling a bit hungry, So you are the apothecary's assistant," the man replied, gesturing towards a small steamer emitting steam. "You may have a few freshly steamed dumplings. The stir-fried dishes will take a while longer." "Thank you." Luli expressed his gratitude and proceeded to take some dumplings for himself. "You certainly possess a fair amount of audacity, daring to take on the role of an apothecary's assistant," the man remarked while busying himself. "What do you mean?" Luli, seated in a corner enjoying his dumplings, asked in confusion. He recalled that when Hong had mentioned this elder was not easy to deal with, but he thought to himself that enduring a beating was not necessarily indicative of great courage. Regarding the prospect of a beating, Luli had mentally prepared himself before arriving. His tough skin and sturdy physique could withstand ordinary slaps. Moreover, within the Qingyang sect, earning 3,000 in a month was quite remarkable. It was not just the miscellaneous tasks. Even formal disciples undertaking missions could find themselves in perilous situations for a reward of 3,000. The man shook his head and sighed. "It seems you are not well acquainted with this place. I will only advise you to be cautious around Deng Qingsheng." After saying this, he resumed his work, ignoring Luli. Luli intended to inquire about Deng Qingsheng, but seeing the man's disinterest, he refrained from probing further. After consuming 3 baskets of dumplings, Luli finally felt satiated. Regardless of the man's indifference, he politely expressed his thanks and exited the dining hall. Noticing Luli's courtesy, the man let out another sigh. Once outside, Luli was about to return to his quarters when he spotted Xiaoju hastily approaching from a small path to the west. He quickly stepped aside and respectfully saluted. Xiaoju furrowed his brow and asked, "Where have you been?" "Just eating dumplings," Luli replied, lowering his gaze. At this, Xiaoju seemed to remember that Luli was a mere servant and not yet at the level of fasting. He inexplicably released his spiritual sense to probe and then revealed a look of surprise, 16 years old, and at the first level of full mastery. "When did you enter the sect?" Reporting to the esteemed elder, "It has been nearly 3 years. The previous batch?" Xiaoju was even more astonished. "You are quite impressive. Achieving full mastery in just 3 years. Full mastery? Luli thought. Isn't it the second level? He pondered for a moment and then realized that although he could now project his vital energy externally, he had not yet reached the second level, as his second meridian had only just manifested and he had yet to open his first acupoint. Naturally, he could not be considered at the second level. In response, he simply stated, "I have merely practiced diligently." "Diligence is commendable," Xiaoju nodded in appreciation. "Hard work can compensate for shortcomings. It is not impossible for someone with 5 spiritual roots to reach the advanced stage of Qi training. Return and rest well. I will be refining pills tomorrow and will need your assistance." "Yes, elder." As Luli continued on his way, he shook his head. From Xiaoju's tone, it seemed that even for those with 5 spiritual roots, reaching the advanced stage of Qi training was no simple feat as for his own 9 spiritual roots. He was at a loss for words. It appeared he needed to find a way to gather materials for the acupoint-piercing pill. This opportunity to observe the elder in alchemy is indeed a stroke of fortune. If I could receive even a modicum of guidance from him, it would be splendid. Luli resolved to present himself admirably, intending to glean some alchemical skills from Xiaoju to avoid any clumsiness when he eventually concocts the acupoint pill. Within the Hall of Time, Lu Li extended his hand, summoning a crimson fireball slightly larger than his fist, which materialized in his palm. Though somewhat ethereal, its temperature was undeniably high, causing the surrounding air to emit a crackling sound. However, Lu Li himself felt no heat. He hurled the fireball forward, and with a resounding crash, it struck the hall's wall, shattering into fragments. Is this a sign of having entered the realm of proficiency? A faint smile graced Lu Li's face. After days of practice in the Hall of Time, he could finally summon fireballs at will. With each repetition, the fireballs grew more solid and their temperatures increased. Extending his consciousness to sense the outside world, he noted that dawn was breaking. Wishing to leave a favorable impression on Xiaoju, Lu Li promptly rose and exited his chamber. Upon stepping outside, he was surprised to see the dining hall aglow with light. Pausing momentarily, he then made his way towards the dining hall. Chapter 24, Jealousy. Good morning, senior brother. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, Lu Li spotted a limping figure busily engaged in tasks, occasionally lifting an arm to wipe the beads of sweat from his forehead, clearly laboring hard. Upon hearing Lu Li's voice, the plump fellow turned around, smiled upon recognizing him, and greeted, "Morning," before returning to his work. "The buns are in the steamer, the porridge is on the stove, and the pickles are over there. Help yourself." "All right," Lu Li nodded, taking 3 baskets of soup dumplings, a bowl of porridge, and a plate of pickles, then began to eat. He had to admit, the dumplings were exceptionally delicious. Filled with minced meat and chives, the meat evidently fried beforehand, making it far from greasy. After a few bites, Lu Li casually inquired, "Senior brother, it seems there are no other people on the mountain. Will you be able to finish all this food? You may not know, but besides the Grand Elder, there is another senior brother on this mountain. The Grand Elder seldom comes to eat, but that senior brother is quite particular. I prepare extra dishes so he can choose freely, thus avoiding any reprimands." "Senior brother?" Lu Li asked. "Is it the senior brother Deng Qingsheng whom I mentioned yesterday? He is the Grand Elder's named disciple." Upon saying this, the plump fellow sighed, shaking his head and falling silent. Lu Li did not press further. After hastily finishing his meal, he made his way to the alchemy room and waited quietly at the door. After a good half an hour, Xiaoju arrived, accompanied by a tall, slender youth clad in green. Xiaoju walked ahead, while the green-clad youth followed, exuding an air of distinction. Noticing Lu Li had arrived early, Xiaoju nodded in approval. As he spoke, Lu Li distinctly observed the youth's brow furrow slightly, though he feigned ignorance and respectfully stated, "This is what a disciple ought to do." "Disciple? You are but a mere servant." The green-clad youth immediately rebuked. "Do not presume to call yourself a disciple. Remember, in front of the master, you may only refer to yourself as a subordinate." "The master?" Lu Li realized this person was Deng Qingsheng. He frowned slightly, but did not retort, lowering his head in acquiescence. Xiaoju glanced back at Deng Qingsheng, shook his head in silence, then produced a token and pressed it against the door. A shimmer of light flashed, and the alchemy room's door rumbled open. Lu Li then discovered that the great door was, in fact, a slab of stone at least a foot thick. The alchemy room was even more spacious than the cave dwelling where Lu Li resided, featuring a 1-foot-high Dan platform at its center, upon which stood a bronze 3-legged alchemical furnace. In front of the platform was a rotating mechanism. Surrounding the room were numerous shelves adorned with jade vials, and the eastern shelf held several books. Once the two entered, Lu Li followed with his head bowed. "Young one, I presume you have yet to engage in alchemy. Today, I have brought Qingsheng here to familiarize him with the process and to demonstrate for you, so that you may understand what your responsibilities will be when I conduct alchemy in the future," Xiaoju said, turning to Lu Li. "Understood, subordinate," Lu Li replied. Xiaoju nodded slightly and cast a meaningful glance at Deng Qingsheng, who promptly returned to the door and pressed a mechanism. Instantly, a heavy stone door thunderously descended. Just as Lu Li expected the room to be engulfed in darkness, beams of white light unexpectedly shot down from the ceiling, revealing that there were indeed ventilation windows and translucent tiles above. They had merely been obscured when the stone door closed. Subsequently, Xiaoju waved his hand, conjuring a plethora of medicinal herbs that landed in the jade basin on the alchemical platform. He then proceeded to sit down on the cushion before the platform and gently turned a knob. As the knob rotated, a flicker of firelight suddenly emerged from beneath the alchemical furnace, causing the temperature in the room to rise dramatically. How astonishing! This was Lu Li's first encounter with alchemy. and he pondered how such an intense flame could exist underground. Just then, while he was lost in thought, Deng Qingxing unexpectedly shoved Lu Li, nearly sending him crashing to the ground. Flames of indignation surged within Lu Li, who steadied himself and glared fiercely at Deng Qingxing. "What? Do you seek a beating?" Deng Qingxing raised an eyebrow, regarding Lu Li with disdain. He was exceedingly displeased by Lu Li's earlier demeanor in front of Xiao Ju. In his eyes, a mere servant should possess the humility befitting their station, and the audacity to aspire to align oneself with a master was utterly unforgivable. "Enough. You, a mere fourth-level Qi practitioner, should not quibble with him. Focus on sorting the herbs," remarked Xiao Ju in a calm tone. "Yes, master." Deng Qingxing shot Lu Li a venomous glare before squatting beside the jade basin to begin sorting the herbs. "So he is merely a fourth-level Qi practitioner." Lu Li took a moment to calm his emotions, observing Deng Qingxing's back in silence, lost in contemplation. This step is known as heating the furnace. The temperature must not be excessively high, lest it leave an indelible impact on the first herb. Xiao Ju suddenly spoke, though it was unclear whether his words were aimed at Deng Qingxing or Lu Li. "Understood, master," Deng Qingxing replied while continuing to sort the herbs. Lu Li had intended to speak, but fell silent upon hearing this, a self-deprecating smile crossing his face. After all, he was merely a servant. How could he expect guidance? Nevertheless, he diligently committed Xiao Ju's words to memory. "If I cannot receive instruction, discreetly noting down the information surely cannot be a crime." "One Xianju grass," Xiao Ju instructed once more. "Yes," Deng Qingxing hurriedly responded, retrieving a dark-hued spiritual herb from the jade basin, lifting the furnace lid, and tossing it inside. "So, this is called Xianju grass," Lu Li observed intently, silently committing the information to memory. With the herb in the furnace, Xiao Ju once again manipulated the fire control, causing the flames to surge. Lu Li was astonished to realize that Xiao Ju was operating with his eyes closed, igniting his curiosity about how he could gauge the intensity of the flames without sight. Moreover, upon closer inspection, he noticed that Xiao Ju's hand, while controlling the fire, exhibited a subtle tremor, and the flames beneath the furnace flickered in minor fluctuations, nearly imperceptible to the untrained eye. Lu Li was eager to inquire, but hesitated, uncertain if he should speak. Suddenly, he observed a slight twitch in Xiao Ju's facial expression. As a few droplets of sweat trickled down to the corner of the other's eye, Lu Li's mind swiftly turned, and he glanced around until he spotted a handkerchief on a nearby shelf. Cautiously, he retrieved it, and, controlling his steps, slowly approached to wipe Xiao Ju's brow. This fellow possesses quite the keen eyesight. Although Xiao Ju did not open his eyes, he was well aware that it was Lu Li's doing. "Damn, this sycophant." Deng Qing trembled with anger, ready to unleash a tirade, but the words caught in his throat. Lu Li, observing this, feigned ignorance. As long as he could acquire what he sought, he would not hesitate to wipe sweat or even hold Xiao Ju's shoes. As for Deng Qing, he was perhaps envious due to Xiao Ju's demeanor towards him. Mastering fire control is not something to be rushed. One must become intimately familiar with the properties of various herbs, for each requires a different degree of heat. A slight miscalculation, whether too much or too little, could adversely affect the quality of the elixir. Our task is to enhance our familiarity with the diverse herbs through relentless refining and countless experiments. Furthermore, fire control cannot be gauged merely by the size of the flame. One must immerse their consciousness into the furnace, constantly observing the herb's melting state. The ideal approach is to regulate the heat according to this melting progression. It is said that a skilled alchemist, upon acquiring a particular herb, instinctively knows the precise heat required and the duration of the melting process. That is our ultimate aspiration. Lu Li held his breath, listening intently to Xiao Ju's intermittent narration, fearful of missing a single word. Chapter 25 Endorsement. At this moment, he finally comprehended that the other party's closed eyes were not indicative of ignorance, but rather a means of utilizing spiritual awareness to sense the herbs within the alchemical furnace. With this realization, he too subtly stirred his own consciousness, discreetly observing the materials within the furnace, while a sense of curiosity began to arise within him. Was it not said that spiritual awareness could not penetrate solid objects? How, then, could it traverse the confines of this furnace? Or perhaps, like storage bags, the furnace possessed unique restrictions? In truth, Lu Li's conjecture was quite accurate. Both the alchemical furnace and the storage bags were crafted with specific enchantments from their inception, designed to allow spiritual awareness to probe within, facilitating the control of the fire's intensity. Furthermore, alchemical furnaces are categorized by rank. The higher the rank, the more evenly distributed the temperature and the greater the number of enchantments, thereby increasing the likelihood of successful alchemical processes. At this moment, the xianzhu grass within the furnace was undergoing continuous transformation, shrinking as droplets of dark essence gradually seeped from its surface. After approximately a quarter of an hour, the refinement of the xianzhu grass was complete, leaving a grain-sized droplet of essence resting quietly at the bottom of the furnace. One zhuyu grass. Xiaozhu exhaled lightly, then spoke with a calm demeanor. Yes, Deng Qingsheng promptly retrieved a palm-sized, crimson-hued spiritual herb from the jade basin, lifted the furnace lid, and was about to cast it inside when he suddenly felt a searing pain in his hand, causing him to panic and drop the furnace lid onto the ground. In his haste, he inadvertently tossed the zhuyu grass into the furnace. Sizzle! Instantly, the essence of the xianzhu grass, which had already been refined, turned a shade paler. Fool! Xiaozhu sprang to his feet, his voice sharp with reproach. How many times have I told you how hot this furnace is? Do you not understand? I forgot. Deng Qingsheng bowed his head, unable to meet Xiaozhu's gaze. Forgot? It seems you have not taken my words to heart. Or perhaps I have been too lenient with you, leading to your forgetfulness? Disciple acknowledges his error. Deng Qingsheng knelt abruptly. You will return to the back mountain for 6 months of seclusion to temper that foul temper of yours. Do not presume that your 3 spiritual roots make you exceptional. If, after 6 months, you remain unchanged, do not expect to stay at Tianzhu Peak. I do not accept disciples of your kind. Master. Xiaozhu raised an eyebrow. Yes. Deng Qingsheng stood, looking dejected, casting a fierce glance at Lu Li as he passed by, and did not look back as he exited. Xiaozhu shook his head, extinguishing the ground fire. He glanced at the remaining herbs in the basin, waved his hand to gather them, and after a moment's contemplation, retrieved a book from a nearby shelf and handed it to Lu Li, saying, This compendium of spiritual herbs was brought back by our sect's founding ancestor from the upper sect. It records an abundance of spiritual herbs and is exceedingly rare. I do not require you to memorize the properties of each herb, but you must, within 7 days, commit to memory the names and appearances of the first 50 herbs. After 7 days, I will test your knowledge. If you can answer correctly, you may remain. If not, you shall return to the chores hall and do not expect any contributions. Upon hearing this, Lu Li's expression brightened instantly. He eagerly accepted the spiritual herb treasure compendium. For in comparison to mere contributions, this was an authentic treasure. He made no promises, merely stating that he would certainly do his utmost. Xiaozhu, feeling vexed, ceased to engage in further conversation with Lu Li and promptly ushered him out. Once outside the alchemy chamber, the oppressive atmosphere dissipated, and Lu Li let out a deep breath. Clutching the spiritual herb treasure compendium, he returned to his cave dwelling. With 7 days to memorize the names and appearances of 50 types of spiritual herbs, he was uncertain if others could achieve this feat. But with the time haul at his disposal, 7 days equated to 70. If he still could not commit them to memory, he might as well dash his head against a wall. Additionally, Lu Li had always harbored a fondness for reading, while he did not possess a photographic memory. His recollection was notably remarkable. Furthermore, since he had opened his first meridian, his senses had undergone a significant enhancement, making the act of memorization considerably easier. In the time hall, Lu Li could hardly contain his excitement as he opened the spiritual herb treasure compendium. His delight grew upon discovering that not only did it contain illustrations, but it also detailed the growth environments and properties of the herbs beneath. The properties referred to the common effects of the herbs and any potential interactions with other herbs. For instance, the stone moss, which takes a century to reach the first tier and can grow up to the 3rd tier, thrives in shade and fierce sunlight. Commonly used in the concoction of first-tier strength pills. The fire yang leaf, requiring 3 centuries to reach the 1st tier and also capable of growing to the 3rd tier, prefers sunlight and shuns darkness. The thorn algae, which matures in a century to the 1st tier and can reach up to the 2nd tier, is suitable for both yin and yang, thriving in both water and land. Often utilized to neutralize herbal properties. The more Lu Li read, the more invigorated he became. He quickly flipped through a few pages before returning to the first page to study diligently. He aimed not only to memorize the names and appearances of the herbs, but also to commit all the annotations to memory. This book was truly invaluable, and he feared that if he missed anything, he might never encounter it again. As evening fell, Luli ventured out for a meal. Just as he was about to leave, the portly, limping cook suddenly remarked, "Junior brother, that dang Qingsheng came by today," furious, and snatched a large bag of provisions. Cursing under his breath, he appeared exceedingly angry. "So you ought to be cautious and find an opportunity to return to the servants' hall." Deng Qingsheng. Luli turned around, clasped his hands in gratitude, and replied, "Thank you for your concern, senior brother. I will be careful." He was well aware of the reason for Deng Qingsheng's ire. However, given that the latter had been penalized with 6 months of seclusion, Luli was not inclined to leave so easily. "Hopefully, you won't end up with a fate similar to mine," the cook sighed as he watched Lu Li's departing figure, rolling up his pant leg to reveal his right foot, which was entirely a wooden prosthetic below the knee, filled with a sense of resignation. Upon returning to his room, Lu Li immersed himself once more in the study of the spiritual herb treasure compendium. Suddenly, he shuddered as he came across an exceedingly similar item on the 20th page. Resembling a strawberry, its entire form of vivid crimson, surrounded by a faint aura of flame. He hurriedly retrieved the acupuncture pill recipe and, upon comparison, found it to bear an astonishing resemblance of 9 parts out of 10. The crimson flame fruit, a rarity that takes a century to reach its first tier, with a maximum of 3 tiers, is of a yang nature and can only be found within the fiery veins of magma. "So, this is your name, Crimson Flame Fruit." Luli etched this name deeply into his memory. With this, he had fully grasped the 4 medicinal materials needed for the acupuncture pill, and once he possessed a means of self-preservation, he would leave the Qingyang sect in search of these spiritual herbs. That Deng Qingsheng, who appeared to be only a few years older, commanded him with such arrogance. What was the basis for this? Was it not merely the cultivation level corresponding to their ages? If he were strong enough, why should he bow and scrape? If he were truly formidable, how would Deng Qingsheng dare to speak to him so condescendingly? After committing the crimson flame fruit to memory, Lu Li continued his study. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 6 days had passed since his last alchemical endeavor. On the 7th day, after merely half a day's study, he decided to set aside the compendium of spiritual herbs. For he had memorized all 310 varieties of spiritual herbs recorded within its pages, including their properties and growing environments. Spending over 2 months in the time hall, this pace was not particularly rapid, yet Lu Li felt immensely satisfied. He was no genius, lacking the ability to remember everything at a glance. He had simply read more than others. Ding, 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 ding. Just as Lu Li was about to step out for a moment of relaxation, the bells atop the roof suddenly chimed, indicating that Elder Xiao was seeking him. Chapter 26. Increasing the price. Lu Li, not daring to be negligent, hurriedly exited the cave dwelling. Upon pausing to glance around, he noticed that the door to the alchemy room was ajar. He quickly straightened his attire and stepped inside. Closing the door behind him, Xiao Ju, observing Lu Li's entrance, was engaged in cleaning the alchemical furnace and remarked casually, "How did you fare with the medicinal materials you were to memorize?" Lu Li promptly retrieved the spirit herb compendium from his robe and presented it respectfully, replying, "I have memorized it completely." "Completed it?" Xiao Ju raised an eyebrow, taking the compendium from Lu Li. He then summoned a plant with 8 elongated leaves, a deep azure hue, but with crimson roots, inquired, "What is this?" Upon seeing the plant, Lu Li's pupils constricted and his breath quickened. This is the thunderfire orchid used for crafting the acupoint pill." Noticing Lu Li's reaction, Xiao Ju assumed he was merely anxious and had not truly studied. His expression hardened. "Speak." Realizing the misunderstanding, Lu Li responded, "Yes, it is the thunderfire orchid, a first-tier herb with a century's growth, reaching a maximum of 2nd tier. It thrives in sunny, open areas, and no other spirit herbs can survive within a 10-zhang radius of it. You have even memorized its properties and growth environment?" Xiao Ju was taken aback. He then produced another herb, similar in appearance but entirely blood red. And this one? Blood crystal grass, a first-tier herb with a century's growth. Maximum 1st tier, suitable for both yin and yang, flourishing in areas rich in spiritual energy. Xiao Ju was even more astonished. He continued to present several spirit herbs for Lu Li to identify, and Lu Li answered effortlessly, articulating his responses as soon as the herbs appeared. By the end, Xiao Zhu was left utterly speechless. He could hardly believe that anyone could memorize the entire spirit herb compendium within 7 days. It contained over 6,000 varieties of spirit herbs. Thus, he flipped to a later section of the compendium and pointed to an herb he had never encountered, asking for commentary on the soul infant fruit. Soul infant fruit, Lu Li pondered briefly, a gray fruit resembling an infant materializing in his mind. He stated, "The soul infant fruit starts at 4th tier, advancing 1 tier every 1,000 years, is characterized by its yin affinity and aversion to yang, commonly found in ancient battlefields where mighty beings were laid to rest. It is an unparalleled herb for enhancing one's spiritual essence." You. Xiao Zhu's eyes widened as he compared Lu Li's response, realizing it was word for word accurate. For a moment, he was struck speechless. After taking a deep breath, he finally exclaimed, "I must say, your memory is truly astonishing. I could barely manage the first 1,000 entries of this compendium without feeling dizzy, and yet you." Lu Li, naturally, would not divulge that he had spent over 2 months studying it. He humbly replied, "I have merely put in some diligent effort." "Diligent? Are you implying that I am not diligent enough?" Lu Li was taken aback, unsure of how to respond. "Let me share a jest with you. Look at how startled you are. Now that you have committed it to memory, I shall no longer trouble you. From this day forth, dedicate yourself diligently here, for I shall not neglect you." Having said this, he allowed Lu Li to commence the selection of medicinal herbs. After categorizing them, Xiao Zhu resumed alchemical practices, while Lu Li patiently awaited his instructions. Observing the beads of sweat forming on Xiao Zhu's forehead, he cautiously approached to assist in wiping away the perspiration before returning to his original position to continue his wait. This lad, Xiao Zhu, confident in his own thick skin, found it surprising that Lu Li possessed even greater audacity. Softening under the influence of his compassion, he shared a few insights into the art of alchemy during their work. Lu Li, filled with joy, meticulously committed these teachings to memory. After completing the refinement of one spiritual herb, Xiao Zhu instructed Lu Li to prepare the second. Recalling the reprimand received from Deng Qingsheng, Lu Li wisely refrained from lifting the furnace lid with his hands. Instead, his gaze wandered, and, before Xiao Zhu could speak, he discovered a special cloth on the alchemical platform. He deftly opened a small gap in the furnace lid with the cloth, quickly casting the spiritual herb inside before promptly closing it again. According to Xiao Zhu, the medicinal liquid within the furnace was extremely sensitive to temperature fluctuations, necessitating efforts to minimize such changes. In truth, Lu Li had undergone physical refinement, rendering the furnace lid's temperature inconsequential to him. He merely wished to avoid incurring Xiao Zhu's ire for a lack of memory. Xiao Zhu nodded in approval at this display of prudence. The two were engrossed in their alchemical endeavors, while in a cavern behind Tianjue Peak, Deng Qingsheng was seething with anger, striking the rock wall with his fist. How could a prodigy like him, possessing 3 spiritual roots and having reached the 4th level of qi refinement in merely 6 years, be treated with such disregard? "It is all your fault." Deng Qingsheng's fists crackled with tension, his eyes glinting with malice. "You shall pay for this. I will not let you off so easily." Suddenly, a knock resounded at the cave entrance. "Enter," Deng Qingsheng replied, his expression as dark as water, as he opened a small aperture to address the limping fat man outside. This iron door bore restrictions. Once closed, only Xiao Zhu's token could unlock it from the outside. Once inside, he was compelled to wait for 6 months until Xiao Zhu would come to release him. However, Xiao Zhu ensured he would not starve. As Min, he would deliver meals daily. Min, he was the limping fat man from the dining hall. Upon hearing this, Min, he slid a tray through the door's crack. Just as he was about to depart, Deng Qingsheng called out to him, "Wait, help me with a task, and I shall reward you." "I'm quite busy lately," Min, he replied dismissively, turning to leave. This leg of his had been broken by Deng Qingsheng. Were it not for his insufficient cultivation, he would have surely dealt with this scoundrel himself, let alone assist him with anything. "A bottle of Ningzhendan." Deng Qingsheng's eyes flared with murderous intent as he shouted, "Ningzhendan?" Min, he halted, his tone indifferent. "What do you need?" Ningzhendan, as its name suggests, is a pill that refines spiritual energy into true energy, facilitating rapid refinement of spiritual energy, making it a coveted elixir among cultivators in the qi refinement stage. Even in a place like Qingyang sect, a standard disciple could only receive 1 bottle per month. As for the servant disciples, it is futile to even entertain such thoughts. If one truly desires them, contributions must be exchanged, 100 contributions for a single pill, 1,000 for a vial. Thus, upon hearing the term Ningxuan, Minhe immediately halted. The spiritual energy at Tianjua Peak was exceptionally dense. With the aid of Ningxuan, he could undoubtedly break through to the 3rd level swiftly. Help me eliminate someone. Deng Qingsheng, noticing Minhe's pause, couldn't help but display a smirk, thinking to himself how a dog remembers only the rewards and forgets the beatings. Impossible. Minhe turned to glance at Deng Qingsheng, incredulous that he would suggest murder in exchange for a vial of Ningxuan. Such fortune was not to be had. 2 vials, that should suffice. Seeing Minhe prepare to leave, Deng Qingsheng pounded on the iron door. 3 vials, or there is nothing to discuss. Ultimately, Minhe was swayed and returned. How dare he bargain with me? A chill emanated from Deng Qingsheng's eyes as he wrestled with his thoughts before gritting his teeth and conceding. Fine, 3 vials it is. Who is the target? The newly arrived disciple. He is merely at the 1st level of completion, and you, in the early stages of the 2nd level, could easily dispatch him. The new one? Minhe furrowed his brow, instantly grasping whom Deng Qingsheng intended to eliminate. He replied coolly, "He is my brother. Do you not find your request rather absurd? Brother? Where did you find this brother of yours? Enough chatter. Are you in or out? Increase the payment." Huh. You have some nerve, daring to toy with me. At most. For vials, take it or leave it. Minhe was provoked to laughter, his gaze flickering as he stated, "Bring me his head within 7 days. And the payment will be made upon delivery." Though he said this, Deng Qingsheng had no intention of giving Minhe the Ningxuan. He thought to himself, "Once you kill that lad, I shall expose you, achieving 2 goals with 1 stroke. How delightful that would be. That won't do. Do you take me for a fool? What if you renege on the deal?" Minhe, however, remained unfazed. "What do you propose?" Deng Qingsheng began to regard Minhe with newfound respect. "At least provide 2 vials as a deposit." Minhe extended his palm, regarding Deng Qingsheng calmly. "The balance will be paid upon completion of the task." With goods exchanged hand in hand. Upon hearing this, Deng Qingsheng's fists crackled with tension. After a lengthy hesitation, he finally produced 2 jade vials and tossed them over, saying, "I hope you do not deceive me. Otherwise, you know the consequences." Chapter 27. The Dog's Head at noon 5 days later. Luli was preparing to venture out to the medicinal garden on the eastern side of Tianjua Peak to assist Xiaoju in gathering herbs. Suddenly, he was startled by a series of knocks at the door, causing him to furrow his brow. For the past few days, Luli had been accompanying Xiaoju in alchemical practices, but their progress had been halted the previous night due to the absence of xianzhu grass among the 4 essential herbs required for concocting the Ningxuan pill. During this time, Xiaoju had acknowledged Lu Li's commendable performance and allowed him to practice fire control. However, a slight tremor in Lu Li's hand resulted in the destruction of the spiritual herbs, turning them to ash, which left Xiaoju visibly distressed and unwilling to let him continue. Due to the continuous alchemical efforts, Xiaoju had exhausted his spiritual consciousness and decided to take a 2-day respite, entrusting Lu Li with the task of retrieving 10 stalks of xianzhu grass from the medicinal garden on Tianjua Peak. Naturally, Lu Li was eager to comply, for he had previously encountered Lei Hualan in Xiaoju's possession and was keen to explore the garden for the possibility of its existence. Should he find it, he would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to procure some. Upon opening the door, Lu Li was astonished to discover that the visitor was none other than the plump cook from the kitchen, who bore several plates of fragrant stir-fried dishes and a jug of wine. It was unusual for this fellow to venture outside. What could have prompted his visit today? "Junior brother, shall we have a chat?" Minhe inquired with a smile. "Senior brother, please come in," Lu Li replied, stepping aside to allow him entry. Once inside the room, Minhe walked directly to the stone table and took a seat, unveiling the food and wine. After Lu Li settled down, Minhe poured a bowl of wine for him, but before waiting for Lu Li to drink, he downed a bowl himself and remarked, "Junior brother, tell me, what is the purpose of our cultivation?" Lu Li was taken aback by this unexpected question. After a moment of contemplation, he responded, "If it were 3 years ago, I would have said that my greatest aspiration was to soar through the skies as described in books. And now? Now." Lu Li pondered for a moment before continuing, "I wish to grow stronger, to no longer rely on others' opinions." "Indeed," Minhe replied, shaking his head. I once believed that after cultivating, we could live freely without constraints, only to realize that even a dog in the secular world lives a more carefree existence than we do. He shook his head again and downed another bowl of wine. So, what are we truly here for? Luli shook his head, contemplating. Cultivation is akin to climbing a mountain. To reach the summit, we sometimes must traverse arduous paths. The journey may seem long or short. If we endure, the peak awaits us, offering a view that diminishes all other mountains. Should we falter, the return is easy, yet ascending once more becomes a formidable challenge. At present, we find ourselves in the midst of this uphill struggle, needing to be cautious not to lose our footing and fall, while also being wary of those ahead who may cast stones in our direction. At times, playing the role of a dog is merely a means to safeguard ourselves from the misfortunes that those ahead might inflict. Of course, if we can garner assistance from those in front of us, it would indeed be a pleasant surprise. We may play the role of a dog, but we cannot remain as one for a lifetime. Once you surpass those who once regarded you as a mere dog, you can decisively cast them down into the abyss, ensuring their irrevocable demise. At this juncture, Luli chose to remain silent, having expressed enough, for he sensed a flicker of retreat within the man's heart and wished merely to impart a moment of wisdom, stemming from a hidden kindness. As for Luli himself, no one could sway his resolute will to cultivate. He was determined to personally stand atop the pinnacle and gaze upon the myriad of people groveling beneath the vast expanse of mountains and rivers. This, indeed, was the essence of cultivation. Upon hearing this, Min-hee's eyes suddenly gleamed with clarity. He rose and offered a deep bow to Luli, declaring, "Junior brother, this favor you have bestowed upon me will be etched in my memory for eternity. Should I find a way forward, I shall undoubtedly repay you." With that, he placed a jade vial upon the table, uttering, "Open this tomorrow." He then hurriedly departed. Luli furrowed his brow, gazing at the jade vial. Just as he prepared to speak, Min-hee had already vanished from sight. Shaking his head, he stored the vial within the spatial hall and exited, making his way along the path to the west. Luli's profound realization stemmed from his experiences at Qingyang Mountain and the death of Qin Shoren. In the realm of cultivation, individuals strive relentlessly to become stronger, where the lines between right and wrong often blur, yet enmity and allegiance are distinct. Meanwhile, upon returning to the kitchen, Min-hee slung a bundle over his shoulder and grasped another as he took to the eastern path. He still limped, yet his eyes sparkled with vitality. Before long, Min-hee arrived at the precipice of the back mountain, standing before the cave where Deng Qingsheng was confined. He knocked on the door, shaking the package in his hand, from which fresh blood still dripped. "Brother Deng, here is what you requested." Inside, Deng Qingsheng's expression brightened at the utterance. He hastily swung open the iron door, revealing a small opening, and exclaimed, "You've killed him. Quickly show me." Attaining the head would serve as evidence. There were only a few of them on Tianjue Peak, and being locked away, he could not escape. If he crafted a narrative claiming that he had killed Luli to curry favor with him, he would not need to lift a finger to bring about his demise. Such a scheme would yield dual benefits. How delightful. Min-hee gazed at Deng Qingsheng with a calm demeanor. "Brother Deng, do you not feel that something is amiss? What is missing?" Deng Qingsheng was taken aback, replying in a low voice, "You must at least allow me to see it first, right? Viewing it is certainly not an issue." Min-hee slowly unveiled a corner of the package, revealing a head that bore an uncanny resemblance to Luli, its eyes wide and filled with terror. "Splendid. This is marvelous." Upon seeing the head, Deng Qingsheng felt as though the deed was nearly accomplished. He produced 2 jade vials and tossed them to Min-hee, demanding, "Here, take this. I want to deliver a few kicks to that dog's head." Min-hee picked up the jade vials, a playful smirk gracing his features as he wedged the package through the opening. "Brother Deng, do inspect it carefully. I assure you, I am utterly reliable in my endeavors." "Reliable?" Deng Qingsheng cast a peculiar glance, contemplating that soon he would truly understand the meaning of reliability. Eagerly, he tore open the package, examining its contents, and suddenly pointed at Min-hee, erupting into raucous laughter. "Ha! You wretched creature! You actually killed Luli to curry favor with me. You are doomed, utterly doomed. Ha ha." However, to his surprise, Min-hee remained unfazed, still playfully gazing at Deng Qingsheng. "Do take a look beneath that neck of yours," he taunted. "Neck?" Deng Qingsheng was taken aback, fixating on the severed neck of the head. and only then did he notice something that appeared to be a yellow paper amidst the gruesome sight. As he pulled it out, his expression changed dramatically. An illusion talisman. Minhee, how dare you employ an illusion talisman to deceive me? In that very instant, the head that had once belonged to Lu Li transformed into that of a dog. Ha ha ha. Minhee laughed unabashedly. Deng Qingsheng, did you truly believe I would assist you in committing murder? You are incredibly self-deluded. Ha ha ha. You wanted a dog's head, did you not? This suits you perfectly. Ha ha ha. Deng Qingsheng, do you comprehend the consequences of toying with me? Do you believe I won't be the first to end your life once I emerge? Deng Qingsheng gritted his teeth, his eyes seemingly ablaze with fury. He never anticipated that this ordinarily submissive, simple-minded fat man would dare to mock him in such a manner. In my life? Minhee scoffed. That can only be discussed once you manage to escape. At this juncture, his expression turned icy, and he fixed a penetrating gaze upon Deng Qingsheng. You better stay alive, for the grievance of my severed leg shall eventually be avenged. With that, he turned abruptly and departed. Scoundrel, do not leave. Do not walk away. Deng Qingsheng shouted in a fit of rage, and in his fury, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Tianjue Peak was vast, and at the end of a small path on the eastern side of a courtyard lay a secluded valley, perpetually shrouded in dense white mist. On the fringes of the mist, one could vaguely discern a wooden fence made of brown logs enclosing a grass pavilion. At the end of the path stood that very grass pavilion, where an elderly man clad in gray, seemingly over 50 years of age, was seated in meditation. Lu Li approached and respectfully presented the restriction token bestowed upon him by Xiao Ju, saying, Elder, I come at the behest of the Grand Elder to gather herbs. The old man slowly opened his eyes, lifted his gaze to scrutinize the restriction token in Lu Li's hand, and then rose to his feet, his voice gravelly. What herbs? Xianzhu grass. How many? 10. 10 stalks. There are 15 stalks of Xianzhu grass remaining in the herb garden, located a mile east. Go and collect them yourself. As he spoke, he extended his palm, and a jade token, about the size of a hand, appeared in his grasp. The jade token was a pale blue, adorned with a chain made of green metal. The old man beckoned Lu Li closer. Confused, Lu Li approached, only for the old man to suddenly wave his hand, causing the jade token to swiftly fly towards him. Before he could react, it had already fastened itself around his neck. The chain tightened, nearly choking him, prompting Lu Li to change his expression and attempt to remove it. Do not move. Chapter 28. Journal. At that moment, the old man spoke in a calm tone, stating that the object would not harm him, but merely prevent him from utilizing the spatial storage within the medicinal garden. He instructed, retrieve the herbs and exit promptly to record them. Realizing this, Lu Li released his grip, exhaling deeply as he made his way toward the small door at the back of the thatched cottage. According to Xiao Ju, there existed a restriction on the surrounding walls. Without his token, any attempt to touch them would result in immediate death. Despite possessing the token, Lu Li exercised caution, testing the barrier several times before finally pushing open the small wooden door. Upon entering the medicinal garden, he eagerly approached a corner, cautiously immersing his consciousness into the storage bag. A soft hum resonated as the jade token around his neck emitted a faint ripple. Indeed, the storage bag could not be utilized. Lu Li's expression soured slightly, for even if the elusive Thunderfire Orchid were present, he could not take it with him. Undeterred, Lu Li attempted to activate the Sambal Yuli Tower. Instantly, the storage space of the tower revealed itself in its entirety. To his delight, it worked. He realized that the jade token, which obstructed his consciousness, could not inhibit his use of the tower. This meant he could operate freely within it. However, Lu Li quickly tempered his excitement. The old man had accurately recited the location and quantity of the Xianzhu grass, indicating his profound familiarity with the medicinal garden's spiritual herbs. Even if he managed to stealthily extract the herbs, it was likely that his actions would be easily traced back to him. No matter, he decided to collect the herbs first. Shaking his head, Lu Li ventured eastward into the garden. Although it appeared vast, the actual number of spiritual herbs was quite limited, with one here and another there, each separated by considerable distance. Most of the herbs here were below the first tier, with some merely seedlings. As he wandered, he hardly encountered any suitable spiritual herbs. It was understandable, for first-tier spiritual herbs took at least a century to mature. There could not possibly be an abundance of such aged plants. It seemed the cultivation of these herbs was intended for the long-term benefit of the sect. As he continued, he arrived at the area where the xianzhu grass was planted. A quick glance revealed exactly 15 first-tier xianzhu grasses, confirming the old man's intimate knowledge of the garden. Just as he was about to uproot the 8th plant, he suddenly noticed that one nearby had forked, appearing as though 2 plants had been planted closely together. Upon closer inspection, he observed that the smaller plant possessed only 30 rings, indicating it was merely 30 years old. Intrigued, he promptly pulled both the larger and smaller plants from the ground. After a cautious glance around, he discreetly tossed the smaller one into the spiritual object hall. Then, immersing his consciousness in the hall, he excavated a small pit to plant the xianzhu grass. The moment it was planted, Luli distinctly felt the grass thrive, becoming lush and vibrant, a stark contrast to its counterparts outside. What a veritable treasure trove! Luli's face brightened with joy as he exited the spirit material hall. After gathering 10 stalks of xian pearl grass, he did not hastily depart from the medicinal garden, but instead meandered through its pathways. To his dismay, he encountered no more bifurcated spiritual herbs, nor was there any sign of the thunderfire orchid within the garden's confines. Upon leaving the garden, the elderly guard counted the xian pearl grass in Lu Li's possession and, rather intrusively, began to search him, making Lu Li feel quite uncomfortable. Only after this did the guard remove the jade token from around Lu Li's neck, permitting him to leave. As Lu Li returned to the plaza, he spotted Xiao Ju awaiting him and hurried over to pay his respects. "Senior, have you been looking for me?" he inquired. "You have not preserved the spiritual herbs in a jade vessel. I am concerned about the loss of their efficacy, thus I waited here for you. Hand them over," Xiao Ju instructed, extending his hand. It was then that Lu Li learned of the jade vessel's capability to preserve spiritual herbs. He committed this knowledge to memory and handed the xian pearl grass to Xiao Ju. Xiao Ju inspected the herbs, nodded, and remarked, "I am low on medicinal materials. After refining one more batch of the condensing true pill, I will pause my alchemical pursuits. Your performance has been commendable. Accompany me in completing the refinement tomorrow, and then remain here to cultivate. You may return home once the month's duration has elapsed." "Thank you, Senior," Lu Li replied. The spiritual energy at Tianjua Peak was particularly abundant, and cultivating in such an environment would undoubtedly yield greater results. However, it was evident that Xiao Ju did not intend for him to stay long-term, so Lu Li refrained from pressing the matter. After all, he was merely a lowly servant disciple, and it was only natural for someone of higher standing to overlook him. The following day, Lu Li awaited outside the alchemy chamber as promised. Later, Xiao Ju arrived. Without further ado, they entered the chamber and commenced their final round of alchemical refinement. Xiao Ju harbored a degree of fondness for Lu Li, occasionally offering guidance as they worked, which Lu Li diligently absorbed. This time, Xiao Ju's pace was swifter than before. By afternoon, he had successfully refined all 10 batches of the condensing true pill. After completing the task, Xiao Ju produced a yellowed booklet from his robes and handed it to Lu Li. "You are quite astute, young one, but alas, being a 5-element root limits your potential to advance far. Alchemy demands a high level of spiritual awareness, and even if I wish to take you as my disciple, it would be an insurmountable challenge. This Alchemy Notes is a compilation I have organized during my idle hours, primarily covering fundamental alchemical knowledge. It will be of considerable assistance to you as a novice, so accept it." "Thank you very much, Senior," Lu Li exclaimed, his eyes gleaming as he eagerly tucked the booklet away. "Enough, you may leave. There are still 10 days remaining until the month is up. Do not squander the rich spiritual energy of Tianjua Peak," Xiao Ju instructed. "Understood," Lu Li replied, bowing once more before turning to depart. Upon exiting the chamber, Lu Li could not help but shake his head and sigh. 20 days had passed in the blink of an eye, and he regretted that he had only acquired theoretical knowledge, while practical experience remained elusive. Reflecting on his gains over the past 20 days, Lu Li acknowledged significant progress in his understanding of medicinal materials and the basics of alchemy. However, as for practical application, ever since the incident where he charred the herbs, Xiao Ju had not allowed him to control the flames. This was understandable, as spiritual herbs were exceedingly precious and should not be squandered. Upon returning to his room, Lu Li promptly entered the Hall of Time, valuing every moment and unwilling to waste even a fraction of it. He first took out the alchemical notes and perused them several times, discovering that the contents were nearly identical to what Xiao Zhu had mentioned during his alchemical endeavors. After making a rough mental note, Lu Li promptly stored the notes away. He then commenced an intense period of cultivation. As the spiritual energy in this place was remarkably abundant, his rate of refining could hardly keep pace with the speed of absorption. Lu Li couldn't help but lament the absence of a Ningxin pill, which could double the refining speed and was immensely valuable for practitioners in the qi refinement stage. In the Qingyang sect, a single low-grade Ningxin pill required a full 100 contribution points. The following day at noon, Lu Li suddenly experienced a powerful wave of hunger emanating from his core, prompting him to pause. Upon entering the kitchen, he discovered that men he had inexplicably vanished. Fortunately, there were still plenty of buns in the steamer. Lu Li took it upon himself to kindle a fire and warm them up, making do with what he had. He also found some shriveled pancakes in a large basin, and with the determination to cultivate tirelessly until the end of the month, he gathered the pancakes as well. At this point, the kitchen was devoid of any provisions. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly recalled the jade vial that Min he had given him, shrouded in mystery with the instruction that it could only be opened after a day. Driven by curiosity, Lu Li retrieved the jade vial. Chapter 29. The offering. Upon opening the chest, he was astonished to discover 10 dark green elixirs nestled within. Could this be the essence solidification pill? Lu Li found it hard to believe, and after confirming several times, he realized it was indeed the coveted pill. His face lit up with joy, but soon a frown crossed his brow. Why would he bestow upon me the essence solidification pill? Was it merely for my few words? After much contemplation, Lu Li could not fathom the reason, yet the authenticity of the essence solidification pill was undeniable. He decided to set aside his musings and resolved to express his gratitude at a later opportunity. Unbeknownst to him, Min he had long since departed from the Qingyang sect, and it was uncertain when their paths would cross again. With the essence solidification pill in hand, Lu Li was even more determined not to squander time. He promptly returned to his chamber and commenced another session of seclusion. In the blink of an eye, nearly 3 months had slipped by within the time hall, while the outside world had only experienced the 9th day. Calculating the time, it was now April 30th. He was due to leave. The good news was that he had successfully opened the 4th acupoint of the 2nd meridian, marking his genuine entry into the 2nd level of qi training. His spiritual awareness had surged from a range of 10 zhang to 20 zhang, granting him an expanded capacity to absorb spiritual energy. The efficacy of the essence solidification pill was indeed remarkable. However, each pill's effects lasted only about 3 to 4 hours. Just as he began to savor its potency, the effects would wane, leaving him to rely solely on his own efforts to refine the remaining energy. Were he to possess more essence solidification pills, he could undoubtedly break through 2 more acupoints. It appeared imperative to devise a means to earn additional contributions, for at this pace, achieving the 3rd level of qi training and becoming a formal disciple seemed an interminable wait. After a brief tidy-up, Lu Li exited his cave dwelling. Having scarcely engaged in physical activity these past few days, his body felt somewhat stiff. He inhaled deeply the fresh air outside and basked in the warm sunlight, experiencing immense relief. Knock, knock, knock. Lu Li approached the entrance of Xiao Zhu's cave and rapped on the door. He envied Xiao Zhu's existence, capable of cultivating without the need for food or drink, secretly contemplating that once he established his foundation, he would remain in the time hall for uninterrupted training. With a creak, the door opened, revealing Xiao Zhu, who scrutinized Lu Li. What brings you here, young one? Lu Li, casting a casual glance, noted that Xiao Zhu's dwelling was exponentially more luxurious than his own, adorned with various spirit-infused fruits upon the stone table. His face twitched slightly. It seemed that even a formidable cultivator in the foundation establishment stage was not entirely devoid of sustenance. Noticing Xiao Zhu's gaze fixed upon him, Lu Li quickly lowered his head and spoke. I report to you, esteemed elder, that today marks the end of the month, and I must return. As for the contributions? Oh, had you not mentioned it, I might have forgotten, Xiao Zhu replied, his face flushed and the scent of alcohol heavy in the air, clearly having indulged in drink recently. With a flourish of his hand, 3 purple cards appeared, and after a moment's thought, he produced another, totaling 4, which he handed to Lu Li. As per our agreement, you are entitled to 3,000 contributions. However, considering your commendable performance, I shall grant you an additional 1,000. Take it. Lu Li was overjoyed, quickly accepting the cards. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your generous gift. I shall take my leave now." The elder, having indulged in some drink, felt a slight heaviness in his head and decided not to accompany him further. "You may descend the mountain at your own pace," he advised. Xiaoju nodded, turned, and with a resounding thud, closed the door behind him. This old man is quite agreeable. Lu Li thought contentedly as he stowed his contribution card into his spatial hall. The storage pouch at his waist merely served to conceal his treasured pagoda from prying eyes. Just as he was about to depart, a glance towards the kitchen reminded him of his intention to thank Min He, prompting him to hasten over. However, upon entering, he found the room devoid of life. Even the remnants of food had succumbed to mold. An ominous feeling washed over him, and after a moment's hesitation, he returned to knock on Xiaoju's door. Moments later, Xiaoju flung the door open with a loud bang. "What is it now? Can't one enjoy a drink in peace?" His temper flared like turning a page. Lu Li, suppressing a sigh, replied politely, "Senior, I've noticed that the food in the kitchen has gone bad, and Min He has been missing for several days. I am concerned for his safety and came to report." "Min He?" Xiaoju's brow furrowed as he stepped out, urgency taking over as he rushed towards the kitchen. After a series of clattering sounds, he turned to Lu Li, his face paling. "When did you last see him?" Lu Li pondered briefly before responding. "It should have been 12 days ago." 12? This is not good. Xiaoju's expression shifted dramatically as he hurried towards the back mountain. Lu Li intended to follow, but recalled that Deng Qingsheng was still confined there and decided against it, opting instead to take a path down the mountain that led to the other side of the square. At the back mountain, Deng Qingsheng had deteriorated into a mere shadow of his former self. His face was ashen, hair brittle, and his sunken eyes bore a vacant stare. He appeared to be on the brink of death, lying motionless on the ground, lacking the strength even to speak. Xiaoju, in a state of panic, arrived at the iron gate and kicked it open. Upon seeing Deng Qingsheng's condition, he trembled and rushed over. "Ah Sheng, are you all right?" It seemed that exceptional talent came with extraordinary treatment. Yet despite Lu Li's relentless efforts to please, Deng Qingsheng remained indifferent and declined to extend their interaction. It was still morning at Tianjue Peak, but by the time Lu Li navigated his way to the sect square, the sun had already begun to set, highlighting the distance between the two locations. The vast square was sparsely populated, with only a few individuals hurrying along, not lingering, giving the entire Qingyang sect a surprisingly desolate atmosphere, less lively than even the servants' valley. Lu Li shook his head and continued eastward, inadvertently catching sight of a servant disciple tidying the square. A name surfaced in his mind, causing an unwelcome sting at his nose. Wiping away a tear from the corner of his eye, he hastened his steps. Upon arriving at the foot of Xian Peak, Lu Li gazed up at the winding path leading upward, only to retrace his steps back to the square. He proceeded to the Baibao Hall, where he exchanged 10 contribution points for some joss paper and candles. Though these items were of mundane origin, most disciples of the Qingyang sect hailed from ordinary backgrounds, and it was inevitable that on special occasions, they would yearn to pay homage to their departed loved ones from afar. Thus, they were well prepared for such moments. Clutching the joss paper and candles, Lu Li ascended the path to Xian Peak, stopping midway to delve into the thicket. After a short while, he found himself once more before the familiar mound of earth. He first lit 3 white candles, followed by igniting an entire bundle of red incense, before finally setting the joss paper ablaze. The flickering flames danced across Lu Li's dark visage, illuminating his ink-like pupils and reflecting a glimmer of tears. The glimmer gradually coalesced, and with a soft plop, it fell to the ground. Lu Li choked back his emotions, murmuring, "Though I have avenged you, alas, you cannot witness it. If there is a next life, I hope you will be an unparalleled genius, cherished as a treasure from the moment of your birth." Chapter 30. The lackey. After the worship, Lu Li returned to his small courtyard, his head bowed in solitude. Upon reaching the entrance, he heard laughter and chatter emanating from within. Quickly suppressing his melancholy, he straightened his attire and entered, calling out with a smile, "Fatty, did you miss me?" "Boss." Chen Zhong, upon seeing Lu Li, was momentarily taken aback before bursting into joy, rushing over in a few strides. "You're finally back. I heard the Grand Elder has quite the temper. Come, let me see if you're missing an arm or a leg." Lu Li's face twitched, and with a playful reprimand, he retorted, "Missing an arm or a leg? Can't you see I'm perfectly fine?" I misspoke. Xinzhong scratched his head, looking quite embarrassed. All right, I hold no grudge. Lu Li patted Xinzhong on the shoulder. So how did it go? Did Wenhong give you a hard time? No. I haven't seen him since you left. That's good. As expected, in just 3 days. Xinzhong had completed this month's tasks and had been diligently practicing in the courtyard, rarely stepping out except for meals, his dedication to training rivaling Lu Li's. Furthermore, Xinzhong had also mastered the Tremor Mountain Fist to a minor degree, achieving a terrifying 3-fold explosive power. During the past month, Lu Li had not practiced his fist techniques and remained at the minor completion stage. However, he had perfected the fireball technique, able to unleash it at will, with the power of the explosion dependent on the amount of true energy within him. After a lengthy conversation, the two parted ways. Lu Li returned to his long-lost room, feeling a sense of familiarity. The spiritual energy here was significantly inferior to that of Tianju Peak, and after a month's exertion, Lu Li felt somewhat fatigued. Deciding against practicing that day, without concern for the encroaching darkness, he simply buried his head under the covers and fell asleep. Uncertain of how long he had been asleep, he was suddenly stirred by a knock at the door. Frowning, he thought to himself, "Didn't I ask not to be disturbed?" Somewhat irritated, he scratched his head and got out of bed to open the door. To his surprise, it was not Xinzhong but a burly middle-aged man. Lu Li paused for a moment. "Elder Steward, what brings you here?" The visitor was none other than Wenhong. Wenhong smiled and glanced inside. "Shall we have a chat?" Lu Li quickly stepped aside to allow him entry, following him to sit at the table. As the light was dim, Lu Li lit a lamp. "It seems you've had a decent time at Tianju Peak this past month," Wenhong remarked, surveying Lu Li. "Not bad. The Grand Elder is not as difficult to serve as I imagined." "The Grand Elder?" Wenhong was slightly taken aback. "You didn't encounter Deng Qingshen? I heard that senior brother Deng offended the Grand Elder and was punished to reflect in the back mountain, which is why I didn't meet him," Lu Li casually replied, omitting the reasons behind Deng Qingshen's punishment. "Oh, then you're quite fortunate," Wenhong remarked with a hint of nostalgia. "Many in our miscellaneous disciple hall have suffered under him. Now, when Tianju Peak is mentioned, hardly anyone dares to go there." Upon hearing Wenhong's words, Lu Li's countenance darkened, as he inwardly mused that Wenhong was indeed a nefarious character, neglecting to inform him of the circumstances prior to his arrival. Fortunately, he considered himself fortunate to have escaped unscathed. "Do not blame me, for I am left with no choice. Besides, you seem to be in good health," he remarked. "My subordinate dares not," Wenhong replied with an awkward smile, casually producing a purple card. "Take this. It is 1,000 contribution points. Previously, I promised you 300. But seeing your forlorn expression, I deemed this extra as a form of compensation." A glimmer of light flashed in Lu Li's eyes as he swiftly accepted the contribution card, exclaiming, "Indeed, you are quite generous, esteemed steward." With this, he now possessed a total of 7,000 contribution points, sufficient to exchange for 70 condensation pills. However, he felt this amount fell woefully short of his aspirations. He urgently required more contributions to procure the condensation pills necessary to swiftly ascend to the 3rd level and become an official disciple. For only as an official disciple could he exchange for more advanced spells. As a mere servant, certain spells remained unattainable, even with contributions. "Excellent. I find your avaricious nature rather appealing," Wenhong remarked, nodding in satisfaction at Lu Li's expression. "Have you given any thought to our previous discussion?" "Previous discussion?" Lu Li furrowed his brow, recalling that Wenhong had mentioned wanting him to assist with certain tasks before his departure. However, the term flunky felt rather derogatory. Among the 66 disciples of the servant hall, at least half held a strong disdain for individuals like Sun Zian. "Consider your options carefully. You must understand that even if you refuse, should I express the need, many in the servant hall would eagerly vie for the opportunity," Wenhong lightly cautioned. Observing Lu Li's frown, "Very well, I shall do it." After a moment's hesitation, Lu Li consented. If he were to remain a mere servant, the typical monthly tasks would only yield 300 contributions at most, leaving him uncertain of how long it would take to break through to the 3rd level and become an official disciple. His desire to attain official status was palpable. He then inquired, "Esteemed steward, I am willing to assist. However, I wish to know if this matter will lead to complications if exposed." "Complications?" Wenhong scoffed lightly. "Rest assured, this is a long-standing tradition within the servant hall, well understood by those in authority. As long as you do not cause any fatalities, I can handle the rest. However, let me make this clear. Should you create a fatal incident and it becomes public, do not expect me to maintain our association. Oh, so that is the case. Lu Li finally comprehended why Sun Zian had previously behaved so audaciously. After conversing for a while longer, when Hong took his leave, Lu Li remained at the table, lightly drumming his fingers on the surface, his gaze wandering, lost in thought. The following morning, on the first day of May, the familiar sound of knocking echoed outside. Lu Li, having enjoyed a rare restful night, arose and proceeded to freshen up in the courtyard before departing with Qin Zhong. Boss, I heard that when Hong is looking for a new sycophant, once he makes his choice, how about we discreetly eliminate him? Qin Zhong whispered mysteriously as they walked. What? Lu Li's face twitched, and he shot a stern glare at Qin Zhong. Mind your words when you speak about sycophants. Did I say something wrong? Qin Zhong scratched his head in confusion from behind. When the two arrived at the plaza of the miscellaneous duties hall, the crowd had mostly gathered, forming small groups to quietly discuss various matters. Lu Li overheard snippets of their conversations, which primarily revolved around speculating who would be chosen as Wen Hong's new sycophant. There were still 4 individuals who had previously followed Sun Zian, and they now found themselves gripped by intense anxiety. They had often relied on Sun Zian's support, wielding their influence over others without restraint. As Lu Li listened to the murmurs of the crowd while moving forward, a tall, slender man in gray suddenly called out to him, softly advising, Junior Lu, do not proceed further. Today is unlike any other. If the newly appointed sycophant from Wen Hong spots you, he will surely perceive your approach as an attempt to show off, and you will inevitably become a target. Lu Li recognized the man as Chu Qingfeng, who had been performing miscellaneous duties for 7 or 8 years, yet remained at the second level of Qi cultivation. However, it appeared he was on the verge of breaking through to the 3rd level and becoming an official disciple. Chu Qingfeng was a decent fellow. He had previously offered kind advice when they first arrived at the miscellaneous duties hall, warning them that following Sun Zian would confine them to a lifetime of menial tasks. Although many in the hall sympathized with Lu Li and his companions when they faced Sun Zian's hostility, their sympathy was merely superficial. Only Chu Qingfeng had taken the time to visit Lu Li's courtyard and offer comfort. Lu Li held this kindness in high regard. Acknowledging the warning, he nodded and expressed, Thank you for the reminder, Brother Chu. Then, in response to Chu Qingfeng's astonished gaze, he resolutely ascended the stone steps. And then, Chapter 31. The good man. A profound silence enveloped the room. The crowd gazed at Lu Li with faces etched in disbelief. Confusion, suspicion, and derision mingled in a captivating display of expressions. The 4 companions who had previously followed Sun Zian widened their eyes, their hearts racing, for they witnessed Wen Hong smiling and nodding at Lu Li. In that moment, an overwhelming sense of impending doom washed over them. Although they had not participated in the bullying of Lu Li and his companions, they were acutely aware of the animosity between Lu Li and Sun Zian. Should Lu Li choose to pursue the matter, they would be in dire straits. Lu Li stood tall, surveying the assembly, devoid of the cringing demeanor previously displayed by Sun Zian. Wen Hong's countenance was devoid of displeasure. Rather, he perceived Lu Li as distinct from the rest. Clearing his throat, he bellowed, his voice resonating like thunder, Listen well, everyone. From this moment forth, Lu Li shall serve as the vice steward of our miscellaneous hall, empowered to represent my will in its entirety. Should anyone dare defy my arrangements, let it be known that I shall not hesitate to turn ruthless. Upon witnessing the crowd's stunned silence, Wen Hong's expression darkened, and he erupted, Do you all understand? Understood. The crowd, startled, quickly regained their composure and responded in unison. The title of vice steward left many perplexed, for previously, Wen Hong's underlings held no official ranks, and he had never publicly designated Sun Zian to act on his behalf. Even Lu Li cast a surprised glance at Wen Hong, who offered no explanation, simply instructing everyone to adhere to the new designation. After delivering his admonition, Wen Hong directed Lu Li to take a seat at the task distribution area and commenced assigning tasks, departing without a backward glance. What a farcical vice steward. He is merely a lackey, muttered a lean man, his face expressing discontent. Who are you calling a lackey? Chen Zhonghu suddenly glared, advancing towards the man with an intense gaze. What, can't one speak of a lackey? The man, named Shi Yinjia, retorted. Having been part of the miscellaneous hall for 9 years, he considered himself a veteran, currently at the 2nd level of Qi refinement. He had anticipated being chosen by Wen Hong, but was instead assigned to a newcomer, leaving him thoroughly unsettled. Indeed, if you choose to be a lackey, you must be prepared for the scorn that follows, another voice chimed in, echoing Shi Yinja's sentiments. As Shi Yinja's words hung in the air, several seasoned practitioners at the second level of Qi refinement stepped forward. You seek death, Chen Zhonghu roared, his fury igniting as he unleashed a blow towards a gray-clad youth who had been mocking him. Bang! The unsuspecting youth was caught off guard, sent soaring backward by the punch, crashing onto the ground a distance away, his head lolling as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Bold of you, a mere newcomer, to strike at us. If I do not teach you a lesson today, I shall not be called Shi Yinja. Shi Yinja, intent on instigating conflict, raged while gesturing to his companions. Finish him. Upon hearing this, the two individuals beside him immediately summoned their vital energy, preparing to take action. However, at that moment, a resounding explosion echoed, and the recently speaking Shi Yinja was sent sprawling 3 zhang away, replaced by a youth clad in dark green attire. The young man cast a cold glance at the two flanking him, raised his hand, and with 2 sharp slaps, sent them spinning in place. With a swift kick, he knocked them both to the ground, then dusted off his hands and declared, "If you are unwilling to accept this, you may seek me out at any time. But should anyone dare to lay a hand on my brother, I shall make them wish for a fate worse than death." Such formidable strength. He is indeed at the second level of Qi cultivation, and it seems he hasn't even unleashed his full potential yet. The crowd gazed at Lu Li in shock. On the side, Chu Qingfeng could not help but smile wryly. The boy who was once bullied had now surpassed him in prowess. Observing the silence among the crowd, Lu Li shook his head and ascended the stone steps, addressing them with a calm demeanor. "I have several points to impart to you, and I hope you will take heed. First, while you may not acknowledge my authority, you must not do so in my presence. Otherwise, I shall show no mercy." A sense of defiance flickered across the faces of the onlookers, though none voiced their dissent. Second, here, there will be no favoritism. All tasks will be transparently priced. Any task that is deemed easy may be undertaken by anyone, but, as per the old custom, I shall take 60% of the contributions. 60%? Open to all. The crowd was taken aback. It was well known that in the past, Sun Zian only issued such tasks to his own and took 70%. Ignoring their astonished expressions, Lu Li continued, "Thirdly, as long as you fulfill your tasks on time and in full, I shall not deliberately make things difficult for you. Of course, anyone who dares to oppose me will be dealt with differently." As his words settled, whispers spread among the crowd, their attitudes toward Lu Li shifting significantly. It was known that Sun Zian had gone to great lengths to keep them in line, often complicating tasks to the point of impossibility, which earned him the label of a sycophant. If Lu Li's words held true, he might indeed be considered a benevolent figure. "I would like to take on the fishing task, if I may. My health is not the best." Suddenly, a slender man in front timidly inquired. The fishing task was regarded as quite easy and offered a decent monthly contribution. Previously, in the service hall, without connections, one could not secure such opportunities. "Of course," Lu Li replied, "as long as there are tasks remaining and you are willing to accept my terms, I can arrange it." He then beckoned to Chen Zhong, saying, "You, stop taking on tasks. Come help me with the registrations." Chen Zhong grinned widely and replied, "All right." He promptly took a seat behind the long table while Lu Li stood beside him, diligently categorizing all the tasks. After meticulous planning, Lu Li suddenly realized a significant issue. Some tasks were exceedingly simple and required minimal time, such as fishing, doing laundry, and chopping vegetables, which could be accomplished in just a couple of hours. Previously, these tasks had been inappropriately assigned as primary responsibilities, given their inherently lower contribution compared to labor-intensive tasks. While the individuals taking on these tasks enjoyed a lighter workload, the actual contribution received after deductions was negligible. After considerable contemplation, Lu Li decided to classify these tasks as part-time work, allowing everyone to engage in them during their free time. This way, everyone could earn extra income, and his own share of the profits would also increase. Upon calculating, Lu Li discovered that if all these tasks were completed, they could yield a staggering 50,000 contributions. After accounting for the 70% owed to Wen Hong, he would be left with a substantial 15,000. This realization led to a peculiar expression on Lu Li's face. As he mused about Wen Hong, thinking how that rascal, doing nothing all day, was reaping 35,000 effortlessly. Of course, Luli himself was not much better, merely registering the tasks. Yet earning 15,000 a month was quite commendable, surpassing even what the formal disciples could make in that time frame. He promptly announced to everyone that from now on, all these lighter tasks would be designated as part-time work. And as long as they ensured the completion of their primary responsibilities, anyone could take them on. Upon hearing the prospect of earning extra money, the crowd erupted with excitement, fervently praising Lu Li as a benevolent individual. More importantly, Lu Li assured them that he would not deliberately complicate their primary tasks, which instilled further confidence in them to accept part-time work. After reiterating the commission rules, Lu Li handed the task ledger to Qin Zhong and turned to leave. His time was of the essence. He needed to visit the alchemy hall to exchange for some essence solidification pills to enhance his cultivation and strive to break through to the third level of qi refinement, thus becoming a formal disciple. Seeing everyone so obedient to Lu Li, Shi Yinzi felt a pang of regret. Since when Hong had made this decision, the likelihood of altering it was nearly non-existent. He had merely sought a moment of venting his displeasure earlier. Now, not only had he offended Lu Li, but he had also been ostracized by the others. Brother Shi, I think we should find a time to apologize to him. There's no need to hold a grudge over contributions, someone among them whispered. Chapter 32, Soul Banner, Sect Square. As Lu Li paused briefly, he made his way towards the Dan Tower, which is a part of the Qingyang sect's Dan Hall, dedicated to the exchange of medicinal pills. At this moment, the first floor of the Dan Tower was occupied by a middle-aged steward who was assisting a young lady clad in a pale purple dress with her pill exchange. Their conversation was minimal, and after completing her transaction, the young lady turned to leave. However, just as she reached the doorway, she halted abruptly, casting a contemplative glance at the approaching dark-skinned youth. Once the youth drew near, she tentatively inquired, "Are you Lu Li, junior brother?" From a distance, Lu Li had already spotted the young lady. Upon hearing her words, he paused for a moment, pondered, and then promptly clasped his hands in greeting, replying, "I am Lu Li. It is a pleasure to meet you, senior sister Zhou." This individual was none other than Zhou Sini, who had saved him 3 years prior at the Qingliang Temple. Had it not been for her timely intervention in the Grand Hall, his fate would have been uncertain. Thus he held a deep sense of gratitude towards her. "It truly is you," Zhou Sini said, astonished. "I heard from senior brother Chu that your spiritual roots are exceedingly mixed. I never expected this revelation utterly overturned her understanding." In just 3 years, Lu Li had cultivated his 9 spiritual roots to the second realm of qi refinement, a feat that left her perplexed. Unsure of how to respond, Lu Li smiled and remarked, "It is merely the result of diligent practice." He then shifted the topic, asking, "Senior sister Zhou, have they captured the evil cultivator?" Zhou Sini shook her head. "No, there has been no news of him for the past 3 years. It seems he has completely disappeared from Liangzhou." "Is that so?" Upon hearing this news, Lu Li's brows furrowed in concern. He thought to himself, Zhang Song regards this pill formula as his lifeblood. It is entirely possible that he would not simply relinquish it. Moreover, given his age, he might not have many years left, making it unlikely for him to capture others for experimentation. Thus, it is highly probable he will seek opportunities with me and Qinzhong. The very thought sent a chill down Lu Li's spine. He even began to question the safety of the Qingyang sect. Although Zhang Song could not enter the sect, he could easily capture disciples who were out on missions and exert control over them, compelling them to lure me out. No, I must prepare in advance. Initially, he intended to exchange for the Ningxin pill, but now it seemed wiser to procure something that would ensure his survival. Given that a breakthrough in cultivation cannot be achieved in a short span, and even if he did, it would only elevate him to the third realm. The difference between an additional layer or not was not substantial. In contrast, having powerful trump cards could enable him to eliminate foes with ease. After regaining his composure, Lu Li engaged in a few more casual exchanges with Zhou Sini before bidding her farewell. "Look how much he has grown," Zhou Sini murmured with a gentle smile as she watched Lu Li's retreating figure before turning to leave herself. Baibao Tower. This establishment serves as the Qingyang sect's designated marketplace for various sundries, including but not limited to weapons, armor, and talismans. Typically, disciples of the Qingyang sect would visit this place to procure items that would ensure their survival during their expeditions. At this moment, the treasure pavilion was equally desolate, with only a plump middle-aged steward dozing in a reclining chair behind the counter. Lu Li approached the counter and gently tapped the surface, prompting the steward to awaken. Upon noticing Lu Li's lack of a badge, a flicker of disappointment crossed his face. What do you want? The absence of a badge indicated that Lu Li was merely a servant disciple, whose contributions amounted to a mere 200 to 300 per month, primarily spent on purchasing condensing true pills, making it unlikely for someone in his position to be here. Uncertain of what he sought, Lu Li replied, I wish to acquire some life-preserving items. Might you have any recommendations, senior brother? Life-preserving items? The plump steward eyed Lu Li skeptically. What business does a servant disciple have with such things? Are you planning to venture out for training? Cough. That is not a concern for you, senior brother. Oh, so mysterious, the steward remarked as he rose. There are indeed many life-preserving items, though they do not come cheaply. Pray tell, how many contributions do you possess? I shall offer you some suggestions. Lu Li thought to himself that if it were a matter of life preservation, he ought to select the finest. Thus, he stated directly, I have 7,000 contributions. What do you suggest, senior brother? 7,000. The steward's body jolted. You jest with me? Even formal disciples seldom purchase items worth 7,000 at once. Lu Li refrained from further chatter, spreading his palm to reveal 6 purple cards alongside a stack of white and yellow cards. I am serious. Very well. The steward's eyes lit up, and he hurried towards the shelves, exclaiming, Wait right there. Do not flee, or I shall chase you to the servant valley and give you a proper thrashing. Lu Li felt speechless at this remark. Moments later, the steward returned, arms laden with a jumble of items, and casually picked up a black dagger, launching into an enthusiastic introduction. Seeing this, Lu Li quickly interjected, Senior brother, I do not require weapons. Do you have anything that is convenient to use yet possesses significant power, perhaps formidable talismans? Why did you not say so earlier? The steward rummaged beneath the counter and soon produced a stack of talismans, placing them atop the counter. Middle-grade speed talismans, 200 contributions each. Powered by true energy to enhance agility, doubling 1's speed. Middle-grade explosive talismans, 300 contributions each. Middle-grade quagmire talismans, 200 contributions each. Middle-grade fireballs, 300 contributions each. High-grade tortoise shell talismans, 1,000 contributions each. After his extensive presentation, the steward lifted his gaze to Lu Li. What do you think? Are you satisfied? After careful consideration, Lu Li ultimately decided to purchase 5 explosive talismans, 5 quagmire talismans, 5 fireballs, and 10 speed talismans. As for the tortoise shell talismans, he deemed them excessively expensive and felt his physique was still sufficient, thus he opted to forego them. If all these talismans were unleashed upon a single individual, even one at the middle stage of chi refinement would surely regret it. For Lu Li, this was already adequate. Junior brother, I actually have one more excellent item here. Would you care to take a look? Upon witnessing Lu Li's extravagant display, the rotund steward adopted a notably more courteous tone, speaking in a hushed and enigmatic manner. Lu Li shook his head, declaring that he had no contributions left to offer. No contributions, no matter, the steward replied, for one can always exchange for something of value. Intrigued by this proposition, Lu Li inquired, What treasures do you speak of? The steward's eyes gleamed at the question as he stepped out from behind the counter, casting a furtive glance around the entrance before creaking the door shut, which dimmed the room's illumination significantly. Observing this, Lu Li furrowed his brow and discreetly reached into his garments. Do not be alarmed. I would not harm you here, the steward remarked, his expression twitching as he noticed Lu Li's movement. What exactly do you intend to do, master brother? Allow me to show you something remarkable, the steward replied, gesturing with his hand. Suddenly, a 5-foot-high black banner materialized in his grasp. The banner resembled a sign wielded by street fortune-tellers, albeit with a shorter fabric and a dark red pole adorned with a white skull, exuding an unsettling aura. Almost instantaneously, a thick scent of blood and an icy chill enveloped the air. Chapter 33. The Intention. What is this? Lu Li felt that this small banner was far from a good omen. The portly steward chuckled, revealing that this item was known as the Blood Soul Banner. As for its rank, it could currently only be classified as an ordinary mystical artifact, as it lacked any sinister spirits and had merely been tainted with blood during its creation. Tainted with blood? Indeed. This banner originated from a rogue cultivator who had ruthlessly hunted young boys and girls within the borders of Liangzhou. I was dispatched to eliminate him and subsequently seized this Blood Soul Banner, which had already been steeped in blood for 3 years. Although it holds no value for me, it could prove beneficial for a low-tier cultivator like yourself. At this point, the steward paused before continuing. And I have come to understand that this blood soul banner has the potential to grow. The more blood and souls it consumes, the stronger it becomes. More importantly, it is currently merely a mystical artifact, which can be wielded by cultivators in the chi refining stage. Had it been a magical tool, you would not be able to utilize it at all. The cultivation world classifies defensive weapons into categories: mystical artifacts, magical tools, treasures, and spiritual instruments. Typically, cultivators in the chi refining stage can only use mystical artifacts, while those in the foundation establishment stage can employ magical tools, and only golden core cultivators can refine treasures. So what do you think? Are you interested? Forget it. I cannot shake the feeling that this item is too ominous, and I lack the contributions required to purchase it. Luli replied, shaking his head. Not to mention the fact that it has been soaked in blood for 3 years, particularly that of young boys and girls, implies a tremendous amount of resentment. Kid, are you truly not considering it? In the cultivation realm, strength is paramount. There is no such thing as inherently sinister objects. Only sinister individuals. The steward seemed genuinely eager for Lu Li to acquire the Blood Soul banner. Then why don't you use it yourself? Upon hearing the steward's words, Lu Li felt a flicker of temptation. This item emanated an unsettling aura from a distance, but in the right hands, it could indeed serve as a life-preserving trump card. To be honest, I do find it somewhat sinister. Moreover, I am already at the 8th level of chi refining. This Blood Soul banner would only affect those at the 4th level at best, and to make it match my power, I would need to slay hundreds for it to consume. Furthermore, I am a person of integrity and kindness, with no enemies to provide me with victims. Even if I wished for it to grow stronger, I would be at a loss. It can impact those at the 4th level of chi refining. Lu Li's eyes brightened. This item could indeed be quite suitable for him at present. Moreover, it was not a one-time use. Should I consider acquiring it? After a moment's contemplation, he inquired, "What is your asking price? 200,000, or help me with a task." 200,000. Why don't you go rob someone? Hee, you could always opt for the second condition. What condition? Lu Li scrutinized the portly steward with suspicion, sensing that the latter was intentionally trying to entice him into assisting with some task. It was peculiar indeed, given that the steward himself had stated he lacked contributions, yet he was so fervently promoting the sale. This realization made Lu Li increasingly wary. It is quite simple. You are currently at the 2nd level of chi cultivation, and when you ascend to the 3rd level, you will undergo an assessment to become an official disciple. According to tradition, the examination is typically held in the Qingyang secret realm, where deep within lies a cave known as Qingyang Mansion. What I require of you is to retrieve an item from Qingyang Mansion. What item? A stone, a blue stone. A stone? Is it dangerous? There is a certain degree of peril involved. If you can procure it, in addition to this Blood Soul banner, I shall bestow upon you an additional 100,000 contribution points. A stone is worth such a considerable amount of contribution? That is knowledge beyond your concern. Simply respond with whether you accept or decline. Why seek me? Lu Li fixed his gaze upon the corpulent steward, seemingly attempting to glean something from the man's expression. He was somewhat aware of the assessment process, understanding that activating the secret realm was no trivial matter, requiring at least 10 individuals to unlock it, indicating that he was not the sole candidate. The steward smiled knowingly, stating, "It is simple, as a mere servant. Your ability to offer such a substantial contribution signifies you possess certain skills, and I require individuals of your caliber." "Brother, you truly embody the essence of a merchant," Lu Li chuckled, extending his hand. "I accept your proposition." "Splendid." The steward promptly tossed the Blood Soul banner to him. Lu Li grasped the flagpole, and an overwhelming wave of sanguinary aura surged forth, rendering his breathing labored. His expression shifted dramatically, prompting him to hastily bite his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the flagpole. In an instant, he felt an inexplicable connection to the Blood Soul banner. He could even perceive a murky expanse within the black banner, where mournful winds howled, reminiscent of countless children wailing in anguish. Such a malevolent artifact. Despite having acknowledged its master, Lu Li felt his very soul tremble at the sound of those cries. With a mere glance, he carefully stowed it away. Once secured, Lu Li inquired, "What if I fail to complete the task regarding this Blood Soul banner?" "Fail? The steward regarded Lu Li with a bemused expression. Should you fail, the Blood Soul banner will naturally be reclaimed. I see, Lu Li replied, smirking, before turning on his heel and departing. Observing Lu Li's retreating figure, the steward's smile slowly faded, murmuring to himself, I hope you do not disappoint me. Upon returning to the servant valley, it was already noon. Lu Li did not linger but instead returned to his quarters to enter seclusion for cultivation. This time, he did not acquire the solidification pill, so he would have to wait until next month to collect contributions. By evening, four dejected figures arrived at Lu Li's courtyard. After much hesitation, a slender man in gray stood at the center, shaking his head with a sigh. Let us go. I hope he can find it in his heart to forgive us. The other three, wearing expressions of defeat, nodded and followed him inside. Approaching Lu Li's door, the gray-clad man raised his hand, hesitating momentarily before knocking. Tap, tap, tap. The sound fluctuated between loud and soft, as if the speaker was concerned about waking Lu Li, yet feared he might not hear. After 3 knocks, the man in gray ceased his tapping, bowing his head in quiet anticipation, while the others held their breaths in anxious silence. Moments later, Lu Li opened the door, and upon seeing Shi Yinze and the others, his brows furrowed in discontent. What brings you here? He inquired. Shi Yinze felt a chill in his heart at the words, inwardly lamenting that Lu Li indeed held a grudge. However, given the situation, he steeled himself and replied with a hesitant bow. We are here to apologize to the esteemed steward. Upon hearing this, the others lowered their heads in unison, pleading for the steward's forgiveness. This clearly indicated their capitulation. An apology? Lu Li arched an eyebrow, regarding them with a smirk that was neither fully amused nor entirely scornful. Is this how one offers an apology? The group exchanged glances, and Shi Yinze, realizing the gravity of their predicament, spread his palm and respectfully presented 4 cards. Esteemed steward, this is a modest token of our sincerity. Please consider. Chapter 34. The newcomers. In truth, there was no need for Lu Li to voice it. They had already come to an agreement upon their arrival. Each would contribute 1,000 points. Although it stung a little, if this matter could be resolved, it would be worth the expense. Lu Li, noticing their compliance, casually tucked away the 4 cards, declaring that the matter was settled, so long as they refrained from further bothering him. Upon hearing this, Shi Yinze and his companions breathed a collective sigh of relief. Let us depart. I must resume my cultivation, Lu Li stated, observing their lingering presence. He then issued an implicit dismissal. Shi Yinze, feeling somewhat embarrassed, forced a smile and said, My lord. Well, Chen Shidi has yet to assign us our tasks today. Has he not assigned any tasks? Lu Li was taken aback, then chuckled softly. He called Chun Zhong from the room, instructing him not to impose difficulties upon the others and personally assign tasks to them, allowing them to leave at last. Shi Yinze and his companions were profoundly moved, their last remnants of resentment dissipating entirely. Boss, you're just letting them go like that? Chun Zhong expressed his dissatisfaction. What would you have me do? Lu Li replied coolly. Shall we kill them? Even if not to kill them, shouldn't we teach them a lesson? Teach them a lesson? Lu Li shook his head. Such actions merely breed hidden animosity, leading to future schemes against us, much like how we treated Sun Zian in the past. Remember, unless you intend to eliminate your opponent, do not hastily foster enmity. Chun Zhong's eyes gleamed. Then shall we eliminate them? Your reasoning is perplexing, Lu Li remarked, exasperated. He noted that while Chun Zhong's stature was increasing, his wits seemed to diminish. He firmly advised him to refrain from seeking trouble and focus on his cultivation instead. Upon hearing this, Chun Zhong quickly grasped the implication. Lu Li then retrieved his 4,000 contribution points and handed them to Chun Zhong, suggesting he find a moment to exchange them for Ningxin Dan. After a series of instructions, Lu Li returned to his quarters to continue his secluded cultivation. This retreat lasted for 2 months. During this period, Lu Li rarely ventured outside. All matters were managed by Chun Zhong, even the distribution of tasks in the 2nd month, for which Lu Li merely made a brief appearance. Wen Hong, having accumulated 35,000 contribution points, was beaming with delight, exclaiming that he had not misjudged Lu Li previously. Sun Zian had made things difficult for everyone, with meager commissions and widespread discontent within the servants' hall. However, under Lu Li's leadership, everyone joyfully accepted their tasks, benefiting from increased commissions and an atmosphere of harmony. After distributing 15,000 contribution points, Lu Li converted all of it into. Yet, due to his time constraints, even this quantity was but a drop in the bucket. After 2 months of seclusion, coupled with the assistance of, he had opened the second meridian, reaching 26 acupoints, thus entering the mid-stage of the second level. Today was the 1st of July, and he had to temporarily conclude his cultivation for 2 reasons. It was the day for contribution distribution, and new members were joining. The triannual recruitment of the Qingyang sect has concluded, and naturally, the miscellaneous hall will welcome new arrivals. Having greeted the esteemed steward and brother Lu in the small square of the miscellaneous hall, as Lu Li approached, many came forth to extend their greetings, their faces beaming with joy. Lu Li responded with a smile, showing no hint of arrogance. When Lu Li took the stage, Wen Hong, with a face full of grievance, remarked, "You rascal. Now the entire miscellaneous hall refers to you as steward, while no one remembers that I am the steward." Lu Li smiled gently, replying, "Why should the esteemed steward concern himself with such trivial matters? Is it not enough to have made a contribution?" "Indeed," Wen Hong nodded, producing 15 purple cards and handing them to Lu Li. "Here, this is from last month. I have no habit of delaying salaries." "Thank you, esteemed steward," Lu Li said without hesitation, accepting them. "By the way, aren't their new recruits today? They will arrive a bit later. I will bring them to your courtyard in a while so you can meet them and assign their tasks." "All right," Lu Li nodded, suddenly glancing at the side where Chun Zhong stood. "Esteemed steward, my brother here has worked quite hard. Shouldn't you show some appreciation?" "Appreciation?" Wen Hong exclaimed, his eyes widening. "Those tasks are yours. How can you have others do your work and still expect me to show appreciation?" "Such stinginess," Lu Li teased. Growing familiar with Wen Hong, he realized that the man was merely straightforward, not malicious, and thus he often joked with him. "Look at you, so obsessed with money," Wen Hong chuckled, shaking his head. He then produced another purple card, adding, "This one is for that lad. Don't you dare keep it for yourself." Lu Li was taken aback that he actually received it, and quickly accepted, saying, "How could I? I shall convey my gratitude to the esteemed steward on his behalf." The tasks were distributed in an orderly fashion, with no one cutting in line or crowding. Only the occasional sounds of laughter and banter echoed through the crowd. Lu Li and Wen Hong stood to the side, sharing hearty laughs. Once all tasks were assigned, Lu Li took his leave with Chun Zhong. Upon returning to the courtyard, Lu Li directly handed all his contribution cards to Chun Zhong, exchanging them entirely for the essence solidification pills. It is often said that medicine carries its own toxins, yet Lu Li remained unconcerned. His audacity in utilizing the essence solidification pills stemmed from the benefits derived from his body refining. For he discovered that the impurities produced after absorbing the pills could not penetrate his blood and skin, but were instead expelled together. All he needed to do was circulate his true energy to expel them from his body. At midday, Wen Hong indeed arrived with 5 young boys and girls. Some bore expressions of dejection, while others appeared curious. Among them, 4 boys seemed merely in their early teens, likely just having awakened, showing no signs of cultivation fluctuations. However, one girl, appearing around 14 or 15, despite her plain attire, astonishingly possessed a cultivation level at the terrifying peak of the second stage of qi refinement, surpassing Lu Li significantly. Lu Li gazed at the girl, his face a mask of astonishment. Even though they were both at the second stage of qi refinement, the fact that she had opened considerably more meridians than he could not escape his notice. Surprising, isn't it? Upon witnessing the expression on Lu Li's face, Wen Hong could not help but flinch. "I was equally taken aback upon first seeing this," he remarked. "However, do not be overly astonished. Senior Lu from the Outer Affairs Hall mentioned that she hails from a once prominent family of cultivators. Due to unfortunate circumstances, her family fell into ruin, and in her flight, she fortuitously encountered the 3rd elder, who was recruiting talents. So it is thus." Lu Li had indeed heard of such families during casual conversations with his fellow disciples. These clans are essentially esteemed lineages in the secular world, having inherited certain cultivation techniques from their ancestors who were practitioners. However, most of these families send their members to sects once they reach the 3rd stage of qi training, as the cultivation resources available in the secular realm pale in comparison to those found within sections. It is truly a tragic fate that her family was eradicated. Noticing the curiosity of those around him fixated on Lu Li, Wen Hong addressed the group. "Remember this name, Lu Li. He is our deputy steward in the miscellaneous hall. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to approach him directly. With that, he glared at them, commanding, "You shall all acknowledge Steward Lu." Lu Li. Chapter 35. Exiting the retreat upon encountering Steward Lu, the 5 individuals bowed respectfully, and even the young children, around 10 years of age, performed their gestures with commendable poise. This sight evoked memories in Lu Li of the unfortunate Li Shangyun, prompting him to wave his hand dismissively, signaling them not to stand on ceremony. However, when the young girl heard the name Lu Li, her body noticeably trembled, leaving Lu Li somewhat perplexed. After pondering, he dismissed it as perhaps a mere illusion or a result of her nervousness. "All right, I leave this to you. I shall indulge in some wine." With that, Wen Hong waved his hand and rose to depart. Lu Li, feeling somewhat speechless, contemplated and summoned Chen Zhong. Now, Chen Zhong was even larger than Wen Hong, and upon his arrival, he glared, startling the young boys. Lu Li shot a disapproving glance at Chen Zhong. "They've just arrived. Please find them accommodations." "Understood." Chen Zhong glanced at the group, and upon noticing the young girl, his brow furrowed as he inquired, "Miss, do you have any special requests? May I stay here?" The girl's gaze flitted between Lu Li and Chen Zhong. Chen Zhong was taken aback. He had merely intended to inquire if she had any particular needs, such as wanting to share a courtyard with the female disciples. He hadn't expected her to wish to reside here. Scratching his head, he looked at Lu Li. "Boss. That's fine." Lu Li nodded. He understood that newcomers might feel anxious, so he found her request reasonable. He then turned to the 4 boys, stating, "This courtyard can accommodate 5 individuals. If any of you wish to reside here, feel free to express your interest, but only 2 spots are available." The 4 boys exchanged glances, and eventually, a stout lad with a round head stepped forward. I am Su Chun, and I would like to stay here as well." "Anyone else?" Lu Li inquired, looking at the remaining 3. They all shook their heads, indicating that they had grown comfortable with one another. Thus, Lu Li instructed Chen Zhong to escort the other 3 out of the courtyard to seek alternative lodgings. Through their discussions, Lu Li learned that the girl was named Lu Xinyu and was 14 years old, possessing a 5-element spiritual root, which explained her presence as a servant. To avoid reopening any wounds, Lu Li refrained from probing further. As for the boy named Su Chun, he was 11. Hailing from a small village and base city of Liangzhou, and like Lu Li, was a child of farming stock. When Chen Zhong returned, Lu Li tasked him with assigning duties to the 2 newcomers and explaining the regulations for the servants of Qingyang sect before retreating to his quarters. With the newcomers settled, Lu Li prepared to devote himself to rigorous cultivation. His goal was to advance to the 3rd level in one go and subsequently register for the formal disciple assessment. As Lu Li entered his retreat, Chen Zhong's daily routine expanded to include preparing meals for Lu Li in addition to his own training. He was well aware of Lu Li's relentless determination in cultivation. Were it not for his timely meal deliveries, Lu Li might very well neglect sustenance for 2 or 3 days at a stretch. It is worth mentioning that Su Chun, the round-headed boy, was equally diligent in his training. Aside from his cleaning duties, he spent the remainder of his time sequestered in his room, immersed in his studies. It was indeed Lu Xinyu who often wandered about the courtyard, occasionally glancing towards Lu Li's door. "Brother Chun, hasn't the steward been cooped up in his room for months? Isn't he afraid of losing his mind?" One day, after finishing her tasks, Lu Xinyu seated herself in the courtyard, observing Chen Zhong practicing his martial arts, and casually remarked, "After several months of companionship, Chen Zhong had grown quite familiar with the other 2 individuals in the courtyard. Lu Xinyu, being of a similar age to Chen Zhong, possessed a gentle disposition, and he regarded her as he would a beloved younger sister. He concluded his practice and sat by the basin in the courtyard, wiping his face with a hand, exclaiming, He is simply a cultivation fanatic. A few months are nothing. There was a time he cultivated for over 2 years straight, hardly ever leaving his room except for the occasional chore." He continued, a mix of nostalgia and concern etched on his face, and now, with no chores to attend to, he is willing to sacrifice even his life for cultivation. "By the way, how long have you been here?" "Over 3 years, nearly 4, I suppose." Chen Zhong sighed, seemingly recalling a sorrowful memory, shaking his head as he decided not to dwell on it. "I must go prepare a meal for the master. Though he seldom eats, preparation is still necessary." Despite delivering meals daily, Lu Li rarely partook in them. "I shall accompany you," Lu Xinyu promptly replied, rising from her chair to follow him. Chun Zhong did not refuse, and together they made their way to the dining hall, procuring some dishes before returning to the courtyard. This time, Lu Xinyu entered Lu Li's room alongside Chun Zhong. Lu Li's chamber was similar to others. Upon entering, one would find a round table, with an antique canopy bed on the right, shielded by an opaque mosquito net. This was a deliberate choice by Lu Li, intended to obscure any view of him sleeping inside. Otherwise, Chun Zhong might have caused quite a stir. Upon entering, they found, as expected, that yesterday's meal remained untouched. Chun Zhong placed the warm food on the table and was about to leave after clearing away the previous day's dishes. Lu Xinyu, however, gazed at the large bed with a frown, murmuring, "Why does it feel like he is asleep in there?" "What?" Chun Zhong looked at Lu Xinyu in confusion. "Nothing, nothing." Thus, day by day, time passed. Before long, another winter arrived, marking over a year since the last newcomers had entered. This winter seemed particularly harsh. For the first time, the Qingyang sect experienced a heavy snowfall, blanketing the entire sect in a thick layer of snow overnight. In the Servants' Valley, Wen Hong announced a brief holiday, allowing everyone to rest until the snow melted. Although cultivators possessed a physique far superior to that of ordinary mortals, even those in the qi refinement stage could not entirely disregard the biting cold. However, one individual was an exception. Chun Zhong, bare-chested, entered with a large stove. Striding directly towards Lu Li's room, he gently set the stove down 3 feet from Lu Li's bed and then shook his head, softly closing the door behind him. "Brother Chun, is the steward still cultivating?" inquired a spirited girl draped in a snow cloak, peeking her head from Chun Zhong's room. "Indeed." Chun Zhong nodded, approaching her. In Chun Zhong's room, there was also a large fireplace. Aside from the snow-white Lu Xinyu, a young boy with an oversized head was poking at the charcoal. The boy appeared to have grown quite a bit taller. As evening approached, Chun Zhong was preparing to assist Lu Li with dinner. Unexpectedly, Lu Xinyu stood up first and said, "Chun Zhong, why don't you take a break? Let me handle it." Chun Zhong nodded and sat back down, as this was not the first time Lu Xinyu had brought the meal. Initially, he felt a twinge of concern, but as time passed and Lu Xinyu brought food more frequently, he noticed that Lu Li seemed to eat more of the meal she prepared, which brought him great delight. Before long, Lu Xinyu entered Lu Li's room carrying several steaming bowls of food. As she organized the meal, her gaze lingered on the bed, and she almost accidentally spilled a bowl of soup, startling herself back to reality before hurriedly departing. Just as she reached the doorway, a sudden thud caught her attention. Turning her head, she discovered that Lu Li had tumbled from the bed. She quickly retraced her steps, placing the tray on the table before rushing to help Lu Li. Chapter 36. Registration. With the support of Lu Xinyu, Lu Li stood up, yet the softness of her arm caused him to momentarily pause. After murmuring a quick thank you, he hurriedly withdrew his arm. Lu Xinyu, blushing, stood silently beside him. Lu Li flexed his joints, producing a series of crisp sounds, gradually acclimating to the moment. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that Lu Xinyu radiated a newfound vitality, her demeanor vastly different from when she first joined. To alleviate the awkwardness, Lu Li initiated the conversation, inquiring about the whereabouts of Fatty. "Fatty?" Lu Xinyu pondered briefly before realization dawned upon her. He is warming himself in the room. Warming himself? Lu Li glanced at Lu Xinyu's attire before swiftly making his way to the door. A rush of cold air greeted him, and as he stared out at the expanse of white, a sense of nostalgia washed over him. Another winter had arrived. Unbeknownst to him, nearly 5 years had passed since he joined the Qingyang sect. He had transformed from a naive 13-year-old into a 17-year-old youth of promise. In just 3 months, he would turn 18. If he were in the mundane world, he would likely have a child or 2 by now. Truly, time flows like water in the realm of cultivation. "What is the matter, Master Steward?" Lu Xinyu asked softly, standing beside Lu Li, her voice gentle and melodious. "Nothing much. Just a bit of reflection," Lu Li replied, shaking his head. "And please, refrain from calling me Master Steward. Simply address me as Brother Lu or Lu Li. Also, I appreciate the meals you've brought me during this time. They were delightful." This was indeed the truth. Lu Xinyu's meals were meticulously prepared, unlike Chun Zhong, who only knew how to stuff himself with meat, nearly making Lu Li nauseous. "This is merely what I ought to do. There is no need for thanks, Lu Deji," she replied. Lu Li nodded and stepped out of the door, arriving at Chun Zhong's room. Upon seeing Chun Zhong's broad shoulders, he couldn't resist teasing him. "Fatty, Have you come down with a fever? Why are you dressed so lightly? Boss, Chun Zhong exclaimed, startled, as he sprang up to rush toward Lu Li. Boss, you've gone mad. You've been in seclusion for so long. Just eager to make a breakthrough, Lu Li said, patting Chun Zhong's shoulder before settling by the stove. Lu Deji, Su Chen timidly called, casting a glance at Lu Li. Isn't this the big-headed kid? You've done well. In just over a year, you've opened up 20 acupoints, Lu Li remarked with surprise. Boss, don't tease him. He's as shy as a girl, too thin-skinned. I'm not thin-skinned. I just don't like to talk, Su Chen retorted. The room was warm and cheerful, filled with laughter as the four gathered together. Initially, Su Chen was somewhat reserved, but as Chun Zhong and Lu Li continued to jest, he gradually loosened up, sharing amusing anecdotes about the village children. Lu Li and Chun Zhong felt a profound sense of camaraderie in these tales. Perhaps stirred by memories of the past, Lu Xinyu's mood dimmed slightly. She rose to bid farewell and returned to her room. As night fell, Lu Li had not engaged in any cultivation. On this snowy winter day, he found great comfort in slumber, lying in bed while leisurely perusing a tome titled Notes on Alchemy, his mind incessantly conjuring scenes of alchemical processes. Over the past year, he had devoted himself solely to elevating his cultivation level. Although he had successfully manifested a third meridian and opened 5 acupoints within it, marking his genuine entry into the third stage of qi cultivation, he had neglected all other pursuits, leaving him uncertain whether he had gained or lost. After some time, Lu Li closed the notes and began contemplating his future. Having reached the third stage of qi cultivation, he was now eligible to apply for the formal disciple entrance examination, a decision that implied relinquishing his status as a servant disciple, thus forfeiting the monthly contribution of over 10,000. It seemed prudent to discuss this with Wen Hong, to see if the position could be reserved for Chun Zhong. Chun Zhong had also attained the second stage of qi cultivation. Although he had only recently reached this level, his prowess rendered him well-suited for the role. Lost in thought, Lu Li soon drifted into a deep slumber. The following morning, Lu Li prepared to seek out Wen Hong, only to find Lu Xinyu waiting at the entrance of the courtyard, seemingly anticipating his arrival. Lu Li approached her and inquired, "Junior sister Lu, what brings you here?" I am waiting for you," she replied. "Waiting for me?" he echoed, surprised. "Yes, I wish to join you in applying for the entrance examination." Lu Li was taken aback. Upon extending his spiritual sense, he discovered that she too had reached the third stage of qi cultivation. "Very well, let us proceed," he said. The application for the entrance examination also required Wen Hong's endorsement, which would then be submitted for the elders' review. When they located Wen Hong, he was leisurely reclining by the hearth, enjoying a drink, clearly relishing a comfortable life, which caused Lu Li to feel a pang of envy. Upon hearing Lu Li's intention to participate in the examination, Wen Hong's expression transformed dramatically, a mixture of astonishment and reluctance crossing his features. "You have been here for only 4 or 5 years, and yet you have achieved the third stage of qi cultivation at such a remarkable pace," he remarked. Naturally, individuals like Lu Xinyu, who were already on the cusp of the third stage, did not count. After a moment of contemplation and a few sighs, he continued, "The entrance examination requires approval from the elders. You must secure the endorsement of 2 elders to participate in the trial. Successful completion will grant you the formal disciple insignia and the opportunity to select techniques from the second floor of the Doctrine Pavilion. Additionally, regular disciples receive a monthly reward of 10 essence solidification pills. For an ordinary disciple, this is indeed a significant gain, though for you, it may not be as advantageous." Lu Li forced a smile. "I have no alternative. I cannot remain in the servant valley for eternity. Besides, I too wish to select techniques from the second floor of the Doctrine Pavilion, and I need a formal disciple status for that." "Very well, it is your choice. However, even if you depart, I must inquire if you have a suitable candidate for the role of steward." Lu Li chuckled. "This is hardly a mystery. Chun Zhong is undoubtedly more adept in this area than I." Wen Hong grinned. "I anticipated you would suggest him." "Very well, it is settled then. Chun Zhong will take your place. Just be sure to explain the responsibilities clearly, as his temperament can be rather volatile. I trust you will avoid any complications. Rest assured, I shall communicate with him." "Very well, you two may return for now. I will report this matter. If all proceeds smoothly, within 3 days, someone will escort you to the Foreign Affairs Hall for an evaluation, and following the assessment, your names will be submitted. Evaluation? It entails assessing one's cultivation. It is merely a formality, easily discerned by an astute observer. I have heard that a minimum of 10 individuals is required for each trial. What of this occasion? You two are fortunate, as there are already 9 individuals registered, and with your inclusion, the secret realm can indeed be activated. At this juncture, Wen Hong paused momentarily before continuing. As someone who has traversed this path before, allow me to offer a word of caution. The secret realm is not as tranquil as it may seem. Once you enter, procure your designated items and depart. Do not jeopardize your lives for the sake of ephemeral treasures. What ephemeral treasures? I am uncertain of the specifics, but it seems they pertain to the legacy of the esteemed founding master, Chiang Jinren, Chapter 37. Before the assessment, after a brief conversation, Lu Li and Lu Xinyu returned to the courtyard. Concerning the unfounded matters mentioned by Wen Hong, Lu Li was uncertain about their nature. Yet he speculated that it might pertain to the green stone desired by the corpulent steward of the treasure pavilion. In his room, Lu Li meticulously organized all the talismans he possessed, preparing for any unforeseen circumstances. He had 10 speed talismans, capable of doubling his velocity when activated with true energy, an invaluable asset for a swift escape in critical moments. There were also 5 fireball talismans, offensive talismans that, when employed, could unleash the might of a mid-level practitioner's fireball technique, equivalent to that of a 4th to 6th level chi refinement user. Additionally, he had 7 explosive talismans, which, like the fireball talismans, belonged to the same category of mid-level attack talismans. He possessed 5 earth trap talismans, which were earth-based spell talismans primarily utilized to ensnare enemies, particularly effective when catching opponents off guard. Utilizing talismans was akin to temporarily summoning a practitioner to cast spells on one's behalf, requiring only a minimal amount of true energy, thus conserving one's own resources while unleashing formidable power. After arranging the talismans, Lu Li retrieved the Blood Soul banner. Its pole, a dark crimson, exuded a repulsive, bloody aura that was quite unsettling. The banner itself resembled a tattered black cloth, adorned solely with a white skull. The moment it was summoned, a chilling gust of wind surged forth. Despite having recognized it as his own, Lu Li still felt a shiver run through him. Lacking a target to test its effects, he merely glanced at it before storing it away. This constituted his complete array of external trump cards. Beyond these, Lu Li's greatest reliance was on his own physical form, with a foundational strength of 3,000, complemented by the mountain-shaking fist technique, rendering his might formidable. As for the fireball technique, it served well to obscure his presence. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed. On this day, a man clad in a pale blue long robe entered the courtyard. Upon seeing him, Shinzhong hurriedly approached to greet the visitor before summoning Lu Li. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Li swiftly made his way over, respectfully clasping his hands in salute. "Greetings, Senior Brother Lu." The visitor was none other than Lu Feng, who had previously escorted them to the servants' hall. Lu Feng bore an expression of profound astonishment. He had never anticipated that Lu Li would one day emerge from the servants' valley, and judging by the situation, Shinzhong was not far behind. Lu Feng, not one to display arrogance, returned the greeting with a polite gesture. "Junior Brother Lu, you truly astonish me." Lu Li chuckled. "It is merely a pile of pills." This statement held a grain of truth and falsehood. For an ordinary person, consuming such a quantity of pills would be daunting, as their bodies could scarcely endure it. Moreover, Lu Li had access to the time hall, allowing him to consume a terrifying amount of condensed true pills in a single day. However, he harbored no concerns, for his body had the innate ability to eliminate impurities. He could only lack pills, never fear their consumption. Lu Feng, however, shook his head. He was well aware of the implications surrounding pills. To illustrate, he himself did not lack for pills. Yet each condensed true pill he ingested necessitated several days of rest before he could dare consume another, or else his body would not withstand it. Nevertheless, everyone possesses their own secrets, and Lu Feng refrained from probing further. The two engaged in casual conversation for a moment before Lu Feng revealed his purpose for visiting. He was there to assist them with their assessments. Lu Li promptly summoned Lu Xinyu, and after Lu Feng scanned them with his consciousness, he declared they were ready and instructed them to prepare, as the elders would soon initiate the Qingyang secret realm. As for the rules of the examination, they would only be disclosed upon the opening of the realm. After Lu Feng departed, Lu Li refrained from practicing the Qingyang technique and instead focused on honing his martial arts. For he understood that his realm could not be elevated in such a short span of time, but progress could still be made in his combat skills. Thus, Lu Li alternated between practicing his punches in the Hall of Time and stepping outside to spar with Qin Zhong. The sound of their fists echoed through the air as they exchanged blows with vigor. Lu Xinyu appeared disinterested in her own training, often standing at the entrance observing their fierce exchanges, her delicate brows furrowed and bright eyes flickering, lost in thought. Half a month later, Lu Feng returned once more. By this time, early spring had arrived. The snow had long since melted, and the gentle sunlight of spring illuminated the earth, astonishingly. The ancient tree that Qin Zhong had felled had begun to sprout tender buds anew. Lu Feng had come to escort Lu Li and Lu Xinyu to their assessment. Lu Li sought out Qin Zhong to offer serious admonitions before casting a reluctant glance back at the modest abode he had inhabited for 4 or 5 years, then resolutely followed Lu Feng away. Upon reaching the base of Xian Peak, Lu Li discovered a group awaiting their arrival, 8 men and 1 woman, all disciples from the miscellaneous valley, though all older than Lu Li. Among them was Zhu Qingfeng, who stepped forward to greet Lu Li, saying, "Junior brother Lu, you truly are as elusive as a dragon." At this remark, several members of the group nodded and smiled at Lu Li, while a few others maintained a dismissive demeanor. Understandably, once out of the miscellaneous valley, Lu Li felt no obligation to curry their favor. Observing their reactions, he chose not to take them to heart, and with a smile and a cupped fist, he replied to Zhu Qingfeng, "I apologize for keeping you waiting." "Humph, still acting like a vice steward with such airs," scoffed a man in his 30s, arms crossed, casting Lu Li a disdainful glance. "He's just a child. There's no need to stoop to his level," chuckled another bystander. "Oh, but we must not underestimate him. It cost me 1,000 contributions to achieve my current standing. In fact, I owe a debt of gratitude to our esteemed steward Lu, who has spared me any hardships during this past year," interjected a tall, lean man with a smirk, who was none other than Shi Yinzi, the one who had once pleaded for leniency. "I feel the same. Fortunately, Brother Shi was adaptable back then, or we would have faced dire consequences," added another, named Xie Zishir, who was part of Shi Yinzi's original group. The provocateur, the man in blue, was named Luan Sinan, while the one who agreed with him was Su Yuqing. These two, typically unassuming, surprisingly harbored such grievances. As for Shi Yinzi and Xie Zishir, they were indeed 2 remarkable individuals, having held back until the Qi Refinement Level 3 assessments to unleash their potential, which left Lu Li with a newfound respect for them. Lu Li displayed no reaction to the provocations of a few individuals. Instead, he turned to Lu Feng and inquired, "Senior brother Lu, are all present?" Lu Feng nodded, casting a fleeting glance at the group, his brow furrowing as he spoke. "I understand your current sentiments, but I must inform you that emerging from the Servants' Valley does not elevate your status above others. In reality, you remain at the very bottom of the ranks of formal disciples. Thus, I advise you to temper your pride." He continued, "Moreover, whether you successfully pass the assessment remains an entirely different matter." Zhu Qingfeng was taken aback. "Senior brother Lu, is it possible that one could fail the assessment?" With an odd expression, Lu Feng regarded Zhu Qingfeng and replied, "What do you believe an assessment entails? Where there is an assessment, there must be distinctions between those who qualify and those who do not. Allow me to forewarn you, should you fail the assessment, you will irrevocably forfeit your chance to become formal disciples and will instead be relegated to the mundane world, assigned to various outposts to live your lives in menial labor." Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, the group felt a wave of anxiety wash over them. They had initially thought this was merely a formality, only to discover that the stakes were far more serious than they had anticipated. Chapter 38. The opening of the secret realm. Lu Feng led a group of individuals through the square, making their way along the narrow path that descended toward the northern mountains. "Senior brother Lu, what did you mean earlier when you mentioned that those who fail the assessment will be assigned to menial tasks at the secular outposts?" In their stride, Lu Li quickened his pace to walk beside Lu Feng and inquired softly. Lu Feng glanced at Lu Li and replied as they walked, "You are unaware, junior brother. Our Qingyang sect has established outposts in major cities across Liangzhou, primarily to gather intelligence and resources, serving as an extension of the sect's external affairs. Those responsible for these matters are the disciples who have failed the assessment in previous years." "I see. Thank you for clarifying, senior brother. Luli expressed his gratitude. Beginning to understand. Junior brother, at the secular outposts, there are no resources provided by the sect. All cultivation resources must be earned through contributions. Therefore, do not easily relinquish the opportunity to become an official disciple. Otherwise, reaching the third level of qi refinement may well be the pinnacle of your lifetime. Lu Feng kindly advised. I will remember that. Luli responded appreciatively. As noon approached, the group finally reached the end of the path. Before them loomed a gray-black cliff, towering several dozen zhang high, stretching 2 to 3 li from side to side, with a high center and lower sides, its front surface smooth and gleaming, resembling a colossal ancient tomb. On this polished cliff face, the characters Qingyang were inscribed in vivid crimson. Upon merely glancing at it, Luli felt as though he might be drawn into its depths, prompting him to quickly avert his gaze. At the base of the cliff, within a thatched hut, 3 elderly men were seated cross-legged, engaged in casual conversation. Recognizing them, Luli identified the first as Elder Yutong, who had previously assessed his spiritual roots. The second was Elder Xiao Ju, the Grand Elder of Tianjua Peak. The third, whom Luli did not know by name but had seen in Longxing Town, was actually Elder Feng Bue. As they approached the thatched hut, Lu Feng instructed the others to wait outside while he entered respectfully, bowing as he announced, Honorable Grand Elder. Second Elder, Third Elder, all the disciples for this assessment have arrived. The 3 elders exchanged glances and stood. Seeing this, Lu Feng quickly stepped aside. Elder Xiao Ju was the first to approach the group, his gaze sweeping across them before suddenly displaying astonishment as he took several steps toward Lu Li. You, young one, have actually reached the 3rd level? Lu Li, confused, pondered that he had registered with the Elder Hall, so how could they not know of his presence? However, a moment of realization struck him. Although he had spent a month at Tianjua Peak, Elder Xiao Ju had never inquired about his name, always referring to him simply as young one. Unable to suppress a smile, he replied, Disciple has taken some elixirs and barely managed to reach the 3rd level. Oh, you have truly surprised me. Your cultivation speed rivals that of my own named disciples, Elder Xiao Ju remarked. What has prompted such sentiment, my brother? Elder Yutong inquired as he approached. Upon seeing Lu Li, his expression transformed with excitement. By heavens, it's you? He immediately turned to Elder Feng Bue behind him and exclaimed, Old 3, come here. Last time, you didn't believe me. Now see for yourself if this lad isn't a 9-spirit root. 9-spirit root? Beside him, Xiao Ju was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed in astonishment. Is this the lad you mentioned last time? He recalled that their previous drinking session had ended in discord due to this matter, and Yutong, in a drunken stupor, had even managed to break his own banana tree. Who else could it be if not him? Yutong's eyes widened as he fixed his gaze upon Lu Li. Your name is Lu Li, isn't it? Lu Li's face twitched slightly. Yes, Elder. You truly are named Lu Li. Xiao Ju exclaimed, disbelief etched across his features. He seized Lu Li's wrist, beginning to probe. As he did, his round, jolly face transformed into one of utter astonishment. By the heavens! How can one possess such a chaotic array of spiritual roots? Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, and darkness. At that moment, Feng Bue also approached. Upon seeing Lu Li, he initially frowned. Then his expression shifted to one of incredulity. Did you partake in the awakening ceremony I held in Longxing Town? Though Lu Li had undergone a significant transformation, his sun-darkened skin and sharp, keen eyes sparked a flicker of recognition. Yes, Elder, Lu Li replied respectfully, bowing. I recall that you did not awaken during the last ceremony, did you? Upon hearing this, Feng Bue furrowed his brow. Indeed, we were captured by the evil cultivator Zhang Song on our way back from the awakening ceremony. Lu Li recounted the events briefly, omitting any mention of the elixir formula he had acquired. Unbeknownst to anyone, a glint of hatred flashed in Lu Sinyu's eyes as Lu Li spoke of being abducted by Zhang Song. The 3 men, upon hearing Lu Li's tale, were filled with emotion, recognizing the depth of his fortune. Although they were immensely curious about how Lu Li, possessing 9 spiritual roots, had rapidly advanced to the 3rd level of qi refinement, they refrained from probing further. After a moment of reflection, they finally transitioned to the main subject. Xiao Ju produced 11 brocade pouches, inviting everyone to draw one. Once each individual had selected a pouch, he declared, Listen closely, you have only 10 days. Inside each pouch is a task for this assessment, unique to each of you. You must successfully retrieve the designated items. Failure to do so will result in disqualification. Furthermore, each pouch contains a jade pendant. In the event of life-threatening danger or upon completing your task, you may crush the pendant, and you will be teleported to safety. However, should you crush the pendant without fulfilling your task, you will be deemed unqualified. Do you all understand? The mention of potential life-threatening dangers caused the group to pale. But upon hearing of the protective jade pendant, they collectively sighed in relief, affirming their understanding. Xiaoju nodded and continued, though I find it somewhat implausible. I must mention that according to sect records, our founding ancestor, Qingyang Zhenrun, entered this secret realm and never returned. The scripture he practiced, the Tai Xin Jing, was also lost within. The Tai Xin Jing is a closely guarded secret, allowing for a cultivation speed far surpassing our sect's Qingyang Ju. Furthermore, according to reports from previous assessment disciples, deep within the secret realm lies a cave known as Qingyang Fu, which may be connected to our ancestor. Thus, if possible, after completing your tasks, I encourage you to explore the Qingyang Prefecture. Should anyone uncover the whereabouts of our esteemed ancestor or retrieve the Tai Xin Jing, our sect shall bestow upon you abundant rewards. The Tai Xin Jing, its cultivation speed far surpasses that of the Qingyang formula. Upon hearing this, Lu Li's expression shifted, revealing a flicker of intrigue. Even with the aid of the condensing true pill, his rate of refining spiritual energy could not keep pace with the absorption speed. If there truly existed a more advanced technique, he must seize the opportunity. The others shared a similar sentiment, their resolve hardening at the mention of a superior method. Satisfied with their reactions, Xiaoju nodded approvingly and declared, "Follow me," before turning towards the direction of the thatched cottage, with Yutong and Fongbu Wei closely trailing behind. As they traversed through the cottage, they discovered a cave nestled at the base of the cliff. But a swirling mist of violet light obstructed their path 2 zhang into the entrance. The three stood a zhang away from the purple mist, spreading out. They exchanged glances and simultaneously summoned a purple jade pendant, which floated before them. As they continued to form seals, the pendant erupted with dazzling brilliance, and an array of peculiar runes began to orbit around it in a buzzing dance. "Activate," Xiaoju commanded sharply, as a stream of light shot forth from the runes entwined around his jade token, striking the purple mist a zhang away. Yutong and Fongbu Wei followed suit, unleashing their own beams of light in quick succession. Instantly, the trio's faces paled, their energies waning. Suddenly, the purple mist began to whirl violently, coalescing into a violet vortex. Fierce winds rushing forth toward the cave's entrance. "If we do not advance now, when shall we?" Xiaoju bellowed. The group exchanged apprehensive glances, a hint of trepidation evident in their expressions. Observing this, Lu Li furrowed his brow, steeling himself before stepping boldly into the swirling vortex. Chapter 39. The Verdant Bamboo Grass. Is this the Qingyang secret realm? After a whirlwind of sensations, Lu Li suddenly found himself in an unfamiliar space, greeted by vast expanses of withered yellow grass, towering up to 3 feet high, stretching endlessly before him. This desolate scene diverged sharply from his expectations of a secret realm. Beneath his feet lay what seemed to be a cobblestone path, albeit deeply obscured by the fallen weeds on either side, the path itself overgrown with moss, bearing the marks of time. Could this place have once been inhabited? Contemplating the scene ahead, Lu Li retrieved a piece of yellow paper stamped with the seal of the Foreign Affairs Hall from the pouch he had received from Xiaoju. Scrawled upon it was a hasty line: "Collect 10 first-tier spiritual herbs." Spiritual herbs? Lu Li pondered, bemused by the arid landscape before him. Was it possible for such a barren place to harbor any herbs? He returned the task-laden paper to the pouch and took out a violet jade token, examining it carefully before placing it carefully in his chest pocket. This token was a safeguard for his life and must not be lost. Just as he prepared to move forward, he suddenly heard sounds emerging from the surroundings. Turning his head, he spotted Chu Qingfeng and his companions approaching. A delicate figure clad in white made her way toward him, brushing off the stray hay clinging to her. Lu Xinyu gently called out, "Lu de Gu." Lu Li nodded in acknowledgement and curiously inquired, "What is your task?" Lu Xinyu opened her pouch to take a glance, and then frowned slightly as she replied, "To slay a first-tier early-stage spirit beast and bring back its corpse." Slay a spirit beast? Lu Li felt a mix of incredulity and curiosity. The incredulity stemmed from the stark desolation around him, which appeared devoid of any living creatures. His curiosity was piqued, for although he had encountered wild wolves and hares throughout his life, he had never laid eyes on a spirit beast. Junior brother Lu, Chu Qingfeng approached, greeting him warmly. Lu Li returned the smile and, after some conversation, discovered that Chu Qingfeng's task was also to hunt spirit beasts, albeit requiring the elimination of two. In the distance, Luan Sinan, Su Yuqing, Xie Zishir, and Shi Yinza huddled together, engaged in hushed discussion. The remaining four appeared reluctant to draw closer to Lu Li and his companions, opting instead to form a separate small team. Observing this, Lu Li contemplated and suggested, "My task differs from yours. Why not collaborate? I can assist you in hunting the demon beasts, and if you find any spiritual herbs, you could share them with me. This way, completing our tasks may become more manageable." "That is precisely my thought," Chu Qingfeng readily agreed. Lu Xinyu also expressed her approval, nodding in assent. Thus, the three formed a cohesive team, and after a brief exchange, Lu Li led the duo along the cobblestone path. The undergrowth was so dense that even if there were spiritual herbs present, they could not be discerned with the naked eye. Initially, Lu Li had extended his spiritual awareness to sense the surroundings, but as time wore on, he found himself fatigued and had to retract his consciousness. They walked for an indeterminate duration. The weeds on both sides began to dwindle in height, and a hint of green emerged, bringing a glimmer of joy to Lu Li's countenance. He beckoned to his companions, exclaiming that the deeper they ventured, the more vibrant life became, urging them to hasten. With that, he broke into a sprint. The others, perceiving Lu Li had stumbled upon some treasure, hurriedly followed suit. Approximately 15 minutes later, Lu Li halted at the edge of a lush bamboo grove. The withered grass had entirely receded, revealing a verdant bamboo forest that starkly contrasted the desolation they had previously encountered. Luan Xianen and the others arrived, panting heavily, realizing that Lu Li had not discovered any precious herbs. However, seeing the vitality of this place, Luan Xianen dismissed any further conversation with Lu Li, casting a glance at Lu Xinyu before waving his hand and declaring, "Let us proceed." He eagerly charged into the bamboo grove. Shi Yinza and the others promptly followed. "Junior brother, shall we not go ahead?" Chu Qingfeng, concerned about being outpaced, inquired. Lu Li nodded and followed at a leisurely pace, deliberately slowing his steps. Since they preferred to take the lead, he allowed them to forge ahead. This bamboo grove appeared to be no mere wilderness. Intricate paths of blue stone meandered through it. Lu Li increasingly felt that this Qingyang's secret realm was inhabited. "Junior brother, are we not going to lead?" As Luan Xianen and his companions distanced themselves, nearly vanishing from sight, Chu Qingfeng grew anxious. "It's fine. The task is not so easily accomplished. Until the final moment. What seems to be in one's grasp may not truly belong to them." "What do you mean, junior brother?" "Nothing of great consequence. We shall seek what is ours. This bamboo sea is vast, and there is no need to follow them." With that, Lu Li genuinely refrained from pursuing Luan Xianen and instead opted for the left fork of the path. Not long after, Lu Li's gaze fell upon a cluster of intertwined green bamboos on his right. Unlike the solitary bamboos spaced several feet apart elsewhere, this particular cluster boasted dozens of stalks growing together. This sight reminded him of a passage in the herbal compendium, which mentioned a spirit herb called Quidizu grass, known to flourish in such environments. More importantly, Quidizu grass was one of the 4 essential herbs for concocting the acupuncture pill. If he could procure some, he would undoubtedly advance significantly towards his goal of crafting the acupuncture pill. Filled with anticipation, Lu Li approached the cluster. Chu Qingfeng and Lu Xinyu exchanged puzzled glances, having sensed no trace of spiritual herbs. Yet, Lu Li had already begun to rummage through the dense bamboo thicket. The growth was so thick that the interior was obscured. Furrowing his brow, Lu Li summoned a pitch-black axe from the space hall, a tool he had retained from the miscellaneous building for unforeseen circumstances. With a few powerful swings, he felled a bamboo stalk, and after chopping down 7 or 8 more, he finally gained a glimpse of what lay within. The area was filled with decaying bamboo leaves. Pausing only briefly, he began to excavate the rotting leaves, the dampness and moldy odor unpleasant, yet he remained entirely unconcerned. As the decayed leaves outside had piled up to 3 feet high, Lu Li finally came to a halt, exhilarated as he plunged into the foliage. Seizing a half-foot-tall seedling, The seedling was resplendently green, adorned with segments akin to bamboo, its leaves mirroring the verdant bamboo outside, albeit with a more intricate branching and a faint mist entwined around it. Is this a spiritual herb? Chu Qingfeng approached, his face a canvas of disbelief. How did you discover it, junior brother? Lu Li smiled softly. This is called emerald bamboo grass, fond of growing in the shadowy heart of bamboo thickets. Its spiritual essence concealed by the surrounding verdant bamboo, making it nearly imperceptible to the untrained eye. In truth, I didn't really find it. I merely took a chance. Oh, I see, Chu Qingfeng exclaimed, enlightened. Then let us swiftly seek out more such bamboo groves. Indeed, Lu Li nodded, tucking the emerald bamboo grass away, and proceeded onward. The successful discovery of a single emerald bamboo grass lifted his spirits considerably. The bamboo forest appeared boundless, likely harboring more treasures. Since they were here, they couldn't afford to let this opportunity slip away. In comparison to other elusive pursuits, the concoction of acupuncture pills undoubtedly held far greater significance. In the distance, 4 assessment disciples, 3 males and 1 female, happened to witness this scene. One remarked, his eyes glinting, "That lad is incredibly fortunate to find a spiritual herb so swiftly." The woman chuckled lightly. No need to rush. There are merely 3 of them. If it comes to it, we. Chapter 40. Ruthless time flies. And 3 days have swiftly passed. Lu Li continues to wander through the emerald bamboo forest, seeking to discover more of the precious bamboo grass. In an effort to broaden their search, Chu Qingfeng and Lu Xinyu voluntarily opted to split up, and after some contemplation, Lu Li agreed, believing that the 2 companions had ventured far enough from the bamboo grove to remain safe. Initially, Lu Li followed the stone steps winding through the forest, but soon he ventured directly into the dense bamboo thicket. Before long, he stumbled upon a cluster of vibrant bamboo. Imitating his previous actions, he cut down a few stalks and, clearing away the decaying leaves, he was elated to find yet another specimen. Thus far, he had located 6 plants of bamboo grass, all of which he had transplanted into the spirit material hall for future use in concocting the acupuncture pill. Suddenly, Lu Li's ears perked up. He thought he heard a faint cry for help. Listening intently, the sound vanished. A sense of unease washed over him. He realized he had not seen Lu Xinyu and Chu Qingfeng for over half a day. Worrying about their safety, he released his spiritual consciousness to search for their whereabouts. Meanwhile, in the bamboo grove half a mile to Lu Li's left, Lu Xinyu, clad in a flowing white dress, looked on in horror at the 4 figures before her, retreating step by step. "Stay back. What do you want? What do we want?" Luan Xiaonan grinned lewdly, glancing at the 3 companions beside him. "Little junior sister, look how peaceful it is here. Why not join us for some fun? Surely it's far more entertaining than cultivating." Yinja approached with a sinister chuckle. "Indeed, cultivation can be so dull. Let us show you something thrilling." Su Yuqing and Xie Zishir wore similarly twisted smiles, one hand lewdly groping below, their demeanor utterly vile. You fiends." Lu Xinyu trembled with rage, turning to flee. Humph, refusing a toast, and instead inviting punishment. If that is how it is, do not blame us for being forceful. Luan Xiaonan's expression darkened as he surged forward, unleashing a blast of golden true energy towards Lu Xinyu's back. Her delicate face paled, but in her flight, she retaliated with a water arrow. With a resounding clash, the 2 energies collided, sending Lu Xinyu hurtling backward. She quickly regained her footing, attempting to escape once more. But at that moment, Yinja raised his hand, and a vine shot forth, ensnaring her feet. Caught off guard, Lu Xinyu tumbled to the ground. Just as she tried to rise, the vine tightened around her, binding her securely. "Impressive skills, junior brother Shi." The group advanced, encircling Lu Xinyu. "Please, don't." Lu Xinyu gazed at them in terror, her body quaking uncontrollably. "Shout all you like. The louder you scream, the more exhilarated we become." Luan Xiaonan crouched down, his eyes gleaming with interest as he stared at Lu Xinyu. "My, you are quite enchanting." As he spoke, he glanced at Yinza and the others, suggesting, "How about I take the first turn?" Naturally, it was the senior brother's prerogative to begin. The group chuckled in agreement and stepped outside, arms crossed, eagerly awaiting the spectacle. "No, let me go, let me go." The little junior sister pleaded. "I advise you to enjoy this thoroughly, otherwise our senior brothers can be quite ruthless," Luan Xiaonan remarked as he moved to loosen Lu Xinyu's garments. At that moment, Lu Xinyu gritted her teeth and threw a yellow talisman. Boom. Instantly, Luan Xiaonan was sent flying back a distance of 10 feet. And Lu Xinyu seized the opportunity to flee. Thud. Luan Xiaonan, covered in dirt and blood, spat out a mouthful of crimson. You wretched girl. If I don't bring you down today, then I am not Luan Xiaonan. Catch her. Shi Yinza and the others immediately sprang into action, pursuing her. Brother Lu, help me. Brother Lu. Lu Xinyu cried out in despair as she ran. No one can save you today, Shi Yinza declared fiercely, extending his hand towards Lu Xinyu when suddenly a green vine shot forth. Just then, a dark green figure rushed in from the nearby bamboo grove, accompanied by a foreboding voice, as a talisman struck Shi Yinza's chest. Boom. The fireball erupted, sending Shi Yinza hurtling back like a shrimp. Lu Li had no intention of letting Shi Yinza off so easily. He summoned a swift movement talisman and pursued him like lightning, raising his hand to deliver a punch. Buzz. The very space seemed to twist. Crack. Like a watermelon bursting, Shi Yinza's head was obliterated. The spot where Shi Yinza fell was just where Xie Zishir and Su Yuqing were following, and before they could react, Lu Li unleashed 2 more talismans. As they were sent flying, he followed closely behind Xie Zishir like a relentless specter. Crack. A fist struck Xie Zishir's forehead. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned back and delivered another punch, shattering Su Yuqing's head. In less than 10 breaths, all 3 had their heads exploded. No, it can't be. Luan Xiaonan, who had intended to advance, felt his pupils constrict in horror. His legs turned to jelly, and without further thought, he reached into his robes for a life-saving talisman to escape the secret realm. But just then, a small black banner thudded into the ground before him, and a surge of black mist erupted from it, enveloping him completely in an instant. Luan Xiaonan felt as if he had plunged into an ice pit. His mind froze, and a strong metallic scent of blood filled the air, causing him to feel dizzy and rooted to the spot. After several breaths, Luan Xiaonan suddenly regained his senses and attempted to escape the black fog. However, at that moment, a massive fist, propelled by a fierce wind, crashed in. Bang! Luan Xiaonan was hurled from the black mist, half of his head obliterated, blood and brain matter splattering across the ground. Lu Li exhaled deeply, finally feeling a sense of relief. In the distance, Lu Xinyu appeared utterly petrified, covering her mouth in terror as she observed the scene unfold. Was this boy truly the seemingly harmless Lu Li? Unaware of Lu Xinyu's expression, Lu Li reached out to summon the Blood Soul banner, only to inadvertently notice the blood of Luan Xinan flowing back toward him, continuously surging into the banner's pole. A thought crossed his mind as he raised the small banner and, with a soft thud, plunged the pole into Luan Xinan's abdomen. In an instant, the corpse began to contract rapidly, and a wisp of blackish-gray energy shot up from Luan Xinan's mind, struggling as it was drawn into the tattered banner. Lu Li furrowed his brow, a contemplative expression crossing his face. Delving his consciousness into the banner, he discovered that the grayish energy had transformed into a ghastly, formless visage, resembling Luan Xinan himself. The head seemed to sense Lu Li's presence, glancing up at him before drifting mournfully within the confines of the banner. Thus, the Blood Soul banner had acquired its first malevolent spirit. Moments later, Lu Li withdrew the Blood Soul banner, now observing that Luan Xinan's corpse had completely become a desiccated husk, a sight most unsettling, even to Lu Li, who had not anticipated such an outcome. He rummaged through the corpse and retrieved a storage pouch, then proceeded towards the other 3 bodies. Chapter 41. The Great Green Serpent. It was not until Lu Li had transformed the 4 individuals into desiccated corpses that he ceased his actions. His principle was simple: either refrain from action or execute it with absolute resolve, leaving no room for future peril. Allowing even one of them to escape would not bode well for him. The sin of exterminating one's own sect was a burden he could not bear. Upon inspecting the 4 storage bags, he discovered a total of 5,000 contribution cards and 15 first-tier spiritual herbs, among which were 5 stalks of bamboo grass. Additionally, there were 3 introductory-level spell books, yet not a single talisman to be found. It was hardly surprising, considering that a mid-tier talisman would cost several hundred contribution points, a sum they were evidently unwilling to part with. In Lu Li's eyes, while cultivation was indeed vital, having hidden trump cards held even greater significance. Cultivation was merely the surface, while true surprises lay beneath. Returning to Lu Xinyu's side, Lu Li inquired, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, really," Lu Xinyu replied, her complexion slightly pale. "Thank you. No need for thanks. Had it not been for your assistance in locating the bamboo grass, you would not have found yourself in peril. Speaking of which, here's the bamboo grass," Lu Xinyu said, producing 2 stalks from her storage bag and handing them to Lu Li. Observing the bamboo grass in her delicate, soil-stained hands, Lu Li felt a gentle tremor within him as he carefully accepted them. "Thank you." Lu Xinyu smiled at his words. "No, it's nothing." With this, Lu Li now possessed 13 stalks of bamboo grass. Should he succeed in refining the acupoint pills, he could at least concoct 13 of them. As for the other 10 spiritual herbs acquired from Luan Sinan and his companions, Lu Li had no immediate use for them and intended to submit them for a task. "Let us find Senior Brother Chu," Lu Li suggested. His own task was complete, and it was evident that this bamboo grove harbored no spiritual beasts. Thus, they needed to explore elsewhere. After walking a few steps, Lu Li noticed that Lu Xinyu seemed injured, one hand pressed against her chest, her complexion strained. Frowning slightly, he asked, "Should we rest for a moment?" I'm fine. Let us find Senior Brother Chu. We must complete our task quickly," she insisted. Very well. Lu Xinyu had been injured by Luan Sinan's true energy, and her pace was notably slow. Lu Li felt compelled several times to offer his support, but ultimately restrained himself, prompting Lu Xinyu to roll her eyes. Finally, with a sudden turn, she collapsed towards Lu Li. Startled, he quickly caught her. "Junior sister, I think it would be best if you rested for a while." He gently helped her to sit down at the side. Lu Xinyu pouted in dissatisfaction before beginning to circulate her true energy for recovery. After a brief interval, her complexion improved considerably, and she stood up. "Lu de go, let us proceed." The two continued onward. After a short while, they heard a frantic shout from the bamboo grove to their right. Lu Li responded immediately, and moments later, Chu Qingfeng burst forth from the thicket. "Junior brother, junior sister, where have you been?" he exclaimed. "Nowhere in particular. We had ventured a bit farther, but just returned," Lu Li replied. "Oh." Chu Qingfeng presented 3 stalks of emerald bamboo grass to Lu Li, saying, "Junior brother, I have found these 3. Do you wish to search for more?" Lu Li accepted the offering, replying, "I have enough for now. Let us assist you in locating the spirit beasts." With these 3 additional stalks, he now possessed a total of 16. "Junior brother, I spotted a large serpent over there. I am uncertain if it is a spirit beast, but I am inherently afraid of snakes and did not dare to approach." Chu Qingfeng gestured towards the direction behind him. "A large serpent?" Lu Li inquired, intrigued. "Yes. It is entirely green, at least as thick as a water bucket, and spans 2 to 3 zhang in length." Such a size. This was the first time Lu Li had heard of a serpent so colossal, which made him apprehensive. "Let us investigate, and if it proves too daunting, we shall seek out smaller creatures instead." He believed that larger beings would undoubtedly be more formidable opponents. Thus, the two ventured forth under Chu Qingfeng's guidance towards the northern region of the secret realm. After traversing for approximately half an hour, they began to hear the faint sound of flowing water ahead. 100 paces later, Lu Li noticed a hillside to his right, adorned with numerous protruding stones and clusters of small trees. The gentle stream flowed from the confluence of the bamboo grove and the hillside, meandering down into the valley below. Before them lay a descending slope, completely covered in emerald bamboo. To their left, another rocky hill, similar to the one on the right, was dotted with trees in sparse clusters. Standing there, they gazed through the bamboo towards a sheer cliff directly opposite. Upon this cliff, a wide stone staircase ascended, leading to what appeared to be a cave dwelling at its summit. Inscribed characters could be seen upon the cave, but they were too distant for Lu Li to decipher. "Brother, where's the large serpent you mentioned?" Lu Li asked. Chu Qingfeng scratched his head, pointing to the slope ahead. "It was right beneath us just now. How could it have vanished?" "Down there?" Lu Li glanced at the bamboo grove below. The slope was not particularly steep. After a moment's contemplation, he decided, "Let us descend and investigate. There seems to be a cave opposite us. Could it possibly be the Qingyang Cave?" "Qingyang Cave?" Both Chu Qingfeng and Lu Xinyu's eyes sparkled with intrigue as they followed Lu Li down the slope into the valley. The cave was directly across, and entering the valley appeared to be the most prudent choice. "Wait." As they reached the halfway point down the slope, Lu Li suddenly heard a rustling sound from his left, reminiscent of a serpent slithering. He quickly gestured for the two behind him to halt. Turning his head, he was met with a shocking sight. A massive green serpent surged forth from the decaying leaves a mere yard away, rearing its formidable head, its gaping maw revealing glistening fangs that shimmered ominously. It lunged towards Lu Li with ferocity. With a startled cry, Lu Li retreated swiftly, instinctively reaching into his robe. Without pausing to consider which talisman he grasped, he hurled it forward. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed through the air. Without regard for the outcome, Lu Li retreated further, simultaneously extracting several talismans. He selected a swift movement talisman, tucking it into his boot, while warily observing the area shrouded in black smoke. Fortunately, the explosive talisman he had previously thrown had proven effective. Had it been the swift movement talisman, the jest would have escalated dramatically. Chu Qingfeng and Lu Xinyu had already retreated to a flat area above. Lu Xinyu called out to Lu Li, urging him to ascend without concern for the creature. Just as Lu Li was about to respond, the monstrous head cloaked in smoke lunged at him once more. A closer inspection would reveal that the azure head was drenched in blood, yet its eyes glowed a menacing crimson, clearly stirred by Lu Li's provocation. Witnessing this, Lu Li's expression hardened, and he hurled another explosive talisman. Boom! This time, his aim was precise, as he managed to throw the talisman directly into the gaping maw of the great azure serpent, visibly piercing its jaw. With a resounding thud, the serpent's head struck the ground, though it did not succumb. Instead, it began thrashing wildly, its massive tail whipping about and leaving a trail of destruction among the surrounding bamboo, each piece reduced to disarray as if in a frenzy. Chapter 42. The Unfeeling Immortal. On the 5th day of the assessment, time had already passed its midpoint. In the grass hut outside the secret realm, Xiao Zhu and his companions had not departed. Alas, if the restrictions tighten further, the Master S cave may be permanently sealed. I wonder if these youngsters will manage to enter the Master S dwelling, Xiao Zhu murmured as he gazed at the swirling purple mist beneath the cliff. It appeared that the Qingyang secret realm possessed unique prohibitions, which intensified with the passage of time. According to records, initially, even those at the 12th level of Qi refinement could enter, but as time progressed, only those at the 3rd level could gain access. The Qingyang sect had exerted considerable effort to delve into the mysteries of the Qingyang residents, yet ultimately, they had achieved nothing. The higher-ups of the sect were acutely aware of the situation, feeling anxious yet powerless. If the restrictions were to tighten to the 1st level of Qi refinement, even sending people in would be futile. Such is the will of heaven, Yutong sighed, shaking his head. It is said that the Master S cultivation was unparalleled, and his methods of prohibition were fearsome. His actions must hold profound significance. Profound significance? Fang Buwei inquired, puzzled, glancing at Yutong. Indeed, I have heard it mentioned that the Master S entry into the Qingyang secret realm was peculiar, and he strictly forbade disciples of the Qingyang sect from entering the realm. If I am not mistaken, these restrictions may not be innate but rather established by the Master himself. We, the younger generation, may have unwittingly defied his wishes. Such a thing exists? Xiao Zhu frowned. Why did you not mention this sooner? Yutong offered a wry smile. In truth, I too wish to uncover the Master S whereabouts. If he truly passed away in the Qingyang residence, his formidable abilities might still reside there, hence. In essence, it was a desire to covet the legacy of the Qingyang immortal. Xiao Zhu and Fang Buwei could comprehend this sentiment, as they harbored similar aspirations. Albeit unaware of the Master S prior prohibitions, it seemed the Qingyang secret realm was far more intricate than anticipated. Within the secret realm, Lu Li and his companions had descended into the valley. After crossing a small stream, they discovered a winding path through the woods. The group had traversed this path for several hours, yet it showed no signs of an end. Truly, they were running without respite. Following their previous encounter with the large green serpent, they had encountered a smaller green snake and a half-foot-long mutated porcupine. The smaller snake was easily dealt with, but the mutated porcupine had left Lu Li and Chu Qingfeng in a rather pitiful state, their bodies bristling with quills. Ultimately, Lu Li, with a pained expression, had to expend several fireballs to subdue the creature. With that, their tasks were considered complete. To Lu Li's surprise, after such a long journey, they had not encountered the other trio who had entered alongside them. He wondered where they could possibly be. The valley was eerily quiet, apart from the sound of their footsteps. There were no other noises, not even the calls of birds. The ancient trees on either side were lush and verdant, completely obscuring the sunlight above, rendering the path somewhat dim. After walking for a while, Lu Li suddenly raised his hand to halt, his eyes fixed intently on the corner ahead. It seemed that a sound was emanating from that direction. Chu Qingfeng and Lu Xinyu exchanged glances and quickly came to a stop. Lu Ji, what is it? Lu Xinyu inquired softly. There is movement, Lu Li replied, and no sooner had he spoken than 3 figures, 2 men and 1 woman, emerged from around the corner. The woman, dressed in a brownish-yellow garment, led the way, while the trio walked with heads bowed, their demeanor appearing rather dejected. Lu Li recognized them. They were part of the 4-person group that had entered the assessment with them. However, it was unclear why only 3 remained now. The woman noticed Lu Li and his companions, her brow furrowing slightly as she approached them briskly, smiling as she asked, Junior brother Lu, are you headed to Qingyang Mansion? Qingyang Mansion? Lu Li mused, realizing that the cave atop the cliff must indeed be Qingyang Mansion. He nodded in response, indeed. Senior sister, why have you returned? Hee. That Qingyang Mansion is not easy to breach. We recognize our own limitations, and since our task remains unfinished, we shall not squander time, she replied. As she spoke, her gaze flickered, and she smiled at Lu Li. Junior brother must have completed his task after spending so long in the bamboo forest, right? Lu Li shook his head. Not yet. We wandered around inside and ultimately lost our way, which has delayed us greatly. We have only found a few spirit herbs. Is that so? The woman seemed somewhat skeptical. Indeed, Lu Li stated directly, wishing to avoid further entanglement with her. Senior sister, we wish to first explore that mysterious cave. We shall take our leave. With that, he exchanged glances with Lu Xinyu and the others, brushing past her. As Lu Li passed by the woman, a sudden flash of malice crossed her face. Raising her hand, a fireball hurtled toward Lu Li's back. Watch out, Lu Xinyu exclaimed, swiftly moving to shield Lu Li. Boom. A resounding explosion echoed, and Lu Li felt a force collide with him. Turning around, his expression shifted dramatically. It was Lu Xinyu who had taken the blow for him. What are you doing? Chu Qingfeng's expression changed as he rushed to help Lu Xinyu, glaring at the trio with fury. What are we doing? The woman smiled faintly as she brandished her spirit herbs. Hand those over, or do not blame us for disregarding our camaraderie. The other 2 men flanked Lu Li and his companions, mocking expressions on their faces, yet remaining silent. With one of their own injured, they were confident in their ability to subdue them. You dare to rob your fellow disciples. Chu Qingfeng finally realized, for in his mind, disciples should support one another. How could they commit such an act? Rob? Hee. The sect has rules against robbery. Boom. Before the woman could finish her sentence, a dark blue figure suddenly appeared before her. Raising his hand, he delivered a punch. The upper half of her skull was shattered, leaving her nose and forehead in ruin. Meanwhile, the 2 men continued to wear their mocking expressions. Lu Li turned back and charged towards the man on the right, delivering another punch. The man on the left finally reacted, and in a state of panic, he hastily retreated, instinctively reaching into his pocket. Upon noticing this, Lu Xinyu broke free from the days of Chu Qingfeng and swiftly unleashed a water arrow aimed at the man's chest. In his terror, the man unconsciously gathered his energy to defend himself, but this brief moment of hesitation allowed Lu Li to dispatch the man on the right and rush towards him. Spare me. Boom. The only response he received was a searing pain in his chest, as he was propelled backward for several feet, crashing heavily against the ancient tree behind him, leaving a gaping hole in his chest that was utterly horrifying. Panting heavily, Lu Li's face turned pale as he supported himself on his knees, gasping for breath. This time, he truly gained insight into the harsh realities of the world of cultivators. A moment ago, he had been sharing laughter with his fellow sister disciple, only to have her turn ruthless in an instant. The world of practitioners indeed demands unwavering vigilance. What the others did not anticipate was the sheer strength of Lu Li's combat prowess. Being at the same level of cultivation, they could not withstand even a single blow from him. It is not that Lu Li was overwhelmingly powerful. Although he possessed immense strength, it would not have been so easy for them to perish had they been prepared to evade. Unfortunately, they had underestimated him, never expecting that Lu Li would dare to take a life. After all, they had merely sought to seize the spiritual herb. Chapter 43. Qingyang Prefecture. Junior Sister Lu, please proceed with Senior Brother Chu. I shall follow shortly, Lu Li said, his gaze flickering as he addressed Lu Xinyu, and Chu Qingfeng after regaining a semblance of composure. Lu Xinyu nodded in understanding, turning to the visibly troubled Chu Qingfeng. "Senior brother Chu, let us go." Chu Qingfeng, still in a daze, nodded woodenly and followed Lu Xinyu ahead. Once they had departed, Lu Li summoned the Blood Soul banner, which pierced through the chest of a nearby individual with a soft thud. In an instant, the person's body began to wither, as a blood-like mist gradually flowed into the banner's pole, while a grayish-white essence merged with the banner's surface. After approximately half an hour, 3 corpses had transformed into desiccated husks. Lu Li retracted the Blood Soul banner, noting the addition of several bodiless, malevolent spirits within the banner, each possessing distinct features, some with green faces and sharp fangs, others marred by festering sores, engaging in a frenzied pursuit, as if intent on consuming one another. Regaining his focus, Lu Li opened 3 storage bags, revealing a total of 6,000 contribution cards among various miscellaneous items. As he sifted through the contents, one particular gray tome captured his attention. The Great Een Forbidden Techniques. He read from the cover, a slight furrow forming on his brow as he slowly opened the book. The practitioner, grounded in the 8 directions of the universe, harnesses the powers of all beings. It can attack, defend, absorb, and restrict. After perusing a few pages, Lu Li realized it appeared to be a treatise on forbidden formations and spells, though the exposition was exceedingly abstruse, leaving him somewhat disoriented. It must be a treasure. Recognizing that this location was unsuitable for study, Lu Li stored the Great Een Forbidden Techniques within his spatial hall and proceeded onward. That Chu Qingfeng was too soft-hearted. He wondered if this would lead to complications. As he walked, Lu Li's gaze shifted, his mind oscillating with uncertainty. He feared that Chu Qingfeng might succumb to the pressures of the sect's inquiries and divulge this matter, yet he was reluctant to eliminate him, caught in a dilemma. After all, Chu Qingfeng had never intended harm towards him. He was quite an admirable person, embodying the spirit of chivalry. Before long, Lu Li emerged from the forested path to discover an expansive, fenced platform ahead. Behind it lay a steep cliff with stone steps that led to a cave, which seemed to lack a door, its entrance inscribed with the 3 characters of Qingyang Prefecture. At this moment, Lu Xinyu and Chu Qingfeng were standing about 10 feet away from the stone steps, inspecting something. As Lu Li approached, he realized it was a corpse. The body was marred with wounds and bore signs of having been burned, presenting a rather tragic sight. "Brother Lu," Lu Xinyu greeted him as she turned around. Chu Qingfeng remained silent, his expression grave. Lu Li nodded, recognizing that this individual had been among the group earlier. "How did he end up here?" "We're not sure. He was already deceased when we arrived," Lu Xinyu replied. Upon hearing this, Lu Li crouched down to examine the body and discovered that the storage bag was missing. He soon deduced the circumstances, shaking his head as he remarked, "It seems those 3 individuals were responsible for his death." "Those 3 individuals?" "Indeed." Lu Li did not provide an explanation. Instead, he gazed at the stone steps leading up the mountain. "Shall we ascend?" he inquired. "Very well," Lu Xinyu replied, nodding as she followed Lu Li up the steps. Chu Qingfeng hesitated for a moment, but eventually joined them. The steps, aside from being notably higher than usual, appeared unremarkable. However, upon reaching the 10th step, Lu Li suddenly sensed a light pressure upon him, barely perceptible yet undeniable. Lu Xinyu, who followed closely behind, reacted more acutely, her body shuddering slightly as she furrowed her brow and remarked, "There seems to be something peculiar here." "Is there?" Lu Li responded, scanning for any anomalies but finding none, and continued onward. When he reached the 20th step, he again felt an additional weight, akin to the sensation of initially bearing a brick, only to have another placed upon his shoulder. "Strange," Lu Li muttered, shaking his head as he pressed on. Upon reaching the 30th step, he felt another slight heaviness. By this time, Lu Xinyu had begun to sweat profusely. "Brother Lu, I fear there may be a gravity restriction array here." "A gravity restriction array?" Lu Li inquired, puzzled. "Indeed. I have read about it in my family's records. It is said that certain powerful beings can manipulate terrain to create such arrays, including gravity restrictions, which can be understood as formations that impose a gravity far exceeding that of the outside world, thereby hindering movement. If the array is sufficiently potent, it could even be lethal. Is that so?" Lu Li frowned, glancing up at the remaining stone steps, which appeared to extend for another 70 or 80. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved that since he had come this far, it would be a shame not to explore further. Thus, he ascended once more. His willingness to proceed was influenced by a certain rotund steward from the treasure pavilion, who had indicated that a piece of green stone lay within the Chinyang prefecture, suggesting that the steward had either been there or someone had. If others could reach it, then surely he, a body refinement practitioner, would not be deterred by this gravity restriction array. Before he realized it, Luli had reached the 70th step. At this point, he felt as if he were a common person carrying a bucket of water, slightly burdensome, yet manageable. In contrast, Lu Xinyu beside him was bent over, clearly struggling, her breaths coming in heavy gasps. Junior sister, perhaps you should refrain from going further? Luli thought, reasoning that if she could not ascend, any treasures within would remain his to claim. Lu Xinyu wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead and glanced at the remaining steps. I believe I can manage. Very well, Luli replied, pursing his lips as he continued onward. To his surprise, the previously silent Chu Qingfeng appeared to be faring even better than Lu Xinyu, eventually surpassing her. Upon reaching the 90th step, the gravity surged abruptly. Taken off guard, Luli felt his body tremble under the sudden weight, as though a common person had transitioned from carrying a bucket of water to a bag of cement. However, after a brief adjustment, he regained his composure. Only 9 stone steps remained ahead, and the gravity had ceased to intensify. It appeared that this was the pinnacle of its force. The so-called gravity barrier seemed rather unremarkable. Luli felt a tinge of disappointment, for with such minimal gravity, it would likely prove insufficient to deter the 2 individuals behind him. Consequently, it seemed that the treasure would inevitably be divided among the 3 of them. The thought of having to strike the 2 back did not sit well with him. With a heavy heart, Luli finally reached the top of the stone steps. Upon stepping onto the highest platform, the weight upon him vanished abruptly. Before him lay a colossal opening, 2 zhang high and 3 zhang wide. Gazing inside, he noticed the floor was shrouded in darkness, and at the far end stood a stone altar upon which rested a palm-sized azure pebble. However, Luli's attention was not captured by the pebble. Rather, it was drawn to the pile of scattered bones on the mat before the altar, which were ensconced in a dark blue robe that shimmered with an extraordinary sheen. Luli immediately coveted the robe, though a flicker of confusion crossed his mind. The gravity barrier was evidently not very formidable. Why, then, had the 4 individuals refrained from entering the cave? Furthermore, regarding the rotund steward who had tasked him with retrieving the azure stone. Chapter 44. Possession. As Luli pondered, Chu Qingfeng and Lu Xinyu approached one after the other. Both appeared as if they had exerted themselves beyond their limits, bending over and gasping for breath. Their faces flushed crimson. After a quarter of an hour, they finally regained their composure. Brother Lu, why haven't you entered? Lu Xinyu inquired. Of course, I am waiting for you both. I am not the sort to indulge in solitary enjoyment. Luli replied calmly, his heart steady and his face unwavering. Upon hearing this, both of them brightened, and Chu Qingfeng's previously solemn expression softened slightly. He cupped his hands in salute to Luli, saying, Junior brother, your sense of righteousness is commendable, but please refrain from engaging in any actions that harm your fellow disciples. Luli's gaze flickered as he smiled, responding, indeed, I was merely incensed by their harm to junior sister Lu. It was a momentary lapse in judgment. Upon hearing this, a flicker of gratitude crossed Lu Xinyu's eyes, mingled with a hint of conflict. Chu Qingfeng, meanwhile, let out a heavy sigh of relief, thinking that although his junior brother was somewhat irascible, he truly cared for his own. He once again cupped his hands and said, Junior brother, we have all nearly recovered. Let us enter together and see what treasures await us. We shall divide them among the 3 of us. Very well, Luli nodded, extending his hand. Senior brother, junior sister, after you. Feigning to step forward, he suddenly retracted his foot as the 2 entered without suspicion. Just as they crossed the threshold of the cave, an unforeseen transformation occurred. A yellowish aura surged forth suddenly, enveloping the 2 in an instant. Ah! A scream echoed simultaneously. Luli extended his consciousness and observed that both had collapsed into the yellow mist, their heads pressed firmly against the ground, motionless, blood oozing from the corners of their mouths. Another gravity confinement formation? Luli's countenance changed dramatically. After several struggles, he gritted his teeth and rushed inside, feeling as though a great mountain had been placed upon his back, causing his bones to crack under the pressure. There was no time to ponder further. He grasped each of them and dashed out of the cave. Senior brother, junior sister, are you all right? Lu Li's face was etched with urgency as he slapped each of their faces in an attempt to rouse them. With a spit of blood, the two awakened from their stupor, expressions filled with lingering fear. Thank you, junior brother, Chu Qingfeng said, visibly shaken. Thank you, brother Lu, for your timely rescue. After expressing their gratitude, they began to meditate and recuperate. Had it not been for Lu Li's intervention, they might have found it difficult to emerge. Seeing this, Lu Li furrowed his brow, sensing that there was indeed something amiss. The yellow mist had yet to dissipate. If it were merely a gravity confinement formation, that would be one thing, but he worried that something more sinister lay in wait. With a conflicted expression, he glanced back at the two, but in that fleeting moment, he inadvertently noticed something peculiar about the emerald bamboo mountain across from him. Turning back to take a closer look, his face transformed with disbelief, for he discovered that the once vibrant emerald bamboo mountain was now shrouded in a layer of withered yellow, and the bamboo leaves atop the mountain were slowly falling. What on earth is happening? Lu Li found himself bewildered by the sudden shift in circumstances. Junior brother, I believe it would be prudent for us to retreat. It seems we cannot penetrate this place, Chu Qingfeng remarked. Having regained his composure, his expression still tinged with apprehension. Lu Xinyu merely observed Lu Li in silence. With one hand resting behind him, Lu Li gently tapped his fingers in contemplation before shaking his head. I wish to attempt this once more. As he spoke, he retrieved a swift movement talisman and affixed it to his leg, glancing back at the two companions. You two remain here. Chu Qingfeng opened his mouth to protest, but Lu Li had already dashed forward. Amidst the yellow mist, Lu Li hunched over, laboriously advancing. Each step necessitated a moment's pause. This seemingly short distance of less than 2 zhang felt interminable. The area lay approximately 4 or 5 zhang from the site of the bones. Despite the arduous trek, Lu Li had faith he could escape the yellow mist, though he was apprehensive about what lay within the remaining 2 or 3 zhang beyond it. After an arduous 3/4 of an hour, Lu Li finally traversed this 2 zhang stretch. Just as he was on the verge of escaping the yellow mist, he abruptly halted, contemplating before tossing a storage bag ahead. In an instant, flames erupted before him, towering red fire reaching heights of 4 to 5 feet, extending a full zhang in front of the skeletal remains. Is this also a forbidden formation? Lu Li's heart raced at the sight of the blazing crimson flames. After observing for a moment, he succumbed to the allure of the treasure and cautiously extended his hand to gauge the heat of the flames. Having tempered his body, he felt assured that ordinary high temperatures posed no threat to him. Rather, he feared the flames might exceed his threshold of endurance. After a few tentative attempts, Lu Li's expression transformed into one of joy. It was manageable. Though the flames were somewhat searing, they remained within his capacity to withstand. With a sudden exertion, he leaped through the yellow mist. The moment he exited the mist, he felt an unexpected lightness, propelling him 5 or 6 feet into the very heart of the fire. Flames roared, and an acrid scent of charred material filled the air. Looking down, Lu Li found his body unscathed, yet his garments had been entirely incinerated, and not a hair remained on his body. Rubbing his head, ashes from his singed hair fell away. Lu Li glanced back to see Lu Xinyu scream and swiftly turn away. Well, Lu Li smirked. Unencumbered, he charged forward. The instant he stepped beyond the fiery perimeter, both the yellow mist and flames vanished into thin air. Had the restriction been lifted? Stunned, he had no time to ponder. Hastily seizing the dark green robe and donning it, Chu Qingfeng, witnessing the scene, was elated and rushed in as well. Damn it! Lu Li, halfway into the robe, saw Chu Qingfeng enter and disregarded his attire, rushing to the long table to swiftly gather the blue stone. Upon entering, Chu Qingfeng found the space utterly devoid of anything until his gaze fell upon a green jade bottle at the edge of the long table, prompting him to hasten forward. Lu Li initially intended to seize the jade bottle as well, but after a moment's contemplation, he decided against it. One must not act too ruthlessly, especially when it concerns an acquaintance. Aside from these 2 items, the entire cave was desolate, with remnants indicating that it once housed numerous treasures, now long vanished due to the ravages of time. Zhu Qingfeng cast a glance at the azure jade bottle, intending to open it and discover its contents. But he suddenly noticed that Lu Li's expression was somewhat unusual. At that moment, Lu Li's countenance was exceedingly peculiar, alternating between hues of blue and red. while his eyes mirrored the same unsettling colors. "Junior brother, what is the matter with you?" Zhu Qingfeng's expression changed as he hurriedly approached to inquire. "Step back," Lu Li croaked, struggling to articulate the two words. At that instant, a gray shadow abruptly surged into his mind, engaging in a fierce contest with his consciousness. "Child, do not resist. To become my physical form is a fortune you have accrued over 8 lifetimes. I have awaited this day for several centuries." The gray shadow morphed into a sinister middle-aged man, distinguished in appearance, with flowing black hair and a blood-red flame insignia adorning his brow. "Seize, possess." A term suddenly flashed through Lu Li's mind, filling his eyes with horror. Chapter 45. Qin Feng. The concept of seizing a body, known as duoshi, refers to the practice in which one's consciousness reaches a certain level of cultivation, allowing it to merge with the soul and form an independent spiritual entity. Even after the physical body perishes, this spiritual essence can continue to act autonomously, taking over another's body for its own purposes. Typically, such an ability is only first attained during the nascent soul stage, yet it is often short-lived, indicating that the individual's original cultivation must have been above the nascent soul level. This realization sent Lu Li into a state of panic. A fierce tug-of-war unfolded within Lu Li's mind. "Surrender. My methods are not something a mere chi refinement stage novice like you can withstand." The sinister figure taunted while encroaching upon Lu Li's consciousness. "Am I to die?" Lu Li experienced excruciating pain as memories of his journey replayed in his mind. "No, I cannot die. I have struggled so hard to reach this point. How can I perish here?" The more he reminisced, the stronger his resolve became. As he recalled the moment at the treasure pavilion, an epiphany struck him, and he shouted, "Come forth, banner." Suddenly, a 5-foot banner materialized in thin air, piercing the space before Lu Li with a resounding crack. A torrent of sanguine energy surged forth as 6 or 7 malevolent spirits roared into Lu Li's consciousness. Pointing at the ominous figure, Lu Li commanded, "Devour him." The spirits howled and lunged towards the sinister man. No, how can a righteous disciple wield such a wicked weapon? In a moment of desperation, the malevolent figure abandoned the struggle for Lu Li's body and swiftly retreated, while outside, Zhu Qingfeng looked on with concern etched across his face. However, in the next instant, a tendril of dark, grayish energy surged into his mind. "Ah!" Zhu Qingfeng cried out in anguish, collapsing to the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably. Upon hearing the scream, Lu Li's expression shifted, and he promptly directed the spirits to charge into Zhu Qingfeng's consciousness. "No!" came Zhu Qingfeng's agonized yell. Lu Li's face paled, and he hastily withdrew the spirits. Yet, at that very moment, Zhu Qingfeng abruptly rose, his gaze fixed menacingly on Lu Li. "Young one, I must genuinely thank you. Were it not for your soul banner subduing his consciousness, I would not have succeeded so swiftly. You are not senior brother Zhu." Lu Li's countenance changed, and he instinctively took 2 steps back. "Call me senior brother Zhu if you wish, but my true name is Qin Feng." Extending his hand, he demanded, "The great Yin forbidden technique is in your possession. Hand it over." "What do you mean?" Lu Li regarded Zhu Qingfeng with suspicion. "Do not feign ignorance with me. I have fused with this boy's memories. You killed those few individuals, and it is impossible that you did not acquire the great Yin forbidden technique. Moreover, allow me to enlighten you. This grand Yin forbidden technique is a treasure I expended considerable effort to cast aside, intended for your enlightenment in the intricate formations contained within, so that you might submit to my possession. Alas, those individuals proved utterly inept, not only failing to study the forbidden technique, but also engaging in mutual slaughter. It seems that you were the mastermind behind it all." Lu Li finally comprehended why this grand Yin forbidden technique ended up in the hands of those few. He chuckled. "Well, I must admit, despite your affiliation with the Qingyang sect, you exhibit a certain flair reminiscent of my demon sect. Surrender the grand Yin forbidden technique, and I shall spare your life." Qin Feng extended his palm, awaiting Lu Li's compliance. "Not a chance," Lu Li exclaimed, brandishing his long banner which shot towards Qin Feng with a swift whoosh. "How dare a mere ant oppose me?" Qin Feng's expression darkened, and he swiftly formed a seal with his hands, causing blood mist to swirl around him. However, after a brief flicker, the mist receded unexpectedly, leaving Qin Feng with a grim countenance. "What a waste. You haven't even slain a single person, and I cannot unleash my blood sea technique." As he spoke, he evaded the blood soul banner with a swift motion, gasping for breath. It seems you are not as formidable as you appear. Seeing this, Lu Li felt reassured and activated his swift movement talisman, charging towards Qin Feng. Outside, Lu Xinyu noticed Lu Li had ceased using the blood soul banner and rushed in, raising her hand to cast a water blue palm print towards Qin Feng's back. A trivial trick. Qin Feng evaded with a flicker, vanishing like a specter, only to reappear before Lu Li in an instant, delivering a powerful punch to Lu Li's chest. Taken aback by the swiftness of his opponent, Lu Li could only hastily raise his fist in defense. With a resounding crash, both combatants were forced back 5 steps. Qin Feng, stabilizing his stance, looked increasingly troubled. He had been compelled to retreat before a mere 3rd-level Qi practitioner. Yet before he could voice his thoughts, 3 water arrows shot towards him. Child, do you truly believe my patience is infinite? A flicker of crimson flashed in Qin Feng's eyes as he narrowly avoided the arrows and, in an instant, covered 3 zhang, subsequently kicking Lu Xinyu out of the cave. Junior sister, Lu Li cried out in alarm, pursuing fiercely. The two then became entwined in a fierce struggle within the cave. Initially, Lu Li was utterly overwhelmed, akin to a punching bag, blood streaming from his mouth in a dire state. However, as time passed and Qin Feng's energy waned, Lu Li gradually gained the upper hand through sheer brute force, intermittently casting talismans that left Qin Feng in a pitiful condition. With another collision, both combatants staggered. Boy, this ends here. Allow me to recuperate, and then I shall come for your life. With that, Qin Feng produced a purple jade tablet, threatening. You would do well to keep my existence a secret. Otherwise, I shall reveal your slaying of fellow disciples and your possession of the Blood Soul banner. With a loud crack, he crushed the jade tablet, and in an instant, he vanished into thin air. Concurrently, the Qingyang secret realm began to tremble. Lu Li's expression suddenly changed as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and dashed out of the cave. The moment he emerged, he was astounded by the sight before him. The once verdant valley had transformed into a lifeless expanse. The leaves of the ancient trees had all withered, and their trunks were marred by deep cracks, giving the impression that they had been dead for countless years. Moreover, the entire secret realm trembled violently, as if on the brink of explosion. With no time for contemplation, Lu Li swiftly grasped the hand of Lu Xinyu, urging her, "Junior sister, quickly, shatter the jade tablet." Lu Xinyu, appearing gravely injured, did not hesitate upon hearing his words. In a flurry, she took out the jade tablet, channeled her vital energy, and with a sharp crack, it shattered into dust. Seeing Lu Xinyu vanish, Lu Li followed suit and crushed his own jade tablet. After a tumultuous whirlwind, he found himself tumbling to the base of a precipice with a thud. Almost immediately, he felt himself being lifted and propelled forward at great speed. In a hazy state, Lu Li seemed to hear a cacophony of roars and the sound of rocks tumbling, and shortly thereafter, he was unceremoniously dropped onto the ground. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely before Lu Li gradually regained consciousness. Chapter 46. Return. Upon opening his eyes, he realized he had exited the secret realm. Lying on a small path outside, in the distance, the cliff had collapsed, and amidst the rubble, the shadow of the previous thatched cottage could be faintly discerned. Lu Xinyu lay unconscious on the grass beside the path. Xiao Ju and the other two were gathered around Qin Feng, inquiring about something. When they noticed Lu Li awakening, they turned their attention to him. Xiao Ju asked, "Are you all right, young man?" At this moment, Lu Li donned a dark azure robe, which shimmered with an extraordinary azure light. However, his bald head appeared somewhat comical. He stood up, scratching his head, and replied, "I'm fine." What transpired within? Xiao Ju's gaze was fixed intently upon Lu Li. Lu Li furrowed his brow slightly, glancing through the gaps between the 3 figures, where he saw Chu Qingfeng observing him with an air of calmness, his expression remarkably indifferent, devoid of any tension. This left Lu Li uncertain. How could he remain so composed? Lu Li squinted slightly, inhaling deeply before speaking. "I do not know what happened. We were gathering spirit herbs when the secret realm suddenly began to shake violently. Out of fear, I fled." As his mind raced, Lu Li restrained himself. The man's demeanor was far too tranquil, leading him to doubt whether revealing the matter of seizing Chu Qingfeng's body would elicit any suspicion from the 3 elders. Should he provoke the other party and expose the incident of using a sinister artifact to kill his fellow disciples, he would find himself in a precarious situation. For although the secret realm had shattered, the bodies had not necessarily been obliterated. Of course, Lu Li harbored no fear of an investigation by the elders. The Blood Soul banner remained within the spatial hall, and he was confident that no one, apart from himself, could uncover the existence of the treasure tower. However, this scenario placed both him and Qin Feng at a disadvantage, resulting in a futile internal struggle, which might even provoke this millennial-old demon, a risk not worth taking. Upon hearing Lu Li's account, the three elders exchanged glances, their expressions filled with profound doubt. Meanwhile, Qin Feng had not lifted his eyelids throughout the discourse, seemingly unfazed by Lu Li's actions. "Senior brother, do you think it could be a case of extremes leading to reversal?" Feng Bufei suddenly directed his gaze at Xiao Zhu, pondering thoughtfully. "What do you mean by extremes leading to reversal?" "Well," he continued, "since the restrictions of this secret realm may have been established by our ancestor, its purpose would likely be to confine the disciples of Qingyang sect from entering. As the restrictions grew stronger, they would inevitably consume a significant amount of the natural spiritual energy. Might it be that when the energy was depleted to a certain extent, it caused the self-destruction of the restrictions? I believe the third has a valid point." Yu Tong nodded in agreement. "This possibility cannot be dismissed," Xiao Zhu concurred, turning his gaze to Lu Li. "When you exited, did you notice any other anomalies apart from the shaking of the secret realm?" Reporting to the elder, "I saw that all the ancient trees within withered instantaneously," Lu Li stated honestly. In truth, he too was curious as to how the secret realm, which had been intact, could suddenly erupt in chaos. Upon hearing this, the three nodded in agreement. Feng Wubai remarked that it seemed likely, as the ancient tree had withered, indicating that the restrictions not only consumed spiritual energy, but also drained the vitality of the secret realm. Subsequently, the trio inquired about matters pertaining to the Qingyang estate. But Lu Li candidly stated that he had yet to enter the estate, skillfully evading the topic. During this exchange, Lu Xinyu awakened. Whether it was due to overhearing Lu Li and the others' conversation, her words mirrored his precisely, which allowed Lu Li to breathe a sigh of relief inwardly. After further discussion among the three elders, Yu Tong led Lu Li and the others to the Foreign Affairs Hall to handle their formalities. On the second floor of the Foreign Affairs Hall, Yu Tong requested that they present their pouches and task items for inspection. He then personally registered them, and upon completion, bestowed upon each of them a storage bag, stating, "This storage bag is a reward for becoming official disciples." Additionally, it contains a badge, a token, and a complete Qingyang scripture. A complete Qingyang scripture? Lu Li echoed, realizing that the previous version they had practiced was limited to the qi refining stage, while the complete version could support their cultivation to the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Initially, Lu Li had believed that the former scripture bore flaws, and thus, he felt slightly disheartened upon discovering that it merely offered methods to advance to the foundation establishment stage. Unperturbed by Lu Li's change in expression, Yu Tong elucidated some matters regarding official disciples before summoning Lu Feng to escort Lu Li and the others to their lodgings. The residence area for official disciples lay to the west of the sect square, with a broad tree-lined avenue extending from the square to the foot of a majestic peak. On either side of the expansive path stood numerous independent courtyards, likely numbering in the hundreds. These courtyards were luxuriously constructed, starkly contrasting with the dwellings of the miscellaneous disciples. Lu Feng pointed towards the towering peak behind the courtyard, saying, "That is Qinyan Peak. The spiritual energy atop is far more concentrated than at the mountain's base. Once you reach the 8th level of qi refinement, you may move from your current courtyard to the caverns above for your cultivation." Lu Li gazed upward, captivated by the clouds swirling around Qinyan Peak, which resembled a celestial paradise, stirring a deep yearning within him. After this, Lu Feng led them onward. They walked along the main road for a while before entering a side path, which they followed to its conclusion, finally halting before an independent courtyard. Lu Feng produced 3 jade keys and handed them to each of them, explaining, "The courtyard door is protected by a defensive restriction. This key serves as the restriction key. Please keep it safe, for if it is lost, you will need to compensate 500 contribution points." Lu Li examined the key thoughtfully before glancing at the silently brooding Qin Feng, feeling a sense of unease. After some contemplation, he pulled Lu Feng aside and whispered, "Senior brother Lu, is it possible to have an independent courtyard? I truly find it difficult to share living quarters with strangers. In truth, It wasn't that Lu Li disliked sharing with strangers. If it were only Lu Xinyu, it would be manageable, but with Qin Feng, he felt otherwise. Lu Feng shook his head and said, "Junior brother, it's not that I wish to decline your request, but regrettably, I find myself unable to assist you. Despite the numerous courtyards here, each one is occupied by many residents. Please bear with it for a while. Once someone relocates to the mountain, I shall endeavor to help you find a solitary courtyard. Does that sound reasonable?" Lu Feng harbored a modicum of fondness for Lu Li. Had it been anyone else, he would have likely dismissed them with a scowl, rather than engage in such courteous discourse. Upon hearing this, Lu Li felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Yet he still politely clasped his hands together and replied, "I appreciate your efforts, Senior Brother Lu. If a courtyard becomes available, I would be most grateful if you could inform me. I shall not forget your kindness." "Very well, I shall remember that. You may enter and take a look around. While I take my leave," Lu Feng instructed before departing. Lu Li, feeling somewhat resigned, shook his head. As he walked back, he noticed the courtyard gate had been opened. Yet Lu Xinyu was still waiting at the entrance for Lu Li. Upon seeing him return, she inquired, "Elder brother Lu, what did you wish to discuss with him?" Chapter 47. The harvest. Nothing serious, just a casual chat. "Let us enter," Lu Li remarked with a faint smile, offering little explanation as he strode inside. Directly upon entering stood a main house comprising 3 adjoining rooms, a central living area flanked by 2 bedrooms, while to the left of the courtyard lay a pair of guest rooms. The courtyard was adorned with flooring, and in the corner, a flower bed boasted a variety of flora alongside an ancient tree of indeterminate species, far surpassing the humble aesthetics of the Servants' Valley. After surveying the layout, Lu Li chose a room on the right side of the main house. Lu Xinyu expressed her desire to keep a distance from Qin Feng, opting instead for a room on the left. Throughout this exchange, Qin Feng remained silent, observing the two with an unsettling gaze, reminiscent of a predator eyeing its prey. Unable to endure such scrutiny, Lu Li exchanged a few words with Lu Xinyu before making his way to his room. The walls of his chamber were not merely thin boards as in the Servants' Valley. Rather, they were constructed from hefty ancient stones, each a foot thick, with a stone door that provided a profound sense of security. Lu Li felt a slight relief, convinced that Qin Feng, with his current level of cultivation, would struggle to breach these defenses. Qin Feng lingered in his mind like a thorn, and Lu Li found himself at a loss for how to eliminate the threat. Constantly wary of potential treachery, gently, he pushed against the stone door. Despite his foundational strength reaching 3,000, he still found it somewhat laborious. Fortunately, a mechanism button nearby allowed him to seal the door with a mere touch. Once the stone door was secured, Lu Li seated himself at the table, beginning to tally the gains from this venture into the secret realm. In the first layer of the Pagoda's medicinal garden, 16 robust bamboo grasses thrived exuberantly. Filling Lu Li with hope, he mused that it was time to seek an opportunity to gather the remaining 3 ingredients for the acupuncture pill. The efficacy of the acupuncture pill was extraordinary. A single pill could open a meridian, undoubtedly the optimal choice for his swift elevation in cultivation. Beyond the bamboo grass, Lu Li was astonished to discover that the Xianzhu grass he had collected from Tianzhu Peak now bore 50 spiritual patterns, a remarkable increase from the 30 it had possessed less than 2 years prior. Could it be that this layer of the medicinal garden accelerated growth? The thought quickened his breath. If true, he could rapidly cultivate a plethora of spiritual herbs in the future. However, a sudden realization struck him. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the land of the medicinal garden had expanded significantly, now exceeding 3 zhang in size. It appeared that the garden indeed had the capacity for expansion. When he first activated the small pagoda, he had received information indicating that the more spiritual entities present, the larger the space would become. It was evidently true. After exiting the medicinal garden, Lu Li directed his consciousness into the second layer of the spatial hall, and as anticipated, the area had expanded to a circumference of 30 zhang due to the enlargement of the first layer. With a thought, he retrieved an ancient tome and a palm-sized azure pebble from the spatial hall. These constituted the most significant treasures acquired during this expedition into the secret realm. He first curiously picked up the green stone and examined it closely. After scrutinizing it for a while, Lu Li could not help but feel a tinge of disappointment. The green stone appeared no different from an ordinary pebble and bore no special attributes. Why did the portly steward place such importance on this stone? Lu Li's gaze flickered. Could it be that its conspicuous placement led him to mistake it for a treasure? No, it must hold some significance. As he pondered, a sudden spark of inspiration struck him. He bit his middle finger, drawing a drop of blood that fell upon the green stone. Instantly, the blood was absorbed by the stone. Following this, the stone quivered, and golden characters began to emerge, automatically arranging themselves into a scripture that floated before Lu Li's eyes. The Tai Xian Jing. Upon seeing the three bold characters, Lu Li's body trembled with excitement. This was indeed the Tai Xian Jing. In the next moment, the golden characters twisted and surged into Lu Li's mind. Before he could examine them closely, a frail, aged voice suddenly resonated from within the stone. I am Yi Qingyang, besieged by the demonic fiend. To prevent the fiend from wreaking havoc upon the sect, I have confined myself within this secret realm. Now, feeling my strength waning, I leave behind a copy of the Tai Xian Jing and the Da Yin Forbidden Technique. The Tai Xian Jing belongs to the supreme sect of Tai Xian Dao. Should any of our disciples acquire it, they must submit it to the sect for proper handling and never reveal it to the world to avoid calamity. The Da Yin Forbidden Technique contains the legacy of defying the heavens. All my skills in array and prohibition stem from this. Should a fated person acquire it, they must store it with great caution. Once this knowledge is made public, it could become a target for enemies, leading to dire consequences. So terrifying? Lu Li stared at the ancient text on the table, an inexplicable chill coursing through him. After the ancient voice fell silent, he tentatively called out a few times, "Senior." And upon receiving no response, he resumed examining the green stone. It remained unchanged, yet the Tai Xian Jing was now his to possess. With a glimmer of thought, he realized the portly steward desired the green stone, making it a perfect opportunity to exchange it for contributions. After stowing away the stone, Lu Li picked up the Da Yin Forbidden Technique to begin his perusal. Could it be an exaggeration? Upon reaching the conclusion, Lu Li's eyes widened in astonishment, for he read a line stating, "For those who master the forbidden technique, with a mere gesture, the world becomes a forbidden zone. Confinement, annihilation, life, death, control, all exist within a single thought. In other words, wherever one stands, with a casual wave, any area perceptible by one's consciousness could transform into a forbidden zone, with life and death dictated by their will." If this were true, the Da Yin Forbidden Technique was indeed unfathomably terrifying. True great powers can cover vast expanses with a mere thought. Combined with the Da Yin Forbidden Technique, it would be tantamount to defying the heavens. However, when he eagerly turned the pages further, he realized he could only access the first section, Symbolic Prohibition Unraveled. As for the two texts mentioned in the general outline, the Array Prohibition's hundreds of explanations and the Great Transformation's forbidden techniques, they seemed inseparably fused, utterly impossible to unravel. He hastily flipped to the last page of the former and discovered the inscription. Only upon successful foundation establishment may one pursue the study of the Array Prohibition techniques. It became evident to Lu Li that it was not a matter of them being stuck together, but rather that his cultivation was insufficient. Thus, he realized that he could only peruse the second text upon reaching the foundational stage. After some time, Lu Li finally set aside the Great Transformation's forbidden techniques. The first text, the Array Prohibition's hundreds of explanations, detailed the crafting of various talismans and the engraving of runes, requiring an array of materials that he currently lacked the time to gather. His immediate priority was to collect the ingredients for the acupuncture pill to break through his cultivation. The path of talismans could wait until he had the leisure to study it further. As dusk approached, Lu Li meticulously accounted for all his findings, stretched languidly, and murmured, "I should first report to the plump steward. He still owes me 100,000 contribution points." With that, he activated the mechanism and stepped outside. Just as he exited the courtyard, a man clad in gray followed closely behind. With each step Lu Li took, the man mirrored him. Abruptly, Lu Li turned, glaring furiously at Qin Feng. "What do you want from me?" Qin Feng regarded Lu Li with a calm demeanor and said, "Hand over the Great Transformation's forbidden techniques to me, and I shall not only spare you any hardship, but also take you as my disciple." Chapter 48. Vision. Could you grant me a moment to ponder? Lu Li refrained from outright rejection, fearing that a firm refusal might drive Qin Feng to desperation. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's eyes gleamed with enthusiasm. Realizing that this young man possessed a modicum of discernment, understanding that such extraordinary artifacts were beyond his grasp. He nodded in agreement, stating, "Very well. I have high hopes for you. I will allow you a month to deliberate." With that, he turned and departed. Once Qin Feng ceased to accompany him, Lu Li finally breathed a sigh of relief and made his way towards the sect's plaza. Upon arriving at the Baibao building, he found the portly steward engrossed in his tasks. The steward's face brightened upon seeing Lu Li enter, prompting him to urge the inner disciples, "Hurry, hurry. Why are you dawdling over a few hundred contributions? It's utterly embarrassing." The disciples, upon hearing this, turned various shades of red and green before promptly abandoning their efforts. What an attitude! "We're not buying anymore. Let us go exchange for condensing true pills instead." "Exactly. Buy or don't buy." The portly steward emerged from behind the counter, firmly shutting the door, and eagerly inquired, "So, did you acquire it?" Lu Li offered a faint smile and waved his hand, revealing the azure stone that had materialized in his grasp. "Is this the one?" Yes, indeed." "Hand it over quickly." The steward, trembling with excitement, hardly cared how Lu Li had procured the stone. "Ah." Lu Li raised an eyebrow, retracting the azure stone. "Did my senior forget something?" "Forget what?" The steward paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. "You rascal." He then produced 10 golden cards, presenting them to Lu Li. 100,000 contributions, please count them." A glimmer flickered in Lu Li's eyes as he took the cards, confirming they were indeed 10 cards of 10,000 each. He nodded, "Just right, not a bit more, not a bit less." After a brief pause, he feigned confusion. "Senior, what is so special about this azure stone that captivates you so?" I can't quite articulate it, but I sense it is extraordinary." "Enough of the chit-chat, just hand it over," the steward implored impatiently. Lu Li chose not to prolong the conversation, surrendering the azure stone. He was unperturbed by any potential revelations from the steward, for per the rules, all items acquired within the Qingyang Palace must be surrendered to the sect. Any attempt to privately acquire them was a grave offense. Should he expose himself, there would be no benefit to gain. The steward, having received the azure stone without a glance, hastily tucked it away and urged Lu Li to leave promptly. Lu Li gazed at the steward with feigned curiosity before finally expressing his intention to purchase additional talismans. From his recent foray into the secret realm, he had nearly exhausted his inventory of talismans, leaving only 3 grounding talismans remaining. With the troublesome Qin Feng now on his tail, he knew he had to prepare adequately. After a round of haggling, Lu Li acquired 30 explosive talismans and 25 swift talismans for a total of 11,000 contributions. At this juncture, he had exhausted all the contributions he had scavenged from the secret realm, leaving him with only the 100,000 contributions he had recently acquired from the corpulent steward. He intended to exchange all of these for the condensation pill, hoping to cultivate for a while before seizing an opportunity to escape Qin Feng and seek out the whereabouts of spiritual herbs such as the Thunderfire Orchid. Suddenly, as Lu Li prepared to depart, the plump steward's eyes gleamed with a spark of intrigue. He withdrew a yellowed tome from his robe and, shrouded in mystery, proclaimed, "Junior brother, when it comes to life-preserving resources, nothing surpasses one's own strength. Behold, this movement technique is of high earth grade, a rarity seldom seen in a century." Movement technique. Lu Li was taken aback. Such techniques were exceedingly rare. Not only high earth grade, but even yellow grade techniques were hard to come by in the Qingyang sect. Generally speaking, movement techniques had no attribute restrictions and could be cultivated by anyone. Moreover, compared to combat skills, movement techniques were the true means of survival. If one could not win, they could still flee. He eagerly seized the ancient volume, and the first thing that caught his eye was the phrase "swift wind steps." Upon opening the first page, a peculiar expression crossed Lu Li's face, for it boldly stated, "With wind as the spirit, lighten one's form, like wind and shadow, leaving no trace." This was a wind attribute movement technique. No wonder the steward was willing to part with it. Throughout the entire Qingyang sect, besides himself and Shenzhong, it was unlikely to find another with a wind attribute. However, it seemed implausible that the steward could know of his wind attribute. Could he be attempting to swindle me? Pondering this, Lu Li feigned ignorance, pointing at the words "with wind as the spirit," and inquired, "Senior brother, what does this mean?" At his words, the steward's eyes involuntarily flickered with evasion, and he awkwardly chuckled. Well, it suggests that one becomes as free as the wind, sufficient to illustrate the extraordinary nature of this technique. What a fabrication. Lu Li suppressed a laugh, choosing not to expose the steward, and instead nodded earnestly. Seeing Lu Li acquiesce, the steward became even more ostentatious. Junior brother, I must confess, had it not been for my corpulence preventing me from taking flight, I would never part with this technique. You cannot comprehend its scarcity. Allow me to enlighten you. Not only is high earth-grade movement technique rare, but even profound-grade techniques are scarcely found in all of the eastern wilderness. Is that so? I wouldn't deceive you about such matters. Lu Li shot a glare at the steward, contemplating the price. 100,000 contributions, the steward thought, considering the technique's value. It was unfortunate that he had never encountered someone with a wind attribute. He could profit handsomely from this Navi lad. 100,000? Why don't you go rob someone? Lu Li retorted, tossing the tome back in mock dismissal. Wait, don't leave. Name your price. Let us not be strangers. The steward's urgency escalated. He had shown this technique to many inner disciples, but they had all turned it down after a mere glance. Today, he had finally captured an unsuspecting fool, and he was determined to rid himself of this item. Upon hearing this, Lu Li paused, extended 3 fingers, contemplated for a moment, and then added another, declaring, 40,000, I shall not accept a penny more. Observing Lu Li's initial gesture of 3 fingers transform into 4, the rotund steward pondered that perhaps this sum truly represented the limits of this naive young man. Gritting his teeth, he conceded, Fine, you shall have it. He was willing to part with the wind step technique for such a meager price, but first, he felt compelled to recount its origins. This technique was something he had unwittingly lost out on during his time as a mere errand boy. In those days, he was utterly ignorant, eager to learn the art of movement, and stumbled upon this dusty tome of wind step in a corner of the technique hall. The elderly guard on duty, upon witnessing his choice, not only refrained from offering any caution but instead beamed with delight, exclaiming, Young man, your discernment is truly commendable. This folly cost him 3,000 contribution points, a memory that still gnawed at him with regret. Thank you. With the wind step now in his possession, Lu Li's heart soared with joy, and he mused to himself that it was indeed a splendid day. After expressing his gratitude, he made his way toward the exit. No need for thanks. I only hope you won't hold a grudge against me in the future, muttered the stout steward. Suddenly recalling his own past misfortune in the technique hall, a wicked amusement surged within him, prompting him to call after Lu Li's retreating figure, Junior brother. Your discernment is truly commendable. Chapter 49. Gale, my vision is indeed commendable. A smile curled at the corners of Lu Li's mouth as he made his way directly to the alchemy pavilion. Upon arriving, he exchanged the remaining 60,000 contribution points for 60 bottles of essence condensing pills, all while under the astonished gaze of the pavilion steward. Each bottle contained 10 pills, with each bottle costing 1,000 contribution points. After walking for a while, Lu Li suddenly halted, turning to observe a man adorned with the emblem of the white sun blue sword, who had been trailing him. What is the meaning of your following me, senior brother? The man, realizing he had been discovered, approached with a smile. Junior brother, do you really intend to use all these essence condensing pills? How about lending me a few bottles? Lu Li furrowed his brow slightly. I'm afraid I cannot. These are for another senior brother. With that, he turned on his heel and continued on his way, keenly attuned to any movements behind him. Upon hearing that Lu Li was exchanging the pills for another, the man displayed a flicker of hesitation. Yet, seeing Lu Li had already distanced himself, he muttered, Consider yourself fortunate, before departing. Lu Li sighed in relief, reflecting that the adage wealth should not be flaunted certainly held true. It was prudent to remain cautious. Despite being a formal disciple, his cultivation level was the lowest, and possessing such an abundance of essence-condensing pills would undoubtedly attract attention. Before long, Lu Li returned to his small courtyard. The door to Qin Feng's room was firmly shut, likely indicating he was deep in meditation, and there was no sign of Lu Xinyu. Upon entering the living room, Lu Li discovered Lu Xinyu sitting at the entrance of the left chamber, lost in thought. Upon closer inspection, her complexion appeared rather pale. Lu Li's brow furrowed slightly as he approached her. Junior sister, are you unwell? Your face is quite ashen. Lu Xinyu shivered slightly, avoiding his gaze and burying her head. I'm fine. Junior sister, if you are ill, you must seek treatment. I truly am fine. Very well. Lu Li regarded Lu Xinyu for a moment before turning back to his room. 60 bottles of essence condensing pills, totaling 600 pills, each effective for 1 hour. Equated to 50 days of continuous use within the time hall, which was akin to 5 days in the outside world. Consuming 600 pills in 5 days would surely raise eyebrows, and he feared that word might spread, leading to him being captured for study. As Lu Xinyu watched the door to Lu Li's south room slowly close, her reddened eyes revealed a hint of struggle. Cough. Suddenly, she clutched her mouth and began to cough violently. When she opened her palm, it was stained crimson. She whispered through her tears, "Why? Why must the heavens treat me so?" Inside the room, Lu Li lay motionless on his bed, his consciousness already immersed in the time hall. He did not rush into cultivation, but instead began to meticulously review the memories of the Tai Xian Jing. The golden characters had merged with his memory since entering his mind. He simply had yet to fully comprehend their meaning. It was akin to reading a book. The words were memorized, yet their significance remained elusive. As he continued to peruse the text, a radiant joy spread across Lu Li's face. The Tai Xian Jing was indeed far more comprehensive than the previously cultivated Qin Yang Ju, offering superior methods of absorption and refinement. Moreover, the Tai Xian Jing could facilitate cultivation to the Yuanying level, albeit that seemed a distant prospect for him. After diligently studying for 4 to 5 hours, Lu Li thoroughly grasped the Qi refinement chapter and then settled in the hall to begin his absorption. As he channeled the incantation, the spiritual energy within a Tianzhong radius surged towards him. The speed was astonishing, far surpassing that of the Qin Yang Ju. Once the spiritual energy entered his dantian, Lu Li employed the techniques outlined in the Tai Xian Jing to separate and refine it, achieving a refining speed that exceeded that of the Qin Yang Ju by more than double, all without the aid of the Ningxin Dan. This indicated that his current state could rival his previous condition when he had relied on medicinal pills while practicing the Qin Yang Ju. This revelation filled Lu Li with newfound confidence, who said one with 9 spirit roots could not cultivate immortality. It was merely a matter of not having encountered a formidable technique. Of course, others would find it impossible, as even if they possessed a technique, they would not have the luxury of time. On the 100th day of the secret realm, Lu Li suddenly moved, instantly appearing 10 zhang away, his speed so swift that one could only catch a glimpse of an afterimage. 10 zhang in a breath, he had effectively mastered the basics of the swift wind step. A smile graced his lips as he murmured to himself. He had ceased practicing the Tai Xian Jing on the 70th day of the secret realm after opening the 26th acupoint, shifting his focus to the swift wind step. And by now, he had reached the mid-stage of the 3rd level. According to the records of the swift wind step, achieving 10 zhang in a breath marked the entry level, 20 zhang indicated minor success, 50 zhang signified major success, and 100 zhang represented perfection. Naturally, this was the optimal state during the Qi refinement period. Once he reached the foundation establishment stage, the speed he could unleash would depend entirely on the amount of true Qi utilized and the strength of his physical body. With no specific upper limit, this was the terrifying aspect of the swift wind step. He wondered how it compared to Qin Feng's ghostly-like movement technique and whether the swift wind step possessed any combat capability. Recalling the day in the Qingyang mansion, where Qin Feng's movements resembled teleportation, Lu Li still felt a shiver down his spine. Had it not been for his strong physique and Qin Feng's weakened state, he might not have survived to tell the tale. Suddenly, Lu Li glanced down at his dark blue robe, noticing the subtle ink-like sheen still swirling upon it. He couldn't help but furrow his brow. Although the robe boasted an appealing appearance, it seemed rather ostentatious. Moreover, it felt excessively loose, ill-fitting against his frame. This garment clearly possessed an extraordinary essence. Might it be? A whimsical thought struck him as he squeezed a drop of blood from his fingertip, allowing it to fall onto the robe. In an instant, ethereal light flickered across the fabric, and a stream of information flowed into Lu Li's mind. Ink mist treasure garment, capable of self-adjustment and automatic repair. Remarkably, it could indeed recognize its master. With a mere thought, the robe transformed, morphing into a fitted dark blue ensemble identical to the one he had previously worn, snug against his form. What a splendid item. This was far more comfortable. Lu Li inspected himself while moving about, feeling significantly more at ease. He had never favored robes, as this fitted attire offered much greater freedom of movement. With another thought, the surrounding luminescence vanished, rendering it indistinguishable from ordinary clothing. Just then, a series of crisp sounds echoed from above. Lu Li promptly exited the Hall of Time, and upon opening the door, discovered it was Lu Xinyu. Chapter 50 Departure Junior Sister, is there something you need? Lu Xinyu nodded, hesitating for a moment before saying, Elder brother Lu, I have accepted 2 tasks. Could you accompany me? Tasks? What kind of tasks? Lu Li understood that formal disciples received a vial of condensing true Dan each month, and should they wish for more after consuming it, they would need to earn contributions through tasks. Unlike the chores assigned to auxiliary disciples, the tasks for formal disciples often posed significant dangers and typically required venturing outside. Upon hearing her words, Lu Xinyu produced a piece of paper stamped with the seal of the Foreign Affairs Hall and handed it to Lu Li. As he took it and glanced at its contents, he noted the following. 1. Hunt a level 1 spirit beast, the Xuanfeng wolf, and collect its pelts, each worth 300 contributions. Suggested location, Thunderfire Mountain Range. 2. Gather Thunderfire orchids, each worth 500 contributions. Suggested location, Thunderfire Mountain Range. Lu Li felt indifferent towards the first task, but upon seeing the words Thunderfire Orchid, he couldn't help but grip the task list a bit tighter. It turned out that Thunderfire orchids grew in the Thunderfire Mountain Range. He already possessed the emerald bamboo grass, and the Thunderfire orchid was also an ingredient for refining the acupuncture pill. It seemed necessary for him to make a trip to the Thunderfire Mountain Range. He silently committed the name to memory. Elder brother Lu, what's wrong? Seeing Lu Li clutching the task list tightly, Lu Xinyu asked weakly. It's nothing, Lu Li replied, returning the task list to her with a hint of concern. Junior sister, your health is not well. It may not be appropriate for you to go out on a task right now. Lu Xinyu shook her head. I've run out of condensing true Dan, and my cultivation has slowed significantly. I wish to break through quickly and avenge my parents, but I fear I may not be able to handle those beasts. As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks, and she began to sob softly. Lu Li felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. He gently patted her shoulder and said, All right, I will find a time to accept a task and accompany you. Thank you, elder brother Lu, Lu Xinyu murmured, her head lowered. No need to mention it, Lu Li replied, pulling Lu Xinyu into the room. As he closed the door, he noted her startled expression. Junior sister, please don't misunderstand. I merely wish to inform you that Qin Feng is unlikely to let us leave so easily. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, we need to strategize. Upon hearing Lu Li's words, Lu Xinyu finally sighed in relief. The two conspired in secret for quite some time before Lu Xinyu stepped out of the room. The following morning, Lu Xinyu left the courtyard, seemingly unnoticed by Qin Feng, who remained behind closed doors. By evening, Lu Li sat outside for a while. Just as he prepared to rise and venture out, Qin Feng suddenly opened the door and stepped out. Kid, it's been over 10 days. Have you made a decision? At that moment, Qin Feng exuded a significantly more formidable aura, and his appearance had subtly changed, resembling the visage he had when he attempted to seize Lu Li's soul. Lu Li rose to his feet, pondering the mere 10 days that remained. I am currently studying the fundamentals of talisman crafting, and I should master it in about 7 or 8 days. Please be patient a little longer. The fundamentals of talisman crafting? Qin Feng's expression darkened. Who permitted you to delve into such matters? Feigning displeasure, Lu Li retorted, the great yin forbidden technique is now in my possession. Surely, esteemed senior, you would not deny me the opportunity to learn the basics of talisman crafting? If that is the case, I shall be left with no choice but to destroy it. Wait. Qin Feng's expression shifted dramatically. Very well, I shall allow you to learn, but I can only grant you 10 days. If you have yet to master it by then, rest assured, esteemed senior, should I fail to grasp it, it would merely indicate that I am ill-fated with this great yin forbidden technique, and I would willingly relinquish it to secure a brighter future. He added with anticipation, at that time, do not forget to take me as your disciple. Qin Feng's face brightened, and he laughed heartily. You're a clever one. I will grant you 10 days, and once I master the great yin forbidden technique, I shall also provide guidance. At this, Lu Li showered him with flattery, his praises echoing, much to Qin Feng's delight. Finally, Lu Li candidly expressed his intention to procure spirit paper from the treasure pavilion. Striding boldly out of the courtyard before Qin Feng, as Lu Li departed, the smile on Qin Feng's face vanished, replaced by a sinister expression. A mere qi refinement stage cultivator is unworthy of being my blood slave, yet he dares to aspire to be my disciple. Once I attain the forbidden technique, I shall sweat you down like the insignificant wretch you are. In the square, Lu Li hurried forward, his face devoid of color, save for a chilling pallor. Qin Feng's aura had grown increasingly formidable. He dared not probe the depths of his cultivation just now, yet faintly sensed that the latter was nearing the late third stage. Such rapid advancement was beyond what he, possessing the time hall, could fathom. I can no longer remain in Qingyang sect. With thoughts racing, Lu Li ultimately resolved to leave the Qingyang sect and seek refuge from the spotlight. Instead of departing directly, he made his way to the Servants' Valley to find Chun Zhong, speaking in a serious tone. Fatty, I must venture out for an indeterminate period. Chu Qingfeng has been possessed in the secret realm. His name is now Qingfeng. In 3 months, discreetly share this news. But ensure that no one knows it is you who disclosed it. A year from now, I will wait for you at Baiyun Valley outside Qingyang sect. Inform me of the sect's condition then. Though Chun Zhong felt perplexed, he observed Lu Li's grave demeanor and replied earnestly, Boss, rest assured, I will follow your instructions. However, do take care outside. It is not like the sect. I understand. Lu Li patted Chun Zhong on the shoulder. Qingyang sect is a fine place. Seize the opportunity to cultivate diligently. As for a year from now, let us not dwell on that for now. After offering further admonitions, Lu Li hurriedly departed. Returning to the square, Lu Li hesitated briefly before entering the Foreign Affairs Hall. He accepted over a dozen level 1 demon extermination tasks in one breath before finally emerging. He was uncertain whether the revelation of Qin Feng's news would expose him as well, thus the possibility of returning to the Qingyang sect remained uncertain. Regarding the task at hand, he merely hoped that Qin Feng would not have the chance to unveil his identity, allowing him to return and fulfill his mission later. Should he indeed be exposed, Chun Zhong would undoubtedly inform him, prompting him to forego his return to the Qingyang sect entirely. Beneath the sheer cliff to the south of the Qingyang sect square, a carriage awaited in silence, while a girl in a white dress gazed intently at the descending path, her pallid face reflecting anticipation, struggle, and torment. As dusk approached, suddenly, a shadow flickered down the narrow trail from the cliff like a wraith, materializing beside the carriage moments later. The girl in white trembled in fright, but upon recognizing the youthful figure, she steadied herself and exhaled. Brother Lu, it's you. You nearly scared me to death. Let us be on our way. Lu Li shook his head and climbed into the front compartment of the carriage. Casting a lingering glance at the cliff behind him, a hint of reluctance in his eyes, before cracking the whip against the steed's flank, exclaiming, Giddy up. Chapter 51. The new grave. As day and night exchanged their fleeting moments, the verdant flora appeared to retreat in time. The mutated steed galloped with fervor, seemingly oblivious to fatigue, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. On this particular day, the heavens unexpectedly released a gentle rain, and within the carriage, the fervent coughs of Lu Xinyu echoed. Each time that sound reached Lu Li's ears, he knew they would have to pause. Each cough compelled Lu Xinyu to rest for a spell, and anyone with discerning eyes could see that her health was gravely compromised. Lu Li had inquired about her condition on several occasions, yet Lu Xinyu always refrained from speaking, as if a weighty secret burdened her heart. He lifted his gaze to the distant, towering mountains that were partially obscured, halted the carriage, and turned to enter the cabin. Junior sister, if it becomes unbearable, perhaps we should reconsider our journey? Observing Lu Xinyu's frail appearance, Lu Li felt a pang of reluctance to witness her demise, even though his heart longed to seek out the Thunderfire Orchid. Lu, big brother. Lu Xinyu covered her mouth with a handkerchief, her complexion as pale as porcelain. We must be nearing Qinglei City, yes? Indeed, in half an hour, we shall pass by the outskirts of Qinglei City. After traversing the city, we shall journey for another day to reach the Thunderfire mountain range. Lu Li replied slowly as he settled beside her. Half an hour, you say? Lu Xinyu whispered, glancing out at the curtain of rain. Big brother Lu, I wish to enter the city for a brief homage. Could you possibly hasten our pace? I fear I may not last much longer. Junior sister you. Lu Li gazed at Lu Xinyu's ashen visage, words caught in his throat. What exactly, big brother Lu? Please do not pry. Once we arrive in Qinglei City, I shall reveal everything to you, if that is agreeable. Very well. Lu Li nodded somberly, then turned to re-enter the front cabin. With a sudden crack of the whip, he urged the steed onward. Go. The steed whinnied triumphantly, the wheels spun rapidly, and the carriage sliced through the curtain of rain like an arrow. The droplets, akin to shattered stones, struck Lu Li's face, blurring his vision and unsettling his thoughts. At last, they arrived. Before long, a vague outline of a city emerged from the misty rain. Lu Li's countenance brightened. Disregarding the drenching rain, he called back, "Junior sister, hold on." With another crack of the whip, he sent the falling raindrops into a mist. The carriage surged into the city, where the guards below merely caught a fleeting shadow, reaching out only to withdraw their hands, mouths agape in shock and confusion. They doubted the clarity of their vision, pondering if they had witnessed a specter. In the torrential downpour, the streets lay desolate, and the carriage glided unimpeded. In the blink of an eye, they had reached the eastern part of the city, Lu residence. The dark plaque bore 2 golden characters. The steed whinnied again, and the racing carriage screeched to a halt before the entrance, standing amidst the curtain of rain. Lu Li pulled back the carriage curtain and softly called, "Junior sister, we have arrived." The voice from within was faint, and after a moment of silence, Lu Xinyu slowly emerged, her face adorned with a snow-white veil. "Big brother Lu, do I look beautiful?" The gauze scarf concealed most of Lu Xinyu's face, yet her forehead was marred with numerous dark red veins, resembling a sinister web. Lu Li's pupils contracted sharply. Undoubtedly, the former Lu Xinyu possessed striking beauty, but now, she had transformed into this wretched state. Gazing into Lu Xinyu's hopeful eyes, he nodded, affirming that his junior sister was indeed lovely. Lu Xinyu smiled. Amidst the torrential downpour, she gracefully leaped from the carriage, but upon landing, her body weakened, and she nearly collapsed to the ground. Lu Li hurriedly supported her, exclaiming, "Junior sister, big brother Lu, please take me inside. This is my home. I have returned." The girl murmured softly, almost inaudibly, but Lu Li's keen hearing caught her words. "All right." Lu Li nodded and lifted the young woman into his arms, braving the rain as he made his way towards the entrance of the Lu residence. The door was ajar, revealing a narrow opening. With a gentle kick, Lu Li pushed the door open, and what met his eyes was a scene of desolation. Scattered bones lay haphazardly across the courtyard behind the door, mercilessly battered by the rain, the chilling air enveloping him, causing Lu Li to shudder involuntarily. What had transpired here? Lu Xinyu turned her head towards the courtyard. Blood-soaked tears streamed down her eyes as she lamented, "Father, mother, your daughter has been unfilial, unable to avenge you. I am consumed by hatred." Lu Li opened his mouth, wishing to speak, but found himself at a loss for words. The breath of the woman in his arms was rapidly fading. Perhaps, at this moment, nothing could be said to alter her fate. Lu Xinyu withdrew her gaze and looked at Lu Li. "Senior brother, I am sorry. I deceived you." "What?" Lu Li glanced at the girl in his arms. "I was actually sent by Zhang Song to infiltrate Qingyang's sect. My purpose was to lure you out. He slaughtered my entire family and forced me to consume a heart-devouring insect. I despise him, but I am powerless. The insect will hatch in 2 years. And I hesitated for 2 years. Just over 10 days ago, I felt I could no longer endure. I wished to return home. Thus, I deceived you. But rest assured, I did not inform Zhang Song. I merely feared returning home alone." As she spoke, Lu Xinyu slowly produced a storage item from her bosom. "Big brother Lu, within this lies a treasure that can shield you from divine perception. Consider it. My apology. Can you forgive me?" So that was the truth. A wave of fear washed over Lu Li as he stared blankly at Lu Xinyu. Shaking his head, "I do not blame you. Rather, I should be grateful for your kindness, for the chance you have afforded me to live." Indeed, had his entire family been annihilated, he would have undoubtedly sought every means to survive and exact revenge, indifferent to the fate of an unrelated individual. Yet she had not taken that path, granting him a chance at life. What more could he say? Nevertheless, Lu Li could not help but sigh. Sometimes, danger lurks in the most unexpected of places. It seemed he must exercise greater caution in the future, for not everyone is as compassionate as Lu Xinyu. "Brother Lu, you are truly remarkable." Upon receiving Lu Li's response, Lu Xinyu felt a wave of relief wash over her, her gaze beginning to fade rapidly, her lips whispering softly, "Father, mother, your vengeance." Her words trailed off abruptly, and her delicate hands fell limply to her sides. "Junior sister," Lu Li exclaimed, shaking Lu Xinyu gently in his arms. However, she offered no further response. She had succumbed to death. Lu Li remained silent, a pang of anguish gripping his heart. akin to the sting of a needle. He could not comprehend why his heart ached. It seemed that he and this junior sister had shared little connection. After a moment, Lu Li braved the torrential rain, making his way to the center of the square. Several talismans shot forth with fervor. With a series of thunderous explosions, a sizable pit, approximately a foot in diameter, was revealed. Lu Li returned to cradle Lu Xinyu, glancing at her before resolutely stepping back into the downpour. Before long, a new grave had emerged in the center of the Lu family square, marked by a stone tablet 3 feet tall, inscribed with the words "Tomb of Junior Sister Xinyu," signifying Lu Li's sentiments. Rest in peace, junior sister. If I, your senior brother, one day vanquish Zhang Song, I shall return to inform you. After gazing at the tombstone for a moment, he slowly walked back to the corridor, retrieving the storage bag from the ground and placing it within his bosom. He closed the door and departed. Chapter 52. Arrival at Shuiyin Town. The torrential rain continued to pour, and the ebony carriage ambled through the streets of Qinglei City, producing a crisp clatter, in stark contrast to the urgency with which it had entered the city. As if to crush the curtain of rain, its current demeanor was remarkably tranquil, even somewhat desolate. Within the front chamber of the carriage, a young man clad in dark blue attire leaned against the door frame, clutching a deep indigo storage pouch, his thoughts drifting into an unknown realm. He was uncertain whether to feel grateful or sorrowful. Owing to another's kindness, he had narrowly escaped peril. Perhaps he should be thankful. Yet, joy eluded him. Perhaps he was not truly devoid of emotion. Lu Li had believed himself to be sufficiently ruthless, but it was only now that he recognized the inherent kindness that resided within him, suppressed deeply when confronting adversaries. As the carriage exited the city, it continued its journey southeastward. The Leihua mountain range lay to the southeast of Liangzhou, its highest peaks soaring 1,000 zhang into the heavens. Stretching thousands of miles from east to west, with its northern and southern branches intertwining like a colossal centipede. Traversing from north to south would lead one into the lands of Deqian's eastern province. The Leihua mountain range was renowned for its breathtaking beauty. The foliage and rocks of its branches were ablaze with fiery hues, while the main ridge radiated a deep azure, giving rise to its evocative name. This region was abundant in various spiritual herbs, with the famed Leihua orchid drawing treasure seekers and herbalists in droves. As the influx of people increased, numerous small towns began to spring up at the base of several branches, giving rise to various factions. On this particular day, at the entrance of Shuiyin Town, located at the foot of the westernmost branch of the Leihua mountain range, a black carriage approached. The young driver observed the bustling crowd with curiosity, subtly extending his consciousness to sense the surroundings, and a hint of perplexity crossed his face. Why were there so many cultivators here? After a moment of contemplation, he dismounted, unfastened the reins, and with a resounding slap to the horse's rear, he urged it forth. Go on, you are free now. The extraordinary steed seemed to possess some intelligence. Glancing back at Lu Li before issuing a long neigh and galloping away, Lu Li then reached for the purple jade at his waist, known as the hidden divine jade, obtained from Lu Xinyu's storage pouch. When activated, it could shield against any divine sense probing within the same realm, undoubtedly providing Lu Li with an additional safeguard for his life. As he strolled through the seemingly inconspicuous town, Lu Li was astonished to find that nearly 50 to 60% of its inhabitants were cultivators. Although most possessed modest cultivation levels, some remained inscrutable to him. To avoid drawing unwanted attention, Lu Li refrained from probing into anyone's cultivation. As he walked, he observed numerous shops selling items for cultivators. Curiosity piqued. He approached a grocery store, watching from a distance, eager to understand how transactions occurred among cultivators. Did they truly use gold and silver? Such a notion seemed implausible. After witnessing several exchanges, Lu Li finally comprehended that the currency in use was, in fact, the Ningxin Dan. Reflecting upon this, he realized that as a necessity for qi refinement stage cultivators, it was quite reasonable for them to serve as a universal currency. However, at present, he found himself devoid of even a single condensation pill, a true testament to his abject poverty. Just as he contemplated leaving, the rotund shopkeeper unexpectedly approached him. Initially, a look of suspicion crossed his face, but then he bowed respectfully and inquired, "Is there anything you require, esteemed senior?" "Esteemed senior?" Lu Li furrowed his brow, puzzled as both he and the shopkeeper were at the same cultivation level. Why would the shopkeeper refer to him as such? Not wishing to directly question this, he shifted his thoughts and asked, "Do you purchase storage bags here?" The shopkeeper's eyes brightened. "Yes, we do. While such items may be commonplace for esteemed seniors like yourself, they are indeed rare treasures for us mundane cultivators." Luli nodded, casually tossing a storage bag towards him. "Here, take a look and see what you can offer." The shopkeeper inspected it with his divine sense and promptly replied, "By standard market value, we would offer 12 inferior condensation pills for this basic storage bag. However, considering your esteemed status, I can offer you 15. What do you say?" "Considering my status?" Luli coughed lightly. "Indeed," the shopkeeper continued, glancing at Luli's chest as if trying to discern something more. Noticing this, Luli looked down at his own chest, and it struck him that the shopkeeper was not attempting to gauge his cultivation, but rather was wary of the insignia of the Qingyang sect he bore. It seemed the influence of the Qingyang sect in Liangzhou was indeed substantial. This was fortuitous, as it allowed him to sell more condensation pills. He then emptied all his storage bags, totaling 9, and offered them for sale. "Such a quantity," the shopkeeper exclaimed, taken aback. "What, are you not interested?" "Of course, I am. Yes, yes." The shopkeeper nodded vigorously. "I will fetch the condensation pills for you immediately." Before long, he returned with a large jade bottle and 5 smaller ones, presenting them to Luli, "Esteemed senior, a total of 150 pills. Please verify." Luli scanned the contents with his divine sense, confirming their authenticity, and nodded in approval. "No issues here." He then turned to leave, but as he walked, he contemplated removing his insignia. When traveling alone, one must exercise caution. Individuals from sects like Qingyang might look down upon mundane cultivators, and he could easily incur unwarranted animosity. Unbeknownst to Lu Li, as he departed, the shopkeeper promptly closed the door and hurried down a side path, stopping at the entrance of a place called Shuiyun Village. After adjusting his attire, he stepped inside. 2 guards at the entrance immediately bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Protector Wang." The rotund man paid them no mind, striding directly into the hall where a rugged man was snoring loudly in a tiger-skin chair. With utmost respect, he called out, "Wang Fu pays respects to the esteemed leader." "Suda, what is it?" Su Shan leaned back against his chair, still gazing upward. "The leader, another Qingyang sect scion, has arrived." "From the Qingyang sect?" Su Shan slowly sat up, squinting as he regarded Wang Fu. "Have you observed him closely?" "Absolutely infallible. I have watched it thrice." "What cultivation level?" "Mid-stage of the 3rd realm." "Very well. Take a few brothers with you and deal with him. Remember to leave no trace. Otherwise, you are aware of the consequences." "Yes, Chief." The small town is not extensive, merely 2 or 3 miles from east to west. Luli had not walked long before he reached its end. Half a mile beyond the town gate, a vibrant crimson forest rose from the ground, ascending to great heights, with a distant azure expanse beyond. This is one of the tributaries leading to the main vein, the Shuiyun tributary. "I wonder where the thunderfire orchid grows." Gazing at the seemingly endless scarlet forest before him, Luli realized he had underestimated the Thunderfire mountain range, thinking it akin to a medicinal garden, merely awaiting his harvest. "Well, I shall search slowly." After a brief moment of hesitation, Luli strode confidently towards the outskirts of the town. At that moment, outside the town, 2 women and a man were engaged in quiet conversation. Upon seeing Luli emerge from the town, one petite girl in a pink dress brightened, approaching him with eagerness. Chapter 53. The Ambush on the Pig Brother. "Are you alone?" The girl in a pink dress trotted up to Lu Li and inquired. A delicate fragrance wafted towards him, prompting Lu Li to take a closer look at the girl before him. She appeared to be around 14 or 15 years old, with a slightly round face and a pair of sparkling big eyes that evoked a sense of familiarity in him. However, despite his efforts to recall, he could not quite pinpoint why she seemed so familiar. Casting a glance at the distant figure of the man in a green robe and the girl in white, he thoughtfully asked, "Is there something you need?" "Well, we discovered last time." "Ling, junior sister." Before the girl in pink could finish her sentence, the man in green approached, glanced at Lu Li, and said, "Junior brother, we intend to enter the mountains to gather herbs, and we happen to be short one person. It could be perilous for someone at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement to venture in alone. You might as well accompany us for safety." At first glance, this statement seemed to be in Lu Li's best interest, yet he couldn't shake off an unsettling feeling. "Brother, you, junior sister, do you not remember the elder's admonition when venturing outside? All right then, The girl in pink pouted, choosing to remain silent. What do you think, junior brother? I am at the 5th layer of chi refinement. Being with us will undoubtedly ensure your safety, the man in green reiterated. After pondering for a moment, Lu Li decided that since he was unaware of the whereabouts of Lei Huolan, it might be prudent to accompany these individuals into the mountains and glean any information from them. Thus, he nodded in agreement, feigning delight as he said, in that case, I am grateful for your consideration, brother. Seeing Lu Li's acceptance, the man in green visibly relaxed. It's only natural when out in the world, he remarked. Beckoning to the girl in white, junior sister Fu, let us be on our way. Soon, they arrived at the edge of Shuiyun Mountain, where crimson tree trunks filled the landscape, and the ground was covered in purplish-red sandy soil. Perhaps due to the heavy foot traffic, the underbrush was quite sparse. The three walked ahead, and the girl named Fu occasionally initiated conversation with the man in green, who only responded with a few words, while he frequently boasted to Ling about his past exploits in the Leihua mountain range, claiming that even the chief of Shuiyun village would take a detour upon seeing him. However, Ling appeared unimpressed, offering no response to his tales, revealing a rather delicate dynamic among the three. Feeling somewhat bored, Ling suddenly slowed her pace to walk alongside Lu Li and asked, Brother, why are you so quiet? Lu Li's eyes brightened. He realized an opportunity had finally presented itself. He quickly replied, Miss Ling, I have heard that the Leihua mountain range is abundant in Leihualan. Is that true? The man in green, seemingly displeased, snorted and retorted, Humph. Leihualan. It is indeed true, but it only grows on the main ridge, which has long been controlled by the 6 major factions. How could someone at the 3rd layer of chi refinement like you possibly go there? Brother Zhong, he is merely asking a question. There is no need for such harsh words. Ling frowned in response. I act for his own good. To prevent him from recklessly venturing into danger and potentially losing his life, the man in the blue robe remarked, turning to his junior sister Ling and adding, Sister, when you are out in the world, you must remain vigilant. Some individuals may appear dark on the surface, yet their hearts are even darker. Upon hearing this, Lu Li felt a twinge of displeasure, realizing that the statement was a thinly veiled reference to himself. What of being dark? Have I feasted on your family's rice? Though irritated, Lu Li refrained from confronting him directly, for he was not one to engage in pointless disputes over pride. Despite the brother's harsh words, he gleaned 2 valuable pieces of information. First, the Leihualan only grows on the main vein, indicating that this branch does not harbor any, and he must seek an opportunity to break free from the group and ascend to the main vein. Second, the main vein had already been occupied by the 6 major factions, necessitating caution in his actions upon arrival to avoid peril. The group continued on their journey, and Brother Zhong seemed to have a specific destination in mind as he led them through the forest. Unbeknownst to them, a short distance behind, the rotund Wang Hufa trailed closely with 5 or 6 others. One of the men, a practitioner at the 2nd level of Qi cultivation, remarked, Hufa? That lad has sought assistance, should we? Wang pondered for a moment before nodding. That fellow in the blue robe possesses an extraordinary aura. He is likely affiliated with a sect. Moreover, their movements suggest they are on a quest for something valuable. Return and inform the chief to come personally with reinforcements. Understood. The man affirmed, retreating slowly. Approximately 2 hours later, Lu Li and his companions had delved deeper into the jungle. The towering crimson trunks and the undergrowth of weeds and saplings indicated that few had traversed this path. Suddenly, a series of urgent rustling sounds erupted from the thicket ahead. Brother Zhong's expression sharpened, and he raised his right hand, signaling for them to halt. Sister Fu, clad in white, nervously edged closer to Brother Zhong. Brother, could it be a beast? Before Zhong could respond, a large gray creature leapt from the underbrush, barreling towards the two. Dodge! Zhong's face paled as he executed a swift kick, propelling Sister Fu sideways just in time. As they moved aside, Lu Li and Sister Ling were exposed. And Sister Ling, startled, let out a scream, covering her eyes in shock. Lu Li had already shifted sideways a half-step before the two ahead moved. And upon witnessing the impending danger, he swiftly activated his wind step, returning just in time to catch Sister Ling, narrowly avoiding the lethal strike. It was only then that Zhong reacted, hurrying over to ask, Sister, are you unharmed? He then shot a glare at Lu Li, demanding, let go. Lu Li glanced at Zhong with indifference before releasing Sister Ling, regaining her composure. Sister Ling ignored Zhong's presence and shyly expressed her gratitude to Lu Li with a soft thank you. This left Zhong's face a deep shade of fury. The grayish creature charged forward, unable to halt its momentum, and careened several paces ahead. Regaining its senses, it let out a fierce roar and lunged towards Lu Li and his companions. How audacious of such a lowly creature to act with such bravado. I shall slay you. It appeared that Zhong Ping was eager to showcase his prowess. Seeing the beast approach, he did not evade but instead waved his hands, summoning 5 sharpened wooden stakes that materialized in midair. With a decisive push, the pointed stakes hurtled toward the advancing monstrosity. After a series of dull thuds, the rampaging creature finally collapsed a mere 3 feet from Zhong Ping. Concerned that their foe might not withstand the assault, Lu Li had stepped aside, only to discover that the beast was, in fact, a formidable wild boar with fearsome tusks. Junior sister, you weren't frightened, were you? Zhong Ping boasted, clapping his hands as he returned. Upon noticing Lu Li cowering at the side, a mocking expression crossed his face. Junior brother, what are you doing? Lu Li managed a sheepish smile. I was merely seeking a suitable position for a surprise attack. A surprise attack? On whom? Naturally on that pig. Chapter 54. The pursuit of the crimson flame fruit. After navigating through numerous twists and turns, the group found themselves within a valley, markedly different from the previous dense forest. The temperature in this valley seemed significantly higher than outside. Aside from Lu Li, the other 3 appeared quite uncomfortable. The backs of Zhong Ping and junior sister Fu were already soaked with perspiration. Meanwhile, junior sister Ling's cheeks were flushed, resembling ripe apples. She blinked her large eyes and glanced up at Lu Li, curiously inquiring, Senior brother, do you not feel hot? Lu Li turned his gaze towards her eyes, the familiar sensation intensifying, and shook his head. I am fine. Unable to restrain himself, he added, Junior sister, have we met somewhere before? Zhong Ping halted abruptly. Junior brother, what jest is this? I must inform you, junior sister Ling holds a noble status, one that is not attainable for someone of your solitary cultivation level. One must possess a sense of self-awareness. White-clad junior sister Fu thought to herself that Lu Li was quite audacious, though regrettably lacking in power. However, junior sister Ling, deep in thought, responded, I also find you somewhat familiar, yet cannot recall. Junior sister, focus your mind. We are nearly there, Zhong Ping interjected. Upon hearing this, junior sister Ling ceased her inquiries. Before long, 2 crimson cliffs emerged before them, and between these cliffs lay a narrow crevice, barely wide enough for a single person to pass through. Suddenly, a frenzied beast's roar echoed from the depths of the crevice, reverberating with a chilling intensity. Lu Li furrowed his brow. From the sound alone, he could ascertain that this creature was certainly formidable. Contemplating this, he slowly came to a halt. Noticing Lu Li's pause, Zhong Ping, who was poised to step into the crevice, turned back. Junior brother, why have you stopped? This will not do. I still need you to divert the attention of that flame lion. With a faint smile, Lu Li replied, Senior brother, you have yet to explain why we are here. You all are familiar with one another, yet I am alone. What if you conspire against me? Furthermore, you have been heading straight for this valley, indicating that it harbors what you seek. I stand to gain nothing from assisting you. Zhong Ping frowned. Your words are misplaced, junior brother. Had I not slain that tusked wild boar, would you have made it this far unscathed? Can you truly lack this sense of gratitude? Indeed, junior brother. One must not forget their roots, white-clad junior sister Fu chimed in. Forget their roots, Lu Li retorted, stepping back a few paces, eyeing them warily. Throughout this journey, I have not gathered a single spiritual herb, yet I assisted in rescuing junior sister Ling. Speaking of forgetting roots, perhaps you ought to reflect on your own actions. Brother Zhong, this senior brother speaks truthfully. Since we have invited him along, the crimson flame fruit should rightfully belong to him as well. We ought to reveal the truth to him, junior sister Ling suggested. Crimson flame fruit. At the mention of it, Lu Li's heart raced fervently. The crimson flame fruit is indeed the final mystical herb mentioned in the Dandan formula. Initially, Fan Jingping had sketched it out, and Lu Li had encountered it in the treasury of mystical herbs. He pondered, no wonder the air here is so scorching. Could there be a magma chamber within? With the news of the Thunderfire orchid already secured and the crimson flame fruit now within reach, it appeared that the heavens were favoring him. As Lu Li contemplated, Zhong Ping, with a flicker of determination in his gaze, made a decision. Since that is the case, I shall not conceal anything from you, junior brother. Deep within this narrow crevice lies a valley with a diameter of over 50 yards. At the base of the cliff behind the valley, there exists a cave. According to the clues I have gathered, a pool of magma resides within, where the crimson flame fruit flourishes. However, to access the cave, we must traverse the valley, which is home to a first-tier, mid-level spirit beast, the Fire Lion. Our task will be for 3 of us to divert the Fire Lion's attention while one of us sneaks into the cave to collect the herbs. A first-tier, mid-level spirit beast? Luli furrowed his brow. Are you confident in dealing with it? A first-tier mid-level beast is equivalent to the 4th to 6th levels of Qi training. Zhongping's caution suggested it must be at least equivalent to the 5th level. Zhongping shook his head. We do not need to slay it. The Fire Lion is quite large and cannot navigate either the crevice or the cave. We merely need to hold its attention for a moment while our companion gathers the herbs. Is that so? Luli's gaze flickered. All right, I agree, but how do you intend to divide the crimson flame fruit? Zhongping responded with a smirk that did not quite reach his eyes, since we are in this together. It will, of course, be divided equally. At this, Fu Yao and Sister Ling exchanged surprised glances. Luli thought to himself, this fellow is so forthright. It seems he does not intend to share with me. He might even plan to eliminate me after securing the fruit. Yet, among the group, his cultivation was the highest, making it evident that he could not enter the cave to gather herbs himself. In that case, with this thought, Luli feigned a cheerful smile. Well then, I shall thank you, senior brother. Haha, no need for thanks. Let us proceed. The group then entered the narrow crevice in succession, with Zhongping leading, followed by Fu Yao, who had reached the 4th level of Qi training, Luli in 3rd place, and Sister Ling bringing up the rear. It seemed Zhongping intended for Sister Ling to gather the herbs, leaving Luli to wonder if he could snatch the crimson flame fruit from her. As the group entered the crevice, a band of bare-chested men in the distant canyon watched the scene with eager eyes. Boss, shall we follow them in? Wang, the protector, inquired with a sly glint. The burly leader, his eyelids heavy, replied, let us wait here. The area beyond that crevice is a dead end, and they cannot escape. Indeed, the leader is wise. We shall sit back and reap the rewards. The Fire Lion's fur is worth quite a fortune. In truth, I had long since discerned the presence of the Flame Lion, yet my concern for the safety of my brethren had restrained me from confronting the beast. These reckless individuals dared to venture forth, presumably emboldened by some assurance. I shall await the moment their trump cards are exhausted, and then, The chief clearly remains unaware of the true objective of Zhongping's journey. At the end of the crevice, Luli peered through the gaps between the 2 individuals ahead. And indeed, there lay a secluded valley. Towering cliffs surrounded it, and within the valley, the vegetation was sparse. A colossal male lion languidly rested between 2 ancient trees. The lion measured nearly 2 zhang in length, its limbs robust, fangs bared, and its entire body a striking crimson, resembling a small mountain as it lay upon the ground, clearly not a creature to be trifled with. Through the sparse redwood, Luli could faintly discern a dark entrance across the valley, approximately 2 feet wide and 5 feet high. Undoubtedly, this was the cave where the crimson flame fruit, as mentioned by Zhongping, resided. At that moment, Zhongping turned his head and spoke earnestly. I will count to 3. We shall charge out together to draw the flame line to the left, while Sister Ling takes the opportunity to enter the cave and collect the crimson flame fruit. Do you all remember? The others nodded in unison. Observing their readiness, Zhongping held his breath and began to count. 1, 2, 3. As soon as the words left his lips, he darted towards the flame lion with swift determination. Chapter 55. Your senior brother is not a good person. Upon witnessing the scene, Fu Yao hurriedly followed suit. Only Luli stood frozen in place, seemingly dazed. The Fire Lion, upon noticing the 2 intruders, sprang up with an explosive energy, its massive form towering even above them. Clearly taken aback by the human intrusion, it let out an excited roar and, with a joyful yet urgent gait, lunged forward, covering the 5 zhang distance in the blink of an eye. The 2 were utterly unprepared for such an outcome, nearly collapsing in fright, and quickly feigned retreat, bolting away in a panic. The Fire Lion, unwilling to let them escape, let out a low growl that reverberated through the valley. Its enormous body astonishingly took to the air, crashing down with a thunderous sound right where the 2 had stood moments before. Fortunately, both were quick to react, otherwise, they would have been reduced to mere pulp under the lion's paw. Although they evaded its claws, the sheer force of its presence sent them hurtling back over a Zhang. "Senior brother, what are you doing? Hurry up," cried the anxious Ling Shimmy from behind. My apologies, my legs have gone numb," Lu Li replied, having assessed the situation, before abruptly executing a swift maneuver toward the cave. Indeed, rather than engaging the fire lion, he made a beeline for the cave. "What the hell are you doing, you little brat?" roared Zhongping, filled with fury as he fled for his life, hurling invectives at Lu Li. "Hold on, senior brother. I'll retrieve the Qian fruit and be right back." Lu Li's form darted with remarkable speed, swiftly traversing most of the valley. Ling Shimmy paused for a moment, seemingly perplexed by Lu Li's actions. After a moment's contemplation, understanding dawned upon her, and she charged toward the fire lion. "Senior brother, I'm coming to help you." Zhongping was nearly driven to madness, shooting sharp wooden spikes back at the pursuing fire lion. However, these projectiles failed to even graze its hide, indicating that the fire lion had ascended to a higher echelon of power. Seeing Lu Li enter the cave, Zhongping shouted desperately, "Everyone retreat back into the fissure. We'll discuss matters once he returns." At his command, the two who had intended to assist immediately turned and dashed back toward the fissure. With a resounding thud, the fire lion, unable to halt its momentum, collided headfirst into the fissure, roaring menacingly at Zhongping, who stood perilously close. Zhongping's face turned pale as he gasped for breath. "Fu Shimmy, Ling Shimmy, step back a bit." Meanwhile, upon entering the cave, Lu Li discovered that it was surprisingly spacious. At its center lay a pool of bubbling crimson magma, exuding waves of intense heat. At the edge of the magma pool stood a small tree glowing brightly, laden with glistening fruits resembling strawberries, albeit far more translucent, akin to molten iron. "Qian fruit. Ha ha ha. It truly is the Qian fruit," Lu Li exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. There were at least 50 of these fruits on the tree, a serendipitous windfall indeed. He cautiously tested the temperature of the Qian fruit. As his hand approached, it emitted a sizzling sound, akin to meat on a grill, pricking his skin with a sensation akin to needles, yet it felt bearable. With a slight flick of his eyes, he abandoned the notion of picking the fruit and instead uprooted the small tree entirely. In an instant, the air began to shimmer with heat. Lu Li, filled with urgency, summoned the tree into the medicinal garden of the Spirit Object Hall. He then concentrated his mind and excavated a substantial pit to plant the crimson flame fruit tree. With eager anticipation, he gazed at the tree's transformation. A quarter of an hour passed, then half an hour. To his astonishment, not only did the tree remain alive, but it also began to radiate a more brilliant sheen. Moreover, the area within 3 feet of the tree turned a vibrant crimson, seemingly adjusting the environment to suit the tree's needs. This space was extraordinary. Lu Li felt a mix of elation and awe. He had stumbled upon a remarkable treasure. As time progressed, the land beneath the crimson flame fruit tree transformed, and even the garden's space expanded once more. It was clear that the crimson flame fruit was exceedingly rare. Glancing at the lush bamboo and grass surrounding him, Lu Li's spirits soared. Now, he only needed the Thunderfire Orchid and the Earth Milk Essence. Once he acquired those 2 items, he would immediately commence the concoction of the acupuncture pill. After reveling in his good fortune for a while, Lu Li finally withdrew from the garden. Peering cautiously at the crack opposite him, he noticed that several individuals remained, prompting a sigh of relief. If Zhongping had been angered enough to flee, it would have been disastrous. However, it seemed unlikely that the other party would abandon his pursuit, especially since he aimed to claim the crimson flame fruit for himself. Lu Li dared not make a sound, fearing that the flame lion would be drawn to him. Fortunately, the beast was currently turned away, allowing him to approach the cave entrance and gesture discreetly to Zhongping and the others, hoping they would comprehend his intent. Zhongping, who had been closely monitoring the cave entrance, felt a surge of frustration upon seeing Lu Li's antics. He shot an angry glare at Lu Li before turning to his companion. "Fu Yao, that scoundrel has emerged. We must distract the flame lion." "What about me?" asked Ling, her voice tinged with concern. "Stay back, Ling. Your cultivation is too low. It would be detrimental if you were caught," Zhongping replied. Oh, Ling had never been so obedient, which lightened Zhongping's mood somewhat. He thought to himself, once I eliminate that brat, we can return to the sect without worrying about Ling's safety. Taking a deep breath, he signaled with his hand and charged forth. conjuring a flurry of sharp wooden stakes aimed at the flame lion, exclaiming, "Beast, meet your end." The flame lion responded with a thunderous roar and lunged after Zhongping. Observing this, Fu Yao hastily unleashed her spells, sending a barrage of ice spikes toward the beast's rear. Caught off guard, the flame lion suddenly recoiled, pivoting to charge at Fu Yao. She intended to retreat back into the crack, but seeing that Lu Li had not yet arrived, she had no choice but to lead the flame lion to the right. Zhongping seized the opportunity to catch his breath and bellowed at Lu Li, "Why are you not out yet?" With that, he dashed toward Fu Yao's direction. Lu Li estimated that the two could not hold out much longer. Without further hesitation, he took a step forward, accompanied by a gust of wind, and in an instant, he covered Tin Zhong, leaping through the crack outside. Upon seeing the girl in the pink attire standing in the middle of the road, he hastily urged, "Ling Jr. sister, we must leave at once. The senior brothers and sisters have yet to return. Let us wait outside." Lu Li's expression was fraught with anxiety. "No, I will wait here," the girl stubbornly replied. "Then I must take matters into my own hands." Lu Li's countenance hardened as he swiftly hoisted her onto his shoulder and dashed towards the exit. Once they had breached the fissure, he unceremoniously set Ling down and solemnly warned, "Young girl, your senior brother is not a good person. I advise you to keep your distance from him. Farewell." With that, he took off like the wind, leaving only a fleeting shadow as he sprinted towards the valley beyond. You can't leave." It dawned on her that this dark-clad senior brother was indeed a villain. "Junior sister, where is he?" At that moment, Zhongping and another companion finally emerged, breathless and disheveled, their hair in disarray and dirt clinging to their necks, looking quite disheveled. He has escaped." "Escaped?" Zhongping's face was drenched in sweat, and with a furious shout, he declared, "You dare to mock me? I shall ensure your bones are ground to dust." With that, he called out to his companion and gave chase. Chapter 56. The Little Sheep of Qingyang's Sect Boss. That scoundrel from Qingyang's sect has emerged. Wang Fatty, hiding behind a rock, shouted excitedly as he spotted Lu Li charging towards them. "Stop him." The leader did not reveal himself. "Yes." Wang Fatty grinned malevolently, gesturing to the burly men crouching behind him. "Follow me." At his command, over 20 muscular men sprang forth from behind the boulders, forming a line like a dragon. Lu Li, who was desperately fleeing, was taken aback when a group of strong men suddenly appeared in front of him. He barely managed to steady himself, and, upon recognizing the short and stout Wang protector, his expression darkened. "It's you." "Ha ha. Of course it is me, the dog of Qingyang's sect. Have you become arrogant just because I called you senior a couple of times? Ha ha ha. Come on, let's have this protector break your dog legs." "Yes." The men shouted in unison, advancing in unison towards Lu Li. All of them were at the second level of qi refining. "With you lot." Lu Li glanced back momentarily, then sprang forward like lightning, throwing a punch at the nearest burly man. Before the man could react, he lost consciousness, and the onlookers witnessed a massive figure being sent flying, only to lose sight of Lu Li's presence thereafter. Upon looking back, they saw that the man's head had been utterly shattered. Gulp. The crowd collectively swallowed hard. Is he truly this powerful? Can a second-level qi refiner not withstand a single punch from him? Even Wang Fatty was stunned, and once he regained his composure, he bellowed in despair, "After him." It was unclear what grievance Lu Li had caused him, inciting such intense hatred. The hidden leader, who had been concealed behind the stone, was equally unprepared for Lu Li's swift actions. He had intended to pursue, but hesitated, recalling the formidable presence behind him, prompting him to retreat. Wang Fatty and his group chased for several dozen paces before halting, for they found themselves unable to sense Lu Li's presence any longer. At that moment, a man in green and two figures, one in white and the other in pink, rushed towards them from behind. Wang Fatty decisively commanded his men to intercept them. "People from Shuiyun village." Zhongping came to a halt, his face solemn as he addressed Wang Fatty. "What do you want?" What do I want?" Wang Fatty scoffed. "You are allied with that scoundrel from Qingyang's sect, aren't you? If that's the case, then you shall all stay." With a wave of his hand, he commanded, "Capture them." Presumptuous. Zhongping, enraged, waved his hand, and several sharp wooden stakes shot forth. With a series of muffled thuds, the 3 burly men approaching fell to the ground, incapacitated. The remaining men flinched, their eyes wide with fear, hesitant to advance. Zhongping sneered, "It seems I've shown you leniency. daring to insult even my Qingyang sect. Clap, clap, clap. At that moment, the leader, who had been concealed behind the rock, stepped forward, applauding. Friend, you possess remarkable skills. Zhongping turned around, frowning. Are you also from Shuiyun village? Heh, your insight is rather mundane, my friend. The one who killed me does not even recognize Su Shan. Su Shan, you are the leader of Shuiyun village. Humph, you are not entirely foolish. Su Shan leaped into the air with a powerful thrust of his legs, simultaneously conjuring a sizable gray stone, akin to a basin, which he hurled downwards like a cannonball towards Zhongping. Fivefold perfection. Zhongping's pupils contracted sharply as he swiftly formed seals with his hands, summoning a blue rune disc that appeared before him. Yet, before the disc could solidify, the gray stone was already descending upon him. Bang! The stone collided with the blue rune disc, and in less than a breath, a cracking sound echoed as the disc dissipated into nothingness, allowing the massive stone to continue its trajectory, striking Zhongping squarely in the chest. Puff! Blood gushed from Zhongping as he was sent flying. Su Shan had no intention of letting this end here. As Zhongping was propelled backwards, he leaped once more, executing the same move again. Be careful, senior brother. Both Fu Yao and junior sister Ling exclaimed in unison, rushing forward to assist. Fu Yao was slightly quicker, reaching Zhongping's side in the blink of an eye, casting several ice arrows towards the gray stone. However, at that moment, Zhongping's expression hardened as he forcefully pulled Fu Yao in front of him. Boom! The speeding gray stone struck Fu Yao squarely on the forehead, causing a grievous fracture to her skull. In disbelief, she turned to ask why, only to find that the one behind her had vanished. She fell backward, staring blankly at the sky. Heh, truly a bastard of Qingyang's sect, using his own junior sister as a shield. Observing Zhongping's frantic escape, Su Shan's face was filled with derision. He then inserted a talisman into his shoe, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he pursued Zhongping, simultaneously commanding the others from Shuiyun village. Capture that girl. I shall indulge tonight. The remaining bodyguard Wang and a dozen burly men immediately surrounded the young girl in pink. Wang glanced at her indifferently, asking, Are you going to surrender, or do we need to do this ourselves? The girl stood there, her eyes vacant, utterly bewildered. She could not comprehend who was good and who was evil. Why did her senior brother harm Sister Fu? Why did that dark-skinned senior brother try to seize the spiritual herb? Why did these people seek to kill them? Why are people like this? Seeing the girl silent, Wang waved his hand decisively. Seize her. Instantly, two strong men approached her, assuming she had been frightened into submission. Indeed, those emerging from such sects are like flowers in a greenhouse. They might even tremble at the thought of killing a rabbit, let alone a person. Yet, just as they drew near, the girl suddenly snapped back to reality, exclaiming, Don't come closer. Please let me go. I am not a bad person. Not a bad person. Laughter erupted among the crowd as the young girl amused them. Sharing knowing glances, one jested, Little sister, you are not a villain, and neither are we good men, so it would be wise for you to surrender quietly. If you get hurt, it won't be amusing. No, spare me. Spare me. As a burly man advanced toward her, the girl, terrified, turned to flee, only to be thrust back by the encircling crowd. The laughter resonated again. The little lamb of Qingyang's sect. Despair washed over her, her body trembling as she pleaded for mercy, forgetting that she too was at the third level of qi refinement. Had she mustered the courage to resist, she might have escaped, or at the very least, not been subjected to such humiliation. Meanwhile, Protector Wang observed with crossed arms, his gaze cold. He was confident that, with his presence, not only could he handle the situation, but even in a direct confrontation, the girl would not last 3 exchanges against him. The two burly men, losing their patience, approached to seize her. The girl's last flicker of hope extinguished. Her face turned ashen. But at that moment, a gust of wind swept across the faces of the crowd. A figure clad in deep azure descended swiftly from the nearby trees like a specter. With a swift motion, both fists struck out. The two burly men were sent flying, collapsing to the ground, their heads tilting at unnatural angles, rendered silent. Chapter 57. Qin Shorin's cousin. After Qin Shorin's cousin had dispatched 2 men with a single strike of his fists, the remaining members of Shuiyun village finally grasped the gravity of the situation. They roared in unison, unleashing a myriad of spells towards Lu Li. Although they were all at the 2nd level of qi training, Lu Li did not dare to be complacent. He swiftly conjured 4 explosive talismans, pivoted his body, and hurled them in 4 different directions. Upon collision, the explosive talismans met the incoming spells with a thunderous roar, the shockwave causing Lu Li's eardrums to throb painfully. While the burly men at the second level of Qi training staggered and fell. Mid-tier talismans. Wang Hufa's pupils constricted sharply, involuntarily stepping back a couple of paces. After a moment's hesitation, he bellowed, "He cannot withstand this. Surround him and eliminate him at once." As the group of muscular men began to encircle him, Wang Hufa discreetly retrieved 2 talismans, gripping a fireball talisman in his hand for emergencies, while activating a swift movement talisman to dash frantically towards the valley's exit. Amidst the billowing black smoke, one by one, the burly men were sent flying, their chests caved in or skulls shattered, meeting gruesome fates. With a final thud, the last man crashed heavily outside the veil of smoke, and silence enveloped the scene. Lu Li emerged, only to find the rotund figure had vanished, his expression darkening. He approached the lifeless body of Fu Yao, glancing at the cracked skull and the wide-open eyes filled with resentment and unwillingness, now devoid of life. With a sigh, Lu Li returned to the center of the battlefield, leading the dazed Ling Shimi to a safer spot. Concerned that the chief would return, he dared not linger. He took out the Blood Soul banner and thrust it into the center of the fallen bodies. Immediately, the blood from the surrounding corpses surged back towards the banner, dark wisps of energy struggling to coalesce upon its surface. The sanguine aura of the Blood Soul banner thickened, and a cacophony of vengeful spirits roared incessantly from its fabric. To Lu Li's surprise, the bloodied remnants of Wan Sinan's head seemed to swell slightly, yet it dared not confront Fu Yao's cracked skull directly. It was evident that Fu Yao bore a significant grudge. "Are you all right?" Lu Li inquired as the last remnants turned to desiccated corpses. He approached the girl in pink, who had buried her head, her body trembling slightly in silence. Furrowing his brow, Lu Li remarked, "If you remain silent, I shall take my leave. The chief will likely return soon, and you may find yourself in dire straits." With that, he made to exit. Truth be told, his willingness to intervene was primarily motivated by his desire to seize whatever valuables Wang Hufa possessed. It was unexpected that the man had fled so directly. Had it not been for the benefits gained from the Blood Soul banner, this endeavor would have felt futile. As for the girl, while he felt a flicker of familiarity, he was not inclined to risk his life for her. "Do not leave me, Xiaoyan." As Lu Li prepared to depart, the girl burst into tears. Appearing utterly inexperienced, "Xiaoyan." Lu Li halted, finally realizing the source of that familiar sensation. Many years ago, during the awakening in Longxing town, the first to awaken was that spirited little girl named Xiaoyan. Sighing heavily, Lu Li returned, saying, "Come with me, we must leave this place." Without waiting for her response, he lifted her onto his back and sped away from the valley. Shortly after Lu Li's departure, the leader indeed returned, accompanied by the guardian Wang. Both men surveyed the scene of fallen corpses, their pupils narrowing in shock. The leader suddenly turned to Wang, demanding, "Are you certain he is a disciple of Qingyang's sect?" "I saw him wearing the Qingyang sect insignia with my own eyes," Wang stammered. "Huh, how intriguing." The leader clenched his fists, astonished that despite Qingyang's sect being a righteous sect, there were those practicing such malevolent arts in secret. After a moment's contemplation, he declared, "Immediately notify the other brothers in the stronghold to search for this boy with all their might." "Leader, I fear our brothers may not be his match." "Humph. What is there to fear? Let them all carry signal flares. They need not engage. A signal will suffice." "Understood." Meanwhile, within a concealed cave near the summit of a branch mountain, Lu Li sat cross-legged upon a stone, eyes closed as he replenished his energy. Ling Xiaoyan's complexion had improved significantly, and her large eyes stealthily observed Lu Li. After a quarter of an hour, Lu Li finally regained his strength and suddenly asked, "Do I look handsome?" Ling Xiaoyan quickly lowered her head upon hearing this. Lu Li found her amusing, albeit overly naïve, in a world rife with desires. Such innocence would inevitably attract trouble. "Are you from Longxing town?" Lu Li inquired with a hint of nostalgia. Ling Xiaoyan's expression shifted to one of surprise. "How do you know?" "Because I can read the signs," he replied with a smile. "I do not believe it," she said skeptically, scrutinizing Lu Li's face in search of clues. Yet, all she felt was a sense of familiarity, unable to pinpoint its origin. Thus, she asked, "Senior brother, what is your name?" "I am called Qin Shoren." "Qin? Qin?" Ling Xiaoyun was momentarily taken aback, her eyes widening in realization. I know. You are Lu Li." Now it was Lu Li's turn to be baffled. "How did she know?" He thought you could deceive me." Ling Xiaoyun chuckled triumphantly. "You see, Qin Shoren is my cousin. He mentioned you when he visited my home, describing a friend named An Ho, who was dark and mischievous. Moreover, I saw you during the awakening that year." Lu Li was taken aback, realizing that Qin Shoren had such a cousin. "Wait, weren't you all unawakened? How is this possible?" Ling Xiaoyun appeared somewhat perplexed. "Oh, I was fortunate enough to stumble upon some wild fruits, and suddenly, I awakened." It seems the other party was unaware that Qin Shoren had already joined the Qingyang sect. Lu Li was reluctant to delve into that painful past, so he offered a vague explanation. "So that is how it is. Your luck is indeed remarkable." After a casual exchange, Lu Li learned that Ling Xiaoyun possessed the rare dual spirit roots of water and wood. Upon entering the Qingyang sect, she had directly become a disciple of Elder Fangbu Wei and, in just 3 short years, had reached the 3rd level of qi refinement. Presently, she had attained full mastery of that level and was on the cusp of the 4th, boasting a cultivation level slightly surpassing Lu Li's. However, her overly innocent nature and lack of experience in combat left her at a loss in utilizing her abilities in confrontations. She could only cover her eyes or scream in fright. Elder Fangbu Wei, exasperated, decided to have 2 formal disciples take his apprentice out for some practical training. Thus, the earlier events transpired. To his surprise, she turned out to be the cousin of that beast, which indeed complicated matters significantly. Chapter 58. Stand back, allow me, Brother Lu. What are you contemplating? Noticing Lu Li's solemn expression, Ling Xiaoyun glanced outside the cave, a twinge of fear gripping her heart. Lu Li shook his head, rising to approach the cave entrance to peer outside. The cave was nestled halfway up a steep peak, surrounded by flourishing redwood trees, their leaves the size of basins, obscuring the view of the forest beyond. Suddenly, a cluster of crimson leaves in the distance began to tremble violently, as if someone were deliberately shaking the trunk. Lu Li's gaze sharpened, and he cautiously retreated a step. After a moment, the trembling leaves ceased, only to be replaced by the sound of rustling movements from within the woods. "A beast?" Lu Li furrowed his brow, casting a sidelong glance at Ling Xiaoyun before thoughtfully commanding, "Follow me." Without hesitation, Ling Xiaoyun complied. The two descended the mountain, and as they neared the base of the steep peak, Lu Li finally laid eyes on the creature. It was a robust beast resembling a rhinoceros, adorned with faint scales upon its back. A silver horn, nearly 2 feet in length, protruded from its nose. The rhinoceros beast spotted them, letting out a low grunt as 2 plumes of white smoke billowed from its nostrils, before charging towards them with a thunderous rumble. Level 1, Initial Stage. Lu Li sensed its energy, his gaze flickering towards Ling Xiaoyun. "Xiaoyun, it's up to you." "What? No, I can't," she exclaimed. But Lu Li had already propelled her towards the oncoming beast. Ling Xiaoyun, terrified at the sight of the charging creature, screamed and instinctively covered her eyes with her hands. "Goodness!" Lu Li's face twitched, and with a swift motion, he positioned himself in front of her, gripping the sharp silver horn while delivering a powerful kick to the rhinoceros beast's cheek, sending it tumbling aside. He then forcibly removed her hands from her eyes, sternly admonishing, "Kill it, or I will abandon you." Ling Xiaoyun, taken aback by Lu Li's fierce tone, felt a wave of indignation wash over her. "I can't." Lu Li's expression darkened as he turned to walk away. The rhinoceros beast, regaining its footing, charged at Ling Xiaoyun once more. Trembling, she turned to flee towards Lu Li. But as she reached him, he seized her arm, bellowing, "Are you worthless? A practitioner of the 3rd level of qi, and you dare not confront a mere level 1 spirit beast? What purpose do you serve in this world? You might as well perish." With that, he abruptly pivoted, unleashing a fiery orb towards the onrushing rhinoceros beast. As it momentarily staggered in confusion, he cast several more fireballs in quick succession. With explosive sounds, the beast's head burst apart, and it collapsed. Lu Li turned, his cold gaze fixed on Ling Xiaoyun. "Do you see? It is merely larger in size. Even an ordinary fireball spell is beyond its endurance. What are you truly afraid of?" With a huff, he stormed back into the cave, leaving Ling Xiaoyun standing alone, helplessly sobbing in the aftermath. Alas, You are a villain, a wicked person. I do not wish for your assistance. I shun your help." Ling Xiaoyan stood still for a moment, wiping away her tears as she ventured deeper into the forest. Behind the cave, Luli let out a soft sigh, the jade pendant at his waist shimmering with ethereal light, and he stealthily descended further. As he weaved through the trees, Luli maintained a distance of over 10 paces from her, occasionally concealing himself behind the redwood trunks. After approximately half an hour, Ling Xiaoyan abruptly halted and began to retreat slowly, as a gray wolf, its entire body cloaked in a muted hue, cautiously approached her. The wolf was not overly large, measuring about 5 to 6 feet in length, its eyes shimmering with a faint azure glow, and its sharp fangs appeared to threaten Ling Xiaoyan. "I am not afraid of you. I am not afraid," Ling Xiaoyan murmured to herself as she continued to back away. Sensing her retreat, the gray wolf seemed emboldened, suddenly leaping into the air, its jaws agape as it lunged toward her. At this sight, Lu Li's heart raced, yet he stifled his urge to intervene. Ling Xiaoyan stumbled back a few steps, letting out a shriek. Just as Lu Li anticipated her to shield her eyes, Ling Xiaoyan sprang into action, waving her hands as she cried out, "Azure Wave Palm." In an instant, a translucent, water-blue rune disc materialized before her, and a massive transparent palm print shot forth from the disc, hurtling toward the oncoming gray wolf's head. The wolf, unable to evade, was struck squarely by the palm print. With a resounding thud, the gray wolf was sent sprawling backward. Ling Xiaoyun's face lit up with triumph, but to her astonishment, the wolf rose once again, emitting a piercing howl as it lunged at her calf with lightning speed. Ling Xiaoyun's expression shifted drastically. In her panic, she hurled a talisman. With a thunderous explosion, the talisman detonated, obliterating the charging gray wolf into countless pieces. However, Ling Xiaoyan was also caught in the blast, propelled backward several feet before crashing to the ground. What a waste of resources, Lu Li thought to himself, shaking his head. She had expended at least 7 or 8 explosive talismans in that single moment. Yet, Ling Xiaoyan seemed unconcerned. She rose from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, her eyes glimmering with renewed vigor. Casting a glance behind her, she hesitated for a moment, then defiantly continued on her path. Several hours passed, and dusk began to descend. During this time, she encountered 2 more wolves. After a harrowing battle, she emerged unscathed yet increasingly weary, though the light in her eyes grew brighter. She discovered that the beasts were not as terrifying as she had once believed. Suddenly, a rustling sound erupted from the thicket to her left. Ling Xiaoyan quickly halted, retreating cautiously while fixating her gaze on the distant commotion among the branches. Moments later, a short, stout figure emerged, followed closely by 3 brawny men with bare arms. It was none other than the entourage of Protector Wang. Upon encountering Ling Xiaoyan, Wang Hufa was momentarily taken aback, but soon his face lit up with joy. "Little girl, where's that boy?" At this moment, Ling Xiaoyan had exhausted all her talismans. Although she no longer displayed the same terror as before, fear still gripped her, causing her to retreat a few steps. I don't know. Don't know?" Wang Hufa chuckled ominously. "Soon enough, you will." With a wave of his hand, he commanded, "Seize her." The 3 burly men exchanged glances and stepped forward, unleashing 3 beams of different colored true qi towards Ling Xiaoyan. The true qi remained unformed, suggesting they had yet to learn any spells and were merely using ordinary energy. "I will kill you," Ling Xiaoyan exclaimed defiantly, simultaneously forming a hand seal as a green shield materialized before her. The sound of impact echoed as the 3 beams struck the shield, producing a series of crisp sounds. The 3 men exchanged looks of astonishment at the sight before them. Wang Hufa's pupils constricted sharply, and he erupted with excitement, bellowing, "Step back. Let me handle this." He then darted forward, hurling a massive fireball towards Ling Xiaoyan. Her complexion changed instantly, and she hastily infused more true qi into the shield, which began to glow brightly once more. With a resounding crash, the fireball collided with the shield, causing it to dim momentarily, yet it did not shatter. Ling Xiaoyan merely swayed slightly. However, in the next instant, she felt the ground beneath her feet give way, and she was suddenly engulfed, leaving only her neck above the surface. Wang Hufa wore a mocking expression, denying Ling Xiaoyan any chance to react, as he directly hurled a fireball towards her head, seemingly intent on ending her life. Chapter 59. The gray-clad old man, the movements of the guardian Wang were so swift that Ling Xiaoyan could scarcely react. As she saw the fireball hurtling towards her head, a wave of despair washed over her. Humph, do you think I am invisible? Accompanied by a chilling voice. A fireball suddenly shot forth from the right hand of Guardian Wang, colliding with the one he had conjured. The two fireballs erupted simultaneously, flames dancing wildly. In the blink of an eye, a deep azure figure materialized before Guardian Wang. A jolt of alarm surged through him, and he instinctively reached for the signal flare in his pocket. Yet, Luli would not grant him this opportunity. With a resounding strike of mountain shatter, he delivered a powerful punch to Wang's face. With a thunderous crash, the hefty form of Guardian Wang was sent reeling backward. Luli pursued relentlessly, delivering a forceful kick to Wang's chest. The remaining three onlookers were struck dumb, swallowing hard as they turned to flee. Was it not rather late to escape now? A voice, menacing and clamorous, echoed behind one of them, causing his hair to stand on end. He wished to plead for mercy, but a sudden, excruciating pain erupted at the back of his head, and he was left senseless. In less than a dozen breaths, the last two fell to the ground, incapacitated. Lu Li exhaled deeply, turning to the emerging Ling Xiaoyan from the earth. Are you all right? You said you wouldn't care about me anymore. Ling Xiaoyan pouted defiantly, turning her head away. Huh, you are quite stubborn. Lu Li chuckled, shaking his head as he began to dispose of the bodies. Moments later, 3 malevolent spirits were added to the Blood Soul banner, and he obtained 2 storage bags from Guardian Wang's possessions. Without inspecting their contents, Lu Li pondered over 4 firework-like objects in his hand. It seemed that aside from the chief of the Water Cloud Village, who was at the 5th level of Qi cultivation, there were no formidable foes. If he could lure the chief away, perhaps Ling Xiaoyan could safely descend the mountain. With this thought, he retrieved 5 swift movement talismans and 5 explosive talismans, handing them to Ling Xiaoyan. Take these talismans. I will draw the people of Water Cloud Village to the east. After 2 hours, under the cover of night, you should head west. Once you exit the forest, do not enter Water Cloud Town. Seek your way back to Qingyang's sect directly. Is that clear? Ling Xiaoyan was taken aback. Why are you helping me? Lu Li smiled. Well, it's simply because you are quite beautiful. Though he spoke in jest, his desire to assist her stemmed genuinely from a sense of loyalty to his fallen brother. You. Ling Xiaoyan shot him a glance, suddenly finding him less detestable. Enough wasting time. You must head west now, but do not venture too far. First, find a place to hide. Wait for me to set off the signal flare to the east, and after 2 hours, you can leave quickly. Cannot we leave together? That is not an option. Will you be in danger? Do not worry. I am far more capable than you think. I shall be fine. You may appear villainous, yet you are rather kind to me. Ling Xiaoyan wore a worried expression as she raised her head earnestly and said, Brother Lu, you must return alive. Lu Li was momentarily taken aback. By the time he regained his senses, Ling Xiaoyan had vanished into the darkness. Good luck, he murmured, shaking his head before sprinting eastward. However, he refrained from employing the wind step technique, for although it was swift, it consumed an excessive amount of vital energy. And such a method should not be squandered in a flight for survival. After a brief while, Lu Li produced a signal flare, channeling his vital energy to ignite it, resulting in a brilliant firework that illuminated the sky. At the periphery of the branch, Su Shan looked up and was immediately overjoyed, summoning everyone. We have found his trail. Follow me. He had initially anticipated Lu Li would flee outward, hence he had set an ambush outside. Now, however, it seemed the young man had approached the main vein, stirring a sense of urgency in him. If Lu Li reached the main vein, it would spell trouble. Upon witnessing the firework ascend, Ling Xiaoyan silently prayed, Please let nothing happen. After releasing the firework, Lu Li immediately resumed his frantic pace, covering over 10 miles before pausing to unleash a second signal flare. By this time, Su Shan had gathered all the members of Shuiyun village, a group of over 20 people, in hot pursuit of Lu Li's direction. Yet, before they could reach the first signal point, they saw the second flare ignite even further eastward, prompting Su Shan to quicken his steps. That brat is escaping. Move faster. As dawn approached, Lu Li had lost track of how many miles he had run. Without Ling Xiaoyan by his side, he felt considerably lighter, moving with unrestrained ease. Without hesitation, he released the last signal flare. Meanwhile, the group from Shuiyun village had already fallen far behind Su Shan. Upon witnessing the flare light up once more, Sushan could not help but curse. What on earth has that kid been eating to run so fast? Having released the signal flare, Luli did not continue forward. Instead, he pivoted and retraced his steps for nearly 2 miles before leaping gracefully to the top of a flourishing redwood, where he utilized the concealment jade to mask his presence. After a brief interval, he observed Sushan swoosh past beneath him, showing no signs of stopping. Once he was certain it was safe, Luli descended from the tree and, after a moment of contemplation, headed towards the main vein. It was said that the Thunderfire orchid resided atop the main vein. It was time to search for it. 3 days later, Luli finally ascended to the main ridge of the Thunderfire mountain range. He discovered the forest there was imbued with a serene blue hue, and the spiritual energy was considerably denser than that of the branches, nearly rivaling that of the heavenly absolute peak. This would be a splendid place for cultivation, Luli mused as he searched for traces of the Thunderfire orchid. Before long, Luli's eyes brightened. He hastened forward to a clearing 10 paces ahead, strewn with withered leaves, where a plant resembling a spring orchid with 8 leaves emitted a faint blue glow. The Thunderfire orchid, huh? Indeed, it is the Thunderfire orchid. Luli was inexplicably delighted as he carefully uprooted it. Unlike the ethereal blue of the leaves, the rhizome of the Thunderfire orchid was a vivid crimson. After admiring it with great pleasure, Luli planted it in his medicinal garden. Discovering one right away bolstered his confidence immensely. Unbeknownst to him, Luli had traversed the main vein for 3 days. To his surprise, throughout his journey, he had encountered not a single soul from the 6 major villages, nor any demonic beasts. Moreover, the abundance of Thunderfire orchids was astonishing. Within 3 days, he had gathered 120 specimens, as if they awaited his arrival. Were it not for the desolation surrounding him, he might have doubted whether this was indeed a natural habitat or a well-tended medicinal garden. Why did it feel so surreal? Furrowing his brow, Luli spotted another Thunderfire orchid 10 zhang away. Instead of feeling elated, an unsettling sensation crept over him. No matter, he decided to gather it first. With that thought in mind, Luli prepared to collect the orchid. However, halfway there, an elderly man clad in gray suddenly sprang from the nearby thicket to block his path. The old man was diminutive, with small eyes and a sly smile. Gazing at Luli with a peculiar expression, he spoke in a mocking tone. Well, young lad, you dare to steal from the White Day Village? Chapter 60, Daylight Town Daylight Village? What is this Daylight Village? Luli gazed at the old man in gray with a face full of suspicion. Are you unaware? The old man's eyes gleamed with mischief as he chuckled sinisterly. Turning to the group of burly men rushing towards them, he shouted, "Hurry! Someone is stealing your spiritual herbs." In the blink of an eye, he darted in front of Luli, and before Luli could react, the old man seized him and hurled him towards the advancing giants. Good luck, young lad. With that, he vanished in a flash. Luli, horrified and bewildered, crashed into the first 3 burly men, sending them tumbling backward for several feet in a chaotic heap. Where the hell did you come from? The 3 men groaned, feeling as if their bones were shattered. Luli scrambled to his feet, distancing himself from the trio by over 10 yards, and clasping his hands in an apologetic gesture. He said, "Brothers, I merely came to gather herbs. I am not acquainted with that old man." "You, what did you say?" One of the burly men, clutching his abdomen, stood up. "Not acquainted with that old man. The previous part. You came to gather herbs?" Enraged, the giant waved his hand at the others. "Come on, let us kill this herb thief." "Oh no." Luli let out a cry and turned to flee. "Don't run. Stop. Get him." The horde of burly men roared as they pursued him. As he ran, Luli glanced back, and the sight nearly stole his breath away. The group of men were matching his pace, and although he had not activated his wind step, he had used a speed charm. Upon sensing their formidable presence, he realized that none of these men were beneath the 3rd level of cultivation. The 3 leading men were entirely beyond his comprehension. Could these be the so-called members of Daylight Village? If the ordinary thugs were this strong, how powerful must the leaders of Daylight Village be? With this thought, Luli dared not hold back any longer. Activating both the speed charm and wind step, he vanished into thin air. Where did he go? Uncertain. The expression of the burly men darkened as they chased for over 50 yards, only to find Luli had completely disappeared. Meanwhile, within a vast crevice of a gigantic vein, Luli was gasping for breath, his eyes alertly fixed on the entrance of the cave. "You stepped on my foot." Suddenly, a ghostly voice echoed from behind him. By the heavens! Luli nearly leapt from fright, only to have a bony hand clasp over his mouth, pulling him back with a fierce grip. Silence! If you scream, I shall end you. The voice sounded eerily familiar. Luli froze, turning to discover it was none other than the old man from before. Infuriated, he yanked the old man's arm down, demanding, "Old man, what is the meaning of this? What do you mean?" Luli initially intended to inquire why the other party had chosen to use him as a shield, but upon reflection, he deemed such a question rather childish and opted for silence, settling down with a thud. "Youngster, are you upset?" Luli remained mute. "Youngster, your agility is impressive. Where did you acquire such skills?" Still, Luli offered no response. "Old man, my patience has its limits. Do not presume that your higher realm grants you the liberty to act recklessly. Beware lest I bring your demise." "Oh, quite audacious are we?" The old man chuckled lightly. Dismissively, with a sudden flicker of movement, Luli darted out of the pit, simultaneously tossing 3 explosive talismans back into the hole. An explosive roar ensued. In an instant, earth was sent flying, and an old man was propelled skyward amidst the chaos. The pit, already small, bore witness to the full force of the talisman's power. "You wretched old fool, how dare you deceive me?" Luli cackled maniacally before fleeing. "Hey, don't run. I'll make you pay," the old man cried out, groaning as he clutched his aching back. On the hillside, the tattered figure of the old man, his face smeared with mud, shouted in the direction Luli had fled. "There he is." Atop the hill, a burly man, his face alight with excitement, pointed at the old man sprawled on the slope. Soon after, a throng of robust men thundered down the hill. "Curse you!" The old man scrambled to his feet, hurling a few talismans behind him as he vanished into the depths of the redwood forest below. In the midsection of the Thunderfire mountain range, a village named Baiji Town lay at the northern end of a branching path. Although referred to as a town, Baiji is akin to a small city, bustling with activity, its streets teeming with life. As evening approached, the town gradually illuminated with warm lights, casting a cozy and secure aura amidst the vast wilderness. Later, a young man clad in dark azure attire arrived at the town's entrance. "Finally made it out," he murmured, glancing back at the Thunderfire mountain range, now cloaked in nightfall, and exhaling a sigh of relief before stepping inside. This young man was none other than Luli, who had just escaped from the treacherous mountains. His journey had yielded considerable gains, yet he had not anticipated that the precious herb would indeed have an owner, resulting in his current predicament. Upon entering the town, Luli realized it was far more prosperous than Shuiyun Town, with broad streets, bustling crowds, and quaint architecture, indicating a rich history. He had been so preoccupied with his escape that he had forgotten to appreciate his surroundings. As he gazed around, he muttered to himself, "Steamed buns, Mantu. Good sir, come and play." As he strolled through the streets, the sounds of vendors calling out filled the air. Before long, Luli arrived at the entrance of a 5-story tavern in the center of the town. Glancing up at the sign, he walked inside. "Welcome, esteemed guest. Please come in." Upon entering, a cheerful young attendant approached with a beaming smile, inquiring, "Honored guest, will you be dining or lodging with us today? Let us have something to eat first." Luli casually replied, "Very well, esteemed guest. The second floor is quite tranquil. Would you prefer?" The attendant tentatively suggested. Although the second floor promised serenity, it also bore a higher price. Unaware of the underlying implications, Luli, upon hearing of a peaceful space, promptly declared, "Let us head to the second floor." "Excellent choice." The attendant's expression brightened, and he bowed deeply, leading Luli with utmost reverence, making Luli feel somewhat embarrassed. He pondered whether such formality was necessary for simply having a meal. Upon reaching the second floor, the attendant surveyed the area and pointed to a table by the window, saying, "Sir, that spot is secluded and offers a splendid view of the outside. What do you think?" Without hesitation, Luli agreed. "That one will do." "Splendid, sir. Please, right this way." The attendant's grin stretched from ear to ear. After seating Luli, the attendant retrieved one of the 2 menus and presented it, saying, "Sir, please take a look. What would you like to eat?" Luli perused the menu and pointed to a dish intriguingly named Wolf's Heart and Dog's Lung, asking, "What is this delicacy?" "Ah, that is the roasted heart of a gray wolf, a low-level spiritual beast, renowned for its exquisite flavor. Would you care to try it?" "Spiritual beast?" "Indeed. All the dishes on our second floor are crafted from spiritual beasts and medicinal herbs. Ensuring exceptional value. Chapter 61. The smelly beggar. Luli nodded in agreement. Then I'll have a portion. After ordering a few more dishes, he suddenly noticed that the numbers next to the dish names were different, each accompanied by a circular symbol. Curiously, he inquired, "What does this mean?" The young waiter promptly explained, "Ah, this indicates the price on the menu." "Oh, so this one represents one tael of silver?" "Silver?" The waiter was taken aback, laughing as he replied, "Sir, please don't jest. Everyone knows that our Bai Ri restaurant's second floor only accepts Ning Jindan." Ning Jindan. Luli sprang to his feet, realizing, "Are you saying that the dishes I just ordered all cost Ning Jindan?" "Indeed, what's the matter?" "Sir, you wouldn't happen to be short on funds, would you?" The waiter's smile gradually faded as he observed Lu Li's reaction. "How could that be? Bring it on." Lu Li's face twitched as he plopped back down. His heart was bleeding, for the few dishes he had ordered amounted to a staggering 15 pieces of Ning Jindan. Yet, to save face, he had no choice but to accept it. Seeing this, the waiter smiled once more, his expression shifting with alarming speed. Before long, 6 or 7 dishes were served, the fragrant aroma wafting through the air. Lu Li's appetite surged, and he no longer cared about the cost in Ning Jindan. He dove right into his meal. However, after only a few bites, he suddenly felt a shadow loom over him. Looking up, he was taken aback. A ragged old man, his face smeared with soot as if he had just returned from the coal mines, sat across from him, staring intently. Though he resembled a beggar, the flicker of anger in his eyes was unmistakable. "Who are you?" Lu Li mumbled, his mouth full, gazing at the beggar in astonishment. "What do you think?" The beggar exhaled a cloud of black smoke. "I think." Observing the man's somewhat swollen face, Lu Li found him amusing and inadvertently spat out a mouthful of rice. "Could you please not sit across from me? I would like to enjoy my meal in peace." "How dare you laugh, you little brat?" The old man erupted with fury, springing to his feet as if to strike Lu Li. Hey, hey, senior, please calm down." Lu Li hastily raised his bowl and retreated, having recognized the man as the very one he had blasted with an explosive talisman in the Thunder Fire Mountain range. "Humph." The old man shot Lu Li a glare before sitting back down, seemingly not intent on actually harming him. Lu Li sheepishly returned to his seat. "Senior, you can't blame me for this. You were the one who tricked me first. If it weren't for my good fortune, I might not even be sitting here, right?" The old man replied, "You are the first to have made me feel so utterly humiliated. Hand over your technique, and we'll consider this matter settled." "My technique?" Lu Li chuckled. "Surely you jest, senior. I can't casually pass down my teachings. If I did, my master would deal with me before you even got the chance." "Teachings?" The old man furrowed his brow slightly, scrutinizing Lu Li with growing skepticism. "Who is your master?" In his eyes, Lu Li's agility was truly terrifying. He had never witnessed a Qi refinement stage cultivator possessing such remarkable skills. It was only natural for such esoteric techniques to be passed down through a master. Without lifting his head, Lu Li continued to eat while saying, "My master never allows me to disclose his name. However, since you wish to know, I shall reveal a bit. Please do keep it a secret, for if my master were to find out, he would undoubtedly punish me." "Enough with the nonsense, just tell me," the old man replied, clearly impatient. Lu Li feigned a careful glance around before leaning closer to the old man's ear and whispering, "In truth, my master is known as Lu Li Jinren. You must not share this, or else." "Lu Li Jinren?" The old man's brow furrowed as he stared at Lu Li. "How come I have never heard of this person?" Cough, cough. "It is not surprising that you haven't. Esteemed elder, my master delves deeply into the mysteries of the universe and has long secluded himself in the remote mountains, far from the common folk's knowledge." The old man was taken aback. "Is that true?" "I, Qin Shorin, swear to the heavens that if I utter a single lie, may I be struck by lightning." "Your name is Qin Shorin?" "Indeed, but may I ask for your name?" The old man's eyes twinkled as he suddenly broke into a smile. "I am Wu Dao. How about we become friends, fellow Taoist Qin?" "Wu Dao?" Lu Li was momentarily stunned, pondering the absurdity of such a name. Nevertheless, he thought the old man truly lacked integrity. He cast a languid glance at Wu Da, considering friendship, but warned, "If you deceive me again, do not blame me for calling my master to deal with you." "How could I? I am of pure disposition and would never engage in deceitful acts. The previous incident was merely a misunderstanding. I mistook you for someone from the White Sun gang, hence my heavy hand. I hope Taoist Qin will not take offense." "Not at all, not at all," Lu Li replied. "And about that agility?" When I consult my master, I shall inform you. When will you ask? Are you ever going to stop? The old man had a tendency to divert the conversation back to his agility, revealing his dubious character. Wuda chuckled awkwardly. Do not be angry, do not be angry. I merely spoke in jest. As he spoke, he turned his gaze toward the innkeeper by the stairs and called out, Innkeeper, come here for a moment. The young innkeeper hesitated, but upon seeing Wuda, his expression darkened, and he hurried over. What filthy beggar are you? Get lost at once. If you disturb our esteemed guest's meal, I will make you pay dearly. He then turned to Lu Li with a forced smile. Please do not be upset. I shall escort him away. Lu Li regarded the innkeeper silently. In the next moment, the young man was sent flying back to the stairwell. Wuda swiftly closed the distance, seizing the innkeeper by his collar, fixing him with a piercing gaze. You dare to insult me? You. The innkeeper trembled, his face filled with terror. Esteemed elder, spare me, spare me. Spare you? Wuda responded with a swift slap, followed by a jade vial crashing against the innkeeper's chest. Open your eyes and see what is inside. The young attendant cast a fearful glance at Wuda, trembling as he opened the jade vial, revealing it to be brimming with numerous essence solidification pills, seemingly 40 or 50 in total. Overwhelmed, he involuntarily shuddered and slapped himself twice, exclaiming, Forgive me, esteemed senior, for my ignorance of your greatness. Hee, quite intriguing. Wuda released the young attendant and instructed him to serve dishes according to the amount of money in the vial, adding that the lad's consumption would be included in the tab. Yes, yes. The attendant felt a mix of regret and delight, realizing his elder brother was quite affluent. Upon Wuda's return, Lu Li couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Just a small matter. Brother Qin, take your time with the meal. There are more delicacies to come. Before long, the young attendant arranged a lavish feast before them, while Wuda persistently urged dishes towards Lu Li. However, Lu Li had already eaten his fill and showed little interest in the spread. Assuming Lu Li still harbored grievances from earlier, Wuda remarked, Speaking of those wretched 6 great bandit camps, they truly are despicable. If they hadn't claimed the Thunderfire Mountain Range as their own, I wouldn't have had this misunderstanding with Brother Qin today. The 6 great bandit camps. Lu Li's curiosity was piqued. To be honest, esteemed brother, I have spent my time in seclusion with my master in the mountains, and this is my first visit here. Could you enlighten me about these 6 great bandit camps? Chapter 62. Striking at Rich Wuda, having taken a sip of his drink, casually remarked that the 6 major strongholds were the White Sun Stronghold, the Snow Drifting Stronghold, and the Bright Light Stronghold situated to the north, as well as the Earth Tiger Stronghold, the Wandering Dragon Stronghold, and the Sky Wolf Stronghold located to the south. Upon hearing this, Lu Li pondered why the Water Cloud Stronghold, which had been pursuing him, was not mentioned, and thus inquired, What about the Water Cloud Stronghold? The Water Cloud Stronghold? What place is that? Wuda initially questioned, then suddenly seemed to understand. You must be referring to that newly established minor stronghold. There are countless such small strongholds in the Thunderfire Mountain Range. The realization that Water Cloud Stronghold was merely a minor stronghold led Lu Li to consider the formidable nature of the White Sun Stronghold. With a tinge of concern about having pilfered their medicinal herbs, he asked, Do you happen to know where the White Sun Stronghold is located? The White Sun Stronghold. Wuda raised an eyebrow. What are you planning to do? I'm merely trying to distance myself from their attention, Lu Li replied. Wuda's expression turned peculiar as he responded. Did you not notice the words White Sun Town inscribed on the town gate when you entered? What does that mean? Well, let me enlighten you. This place is the very headquarters of the White Sun Stronghold, White Sun Town. What? Lu Li exclaimed, springing to his feet in shock. The darkness outside had obscured his view, and he had unwittingly stumbled into their lair. What are you planning to do? Naturally, I must flee, Lu Li declared, turning to leave. Wuda hurriedly stood in his path, saying, Hold on. When I entered, I happened to encounter the members of the White Sun Stronghold rushing out, all heading into the mountains. If you run out now, it would be tantamount to seeking death. Rushing out? They did not notice you? That's thanks to you. Wuda shot Lu Li a resentful glare, tugging at his tattered clothing. If I were to look in the mirror now, I would hardly recognize myself. Hearing this, Lu Li chuckled and sat back down, though the anxiety in his heart remained. He had already acquired 3 of the 4 ingredients needed to refine the acupoint piercing pill. Only the earth milk essence was lacking. If the Thunderfire Mountain Range did not possess the earth milk essence, it would be prudent for him to leave sooner rather than later. Should he be captured by the people of the White Sun stronghold, it would be a grave loss. With this in mind, he asked, "Brother, have you ever heard of the earth milk essence?" Wuda was taken aback, his expression growing increasingly peculiar. He thought to himself, "Is this lad a worm in my stomach?" He scrutinized Lu Li with suspicion, then suddenly a thought struck him. With a grin, he said, "Brother Qin, you have indeed asked the right person. Do you truly know?" Lu Li's heart soared with joy. "Certainly." Wuda nodded, leaning in conspiratorially. "What you may not know is that I came here specifically for the earth milk essence, though I also collected a few thunderfire orchids along the way. Oh, to be candid with you, I have received reliable information that within the main vein, there lies a celestial pit known as the sun-eating pit, which contains the earth milk essence. Moreover, I personally ventured down to explore, and the cool air emanating from below undoubtedly indicates it as the birthplace of the earth milk essence." Ventured down? Has the elder brother already acquired the earth milk essence? Not quite. Wuda awkwardly returned to his seat, explaining that a small fellow at the 6th level of Qi refinement was guarding the place below, and he preferred to avoid a direct confrontation with him for the time being. A 6th level Qi refinement little fellow? The elder brother's cultivation. I am now at the 5th level of Qi refinement. Through their conversation, Lu Li ultimately gleaned information about the earth milk essence. However, according to Wuda, a second-in-command from the White Day stronghold was stationed at the bottom of the sun-eating pit, and this second-in-command was at the 6th level of Qi refinement. Wuda suggested that they team up, with Lu Li distracting the individual while Wuda retrieves the earth milk essence, and then they would split the spoils. Naturally, Lu Li was skeptical of Wuda's words, but considering the opponent's 6th level cultivation, it was evidently unrealistic for him to seize the earth milk essence alone. After much contemplation, he feigned agreement. Upon seeing Lu Li's acceptance, Wuda was elated, thinking to himself, "The young lad is indeed naive, lacking in experience." As all members of the White Day stronghold had mobilized to the Thunderfire Mountain range, the two decided to cultivate within the city for a while, waiting for the situation to calm before proceeding to the sun-eating pit. After their meal, Lu Li sought out the innkeeper to secure a room. The innkeeper eagerly recommended a room on the 5th floor, claiming it to be extraordinarily luxurious with special services. Having already been deceived once, Lu Li refused and insisted on a standard room. Consequently, the innkeeper led him to a modest room on the 3rd floor facing the street. The room was simply furnished, and he could hear the lively sounds from the street outside. Lu Li did not mind. Rather, he found it quite cozy. More importantly, the cost was merely 30 taels of silver for a month's stay. Lu Li had taken many lives and was not short on silver, so he generously tossed 100 taels to the innkeeper, saying, "Book it for 3 months, and the extra is yours." The innkeeper, lacking any cultivation, was merely striving to earn a little more silver through commissions. Seeing Lu Li's generosity, he expressed his gratitude profusely. After the innkeeper departed, Lu Li promptly locked the door. Then, sitting at the table, he retrieved 2 brown storage bags, filled with anticipation as he began to count their contents. Both bags were acquired from the protector of Shuiyun stronghold, who also managed a grocery store, so it was reasonable to assume that they contained a substantial amount. Opening the first storage bag, Lu Li couldn't help but feel a surge of joy as he found a neatly stacked collection of over 150 large jade vials. He silently chanted, "Ningxin pill, Ningxin pill." With eager anticipation, he opened one vial, and, upon seeing it filled with dark green pills, burst into hearty laughter. "I've struck gold. I've struck gold. It truly is Ningxin pills." He continued to pull out several more vials, and without exception, they were all Ningxin pills. By his estimation, there were over 15,000 of them, including the 150 orbs of essence on his person. He now possessed a staggering total of 15,500 essence orbs. Even should he engage in uninterrupted cultivation, this bounty would suffice to sustain him within the time hall for over 3 years. After diligently storing all the essence orbs within the spatial hall, Lu Li eagerly opened the second storage pouch. Upon probing with his divine sense, he discovered it was brimming with various animal hides, likely numbering no fewer than 2,000. Such an abundance of hides should certainly be worth a considerable quantity of essence orbs, he pondered. With a look of contemplation, he also placed the storage pouch into the spatial hall, reflecting on how generous the guardian Wang had been, thus benefiting him greatly. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, Su Shan, the chief of Shuiyun village, was driven to madness by the death of Guardian Wang and was scouring the mountains with a group of brothers in search of his whereabouts. After tidying up, Lu Li first entered the medicinal garden to take a look, discovering that the spatial area of the garden had now expanded to a circumference of 2 miles, housing 130 thunderfire orchids, 16 emerald bamboo grasses, as well as the Qian fruit tree and a Xian pearl grass. Suddenly alarmed, Lu Li noticed that on the red soil beneath the Qian fruit tree lay a glistening red fruit. Chapter 63. The Bounty of the Daylight Stronghold. He picked up the crimson flame fruit and examined it closely, suddenly enlightened. The fruit was thoroughly ripe, adorned with no less than 300 spiritual patterns. According to the standards of the crimson flame fruit, a century equated to 1 stage, and it could reach a maximum of 3 stages. Beyond that, it would cease to grow. After contemplating this, Lu Li summoned a collection of jade bottles and meticulously harvested all the crimson flame fruits, storing them within the bottles. The fruit tree remained intact, perhaps capable of bearing new fruits. After securing all 50 jade bottles in his spatial palace, Lu Li departed the medicinal garden and arrived at the temporal palace. It had been nearly a month since he left the Qingyang sect, during which he had been preoccupied with the search for spiritual herbs, leaving him little time for cultivation. As of now, he had only opened 26 acupoints in his 3rd meridian, and he seized this opportunity to engage in earnest practice. Given the relatively thin spiritual energy in this location, Lu Li did not intend to consume the essence solidification pill for this session. With the aid of the Taishan Sutra, he could easily refine the sparse spiritual energy. Meanwhile, in the dense forest on the main vein opposite Daylight Town, flickers of fire danced as over 100 individuals scoured the woods in search of something. An elderly man in a blue robe stood at the edge of a precipice, one hand resting behind his back, gazing down at the glimmering flames below, his expression dark enough to seem as if it could drip with water. Little did many know that this man was the elusive leader of the Daylight Stronghold, the infamous Sun Hand, Bai Sheng. Before long, a robust man clad in a brown short coat rushed towards him, exhaling heavily as he saluted Bai Sheng. Reporting to the leader, the inventory is complete. Bai Sheng inhaled deeply and inquired, "What is the result?" The man bowed his head, unable to meet the elder's gaze, and stammered, "Based on the residual traces, no less than 300 plants have been stolen." "What? Nonsense." Bai Sheng's eyes widened with fury as he bellowed, "Search everywhere. Even if we must scour the Thunderfire mountain range, I want that little thief and the old scoundrel captured." "Why yes, leader, what about the other strongholds?" "Focus on your search. I will handle the other strongholds myself." "Understood." The man, trembling slightly at the leader's tone, hastily descended the mountain. The western section of the Thunderfire mountain range erupted into chaos as over 100 men and women adorned with the Daylight Stronghold insignia dashed through the forest, gradually moving towards the eastern side of the mountain. 3 days later, news of the theft of the spiritual herbs from the Daylight Stronghold spread like wildfire, causing an uproar in the entirety of Daylight Town as people speculated on the audacity of the thief who dared to pilfer from the Daylight Stronghold. 15 days later, the search team from the Daylight Stronghold reached the midsection of the Thunderfire mountain range, where they encountered the forces of the Snowfall Stronghold. After a prolonged stalemate and apparent failure to reach an agreement, the Daylight Stronghold members had no choice but to report back to Bai Sheng. Upon hearing the news, Bai Sheng's anger flared once more. "You, Yi Piaoxua, I shall remember this grudge." Following this declaration, Bai Sheng ordered a retreat, leaving only a few to continue the search in the mountains. The following day in White Day Town, Bai Sheng issued a bounty notice, disseminating 2 portraits, one of an elder and one of a youth, throughout the town. Those who could provide accurate information would be rewarded with 800 low-grade condensing truth pills, while those who could deliver the heads of the targets would receive 3,000. Such alluring rewards instantly ignited the spirits of the wandering cultivators, who surged toward the Thunderfire mountain range. However, the Bai Day Stronghold had regulations prohibiting these cultivators from entering the main vein, allowing them only to search in the various tributaries. Consequently, not only in the western section, but some cultivators even flooded into the central tributary, and some began to extend their search toward the western section. Fortunately, the young attendant who had encountered Lu Li was merely a mortal and had no time to wander outside. Otherwise, he feared he would have been exposed on the spot. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. The wandering cultivators who had ventured out to search for Lu Li and his companion returned with faces full of disappointment. The once sparse streets regained their former liveliness, and within the taverns, sighs of resignation echoed. The young attendant, who had frequently delivered meals to Lu Li, found himself sitting aside during his free time, listening to the stories shared by others. He felt a deep yearning for cultivation, even imagining how splendid it would be if he could one day possess the prowess of the infamous thieves spoken of by those around him. As evening approached, the attendant, adhering to routine, prepared to deliver dinner to room 306. This was a request from the guest, delivered every 3 days. Although the guest ate little, he was remarkably generous. Balancing several small dishes and a bowl of rice, the attendant gently rapped on the door and awaited in silence. According to past customs, the guest would typically open the door after about 60 breaths. However, this time was markedly different. Within just 10 breaths, the door swung open, revealing a dark-skinned youth clad in deep azure attire, who smiled at him and accepted the meal, saying, "Thank you for your hard work. It is my duty." The attendant replied respectfully, preparing to leave. Suddenly, the youth called out, "Wait." After tossing a silver ingot, he added, "Come in for a moment. I have some questions for you." The attendant's heart leaped with joy as he carefully tucked the ingot into his pocket and hurried inside. "What would you like to know, esteemed guest?" Lu Li smiled and gestured for him to sit before inquiring. Not long ago, it seemed that White Day Town was quite desolate. Yet now it has suddenly become bustling again. Has something occurred? Oh, regarding that matter, the attendant immediately launched into an eager recounting. "I heard that 2 months ago, someone stole spirit herbs from the territory overseen by the Baiday stronghold, prompting the chief, Bai Sheng, to personally lead a team to capture them. Seemingly concerned that his information might not merit the silver in his hand, the attendant divulged all that he had learned, be it fact or rumor. Upon hearing this, Lu Li's heart sank, and he turned to the attendant, asking, "Have you not seen the bounty notice?" The attendant shook his head, assuming Lu Li was interested in the bounty as well. "No, I did venture out a few times when business was slow at the tavern, but alas, the notices were all torn down by those cultivators. If you wish to see one, you might inquire with those cultivators." Lu Li let out a slight sigh of relief, replying, "I understand. Good sir," the waiter inquired, rising from his seat. Lu Li pondered for a moment, and suddenly recalled Wu Da. That fellow had been in seclusion lately. He wondered if he had emerged. Thus, he asked, "By the way, has there been any news regarding that beggar recently?" "Ah, him," the waiter replied, casting a glance towards the door before whispering, "I saw him come out 3 evenings ago. Can you believe it? It has been nearly 2 months. And there are facilities for bathing in his room, yet he still appears in such a filthy state. I simply cannot fathom it. Could it be that one can become addicted to being a beggar?" "Oh, he has emerged," Lu Li remarked with interest. "However, it seems there has been no activity in his room these past few days. I wonder if he has departed." "Very well, I understand. You may go now." Once the waiter had left, Lu Li could not help but exhibit a look of contemplation. It seemed that Wu Da had indeed left 3 days prior. Was he intending to venture alone in search of that earth milk essence? Chapter 64 Encounter with the Night-Walking Wolf after finishing dinner. Lu Li paced back and forth in his room, a frown etched upon his brow. Having spent 3 months in the outside world and 30 months in seclusion at the Time Temple, he had successfully opened 66 acupoints in his 3rd meridian, reaching the late stage of the 3rd level. If he were not to be instantaneously defeated, given his speed combined with the invisibility jade, evading pursuers below the 6th level should pose no significant challenge. However, being cornered would complicate matters considerably. Where could that old man Wu Da have gone? With his strength and temperament, he should not have ventured alone to the sun-eating pit. Could it be that after 2 or 3 months of cultivation, he experienced a breakthrough? Has he become aloof? Suddenly, as Lu Li pondered, a series of urgent knocks echoed from outside the door. Instantly alert, he pressed himself against the door and inquired in a low voice, "Who is it?" "It is I, old friend." "Chin, quickly open the door," came a familiar voice from outside. Lu Li promptly opened the door, and in rushed a lean old man clad in a gray robe, with a small nose, beady eyes, and a distinct handlebar mustache. It was none other than Wu Da. Contrary to the description given by the innkeeper, he did not appear as disheveled as one might expect. "Young man, we cannot linger here. We must leave at once." Wu Da handed Lu Li one of 2 black hoods he held. "Put this on. It will aid in our endeavors." "You went out merely to procure this?" Lu Li questioned, shaking the cloak in his hand. The cloak was adorned with a circle of black gauze, crafted from an unknown material that felt remarkably pleasant to the touch. From the inside, it offered an unobstructed view. Yet from the outside, it appeared utterly opaque. Of course not. I have possessed this cloak for quite some time. I merely ventured out to gather information. I was taken aback to discover that the White Sun village had issued a bounty. He suddenly looked up at Lu Li. You seem somewhat different from before. Different? Lu Li was taken aback, tilting his head to glance at the long hair cascading beside his ear, and then realized, isn't this an improvement? Previously, he had been left bald by fire in Qingyang Prefecture, and after 3 months, his hair had only grown to 5 inches. Now, however, it cascaded down to 3 feet, as dark as ink, completely transforming his demeanor. It is indeed an improvement, but your countenance remains unchanged. It is safer to wear the cloak. Your demise is inconsequential. But if I were to be implicated, that would be troublesome. Upon hearing this, Lu Li thought to himself that this old man was indeed no benevolent figure. It appeared that this journey required vigilance not only against others, but also against this old rascal. He lifted the cloak and draped it over his head. Shall we leave now? Wu Da, oblivious to Lu Li's change in expression, also pulled the cloak over his head. Indeed, it is easier to act under the cover of darkness. Let us proceed. The two then exited the door and, without a word, made their way down the stairs, departing the tavern. Although the outside world was shrouded in darkness, the White Sun town was still ablaze with light. Instead of taking the main entrance, they wove through alleyways, soon arriving at the edge of a low wall. The wall merely serves to prevent some oblivious beasts from the mountains from attacking the ordinary folk. It is not particularly high. The two individuals leaped effortlessly over it, subsequently vanishing into the vastness of the night. The mountain path was treacherous at night. Even though Lu Li's eyesight had improved significantly since his mortal days, he dared not run too swiftly without releasing his spiritual awareness. In contrast, Wu Da seemed accustomed to traversing the night roads, moving through the forest with ease. Hey, old Wu, wait up. In a valley, Lu Li, who was trailing behind, suddenly noticed 2 bright green lanterns following closely behind and promptly tugged at Wu Da's clothing. What's wrong? Don't walk so fast. There is something big behind us. Something big? Wu Da turned back, his expression shifting dramatically. By heavens, it's the Wolf King. Run. With that exclamation, he not only did not slow down, but actually quickened his pace. Curse it. Lu Li, exasperated, disregarded everything else, conjured a speed talisman, and swiftly overtook Wu Da. Oh, whoa. An eerie howl echoed from behind, as the 2 green lanterns pursued them with fervor. Kid, don't you understand the virtue of respecting your elders? Wait for me. Wu Da grumbled while sprinting wildly. Upon hearing this, Lu Li not only did not slow down, but accelerated even further, crashing through branches that snapped under his weight, swiftly leaving Wu Da several dozen feet behind. Kid, stop running. Let us confront it in a life-or-death battle. Wu Da shouted breathlessly from behind. Old Wu, you hold it off first. I'll go ahead and rest for a moment before coming back to assist you. Lu Li was no fool. The appearance of the Wolf King meant that a pack of wolves was sure to follow. If they were surrounded, it would spell trouble. Beast, if you keep running, I won't let this go. Seeing the Wolf King closing in to within a mere yard of himself, Wu Da's face contorted with rage as he pulled out a speed talisman and charged after Lu Li. Bang! Whether it was due to Wu Da's excessive speed or Lu Li's sluggishness, he crashed directly into Lu Li. Why did you suddenly stop? Wu Da clutched his chest, a look of frustration on his face. Cough, I didn't wanna. Lu Li pointed ahead to a cluster of green eyes. It seems we are surrounded. A Wu, the howls of wolves echoed in the distance. Grr. The Wolf King halted, letting out a howl to the heavens. The pack of wolves ahead seemed to have received a signal, beginning to shift their formation and encircle the two with remarkable intelligence. This is a serious predicament. Wu Da murmured to himself. What shall we do? Lu Li's playful demeanor vanished, and he asked gravely. What else can we do? We must carve a path through. The night wolves possess a strong territorial instinct. I suspect they won't dare to approach the main road, Wu Da replied. All right. Without waiting for Wu Da to say more, Lu Li took a step forward and charged at the pack of wolves. Good lad, showing some courage. Upon witnessing the scene, Wu Da offered a brief commendation before swiftly altering his course to the left, entirely diverging from Lu Li's direction. You are truly a scoundrel. Lu Li seethed with indignation. advancing alone to draw the attention of a multitude of wolves. Not only did Wuda neglect to assist him, but he also launched an assault on the weaker segment of the pack, silently vowing that if given the chance, he would ensure Wuda's demise. With a swift motion, he repelled a gray wolf that lunged at him with a thud. Meanwhile, Wuda had already breached the outer perimeter of the weakened wolves. Luli had intended to lure the pack elsewhere, but soon realized his path was obstructed as the young wolves recklessly charged at him, leaving him no choice but to abandon his plan. Utilizing the power of the speed rune, Luli maneuvered deftly, unleashing a flurry of strikes. In a short span, several young wolves lay lifeless at his feet. However, with the pack numbering in the hundreds, this strategy was unsustainable. Gritting his teeth, he planted his foot upon the head of a juvenile wolf, using the leverage to propel himself into the air, whereupon a tempest surged around him, allowing him to soar over 10 yards. As he landed, 4 or 5 young wolves lunged at him once more. On the other side, Wuda had vanished without a trace. "You despicable wretch, our conflict is far from over." Luli wished to disengage, yet with Wuda's disappearance, the entire wolf pack converged upon him with astonishing speed. Without employing the Gale Step, he would be compelled to continuously utilize the speed rune just to barely keep pace with the swift onslaught of the young wolves. Chapter 65. The scheme of deception within the shadowy depths of the valley. Luli maneuvered with dexterity. The cacophony of explosive sounds and the mournful howls of the wolf pack echoing incessantly. Initially, Luli was resolutely intent on escaping the battlefield, yet as time wore on, his temperament shifted. Despite his tattered robes and the numerous wounds adorning his body, he refused to yield even an inch. He discovered that with each evasive maneuver and counterattack, he increasingly gained mastery over his own physical prowess, each punch delivered with precise force, neither excessive nor lacking. With each strike, a small wolf would collapse, rendered motionless. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had elapsed. Of the more than 100 small wolves, only a score remained encircling him, while Luli himself began to sway unsteadily. Though his internal energy still surged, his body felt unbearably heavy. In the distance, the Wolf King, who had been silently observing Luli, seemed to seize the moment, suddenly arching its body and launching towards him like an arrow. "Finally, I've been waiting for you." Luli's unsteady form straightened abruptly. Just as the Wolf King approached within 10 paces, he hurled 2 explosive talismans directly at it. A resounding boom reverberated through the air as the Wolf King plummeted from the sky. However, it sustained no significant injury, shaking itself and preparing to charge once more. At that moment, yet another talisman descended at its feet. Instantly, the ground sank, and the entire creature began to sink rapidly. With a startled yelp, the Wolf King struck its tail against the earth, attempting to leverage the force to propel itself upward. But Luli would not allow it such a reprieve. Seizing the opportunity as the creature sank, he propelled himself forward, landing atop the Wolf King's back. A pitch-black axe materialized in his grasp, and he brought it down forcefully upon the Wolf King's skull. With a dull thud, the axe embedded itself 5 inches deep into the Wolf King's head. The beast howled in agony, summoning tremendous strength to leap from the mire. So formidable. Luli's pupils constricted as he clung tightly to the long fur around the Wolf King's neck, swinging the axe in a frenzied assault. With agonizing cries, the Wolf King leapt wildly in its struggle. Another axe strike landed, and at last, the Wolf King succumbed, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Exhausted, Luli sprawled atop the fallen beast, gasping for breath while warily eyeing the remaining 20 or so young wolves, his energy completely depleted. Upon witnessing their king's demise, the young wolves hesitated momentarily before scattering in disarray. As Luli observed this, his taut nerves finally relaxed, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. It was unclear how long he had been out. Luli gradually felt the warmth of sunlight on his face, accompanied by someone gently slapping his cheeks. Upon awakening, he found a cloaked figure in gray squatting before him, instantly inciting his ire. "You wretched scoundrel! How dare you return?" Wuda offered a sheepish smile. "Ahem, do not be so furious. I have indeed returned, and had I not kept watch over you throughout the night, who knows what sort of creature might have devoured you." "Humph, kept watch? You were merely concerned about being left to fend off that Chi refinement level 6 master alone. How could you? Chin, you think too poorly of me. To be honest, I never left last night. I was watching over you the entire time. Had I not wished for you to gain some experience, I would have intervened much sooner," Wuda said, his face betraying no sign of shame or breathlessness. Hee, so I should be grateful to you then? Luli replied as he sat up, brushing off the grass and realizing that his clothes were in tatters. Channeling his spiritual power, his garments instantly restored to their original form. This was the Mo Xia treasure garment. No matter how damaged, it could always revert to its pristine state. Gratitude is. Wuda began, but his words were cut short as his eyes widened. Kid, your attire is quite remarkable. May I? Absolutely not. Fine. Wuda pouted, yet his gaze remained fixated on Luli, clearly still coveting the treasure garment. Luli chose to ignore Wuda. He had seen through this man, a typical example of one who would rather see a fellow cultivator perish than relinquish their own greed, always eager to claim any treasure they encountered. However, as he prepared to gather the wolf carcasses, he noticed that every wolf's pelt had been stripped away, leaving only the bloodied remains. Luli's expression darkened as he turned to Wuda, extending his hand and speaking in a low voice. Hand it over. What? Stop pretending. Who else could have taken all these wolf pelts? Cough. How stingy, Wuda chuckled awkwardly. Seeing Luli genuinely upset, he ceased his banter and produced a storage bag, tossing it to Luli. Here, consider it compensation for the night's work. Luli snorted coldly, probing the storage bag with his consciousness. Inside, he found over 80 wolf pelts, and only then did he accept the bag. Wait, that's my storage bag. This is your compensation for betraying me last night. Luli had no intention of returning it. His fondness for Wuda had evaporated, and he was confident that even if this man were at the 5th level of Qi training, he could not hinder his escape should the need arise. Very well, Wuda remarked, casting a languid glance at Luli. Shall we depart? Luli glanced up at the ethereal blue mountain ridge above. Let us go? He refrained from uttering any warnings like don't betray me again, for he understood that any promise from Wuda would be hollow. Moreover, he intended to take advantage of this old man in return. As dawn broke, they proceeded with utmost caution, wary of being discovered. 2 hours later, under the blazing sun, they finally arrived at the main ridge of the Thunderfire Mountains. Here, both men were even more vigilant. Wuda extended his spiritual sense ahead, apprehensive of ambushes from the White Day stronghold. As the sun began to set, they emerged from the dense, ethereal blue forest into an expanse of grassland. The grassland appeared to shimmer in a similar shade of blue, and at first glance, Luli mistook it for a field of thunderfire orchids. However, upon closer inspection, he realized it was merely a tangle of weeds, stretching for no less than 30 miles. The open and pleasant scenery lightened his mood, prompting him to ask Wuda, how far is it to the sun-eating pit? In the very center of this grassy expanse, one must draw closer to discern it. Wuda gestured ahead and took the lead, with Luli following at a leisurely pace, his gaze shifting slightly as he contemplated the figure of Wuda. Lost in thought, in less than half an hour, the two arrived at the edge of a circular sinkhole. The sinkhole boasted a diameter of no less than 100 feet and plunged to a depth of 100 feet as well. Peering down, one could faintly discern several round boulders at the valley's base, interspersed with clusters of verdant foliage. After gazing at the vast expanse of ethereal blue for a prolonged period, the sudden appearance of the greenery evoked a sense of familiarity in Luli, akin to a weary traveler in the desert stumbling upon a lush mountain after months of desolation. Encircling the sinkhole were sheer cliff walls. Yet before the two lay a steep path that appeared to lead downward. Luli inquired, "Shall we descend from here?" Wuda nodded, pointing to the largest gray boulder at the bottom of the valley. "Once we descend, I shall conceal myself behind that boulder," he explained, then indicated a nondescript dark entrance nestled before the boulder. Entering there will lead you to the stone pool, beside which a certain individual is engaged in cultivation. You must look closely to spot him. Do not approach too closely. Simply hurl some distant insults to provoke him, drawing him out, and then use your agility to lure him out of the sinkhole. Chapter 66. Encountering Zhang Song again, are you really going to take the earth milk essence and flee? Luli gazed at Wuda with an unusual expression. Of course not. I am not that kind of person. Rest assured, once I acquire the earth milk essence, I shall emerge to assist you in chastising him. After that, we shall rely on our own abilities. Should he choose to pursue me, I will not require your assistance. In half a month's time, we shall reconvene in Snowfall Town, and I will divide the earth milk essence with you then. Are you certain he is not particularly swift? Fear not. I have already visited this place before. He could not even catch up with this old man. How could he possibly catch you? Very well. Lu Li remained skeptical. Although he intended to deceive the old fellow, he feared that if the opponent was too formidable, he might end up shooting himself in the foot. With that, the two began their descent along the narrow path on the cliffside. The path was somewhat steep. Any ordinary person would likely hesitate to traverse it. However, as cultivators, their courage far surpassed that of mortals, and their control over their bodies was equally impressive. Before long, they reached the valley floor. Upon arrival, Lu Li realized that the seemingly inconspicuous stones he had observed from above were, in fact, quite substantial. Each cluster was capable of concealing an adult's form, particularly the one Wu De had pointed out earlier, which was as tall as a two-story house. Stepping upon the pebbled ground, the two headed straight for the dark entrance of the cave. The massive boulder beside the entrance was the hiding place Wu De had mentioned. Upon reaching the boulder, Wu De came to a halt and earnestly cautioned, "Young man, although that fellow is slow, you are merely at the 3rd level of Qi training. If you hold back, and he strikes you down with a single blow, do not blame me for not warning you." Lu Li cast a serene glance at Wu De, assuring him, "Rest easy. I have no desire to meet my demise just yet." After exchanging a few more words, Wu De stealthily concealed himself behind the boulder. Taking a deep breath, Lu Li cautiously approached the stone cave. Hearing that the individual inside was at the 6th level of Qi training, he felt a twinge of uncertainty, as he had never faced one at that level before. The cave was not overly dark, allowing for normal movement, but the passage was rather narrow, with water occasionally dripping from the stone ceiling above. According to Wu De, this tunnel stretched over 30 paces and twisted and turned. As long as he remained vigilant, he would not be detected. After taking a few steps, Lu Li still felt somewhat uneasy. He retrieved the concealment jade from his waist and slowly infused it with his true energy. Once the jade emitted a violet glow, he returned it to his waist and proceeded forward. The concealment jade could grant him approximately half an hour of protection, effectively blocking any probing by cultivators at the Qi training stage, a rather impressive artifact. After navigating 2 bends, the passage ahead narrowed to less than a yard. Before him stood a soil-colored stone basin, approximately 2 to 3 feet in diameter and about half a foot high. At the center of the basin rose a stalagmite, surrounded by shimmering, milky white liquid that emanated a rich and peculiar aroma. Lu Li fixed his gaze upon the stone pillar, noticing a milky white liquid slowly seeping from its tip, trickling down its surface and flowing into the stone basin below, albeit at a rather languid pace, rendering it nearly imperceptible without careful observation. The essence of the earth's milk. Lu Li's heart raced fervently, for this was the final ingredient for the pill of acupuncture. The essence of the earth's milk, which he had finally discovered. With this essence in hand, he could commence his alchemical endeavors. A day he had awaited for far too long. Suppressing his excitement, Lu Li stealthily emerged from the corner, cautiously stepping into the straight path ahead. According to Wu De, there was a rocky hollow beside the basin where a 6th-level Qi refining cultivator was in seclusion, and he had to tread carefully. The passage was narrow, obscuring the view of the hollow. Lu Li could only press against the stone wall as he advanced. Near the stone basin lay a ravine, where an emaciated old man in gray robes sat cross-legged. His gaunt frame was marred with dark spots, his hair and beard completely white, presenting a somewhat unsettling visage. At that moment, the old man was in deep meditation, completely oblivious to Lu Li's presence. Just a foot from the exit of the passage, Lu Li paused, cautiously peering around the corner to the right of the stone basin. At that moment, his heart sank. "Zhang Song," Lu Li exclaimed, cursing Wu De's ancestors in his mind. Was this really a 6th-level Qi refiner? It was clear he was being set up. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to flee. "Who goes there?" Zhang Song's eyes snapped open, lightning fast, as he charged toward the passage. Lu Li felt as if his soul had nearly fled his body. He sprinted desperately. 5 years ago, this man had already reached the 8th level of Qi refinement. Though Lu Li harbored desires of vengeance, he knew his current abilities were woefully inadequate against Zhang Song's prowess. After a few fleeting moments, Zhang Song finally caught sight of Lu Li's shadow, his small eyes gleaming with anticipation as he shouted excitedly, "You there? Are you that kid? Stay? I won't harm you, just come back, or I shall make you regret it." Ignoring the old man's taunts, Lu Li pushed himself to run faster, summoning a speed talisman and affixing it to his foot. In an instant, a gust of wind surged beneath him, propelling him swiftly out of the passage. He then veered sharply, taking refuge behind the large rock where Wu De was hiding, and called out, "Old Wu, run." He.s. an 8th level cheery finer. You can't hide any longer. In his urgency, Lu Li feared Zhang Song might not hear him. Upon hearing this, Wu De's face turned pale, and he cursed Lu Li repeatedly in his mind before launching into the air. "Ah, you old rascal." Zhang Song, having just emerged, recognized Wu De by his silhouette and, in a fit of rage, charged towards him. "You dare show disrespect to your ancestor." Wu De's hair stood on end as he swiftly threw a talisman behind him. Boom! With a deafening explosion, Zhang Song staggered momentarily but quickly resumed his pursuit. "You won't escape today, old rascal. And you, kid up ahead, stop. Help me capture this old man, and I shall grant you the essence of the earth's milk." Zhang Song yelled as he chased, the truth of his words uncertain. Lu Li harbored no belief in Zhang Song's fabrications. Perhaps the latter's true intention was to capture him. After a frantic dash, he reached the summit of the sinkhole in mere moments. Wu De, trailing behind, cursed vehemently. Relying on the swift movement talisman proved insufficient. So he summoned a small blue triangular flag, gripping it tightly. As the flag unfurled in the wind, it propelled him directly into the sinkhole. Zhang Song, seemingly possessed by madness, relentlessly pursued the two. Before long, Lu Li, leading the way, plunged into the depths of the jungle. The instant he entered, he leapt onto the canopy of a vast, ethereal blue tree. Once atop, Lu Li forcibly stilled his breath, remaining utterly still. After a few heartbeats, he witnessed Wu De darting past him, uttering wild cries. Moments later, Zhang Song, like the wind, swept by as well. After stabilizing himself for a brief moment, Lu Li leapt down from the tree, soaring back towards the sinkhole. The essence of the earth's milk lay tantalizingly close. He had to seize the opportunity. Chapter 67. Gathering of the spiritual elixirs. Lu Li swiftly returned to the depths of the pit, not daring to linger for a moment. Upon gazing at the large basin filled with shimmering, milky white liquid, he felt a slight relaxation wash over him. He then crouched beside the stone basin, extracting a multitude of jade vials, employing both hands to rapidly collect the essence of the earth's milk. Within a short span of time, he had fully harvested the essence from the basin, eagerly stowing it away in the second-tier spatial hall. After a quick count, he discovered that he had accumulated over 130 vials. According to the prescription, this essence merely served to neutralize the medicinal properties. A single drop sufficed for each use. The abundance of vials he possessed could potentially yield an impressive number of acupuncture pills. Lu Li's motivation for gathering such a vast quantity of the essence was not out of personal necessity, but rather to deny any advantage to Zhang Song. He found himself perplexed by Zhang Song's apparent reluctance to collect the essence. Was he intentionally waiting for Lu Li to take it, hoping to ensnare him like a hunter lying in wait? The thought sent a chill down Lu Li's spine, realizing the cunning nature of the old man. After scanning the cave for any other treasures and finding none, he swiftly made his exit. Upon leaving the pit, Lu Li altered his course, directing his path toward the southern mountains. According to the map, the main ridge of the Thunderfire mountain range delineated the boundary between Liangzhou and Dongzhou, with Liangzhou lying to the north and Dongzhou to the south. The Daylight Stronghold was one of the 3 major strongholds in the north. Having completed his task of gathering materials for the acupuncture pills, he deemed it unnecessary to venture further north into danger. Even if he intended to return to Qingyang's sect, it was prudent to avoid Zhang Song's potential ambush at the sect's entrance. Arriving at the secluded, azure-hued forest to the south of the grassy plains, Lu Li finally eased his pace. His vital energy was nearly depleted, necessitating a period of recuperation. Dragging his weary body through the forest, he sought a concealed spot to rest. Ah, is that Thunderfire grass? Not long after, he stumbled upon a blue-hued plant in the distance. He pondered whether it belonged to another stronghold, but, after a moment's hesitation, he succumbed to temptation and uprooted it, reasoning that taking one specimen would go unnoticed. As he continued, he discovered another plant. Well, 2 should not raise any alarms. After a brief while, Lu Li glanced at the distant Thunderfire grass, his lips twitching. Having uprooted 300 plants, what harm was there in one more? Upon extracting this final specimen, he realized he had reached the juncture between the main ridge and a massive crimson tributary, alleviating his earlier indecision. As he surveyed the area, he suddenly noticed a small opening in the stone slope ahead. His heart leapt with joy, and he hurried down towards it. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed an entrance, albeit a modest one that required crawling. Standing on a redwood the size of a bowl, Luli peered inside and noted that the interior appeared quite spacious. This seemed like a perfect hiding spot. After extending his spiritual sense to gauge the surroundings, he discovered that the aura of spiritual energy here was significantly denser than that of Daylight Town. He resolved to remain here for a time. He plucked a densely leaved branch from the mahogany tree and, dragging it behind him, crawled backwards into the cave. Once he could no longer reach, Luli planted the branch at the entrance, effectively concealing it. Retreating a few more feet, he found the interior spacious. Upon rising, he discovered that the space resembled a carefully crafted chamber, measuring at least 2 zhang in circumference, complete with stone benches and beds. Without further thought, Luli sat cross-legged upon the stone bed to recuperate. Once he felt sufficiently restored, he immersed his consciousness into the herbal garden space. Delighting in the expansion of the garden, which now spanned 5 li in circumference, teeming with vitality and suffused with the rich aroma of medicinal herbs. The majority consisted of thunderfire orchids, with over 400 specimens, followed by a mere 16 stalks of bamboo grass. This left Luli feeling somewhat discontent, as the 16 stalks only sufficed for the preparation of 16 acupoint pills, presenting a deficiency among the various herbs, especially considering he had 50 scarlet flame fruits. Moreover, the scarlet flame fruit tree had begun to bud, indicating the promise of more fruit to come. Transforming into his corporeal form, he approached the bamboo grass, meticulously observing it. After a while, he selected a particularly vigorous stalk, severed it into 2 halves, and planted 1 half nearby, curious to see if it would take root. After completing this task, he entered the time hall to commence his seclusion. To avoid prying eyes, he stored the concealment jade within before stepping inside. The air was rich with spiritual energy, and with over 15,000 true essence pills at his disposal, he was determined to make a breakthrough to the 4th level of Qi cultivation. Reaching the 4th level marked a significant watershed, signifying entry into the mid-stage of Qi cultivation, with strength far surpassing that of the 3rd level. As Luli activated the Tai Xin Sutra, the surrounding spiritual energy surged toward him, instantly filling his dantian. He mused on the richness of the spiritual energy, hastily beginning the process of refinement. After a round of refinement, he suddenly realized that the spiritual energy within the Thunderfire Mountain range was predominantly of the Thunderfire attribute, significantly more than that of other attributes, which brought him great joy. The Thunder attribute barrier was notably challenging to overcome. Thus, the prospect of his breakthrough appeared considerably brighter. Meanwhile, Zhang Song, having tracked Wu De to the vicinity of the Snowfall Village, sensed something amiss and hurriedly returned to the sinkhole. Upon seeing the empty stone basin, fury surged within him, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood, his disheveled gray hair falling across his face as he seethed. "You. How ruthless. I waited for you for 5 years. 5 years. Why do this to me? I merely sought the pill formula. No, I cannot surrender so easily. I must capture you. You cannot escape." With a clenched fist, Zhang Song swiftly departed the sinkhole, heading straight for the Daylight Town. In the expansive courtyard at the center of Daylight Town, emblazoned with the characters Daylight Village, Zhang Song strode in with a solemn expression. "Greetings, Second Deputy." The guards at the entrance, upon spotting Zhang Song, promptly offered their respectful salutations. If Luli were present, he would undoubtedly be greatly alarmed. For it is surprising that Zhang Song is the second in command of the White Sun Gang. His arrival in Bai Ri Town was akin to a wolf entering a den of tigers. Zhang Song, indifferent to any response, strode directly into the main hall. Inside the main hall, an elderly man in a blue robe occupied a high seat, engaged in conversation with others. Upon noticing Zhang Song's entrance, he paused momentarily before descending with a warm smile. "Greeting, brother. What brings you back? Have you attained what you sought?" The crowd regarded Zhang Song with a mix of fear and trepidation. Zhang Song narrowed his eyes and surveyed the assembly before stating, "I encountered the person I was looking for, but did not capture him. I have come down the mountain specifically for this purpose." He recounted the events to the members of the Bai Shui gang, then turned to Bai Sheng and continued, "Assist me in apprehending that young man. You are aware of the benefits involved." He then procured paper and brush to sketch 2 portraits, one of an elderly man without a hood, and the other of a young man wearing a hood. I have seen this old man once, but I could not discern the young man's features. The old man can be dealt with at will, but the young man must be captured. You understand, do you not? Upon viewing the portraits, the expressions of the gathered individuals grew somewhat peculiar. Wasn't he, this old man, the very thief they had pursued not long ago? And this young man? He seemed rather familiar as well. Chapter 68. The search for the alchemical furnace. Days later, the practitioners surrounding the Thunderfire mountain range were once again engulfed in frenzy. After more than 3 months, the Daylight Stronghold not only persisted in its relentless pursuit of the two individuals, but also amplified the bounty. A young practitioner would earn 8,000 chi condensation pills, while an elder would receive 3,000 true condensation pills. This sum was enticing not only to the unaligned cultivators, but also prompted several other strongholds to discreetly dispatch their own members, eager to partake in the spoils. However, their primary curiosity lay in understanding why these two individuals were deemed worthy of such a substantial reward. Notably, the stronghold known as the Earth Tiger Stronghold, situated in the southeastern part of the mountain range, was not among those sending out operatives. The inhabitants of Earth Tiger were equally frantic, as their prized Thunderfire orchid had been mysteriously stolen, prompting them to fervently hunt for the culprit, much like the Daylight Stronghold. The atmosphere outside was tumultuous. Luli concealed himself within a cave, frequently hearing the sounds of footsteps and waves of probing spiritual consciousness. Fortunately, with the aid of the concealment jade, he was able to evade the overwhelming scrutiny of divine senses, which would have otherwise made his concealment nearly impossible. On the 15th day, just as Luli was battling the pangs of hunger, a golden serpent, thicker than a man's arm, slithered into the cave. Elated, Luli confirmed that no one was around before summoning his black axe and striking the serpent's head. The creature, lacking the reflexes of a spiritual beast, was beheaded before it could react, its body thrashing wildly on the ground. Once the serpent lay still, Luli seized the carcass and began to consume it. As the foul stench filled his mouth, he fought back the urge to vomit, pinching his nose as he chewed vigorously. Remarkably, despite not being a spiritual beast, the serpent's flesh, nourished by spiritual energy, was quite substantial. After consuming about half a foot of it, Luli felt warmth spread throughout his body, restoring a considerable amount of his strength. After finishing his meal, he glanced at the remaining serpent carcass, contemplated, and decided to store it in his spatial pavilion. Luli discovered that the spatial pavilion was unlike ordinary storage bags. It seemed to maintain the freshness of items completely, even preserving the spiritual energy of herbs more effectively than jade vials, an extraordinary advantage. Having completed these tasks, Luli delved once more into his cultivation. Meanwhile, the practitioners passing by remained utterly oblivious to his presence, hidden right beneath their noses. As summer faded into autumn, autumn transitioned into winter, and winter yielded to spring. Before long, another year had passed. The events of the previous summer had faded from public attention. The Thunderfire mountain range had returned to its former tranquility, with practitioners gathering herbs and hunting magical beasts as usual. The two thieves, one old and one young, had vanished without a trace. Some claimed they had departed the Thunderfire mountain range. Others believed they had met their demise at the jaws of a beast. And still others asserted that they had been executed by the Daylight Stronghold. In any case, these matters had ceased to concern anyone. On this day, at the small opening situated at the junction of the main ridge and a branch, a head slowly emerged, tilting slightly to glance behind before continuing to crawl outward. Upon fully exiting, it became evident that it was a youth, approximately 18 or 19 years of age, clad in deep azure attire. The young man stood tall, around 7 or 8 feet, with a well-proportioned figure and a complexion leaning towards a darker hue. His 3-foot-long black hair cascaded over his shoulders. While he was not conventionally handsome, he was certainly not unattractive. His eyes darted about, and then the youth leaped down the slope with extraordinary grace. Light as a feather, he landed amidst the crimson-hued thicket below, exhaling a long breath. Unexpectedly, a year had passed in seclusion, and now he feared he had lost track of time. Recalling the agreement made over a year prior with Qinzhong, Luli could not help but furrow his brow. Throughout the year, he had emerged only occasionally to hunt for sustenance. Otherwise, he had devoted himself entirely to cultivation, depleting all 15,000 of his true essence pills. On a positive note, his achievements exceeded expectations, as he had successfully broken through to the 5th level of qi refinement. Although he had only opened one acupoint in his fifth meridian, it was indeed a solid advancement to the fifth stage of qi refinement. It was precisely this pent-up energy that had kept him in seclusion for so long. Otherwise, he would have emerged much earlier. Regardless, time had slipped away, and he resolved to find an alchemy furnace to refine some acupoint-piercing pills before returning. As Luli pondered, he hastened down the mountain. With his enhanced cultivation, he found himself far more agile than before. A mere light step allowed him to leap 20 or more yards. Although his speed was not as swift as when using the wind step technique, it was advantageous in that it did not deplete his true essence. By late afternoon, Luli arrived at the foot of the mountain. As expected, a town lay before him, comparable in size to the previous Bairi town. The entrance stone tablet bore the inscription Dihu Town. Dihu Town, Luli murmured to himself as he stepped inside. The town was bustling, populated not only by practitioners, but also by common folk, likely toiling here for their livelihoods. After a brief glance around, he made his way toward a shop named Gathering Treasure Hall. Behind the counter, a middle-aged man clad in dark golden robes was engrossed in a book. Upon seeing Luli enter, he promptly rose to greet him, beginning to utter a word of familiarity before abruptly retracting it, respectfully inquiring, "Senior, what do you require?" He realized that he could not discern the youth's true strength. Thus, the term young friend remained unspoken. In this world, age held little significance. True power dictated seniority. A survival lesson learned by Ding Wei during his decades among the wandering cultivators. Luli casually scanned the shelves and shook his head, stating, "I wish to sell some beast hides. Do you accept them here?" He had acquired over 2,000 beast hides from the Protector Wang at Shuiyunzhai and intended to sell them to purchase an alchemy furnace, which would undoubtedly require a substantial sum. "Of course, we accept." Ding Wei nodded eagerly, simultaneously inquiring, "Senior, how many beast hides do you wish to sell?" Luli refrained from idle chatter and promptly tossed out a storage bag. "Everything is inside. You may inspect it yourself. If the price is right, I can sell it all to you." Animal hides are typically utilized in the crafting of garments and armor for practitioners, though some also employ them as medicinal materials, making their applications within the cultivation community rather extensive, ensuring a steady demand. Ding Wei cautiously picked up the storage bag and, after a brief mental scan, gasped in astonishment. "Senior, what is this? What's wrong?" Luli furrowed his brow, pondering if Ding Wei had uncovered something alarming. "And nothing, it's just, I have never seen anyone offer so many animal hides at once." "Ah, now that you have, tell me, can you handle it?" Luli exhaled in relief. "I can manage, but..." "Senior, you may need to wait a moment. I need to consult with the hall master and report this. Is that acceptable?" "The hall master?" Luli raised an eyebrow, aware that Ding Wei might not grasp the full context. "The treasure hall is not solely your private possession. It belongs to the Earth Tiger Gang, and I cannot produce so many condensing truth pills at once." "Another gang," Luli thought, his brow slightly knitting. "Why don't you articulate how many condensing truth pills you intend to offer?" Chapter 69. The Thunderous Beast Den. Ding Wei, upon hearing this, glanced once more and remarked, "Esteemed elder, within this collection, there are a total of 1,300 early-stage beast hides and 910 mid-stage hides. I offer you a price of 3 low-grade per early-stage hide and 6 per mid-stage hide, amounting to a total of 9,360. Given the considerable quantity, I shall round it off to 9,005. How does that sound?" 9,005, you say?" Luli pondered momentarily, realizing this price exceeded his expectations. However, the Thunderous Beast Den was evidently not a small establishment like the Water Cloud Village, leaving him hesitant about the potential risk. Sensing Luli's reluctance, Ding Wei assured him with a pat on his chest, "Rest assured, esteemed elder. Our Thunderous Beast Den is affluent, and our leader is a man of great integrity. We would never engage in unscrupulous practices." "Very well. I shall wait for half an hour." Luli ultimately resolved to proceed with the transaction. While caution is prudent when venturing outside, excessive timidity is unbecoming. Ding Wei promptly exclaimed, "It won't take half an hour." He then summoned a servant to oversee the shop while he hurriedly departed. Luli retrieved his storage pouch and began to survey the shop. After a thorough inspection, he inquired of the servant, "Do you have any alchemical furnaces for sale?" The servant shook his head, "Esteemed elder, such items are exceedingly precious. Not only do we lack them here, but even the shops of the other 5 major strongholds are unlikely to possess any." No alchemical furnaces? Lu Li was taken aback, finding the scarcity quite troubling. Seeing his distress, the servant thought for a moment before suggesting, "Esteemed elder, we hold an exchange meeting on the first day of each month where many cultivators seize the opportunity to trade for items they desire. It takes place at the Tiger Might Square, located to the south of the town. Perhaps you might find some luck there." "Oh, such an event exists?" Lu Li's interest was piqued, and he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for the information. You're too kind, esteemed elder," the servant replied modestly. Afterward, Lu Li engaged in light conversation with the servant. Before long, Ding Wei returned, accompanied by a middle-aged man clad in a cloud-patterned robe. Upon entering, the man approached Lu Li directly. After a brief moment of sensing, he retracted his spiritual awareness and, upon reaching Lu Li, donned a smile, clasping his hands in greeting. "Young brother, a hero of youth." Seeing Ding Wei nodding at him from behind, Lu Li understood that this man was likely the leader he had mentioned. He quickly returned the gesture, a mere rustic lad, unworthy of such high praise from the esteemed leader. "Ha ha ha, you are too modest, young brother. To have attained such cultivation at a young age, despite being in the wilderness, you surpass many prodigies of the sections." Lu Li merely smiled in silence. He dared not compare himself to the prodigies of the sections. The middle-aged man, perceiving the atmosphere, swiftly got to the point. "I have heard that you wish to sell a significant quantity of beast hides. Is that true?" Lu Li nodded. "Indeed, I have just finalized the arrangement with that steward." The man in the cloud robe nodded with a smile and said, "That fellow is rather clueless and lacks discernment. I, Lei Ming, shall take the lead and offer you an additional 5,000 Ningxin Dan." However, upon hearing this, Ding Wei's expression shifted to one of confusion. Even if all the goods were sold, the maximum profit would only amount to 2,000. Adding 5,000 would indeed result in a loss. Nevertheless, since it was Lei Ming speaking, he refrained from interjecting and chose to listen attentively. Upon hearing Lei Ming's words, Lu Li did not express joy, but instead furrowed his brow. "What do you mean by that, my brother?" "Haha, I have no ulterior motives. I simply cherish making friends," Lei Ming replied. "Then, perhaps you should state your intentions clearly, or else I shall refrain from selling this beast hide," Lu Li retorted. Skeptical that fortune would simply fall from the sky, the man's excessive cordiality hinted at complexities beyond mere friendship. "Ahem, younger brother, do you still not trust me?" Lei Ming chuckled awkwardly, then turned to Ding Wei behind him. "Let us proceed with the transaction you previously discussed." He then looked back at Lu Li and said, "You may conduct your trade first, and once finished, we can find a place to converse." What were his true intentions? Lu Li pondered, his mind filled with doubts. Yet, the other party did not exhibit any oppressive demeanor, leaving him momentarily perplexed. After a brief flicker of his gaze, he smiled and acquiesced, "Very well." As their earlier agreement had been established, the transaction concluded swiftly. Lu Li received 9,500 Ningxin Dan, a sum that, had he just emerged from Qingyang's sect, would have sent him into a frenzy of joy. However, the current Lu Li exhibited little expression, calmly storing the Ningxin Dan away. Lei Ming observed Lu Li's demeanor keenly, reflecting, "This lad remains remarkably composed. I truly have not misjudged him. Perhaps he may indeed assist me." It is worth noting that even as the hall master of the Earth Tiger Gang, his annual stipend amounted to merely 1,000 Ningxin Dan. Thus, this 9,500 was equivalent to 5 years' salary, and yet this young man remained unfazed, a feat not easily achieved. Once the transaction was finalized, Lei Ming escorted Lu Li out of the shop. After some winding, they arrived at an establishment named the Falling Tiger Tavern. Upon their entrance, the rotund shopkeeper behind the counter personally came forth to greet them with respect, indicating that this tavern was also a property of the Earth Tiger Gang, which caused Lu Li to frown inwardly. With a smile, Lei Ming issued a few instructions before gesturing, "You first, my brother." It appeared they were headed to the second floor. Lu Li paused, suddenly recalling his previous experience at the Daylight Tavern, and a peculiar expression crossed his face. He thought, "Surely this fellow does not intend for me to spend my few thousand Ningxin Dan here. Is something the matter, younger brother?" Lei Ming inquired, noticing Lu Li's distraction. "Ahem, I find the first floor quite satisfactory. What if we—" "That simply will not do. Younger brother, a young hero such as yourself must ascend to the second floor. Our fates have intertwined. I must fulfill my duties as a host." Fulfilling his duties as a host? Relieved that it seemed he would not be spending his own money, Lu Li felt a slight easing of tension. Although he possessed some wealth, it was hardly sufficient to procure a quality alchemy furnace, so prudence remained essential. The second floor is adorned with an elegance surpassing that of the Bairi restaurant. Each table is encircled by a delicate screen, while the passageway is embellished with various ornaments and floral arrangements, creating a splendid ambience. We chose a seat over there. At the stairway, Lei Ming glanced at the corner by the window and remarked. Once the two were seated and had exchanged a few words, several waiters approached, bearing an array of exquisite dishes, halting only when the table was completely laden. The spread was undeniably enticing. However, Lu Li appeared somewhat distracted. Brother, do indulge. There's no need for formality, Lei Ming cheerfully encouraged, simultaneously shifting some dishes he deemed delightful closer to Lu Li. Since my esteemed elder brother is so gracious, I shall not stand on ceremony, Lu Li replied with a faint smile, feeling no inclination for pleasantries. Moreover, having secluded himself in the Lei Fire Mountain range for an extended period, he was ravenously hungry and began to feast heartily. Yet, amidst his dining, Lu Li would occasionally steal glances at Lei Ming. There lingered a question in his mind that he could not unravel. Given this person's stature, what matters could he possibly find insurmountable, necessitating such earnestness towards a stranger like myself? Chapter 70. Lei Ming's request, though he was lost in thought. Lu Li continued to eat voraciously. In contrast, Lei Ming approached his meal with a measured pace, appearing to be deep in contemplation, and eventually sighed heavily. Speak plainly, brother, Lu Li urged between bites. He sensed that Lei Ming had something on his mind and was curious about the nature of his concerns. Their acquaintance was merely fleeting. Although they shared a meal, it was naive to think that such a gesture would compel him to assist. At this prompting, Lei Ming found his opportunity to speak, albeit with some hesitation. To be frank, I do have a matter for which I seek your assistance. Go ahead, brother, Lu Li replied. The two exchanged terms of endearment, yet neither truly regarded the other with sincerity. Much like Lu Li's relationship with Wu Da, their camaraderie was superficial, masking ulterior motives. Lei Ming then laid bare his troubles. I have a daughter named Lei Xiaoman. Her mother passed away early, and I have raised her alone. Perhaps I have been too strict, which has led her to resist me. A month ago, she brought home a man in his 30s named Zhang Yu, claiming she wished to venture into the world with him. Despite his attempts to conceal his true nature, I saw through the facade. I was certain he was not a good influence, so I firmly rejected him, sending both him and Xiaoman away, confining her for her own reflection. As Lei Ming recounted his tale, he spoke for a good 15 minutes before pausing. Once he finished, Lu Li finally grasped the entirety of the situation. After being confined, Lei Xiaoman had no intention of reflecting upon her actions. Instead, she had seized the opportunity of her father's absence to deceive the guards and escape. In a state of panic, Lei Ming searched for her, only to receive news that was difficult to accept. His daughter was to be married. The groom was none other than Zhang Yu, the son of the Dragon's Lair leader, Zhang Dao. Heaven help us. His daughter was only 14. Lei Ming felt as if the sky was collapsing around him. If the age difference was a mere concern, it would be manageable. However, he had learned that Zhang Yu had already taken 7 wives, none of whom had survived more than a year after marriage. It was evident that something was amiss with this man. He considered personally retrieving his daughter, but his unique status would undoubtedly create complications if he were to appear at Dragon's Lair. The potential chaos was worrisome enough, yet he feared that his intervention might only solidify his daughter's resolve, leaving him in a tumultuous state of indecision. With less than 10 days until the wedding, Lei Ming found himself in a state of frantic desperation. If no solution presented itself, he would have no choice but to inform the chief and plead for assistance from his brothers to storm Dragon's Lair and forcibly reclaim her. The repercussions of such an action would be incalculable. Until today, Ding Wei spoke of an extraordinary young predecessor whose presence stirred his ambitions. Lei Ming suggested that Lu Li infiltrate the Yulong village before the wedding and secretly lure out his daughter. He had received word that Yulong village was recruiting, and given Lu Li's abilities and talents, he would likely attain at least a captain's rank, with the possibility of becoming a hall master not being out of reach. After all, Zhang Dao was merely at the 6th level and already over 60 years old. Brother, what do you think? Lei Ming, fearing Lu Li might decline, quickly added, If you agree, I will immediately provide you with 5,000, and upon success, I shall grant you another 5,000. He then adopted a pitiful tone. You have no idea, brother, the hardships I've endured to raise Xiaoman. She hasn't even matured yet, and now she's run away. If it were someone honorable, it would be one thing, but what kind of person is Zhang Yu? If he harms Xiaoman, Enough. Lu Li's face twitched, reflecting on how Lei Ming had driven his own daughter to such a state. Nevertheless, he truly desired that. This endeavor, albeit risky, should pose no significant issues if approached with caution. He thus agreed, I can assist you, but I hope you will remain trustworthy. I am a rogue cultivator, with no family to worry about. Implicit in his words was a warning. If you dare deceive me, I am capable of anything. Upon hearing this, Lei Ming was overjoyed and assured him repeatedly, rest assured, brother, my integrity is beyond reproach. He then produced a storage pouch and handed it to Lu Li, saying, count it. This is the down payment. As for the remainder, I will borrow it from my boss. Lu Li raised an eyebrow. Borrow? Lei Ming awkwardly confessed. To be honest, this is my savings accumulated over many years. But worry not. Our boss is very agreeable. He will surely lend me the rest. If he refuses, I will spend my life as a beast of burden to repay you. Lu Li, holding the storage pouch, found himself at a loss for words. He discreetly counted its contents and discovered over 5,000. It seemed Lei Ming intended to win his favor, leaving the surplus behind. Considering the situation, even if he only received 5,000, it did not seem like a loss. He nodded in agreement. All right, I will assist you, but ensure the remainder is prepared. Absolutely. Absolutely, Lei Ming replied, then handed Lu Li a firework-like device. Brother, try to resolve this before the day of the wedding. If difficulties arise, signal with this. Clearly, he remained somewhat apprehensive. Understood. Lu Li accepted the signal flare. After a brief exchange, Lu Li exited the tavern, while Lei Ming seemed to breathe a sigh of relief as he descended the stairs. If all went well, this undertaking should unfold without significant complications. The signal flare he provided to Lu Li was not merely a means of communication. It was imbued with small runes that facilitated the tracking of the holder's movements. Of course, Lu Li was unaware of this. At that moment, he found himself pondering why the other party had such unwavering trust in him. He mused whether he possessed some unique charm. Lost in thought, Lu Li arrived at a stable on the eastern edge of the town, a place dedicated to the sale of horses. The Yulong stronghold was situated in the southern midsection of the mountains, a daunting distance of over 1,000 miles from the western tiger stronghold, relying solely on his agility, which surely exhaust him. After careful selection, Lu Li chose a robust black stallion, its coat gleaming with luster, and a prominent horn atop its head, unmistakably a hybrid breed. With 10 days remaining until Lei Xiaoman's wedding, it was evident that he needed to hasten his journey, as he also had to return for next month's exchange meeting. Giddy up, Lu Li shouted, and the black horse surged forward like a streak of dark light, racing towards the outskirts of the town. Chapter 71. Arrival at Yulong Town. In the southern midsection of the Thunderfire Mountain Range lies Yulong Town. Much like the other 5 major strongholds, Yulong Town boasts a rich history spanning centuries. However, due to its strategic location within the mountain range, it enjoys a greater prosperity than both Dihu Town and Berry Town. At the heart of the town stands a vast estate, sprawling over several miles, which serves as the very soul of Yulong Town, the site of Yulong Stronghold. Within the estate, aside from the opulent conference hall to the north and the square in front, dozens of individual villas line both sides of the square. The western villas are designated for the ordinary disciples of Yulong Stronghold, while the eastern villas accommodate the higher echelons of the stronghold. At this moment, in a courtyard named Nin on the eastern side, a red-clad maiden, adorned with an elegant bun and possessing a striking visage yet devoid of expression, sits contemplatively beside a stone table. Behind her, 2 maidservants stand silently, offering no words. Suddenly, a gaunt man clad in green, with a pallid complexion, emerges from an adjoining chamber. After casting a distant glance at the maiden in the courtyard, he suppresses his dark demeanor, forces a smile, and strides toward her, calling out, Xiaoman. Greetings, young master. The 2 maidservants hastily bow in reverence. However, the maiden in red appears oblivious to their presence, offering no response. Observing this, Zhang Yu's eyes glint with cold fury as he sternly admonishes the maidservants. What did I instruct you? Why is Xiaoman unhappy? Upon hearing his words, the maidservants turn pale and immediately kneel, pleading, Young master, spare us. Please have mercy. Spare you? Zhang Yu scoffs ominously, poised to act. Enough. The red-clad maiden suddenly rises, declaring it has nothing to do with them. Only then does Zhang Yu retract his hand, commanding, "Leave at once." Yes, yes. The maidservants, as if granted a reprieve, hastily flee the inner courtyard. "Xiaoman, cheer up. I have fulfilled your request. We shall be wed openly. I assure you, you will not be wronged." Still maintaining her impassive demeanor, replies, "I understand. Please go now. I wish to be alone before the wedding." A flicker of realization crosses Zhang Yu's eyes as he responds with a smile. "Very well. As long as you behave, everything shall be as you desire." With that, he departs without a backward glance. Upon reaching the courtyard entrance, he turns to cast one last glance at who has returned to her seat on the stone bench, then narrows his gaze at the two guards, commanding, "Ensure Xiaoman's safety. If anything goes awry, you shall answer for it." Understood. The two burly men feel a chilling dread and quickly bow their heads in compliance. Once Zhang Yu has left, can no longer hold back her tears, murmuring, "Father, I was wrong. Where are you? Xiaoman misses you so." She had been deceived by Zhang Yu's words, promising her that the outside world was 100 times more delightful than Dihu town, with wildflowers blooming on the mountains and fish frolicking in the rivers. Yet, upon leaving Dihu town, she found no flowers, only the grim reality of confinement, with sinister intentions looming over her. Had it not been for her achieving the 3rd level of Qi training, she would have likely met a tragic fate by now. However, to her surprise, after that act of defiance, Zhang Yu had surprisingly become more reserved, reverting to the gentlemanly demeanor he had displayed when they first met. Yet, the occasional chilling aura emanating from him enveloped Lei Xiaoman in a sense of dread, a feeling that had only intensified with the passage of time. He seemed less like a living being. With only 6 days remaining, "Father, if you do not arrive soon, you may never see me again." Lei Xiaoman was uncertain if her father had received any news. At that moment, she fervently wished that this was all a mere dream. Meanwhile, outside the western gate of Yulong town, a black horse exhaling white smoke was abruptly pulled into the air by a young boy on its back. Finally, they had arrived. His backside felt as if it were about to fall apart. The boy dismounted and rubbed his rear. The newcomer was Lu Li, who had been traveling tirelessly for nearly 4 days. After dismounting, he surveyed the area, seeking a concealed spot to tether the black horse before proceeding toward Yulong town. He still had use for the horse and could not afford to let it roam free. As he ambled through the western street, Lu Li observed his surroundings. Not eager to hasten to Yulong village, his visit was impromptu, and he had little knowledge of Yulong town. Thus, it was prudent to proceed with caution. After wandering around the town for a while and familiarizing himself with the environment, he finally entered a tavern named Yulong Tavern, an establishment clearly affiliated with the authorities. This time, Lu Li opted not to ascend to the 2nd floor, but instead found a lively spot on the 1st floor. Ordering a pot of wine and a few small dishes, he did not drink for pleasure, it was merely for appearances. Despite being on the 1st floor, the prices were still elevated. Those who could sit there were either traveling merchants or practitioners, as common folk were unlikely to step foot in Yulong Tavern. "Hey, that girl from Tsuehua Tower is quite something. Would you like to pay her a visit?" One voice chuckled from a nearby table. "Ha ha ha, visit her. Look at you. You've become so gaunt. You should probably nourish yourself first." As Lu Li settled in, he overheard snippets of gossip from the table behind him, realizing that this was an excellent spot for gathering information. Yet before he could delve deeper into their conversation, he was drawn to the chatter at the table in front of him. "I heard that Lier got lucky yesterday and found a storage pouch." "Really? Who told you that?" "Who else but him? However, I haven't seen him today. I wonder where he has gone to enjoy himself." "Humph, enjoy himself. I happened to see his corpse at the foot of the mountain this morning." A voice from a nearby table suddenly sneered. "Is that true? He must have had the worst luck imaginable." "Not bad luck. He got what he deserved. He didn't even know how to keep his wealth concealed as a wandering cultivator." Someone in the distance mocked. "Ha ha, Brother Wong is right. Let us toast from afar." The individuals on the 1st floor were rather carefree, engaging in conversation and unexpectedly drinking across several tables. "Young man, may I sit here?" A mature voice resonated before Lu Li's table as he was engrossed in his peanuts. He looked up to see a rugged middle-aged man clad in simple garments, wielding a modest blade, with a face etched by life's hardships. Lu Li smiled and replied, "Of course, no problem." The middle-aged man nodded, took a seat, and ordered a few dishes along with a jug of wine, indulging in his meal in solitude. The lively atmosphere showed no signs of abating with the man's arrival. Laughter continued to echo throughout the establishment, yet Lu Li's table remained notably quiet. After a while, the man paused, lifted his gaze towards Lu Li, and inquired, "Young man, if you do not drink, why did you order wine?" Lu Li raised an eyebrow, glanced at the wine jar, and replied with a smile, "I am waiting for someone who wishes to drink." "Someone who wishes to drink?" "Yes, if you desire some. You are welcome to partake." Chapter 72. The Duel at Yulong Village. The humble man smiled nonchalantly and remarked, "You are here to inquire about news, aren't you?" Lu Li felt a flicker of surprise within. It seemed that the people here were no ordinary folk and did not conceal their intentions. With a smile, he replied, "I have heard that Yulong Village is recruiting." The man chuckled, "Ah, this matter hardly constitutes news. The word has spread throughout Yulong Village, and even to the Tianshou and Dihu villages. Could it be that you have just emerged from the mountains?" Lu Li shook his head, "Not exactly. I have merely traveled from afar. However, I must admit my confusion. I just strolled around the entrance of Yulong Village and found it quite tranquil. Might you enlighten me?" He had observed that the bustling activity one would expect from a large village recruiting was conspicuously absent. Upon hearing this, the man lifted a bowl of wine to his lips and took a sip before responding, "It is not that there is no activity. Rather, the initial fervor has subsided." "Is that so?" Lu Li's heart quickened with intrigue. "What do you mean?" The man shook his head, disappointment evident in his expression. "This time, Yulong Village is only recruiting team leaders and higher ranks, with the minimum requirement being the 3rd level of Qi training. Naturally, there will be few eligible candidates. Furthermore, 2 days have already passed. Today should mark the selection phase." Understanding dawned upon Lu Li. It had indeed been 2 days, which explained the lack of commotion at the entrance. With a sense of urgency, he hastily finished a simple meal and departed. At the entrance of the grand estate of Yulong Village, 2 guards halted him. "Stop. What is your purpose?" One of them, frowning, inquired. Lu Li glanced at the plaza behind the gate and noticed a crowd gathered around the arena in its center. He quickly replied, "Good sir, I am here to participate in the selection." Participating in the selection? The guards were taken aback, their arrogance diminishing significantly. As mere ordinary disciples, they knew that the positions being filled were at least at the team leader level. If Lu Li succeeded, he could potentially be their superior. Prompting them to respond with courtesy, "Please, young hero, proceed." Though the selection phase had commenced, the rules dictated that the selection would not conclude until the arena battles were finished, so allowing Lu Li entry did not violate any regulations. In the center of the plaza, on the arena, 2 men were engaged in combat, deftly maneuvering as they unleashed successive elemental spells, creating a formidable spectacle. Surrounding the arena, a group of ordinary disciples from Yulong Village observed with curiosity, pointing and discussing the duel, their voices rising in a chaotic din. To the east of the arena, 3 grand mahogany chairs were positioned, and seated in the center was a middle-aged man clad in a golden robe, his eyes half closed, seemingly disinterested in the duel. This man was none other than the esteemed leader of Yulong Village, Yu Qinglong. To the left of Yu Qinglong sat a man in a blue robe named Zhang Dao, who was the hall master of Yulong Village. The hall master holds authority in various strongholds, second only to the head of the family. Without distinction of which hall he belongs to, he is simply referred to as the hall master, capable of commanding the captains and ordinary disciples beneath him. Seated to his right is a man in black robes, Xiao Yunfeng, the second in command of the Yulong stronghold. At this moment, among the 3 of them, only Zhang Dao has been attentively watching the arena, while Yu Qinglong and Xiao Yunfeng appear somewhat disinterested, as if struggling to stay awake. The disciples observing from outside are equally lax, some seated, others standing, exhibiting a complete lack of discipline. Within the inner circle, only 8 participants are vying for selection, all possessing a cultivation level of the 3rd stage of Qi refinement. Due to the scarcity of competitors, Yu Qinglong ultimately decides to select just 1 captain, which adds a touch of spectacle to the contest. Suddenly, a loud crash reverberates through the arena, as 1 contender is sent tumbling off the stage, leaving a middle-aged man wielding a meteor hammer standing triumphantly. Is there anyone else? Upon hearing this, Yu Qinglong slightly opens his eyes, nodding in acknowledgement. This fellow possesses considerable brute strength. Winning 7 matches certainly qualifies him to become the captain of our Yulong stronghold. So, is that settled then? Zhang Dao inquires, tilting his head. Just a moment. Yu Qinglong interjects, abruptly halting as a youth clad in azure bursts forth from the crowd. Who is this? Is he here to participate in the selection? He seems somewhat capable, though his complexion is quite dark. The disciples collectively turn their gazes towards Lu Li. Silence. Yu Qinglong's authoritative command swiftly silences the crowd. He squints at Lu Li. Then his eyes brighten as he rises and strides towards him. Are you here to participate in the selection as well? The onlookers are astonished. Witnessing the head of the stronghold, who had been asleep until now, finally roused by this newcomer. 19 years old, 5th stage. Xiao Yunfeng and Zhang Dao exchange glances, unable to conceal their astonishment. Lu Li glances at the arena before returning his gaze to Yu Qinglong, cupping his hands in respect. Indeed, but I wonder if I am still allowed to compete? Haha, of course you can. Yu Qinglong responds with evident delight. However, it seems a bit unfair to him, doesn't it? Lu Li scratches his nose, pondering. How about this? Yu Qinglong contemplates, then suddenly points at Zhang Dao. He is the hall master of our Yulong stronghold, with strength at the late 6th stage. If you can withstand 3 moves from him, I shall create an additional vice hall master position for you. Is that Zhang Dao? Lu Li follows Yu Qinglong's, realizing that he is the father of the one he is to marry. After a moment's thought, he nods in agreement. Very well. Good, you have spirit. Yu Qinglong immediately calls Zhang Dao to explain the situation, and upon hearing it, Zhang Dao's heart sinks. He thinks to himself, it seems the head of the stronghold feels he is too old and lacking in potential, seeking someone to take his place. He does not deny that Lu Li possesses considerable potential, yet when his own position is threatened, the matter takes on a different significance. Nevertheless, he refrains from revealing his true feelings and instead lavishes praise upon Lu Li. Subsequently, the two ascend the arena. The stout man wielding a meteor hammer had initially intended to teach Lu Li a lesson. However, upon witnessing Lu Li's audacity to challenge the master, he could not help but break into a cold sweat. The two faced each other across the arena, while Yu Qinglong, standing below with arms crossed, proclaimed, according to the rules of the arena, the use of talismans is prohibited, and one must not deliberately take a life. Let the contest begin. Upon hearing this, Zhang Dao cast a sinister smile at Lu Li, warning, you must tread carefully, young one. For the sake of the Yulong village, I shall not hold back. Feeling the murderous intent directed at him, Lu Li furrowed his brow slightly, growing vigilant, and replied in a grave tone, Master, feel free to strike. You invite me to make my move? Zhang Dao cackled ominously, his figure blurring as he lunged towards Lu Li, summoning his inner energy to transform into massive stones that hurtled towards Lu Li's chest with a fierce roar. Chapter 73, The Deceptive Dragon's Lair. Indeed, a late-stage 6th layer. As Lu Li observed the opponent's adept use of techniques, his spirits were instantly invigorated. Just as the first massive stone loomed 3 feet away, he decisively executed the Gale Step, allowing a flurry of boulders to rush past him in an instant. Such astonishing speed. The spectators gasped in amazement. Zhang Dao was momentarily taken aback, then let out a sinister laugh, declaring, You cannot escape. Accompanying his words, a vine as thick as a fist began to coil towards Lu Li. Lu Li scoffed, raising his hand to unleash 3 fireballs the size of basins, which collided with the vine. Boom! A resounding explosion was followed by the hissing sound of scorching. After a brief standoff of 2 or 3 breaths, the charred, shrunken vine suddenly broke through the flames, lunging toward Lu Li's chest. Clearly, Lu Li was outmaneuvered. However, the vine posed little threat at that moment. With a swift motion of his fist, he sent the attacking vine crashing aside. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, Lu Li took a step forward and, in the next moment, stood directly before Zhang Dao. The latter could only see a fist approaching him, warping the very air around it, causing his pupils to constrict in alarm. He instinctively struck a piece of gray stone toward the fist while staggering backward. Bang! Lu Li's fist collided with the gray stone, which shattered upon impact. Hiss! What formidable strength! The onlookers collectively inhaled sharply. Yet, Lu Li had no intention of halting there. Following the explosion of the gray stone, he relentlessly pursued Zhang Dao like a relentless shadow. Zhang Dao, overwhelmed with terror, found it impossible to steady himself and soon found himself retreating to the edge of the arena. Just as he was about to tumble off, he executed a flip over Lu Li's head, simultaneously launching a series of gray stones towards Lu Li's back. His mastery of spells and reflexes in combat were impeccable. Sensing the rush of wind behind him, Lu Li's expression shifted. Realizing that evasion was no longer an option, he pivoted abruptly, swinging his fist. Mountain shatter. Boom, boom, boom. A succession of explosive sounds erupted as the gray stones transformed into a cloud of fine powder, dispersing across the arena. Yet, before Lu Li could regain his composure, a green vine surged toward him once more from within the powder. Enough! A deep voice resonated from below the arena, accompanied by a burst of golden light shooting forth, instantly shredding the green vine to pieces. It was evident that Yu Qinglong had intervened. 3 exchanges had passed. He had emerged victorious. Yu Qinglong cast a glance at the grim-faced Zhang Dewu and remarked coolly, "He has won." With a flicker of malice in his eyes, Zhang Dewu turned to Lu Li with a smile, saying, "Young brother, you possess remarkable skills." "Huh, I appreciate the mercy shown by the esteemed leader." Lu Li replied with a smile that did not reach his eyes as he stepped down from the arena. Only then did the spectators fully comprehend. This young man had indeed withstood 3 exchanges under the leader's prowess. After this battle, Lu Li has gained a certain understanding of his own strength. Even though he has just entered the 5th layer, relying on his physical prowess allows him to withstand the late stages of the 6th layer without issue. If he also considers his trump card, the Blood Soul Banner, he might even have the opportunity to turn the tables unexpectedly. However, Lu Li must admit that solely depending on his fireball technique against a 6th layer opponent remains quite challenging. It seems imperative for him to learn some advanced spells when the opportunity arises. "You truly have opened my eyes, young man," Yu Qinglong remarked as he approached Lu Li with a face full of admiration. He was confident that even without intervening, the last move from Zhang Dao would not have posed a threat to Lu Li. His intervention was merely to afford the young man some respect. After all, such talent is exceedingly rare, not just in their dragon-soaring village, but even in prestigious sects like the Qingyang sect. "Your flattery is excessive, esteemed chief." "It was merely the mercy of the Hall Master," Lu Li replied with a half-smile towards Zhang Dao. The seasoned Zhang Dao, while outwardly praising Lu Li, felt an icy chill deep within. After exchanging pleasantries, Yu Qinglong led the group into the conference hall. Following a discussion, Lu Li was appointed as the Vice Hall Master, and he was granted a residence known as Qingshan Courtyard, located on the right side of the square. To avoid complications, Lu Li used the name Qingshan, accompanied by a disciple named Yukong, who was of similar age but at the 2nd layer of Qi refinement. Lu Li arrived at Qingshan Courtyard. The courtyard was substantial, divided into a front and a back area. Yukong appeared somewhat reserved in Lu Li's presence. Lu Li took a moment to survey the front yard before proceeding to the back. The back courtyard was expansive, covering 100 zhang in circumference, adorned with pavilions, towers, and an array of flowers and greenery. Standing in the center of a pavilion, Lu Li had little inclination to appreciate the scenery. He turned to Yukong and inquired, "Are all the courtyards laid out in a similar fashion?" "My lord, you flatter me. I am unworthy of such an address." Yukong quickly bowed and responded, "As far as I know, the courtyards on the east side of the square share a comparable layout." Oh, Lu Li nodded, then asked, "Do you know where the Hall Master resides?" Yukong replied, "The Hall Master resides in Dao Courtyard, just behind this Qingshan Courtyard." "Are you planning to pay him a visit?" Lu Li nodded. Of course, as a newcomer, it is customary to pay a visit. After asking Yukong a few more questions and gaining a general understanding of the current state of the dragon-soaring village, Lu Li dismissed him. Currently, the upper echelon of dragon-soaring village consisted of 3 individuals: the chief, Yu Qinglong, the second chief, Xiao Yunfeng, and the hall master, Zhang Dao. Lu Li had a rough understanding of Zhang Dao's strength. Confronting him alone posed no challenge, but bringing along a liability would complicate matters. As for Yu Qinglong and Xiao Yunfeng, it was said that both were at least at the 8th layer of cultivation. If they intervened, completing his mission would be impossible. So Lu Li felt it necessary to devise a plan to divert their attention. However, is there any way for both leaders to depart simultaneously? Lu Li racked his brains, yet could not conceive a viable solution. That evening, as Lu Li sat cross-legged on his bed, preparing to enter the time hall for cultivation, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. He recalled the Thunderfire Orchid in the medicinal garden and instantly devised a plan. As one of the 6 major strongholds, Yulong village surely had its own jurisdiction over the main vein. Thus, he ascended the mountain under the cover of night. It was not until the break of dawn that Lu Li reached the summit. Cloaked in his mantle and utilizing the hidden spirit jade alongside his own cultivation, he swiftly harvested every last Thunderfire orchid within the territory governed by Yulong Village. Upon completion, he deliberately released his aura, attracting the attention of the patrolling disciples. And then he dashed towards the western part of the main vein. Several patrolling disciples pursued him relentlessly, but the disparity in their abilities allowed Lu Li to ultimately evade their grasp. Witnessing the complete depletion of the Thunderfire orchids, the leader of the patrol panicked and hurried down the mountain. Upon arriving at the Grand Hall, he fell to his knees before Yu Qinglong, exclaiming, "Great leader, we are in grave trouble. Our spiritual herbs have been entirely stolen." Chapter 74. Return to the Great Martial Academy. What? Upon hearing the news, Yu Qinglong crushed the teacup in his hand with a resounding crack, roaring, "Who is it?" "It is a man clad in black, wearing a hooded cloak. We did not see his face." The witness could only confirm the man's dark attire, as Lu Li had transformed his ink-colored treasure robe into black while fleeing. A hooded cloak. Could it be that the one who pilfered the medicinal herbs from Baizhai and Dehuzhai is the same individual? Yu Qinglong suddenly rose, striding swiftly out of the hall, commanding in a cold tone, "Relay my orders. Every member of Yulong Village is to mobilize. This time, we must capture that herb-stealing scoundrel." Yes. Before long, the resounding chime of Yulong Village's bell echoed, and figures hastily converged from all directions towards the square, gathering together to quietly discuss the unfolding events. This summoning bell had not sounded for many years, and many had nearly forgotten its existence. After a brief interval, everyone had assembled. Yu Qinglong, Xiao Yunfeng, Zhang Dao, and Lu Li stood facing their disciples. Over a dozen captains positioned themselves at the forefront of their teams, each comprising around 10 individuals, totaling no fewer than 150. Lu Li could not help but feel astonished, while their strength paled in comparison to Qingyang's sect. In terms of sheer numbers, they were hardly inferior to the formal disciples of Qingyang's sect. "Where's the captain of the first team?" Once it seemed the gathering was complete, Yu Qinglong cast a glance toward the empty spot at the front of the leftmost row. "Reporting to the chief, my son is unwell." Zhang Dao hesitated to meet Yu Qinglong's gaze. Yu Qinglong's brow furrowed. "He hasn't gone off chasing after women again, has he? Bring him out immediately, otherwise he might as well resign from his position." "Why, yes." Zhang Dao trembled slightly and hurried towards his own courtyard. Before long, a youth clad in a cloud-patterned robe with a pale complexion was dragged out by Zhang Dao, struggling as he walked. "Is this Zhang Yu?" Lu Li's keen observation led him to frown. The boy's condition was exceedingly peculiar, his pupils a ghostly white, and his visage appeared lifeless. Yu Qinglong and Xiao Yunfeng exchanged astonished glances. "Enough, since he is in this state. Let him return to rest," Yu Qinglong sighed, shaking his head before turning to the assembled crowd, speaking in a grave tone, "Follow me." The large contingent moved forth with great momentum, and Lu Li joined their ranks. Zhang Dao regarded his son, shaking his head and sighing. "Return home. I do not know what you are up to, but I hope you act with prudence. Nothing is more important than your own life." Zhang Yu finally ceased his struggles, hoarsely uttering, "I understand." With that, he turned without a backward glance and made his way back to the Great Martial Academy. Zhang Dao observed his son's retreating figure, then composed himself before swiftly exiting Yulong Village. Upon reaching the edge of the branch, Yu Qinglong commanded the group to disperse, conducting a thorough search upwards. Lu Li seized the opportunity to distance himself from the crowd, skillfully vanishing into the forest. Zhang Dao, noticing Lu Li's departure from the group, felt a fleeting surge of malice in his eyes. However, when he attempted to pursue, he realized that Lu Li's presence had eluded his senses, forcing him to abandon the chase for the moment. In truth, Lu Li had not strayed far. He merely concealed himself beneath a rock crevice, utilizing the hidden spirit jade. Once the main group had passed in their search, he swiftly descended the mountain. By afternoon, Lu Li returned to the desolate Yulong Zhai, the Great Martial Academy. The academy was eerily quiet, with only 2 imposing guards stationed at the rear courtyard entrance, while the other practitioners had already departed. Inside a training room at the eastern side of the courtyard, Zhang Yu sat cross-legged in meditation. His practice method was exceedingly peculiar. With a multitude of corpses strewn haphazardly across the floor, most in varying stages of decay, some reduced to mere bones, judging by the tattered garments beside the bodies. It appeared these were predominantly female. The training room was suffused with a foul stench, yet Zhang Yu seemed oblivious to it. He placed his hands upon one relatively intact female corpse, and dark, smoky tendrils began to seep from his palms into his body. His complexion grew increasingly ashen, and his eyes took on a dull gray hue. After a moment, Zhang Yu rose, his skin tightening as if in a ghastly semblance of a smile. With a sinister tone, he uttered, "Just a little more. I can hardly contain my excitement. Come to me, my dear, fulfill my desires." With that, he forcefully swung open the stone door and strode purposefully toward the courtyard. In the courtyard, the girl in red suddenly felt a chilling wind sweep through, causing her to shudder. Turning around, she was struck with terror and stumbled backward. What? What do you want? You promised me," the girl exclaimed. "My dear, my husband can no longer wait. Please grant my wish," Zhang Yu replied, extending a bony hand toward Lei Xiaoman's collar. "No," Lei Xiaoman cried out, conjuring a purple lightning orb in her hand as she retreated. "Stay back. If you come any closer, I won't hold back." Zhang Yu appeared slightly intimidated by the lightning orb, slowing his advance. "Xiaoman, you know, I love you. Let us consummate our union. I will cherish you dearly. But we are not yet married. The texts state that one must be wed to consummate the marriage," Lei Xiaoman insisted. Her gaze fixed on Zhang Yu as she cautiously stepped back toward the courtyard exit. Just then, a sardonic grin crept across Zhang Yu's lips as he rasped, "Seize her." In an instant, two powerful forces struck Lei Xiaoman from behind, sending her crashing forward. "You have nowhere to escape." Zhang Yu seized the opportunity to grasp her throat. Lifting her off the ground, licking his parched lips, he exclaimed with exhilaration, "Come, my dear, grant me your essence, and I shall attain greatness." He leaned closer to her face, his intentions dark. "No, no," flailed her legs and shook her head desperately, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Father, I was wrong. I was wrong." Cackling laughter echoed. "Isn't it too late to say that now? Come, I believe it is not too late." Suddenly, a faint voice resonated at the entrance of the backyard. A young man in dark blue attire, arms crossed, stepped inside. It was Lu Li, who had hurried back. Seeing that Lei Xiaoman was unharmed, he let out a sigh of relief. How bold, to dare intrude upon the Grand Martial Academy. Two guards, noticing the situation, shouted sternly and charged at Lu Li. "Huh, just the two of you?" Lu Li's figure swayed as he advanced, launching two fireballs toward them. Bang bang. The guards barely had time to react before being sent flying back several feet, crashing to the ground. Just as they attempted to rise, Lu Li descended upon them, delivering a heavy kick to their chests. With two dull thuds, their chests caved in, and they expired without drawing another breath. "Who are you?" Zhang Yu retreated a few steps, warily eyeing Lu Li as he dragged Lei Xiaoman back. Help me." Lei Xiaoman, grasped by the throat, struggled to breathe. Chapter 75. The eerie Zhang Yu. Lu Li remained unmoved by Lei Xiaoman's pleas for help, instead grinning as he gazed at Zhang Yu. "I am quite intrigued by your martial arts," he declared. "Martial arts?" Zhang Yu was momentarily taken aback. He subtly sensed Lu Li's cultivation level and discovered that his spiritual consciousness seemed to vanish without a trace. With a slight shift of his eyes, he realized Lu Li was after his martial arts techniques. If only he had mentioned it earlier. Upon hearing this, Lei Xiaoman's face turned ashen. "Give me your martial arts, and I will leave at once," Lu Li replied, maintaining his cheerful demeanor. Zhang Yu's expression tightened, though he appeared to be smiling. All right, he said, reaching into his robe. At that very moment, Lu Li suddenly transformed into a fleeting shadow, disappearing from sight. Zhang Yu, however, swiftly produced a talisman and hurled it towards Lu Li, simultaneously casting Lei Xiaoman aside and retreating frantically. Boom! The talisman exploded, causing Lu Li to stagger slightly, and he spat out a cloud of black smoke. Zhang Yu's reaction was remarkably swift, and he acted decisively, without any hesitation. Fortunately, his physique was resilient enough that the explosive talisman inflicted minimal harm, merely causing his blood to surge. Lei Xiaoman lay on the ground, gasping for breath. "Huh. I must admit, I have great admiration for you," Lu Li cackled, observing the incredulous Zhang Yu from a distance. He had initially intended to lull Zhang Yu into a false sense of security under the pretense of seeking martial arts, only to discover that Zhang Yu was not so easily deceived. Thankfully, with Lei Xiaoman now released, his objective had been indirectly achieved. Haha, my friend. You only desire my martial arts, correct? Everything is negotiable, Zhang Yu said, keeping his gaze fixed on Lu Li while slowly retreating. What had been easily negotiated before was no longer so. Lu Li's expression darkened as he suddenly stomped the ground and shot towards Zhang Yu like a meteor. Closing the distance in the blink of an eye, Zhang Yu's hair stood on end, realizing there was no escape. In a moment of desperation, a chilling black smoke erupted from his body. Bang! Lu Li's fist struck Zhang Yu with tremendous force, making him feel as though he had been rammed by a wild bull. Zhang Yu was sent flying, crashing into a nearby pond with a resounding splash. The water erupted, and the black mist surrounding him dissipated entirely. Tilting his head, Zhang Yu coughed up a mouthful of black blood. Lu Li furrowed his brow. Having achieved a foundational strength of 5,000 pounds, he believed that even without employing the mountain-shaking technique, Zhang Yu, being merely at the 4th level of qi refinement, should not have been able to withstand such a blow. Yet, aside from spitting out black blood, there were no signs of injury on Zhang Yu's chest. What kind of martial arts has this man cultivated? Lost in thought, Lu Li wasted no time. The instant Zhang Yu hit the water, Lu Li lunged forward, grasping the collar of his opponent and raising his fist to rain down several blows upon Zhang Yu's face. As Lu Li's fists landed one after another, Zhang Yu's consciousness began to waver, his nose shattered, yet there were no signs of any cracks on his skull. I refuse to believe this. Lu Li suddenly assumed a peculiar stance and roared, mountain shaking. Buzz! As the space twisted, the punch had not yet landed, but the wind began to stir, and the force compressed within the fist caused the skin of Zhang Yu's face to ripple. What audacity! Suddenly, Zhang Yu opened his eyes wide, and an ancient, wrathful voice erupted from his lips. In an astonishing display of strength, he broke free from Lu Li's grasp, delivering a punch that struck nothing but air. The dark energy surrounding Zhang Yu surged dramatically, and he leaped onto the courtyard wall, several dozen feet away, turning to Lu Li and ominously declaring, "You dare to thwart my plans. Await your reckoning, for I shall personally deal with you." With that, he leaped again and vanished from Lu Li's sight. Stop him. Lu Li was unwilling to let his opponent escape so easily, immediately employing the wind-step technique to pursue. However, it was in vain. Zhang Yu had already vanished without a trace, his presence entirely undetectable, suggesting he had employed some secretive art, which left Lu Li with an unsettling feeling. The tone in which Zhang Yu had spoken had completely transformed, clearly indicating that he was no longer himself. It was unclear who was lurking behind him, possessing such formidable abilities. At that moment, Lei Xiaoman remained in a state of shock. Lu Li approached her and asked, "Are you able to move?" She snapped back to reality, her expression wary as she fixed her gaze upon Lu Li. Who are you?" Lu Li retrieved a signal flare given to him by Lei Ming, asking, "Do you recognize this?" Her face lit up with recognition. This is the signal flare from my Di Hu Zhai." "Good to know," Lu Li replied, nodding. "Your father sent me to rescue you. Come with me, Daddy." Lei Xiaoman trembled, her voice filled with hope. "Really? He doesn't blame me? My dear girl, your father has gone to great lengths for your sake." Lu Li felt a pang of sentimentality, recalling how Lei Ming had emptied his life savings to ensure his daughter's rescue, all while accruing a mountain of debt. This reflection led him to think of his own father, a man of high moral ideals who had pressured him to study tirelessly to achieve scholarly success. Regrettably, the opportunity to confront his father had slipped away. Having endured her recent ordeal, Lei Xiaoman appeared to have matured, tears brimming in her eyes as she said, I am sorry for him." Lu Li nodded, feeling a sense of reassurance. "You should express your apologies to him in person. For now, we must leave this place swiftly. If Zhang Dou returns, we will find ourselves trapped." "All right, I will follow your lead," Lei Xiaoman replied, nodding in agreement. Subsequently, the two scaled the wall and leapt over the courtyard of Yulong Zhai, finally emerging onto the street. Lu Li dared not linger, guiding Lei Xiaoman towards the western gate of the town. Fortunately, the black horse was still there. He led the horse out and helped Lei Xiaoman mount it before he leapt onto the saddle behind her, taking hold of the reins. "Go," he commanded with a loud shout, and the black horse bolted forward, a wave of fragrant air rushing into Lu Li's nostrils, causing his senses to awaken. After a brief run, Lei Xiaoman, who sat in front, was already flushed and panting. She timidly turned her head and said to Lu Li, "May I sit at the back?" Lu Li was taken aback for a moment before quickly pulling the reins, responding, "Of course." He too felt a bit uncomfortable, his palms slightly clammy. They switched positions, with Lu Li in the front and Lei Xiaoman in the back. As Lu Li urged the black horse forward with a gentle command, it let out a loud neigh and galloped at full speed. Lei Xiaoman, caught off guard, leaned back and nearly fell, quickly wrapping her arms around Lu Li from behind. Initially, it was manageable, but as time passed, the occasional pressure between them became increasingly awkward. Fortunately, both were cultivators and managed to endure the discomfort. By the following evening, Lu Li suddenly halted in a narrow forest path. "What's wrong?" Lei Xiaoman asked softly from behind. Lu Li glanced ahead, his brows furrowing slightly. There was a commotion up ahead, as if a large group was rushing towards their direction. Chapter 76. Return to the Earth Tiger's stronghold then. Shall we hide quickly? Lu Li shook his head, a subtle smile gracing his lips. It is too late for that. However, there is no need to hide. Why? See for yourself. Lu Li slightly shifted his body, clearing the line of sight. Ahead, a group of over 100 individuals rode on magnificent steeds. At the forefront was a rugged man with a full beard, flanked on his right by a gaunt elder clad in gray. To the left stood a middle-aged man in a cloud-patterned robe, his brows furrowed with urgency. It was Lei Ming. Upon spotting Lei Ming, Lei Xiaoman trembled slightly. But in the next moment, she retreated behind Lu Li, concealing herself thoroughly. Just as Lu Li was about to speak, Lei Ming rode closer, his face alight with joy. "Brother, you have returned. Where is my daughter?" Lu Li positioned his horse to block the view. "You can see for yourself." Father Lei Xiaoman could no longer evade, covering her eyes with her hands, leaving only a narrow slit through which she timidly gazed at Lei Ming. "Xiaoman." Lei Ming's voice caught in his throat. You are unharmed. That is truly wonderful." Seeing that Lei Ming bore no intent to chastise her, Lei Xiaoman finally lowered her hands. "Father, I am sorry. It was wrong of me, I should have listened to you. And no, it is my fault for being too harsh on you. As long as you are safe, that is all that matters." Lei Ming's eyes brimmed with affection as he guided his horse to Lu Li's side, sincerely expressing, "Brother, I cannot thank you enough for this. This kindness, I, Lei Ming, shall remember for a lifetime. Please, allow me to host you properly at the Earth Tiger stronghold." "Haha, you are too kind, my brother." Lu Li chuckled lightly. "I had planned to attend the exchange meeting in 5 days and visit Earth Tiger City, so I wouldn't want to impose." "Not at all. Not at all. Let us depart," Lei Ming insisted, turning his horse back to the bearded man. "Brother, this is the one I sought. You doubted my reliability. Now, do you see? I was not mistaken." The burly man chuckled, glancing at Lu Li. "You, lad, dared to venture into the dragon roaming stronghold alone. Bold indeed. When we return, we must share a drink together." With that, he turned his horse to address the crowd from Earth Tiger stronghold. "Brothers, the mission is complete. We shall deal with those rascals from dragon roaming stronghold another day. Let us head home." A chorus of agreement echoed as the men turned their horses and galloped away. As for Lei Xiaoman, she seemed to have latched onto Lu Li. Lei Ming made no effort to invite her onto his horse. Instead, he allowed his daughter to cling to Lu Li, a faint smile adorning his face, leaving one to wonder what thoughts occupied his mind. In the blink of an eye, a day passed in swift motion. On the dawn of the third day, the group finally arrived at the Earth Tiger stronghold. The layout of the stronghold bore resemblance to that of dragon roaming stronghold. At Lei Ming's invitation, Lu Li graciously followed him to Lei Ming's guest residence. Later on, Lei Ming had a sumptuous feast prepared, and the bearded chief along with the gray-clad elder joined them. The four sat together, engaging in lively conversation and laughter. After being introduced by Lei Ming, the burly man with a beard was named Li Qinghu. The elderly man in gray was called Chu Fankong, the second-in-command and strategist of the Dihu village. Li Qinghu, with his boisterous personality, insisted on dragging Lu Li into a drinking spree. Despite Lu Li's attempts to decline, he took a small sip, only to find it bitter and pungent, repeatedly waving his hands and exclaiming, "I cannot drink. I cannot." This elicited hearty laughter from the others. Li Qinghu laughed heartily, saying, "Little brother, you need to practice. What is the point of living if you don't drink?" Chu Fankong, however, offered no deference to Li Qinghu, retorting, "Do you even understand anything?" Li Qinghu paid no heed, raising a bowl of wine and downing it in one go, wiping his mouth carelessly and stating, Those who do not drink are no different from women. Lu Li shook his head at the scene. He did not believe there was anything inherently wrong with drinking, but it was simply not to his liking, at least not at this moment. Little brother, if you do not drink, then consume more food. Do not be polite with your elder, Lei Ming said with a smile. Lu Li responded with a slight grin, reassuring him. Do not worry, my elder. I am not one to be overly formal. Well, that is good, Lei Ming said before suddenly turning to the maid behind him, inquiring. Where's the young lady? Why has she not yet appeared in such a setting? The maid pondered for a moment, replying, she may still be preparing herself. Preparing herself? Lei Ming frowned. What is there to prepare during mealtime? Go fetch her. Yes, the maid replied, and was about to leave when a petite girl in a water blue embroidered dress entered the room. The girl, with her cloud-like hairdo, bright eyes, and pearly teeth, exuded an air of delicate beauty. The sight of her made everyone's eyes light up. Li Qinghu, momentarily taken aback, jested, little man, your attire. I have never seen such a sight before. Indeed, it is quite peculiar, Chu Fankong added with a smile. Lei Ming was also momentarily stunned. It was not an exaggeration to say that his daughter had a fiery temperament, usually adorning herself in vibrant red, and he had never seen her dressed in such a refined manner. At their comments, Lei Xiaoman's face flushed bright red to the roots of her ears as she cast an accusing glance at them, saying, What are you all talking about? Ha ha, we shall not speak of it anymore, but I can certainly drink, right? Li Qinghu said, his expression odd as he buried himself in his drink. Lei Xiaoman rolled her eyes, gracefully moving to sit beside Lu Li, and with a gentle smile, softly said, Thank you for saving my life, young sir. I have yet to inquire about your esteemed name. Everyone was momentarily taken aback, realizing they did not know the young man's name, and they began to inquire. Lu Li furrowed his brow slightly before smiling and responding, I dare not claim any grand title. I am simply Qin Shoren. Qin Beast. Li Qinghu blurted out, or perhaps, a beast man? Uft. Chu Fankong cast a sidelong glance at Li Qinghu, saying, You uncouth fellow, is this how you jest with someone's name? He found it rather peculiar that such bizarre names existed in this world. However, Lu Li was indifferent, viewing it merely as a code name. Besides, they had long been accustomed to referring to Qin Shoren as the beast. Ahem, Shoren. No, I mean, Brother Qin, I sincerely thank you this time. Xiaoman raises a cup of tea in place of wine to toast you. Lei Xiaoman nearly lost her focus due to Li Qinghu's influence, but a sharp glance from Lei Ming brought her back to her senses. Lu Li's expression twitched slightly as he nodded, lifting his cup to take a sip. No need to thank me. I am merely fulfilling a request from Brother Lei. Subsequently, the group engaged in casual conversation. Yet the atmosphere at the table became noticeably subdued with Lei Xiaoman's presence. Li Qinghu could no longer share his risque jokes, feeling quite stifled. After downing several bowls of drink, he departed with Chu Fankong. Then Lei Ming discreetly ushered Lei Xiaoman away and produced a storage bag, handing it to Lu Li. Brother Qin, this is what I promised you last time. Please take a look. Lu Li, recognizing Lei Ming's commendable character, hesitated at first to accept it, but upon considering his potential need for a Dan furnace, he ultimately decided to take it, saying, In that case, I must thank you. Brother, I happen to be in need of funds, so I shall not be polite. No need. No need. It is I who should be grateful to you. Lei Ming replied. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Lu Li began to feel fatigued and took his leave to rest in the room arranged by Lei Ming. Chapter 77. Lu Li's thoughts on the following morning. Lu Li was roused from his slumber by a series of crisp knocks at the door. Upon opening it, he found Lei Xiaoman waiting. Without allowing Lu Li a chance to speak, she gently announced, Brother Qin, breakfast is ready. Father has asked me to invite you over. Although Lu Li was not particularly hungry, he felt it impolite to decline her kind invitation and nodded in agreement. He followed Lei Xiaoman to the dining room. Lei Ming had been waiting for some time and rose promptly upon Lu Li's arrival. Did you sleep well last night, little brother? He inquired. Lu Li nodded. Very well, it is quite tranquil here. I haven't enjoyed such restful sleep in a long while. Indeed, since embarking on his cultivation journey, Lu Li had seldom experienced true rest. He often appeared to be asleep while secretly honing his skills. This dedication was what had led to his current accomplishments. After exchanging pleasantries, Lei Ming beckoned for Lei Xiaoman to join them at the table. The breakfast was rather light, yet flavorful, and Lu Li found himself indulging a bit more than usual. Noticing the conflicted expression on Lei Ming's face, which seemed to suggest he had something to convey, Lu Li set down his utensils and looked at him curiously. "Brother, do you have something to say?" With a sigh, Lei Ming also laid down his bowl. "Well, this morning, Master Chu came to see me. He wishes for you to stay at the Earth Tiger Village. I know this is not solely the desire of the second-in-command. Given your brother-esque character, he likely sent the second-in-command to gauge your response." A wry smile crept across his face as he continued. "If you refuse, I fear he may resort to coercion." Coercion? Lu Li's heart raced at the thought. What does he intend to do? "Calm down, little brother," Lei Ming urged, seemingly at a loss for words. "To be honest, I was once forcibly brought to Earth Tiger Village myself." He recounted his own past, revealing that he had been compelled by Li Qinghu, who initially confined him to prevent any attempts at escape, and even forced him to consume the qi-devouring pill. This pill had no other effect than to absorb one's true energy, rendering the individual unable to cultivate or wield magic. Faced with such circumstances, Lei Ming had reluctantly acquiesced. However, as time passed, and he got to know Li Qinghu, he discovered that the man was not as malevolent as he had initially presumed. Rather, he was quite magnanimous. Eventually, Lei Ming willingly chose to remain at Earth Tiger Village. With the arrival of Chu Fankong to assess the situation, Lei Ming understood this was Li Qinghu's intention. Yet, given that Lu Li had saved his daughter, such coercion was something he could never endorse. Hence, he felt it prudent to inform Lu Li in advance to prevent any misunderstandings. "Father, you must think of a way to help Brother Qin," Lei Xiaoman interjected anxiously, having heard this account for the first time. Meanwhile, Lu Li sank into deep contemplation, an idea blossoming in his mind. The formidable strength of that man left him pondering how long it would take to exact his revenge. Li Qinghu, with his straightforward demeanor, was not one to engage in deceitful scheming. If he could secure his assistance, it was conceivable that Zhang Song could be eliminated, thus avenging Li Shangyun and Lu Xinyu in advance. Contemplating this, he gently tapped the table and inquired, "May I ask, what is the extent of the leader's cultivation?" Lei Ming, taken aback, assumed that Lu Li intended to confront Li Qinghu directly and hastily advised, "Brother Qin, please do not act foolishly. The leader has already attained the mid-stage of the 8th level, which is beyond your capacity to contend with. Remain calm. Allow me to devise a plan to discreetly facilitate your departure." The mid-stage of the 8th level. Hearing this, Lu Li's eyes brightened. "Brother, I wish to meet the leader. What do you think?" "Meet the leader?" Lei Ming's expression brightened with joy. "You mean?" Lu Li replied calmly. "A conversation would not be amiss." "Very well. Follow me. Brother, I shall take you to see him at once." Lei Ming promptly stood, evidently eager for Lu Li to remain at the Earth Tiger Village. Before long, they arrived at a separate courtyard known as the Earth Tiger Courtyard. At that moment, in the backyard, Li Qinghu was seated with Chu Fankong, engaged in conversation, with a large wine jar placed on the stone table. Li Qinghu intermittently raised the jar to take a swig. Suddenly, Li Qinghu grinned broadly and declared, "If that brat proves ungrateful, we shall confine him. Just as we did with Brother Lei Ming, ensuring he follows my lead without question." Chu Fankong shot him a disapproving glare. "He has assisted Brother Lei Ming. Must you be so foolish? I am merely looking out for his welfare. What harm is there in staying at Earth Tiger Village? He would be well fed and well treated. That does not justify coercion. Then what do you propose? Did you not say that the lad possesses extraordinary talent and is destined to dominate in the future?" At that moment, Lu Li and Lei Ming entered the backyard. Lei Ming stepped forward to greet them, and upon seeing Lu Li, Li Qinghu's face lit up with delight as he sprang to his feet and approached Lu Li. "Ah, you arrive at the perfect time." Saying this, he pulled Lu Li over to sit down and candidly stated, "The strategist has expressed that you are exceptional and wishes for you to remain here. What are your thoughts?" Chu Fankong shook his head at the scene before him. Lu Li turned to face Chu Fankong, who smiled and nodded. "Indeed, it is my sincere wish that you consider staying, my friend. Rest assured, we are civilized individuals and will not resort to force. However, I genuinely hope you will remain." "Nothing of the sort. Silence, you fool." Chu Fankong glared at Li Qinghu, who merely shrugged and fell silent, indicating a subtle tension in their relationship. "Esteemed brothers," Lu Li interjected, raising his hands in a gesture of respect to disrupt their quarrel, "I have come seeking your assistance. Should you agree, I would not be opposed to joining Earth Tiger Village." "Assistance?" Li Qinghu thumped his chest and proclaimed, As long as you are a brother of Earth Tiger Village, not only will we assist you, but we would even risk our lives if necessary. Pray, share your request." Upon realizing the situation, Luli refrained from further pleasantries and straightforwardly expressed his desire for their assistance in dealing with Zhang Song. When the two learned that Zhang Song was the second in command of the Bai Rizhai, they were momentarily taken aback. Chu Fankong remarked, "Although Bai Rizhai and our Di Huzhai are situated in the western section, one to the south and the other to the north, we often find ourselves embroiled in minor disputes. However, to target the second in command of the opposing faction would be tantamount to igniting a full-blown war between our clans. What repercussions might that entail?" Li Chenghu, with a face full of indignation, retorted, "If it weren't for your repeated interventions, old man, I would have already led my brothers to confront them. How could we allow them to act with such impunity for so long? You only think of violence. Are you aware of the strength of our adversaries? Even if we were to emerge victorious, would the other four clans remain indifferent?" Listening to their discourse, Lu Li felt a surge of delight within. It appeared that the relations among the 6 major clans were not as amicable as they seemed on the surface. He once again clasped his hands in salute and said, "Gentlemen, let us temper our tempers. What I propose is to lure Zhang Song out, and then..." Chapter 78. I shall provide you with funds. Upon hearing Lu Li's strategy, the three of them unanimously agreed that it was a feasible plan. This approach would allow them to avoid a direct confrontation with the Bai Ri stronghold, thereby preventing other factions from seizing the opportunity, while simultaneously inflicting a significant loss on their opponent by eliminating a key general. Consequently, the Bai Ri stronghold would lose its influence in the western region. However, this course of action was fraught with peril. Should they fail to provide timely assistance, Lu Li would likely fall into the hands of the enemy. In response, Lu Li reassured his companions that they need not worry. He had a way to handle the situation and simply needed them to prepare their ambush. After a thorough discussion, Lu Li took his leave. Li Qinghu kindly arranged for Lu Li to stay at a residence, which Lu Li graciously accepted. Upon exiting, a guide was waiting to escort him to the dwelling, and Lu Li, after exchanging pleasantries with Lei Ming, followed the individual. The residence was situated to the east of the square, at the end of a path lined with verdant stones, by Huyuan. Upon arriving, Lu Li was taken aback by the towering walls and the imposing black entrance gate, which appeared even larger than Lei Ming's abode. Under the guidance of the steward, once he stepped inside, he was utterly astonished. The interior was a labyrinth of corridors, and within the courtyard, winding paths adorned with rocks and flourishing flora greeted him. A gentle fragrance of blossoms wafting through the air. Traversing the expansive front yard and a long corridor, he was met with a striking azure lake. 2 grand white jade bridges intersected above the water, connecting the inner courtyard in all 4 cardinal directions. Surrounding the lake, elegant pavilions stood tall, and willows swayed gracefully, creating a serene ambience. Numerous rooms were scattered around the lake. The northernmost building was somewhat more opulent and appeared to serve as the main hall. After a thorough exploration, Lu Li's senses were nearly overwhelmed by the beauty around him. He eventually found himself at the confluence of the stone bridges above the lake, turning to the steward, whose face was filled with respect, and said, "I shall rest for a while. You may leave." "Of course, young master," the steward replied, bowing and then retreating. Once the steward departed, Lu Li sat down on a bench beside the bridge, gazing at the azure sky and feeling the warm breeze. Lu Li fell into a contemplative reverie. Reflecting on his journey thus far, he realized he was constantly on guard against betrayal, and his once pure youthful heart seemed to have transformed. While others treated him sincerely, he hesitated even to use his true name. Was this truly what he desired? Lu Li murmured to himself while staring at the sky. He remained there for an entire afternoon. As dusk began to settle, Lu Li sighed deeply and descended from the stone bridge, making his way towards a small building on the eastern side of the lake. This 2-story structure featured a spacious reception area on the first floor, while the second floor contained a bedroom, which opened onto a long corridor with views of the verdant willows and the azure waters below. Lu Li, lacking the inclination to appreciate the scenery, shut the door behind him and sat on the bed. His mind delved into the space of the medicinal garden, which had now expanded to a 10-mile radius, including the 400-plus lei hualan collected from the jurisdiction of the Yulong stronghold. The garden now boasted a total of 850 lei hualan. At a glance, the entire garden radiated a serene blue hue. To his slight disappointment, The previously planted bamboo grass had not revived. It seemed he had underestimated the situation, for without roots and stems, survival was impossible. Consequently, he would need to pay closer attention to updates regarding the bamboo grass in the future. On a brighter note, the crimson flame fruit tree had blossomed with over 50 flower buds, resplendent in hues of red and purple. After exiting the medicinal garden, Luli made his way directly to the Hall of Time. This time, he had no intention of engaging in prolonged seclusion. Thus, he refrained from practicing the supreme profound scripture, opting instead to hone his skills in the Gale Step and Mountain-Shattering Fist. The Gale Step had now reached a minor accomplishment, allowing him to traverse 20 zhang in a single breath. Yet Luli still felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, as even without employing the Gale Step, he could effortlessly leap more than 10 zhang, given his current cultivation level, albeit at a considerably slower pace. As he combined the Gale Step with the Mountain-Shattering Fist, a fleeting shadow darted through the Hall of Time, accompanied by intermittent thunderous roars. The following day, on the 1st of July, according to the clerk at the treasure-gathering hall, there would be an exchange meeting later in the day. Luli had exited the Hall of Time early in anticipation. Just as he was about to open the door, a crisp knock resounded from outside. Furrowing his brow, he mused that aside from himself, there seemed to be no one else present. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a young girl in a green dress, who held a wooden tray containing toiletries. With a hint of suspicion, Luli inquired, "Who are you?" The girl performed a slight bow and chirped, "Young master, I am the maid sent by Supervisor Huang to attend to your needs. You may call me Xiao He. Breakfast is ready. May I ask if you would like to eat now or later?" A maid? Luli thought, surprised that Huang Tong had arranged for a maid. Nevertheless, it was convenient, sparing him the trouble of searching for food. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "Let us eat now." He intended to take a stroll afterward. "Very well, young master. I shall assist you with your washing," Xiao He responded, though she was clearly trained despite her tender age. "I can manage it myself," Luli said, feeling somewhat uneasy. He accepted the tray and returned to his room. A short while later, he followed Xiao He to the dining hall. As he dined alone, he suddenly noticed Xiao He quietly standing behind him, prompting an awkward invitation. "Would you care to join me?" "No, thank you." She quickly shook her head. "We have rules that prohibit us from dining with our master." "What a ridiculous rule," Luli scoffed, disliking the sensation of being observed while eating. He added, "Please inform Huang Tong to prepare a portion for you next time he arranges meals, and say it was my request. Do you understand?" Yes, young master," she replied. After hastily finishing his meal, Luli strolled around the inner courtyard for a short while, eventually leaving the Baihu garden around midday to wander the streets of the town. Today, Dihu town was far more bustling than during his first visit, with most passers-by possessing some level of cultivation. Luli surmised that they too might be attending the exchange meeting. The larger the crowd, the greater his chances of finding an alchemy furnace. "Hey, Brother Qin." Suddenly, a girl clad in a water blue skirt rushed up from behind, gently tapping Lu Li on the shoulder. Accompanying her were two men dressed as guards, who promptly bowed to Lu Li, greeting him. "We pay our respects to young Master Qin." No need for formalities," Lu Li replied with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. He then turned to the nearby Lei Xiaoman. "What brings you out here? Has your father ceased to keep an eye on you?" With a gleeful expression, Lei Xiaoman replied, "It seems my father has had a change of heart, and I told him, I saw Brother Qin come out. He will protect me, and so he allowed me to come." "Me?" Lu Li shook his head in disbelief. "The last time I saved you, your father compensated me. Do you truly consider me your bodyguard?" Pouting, Lei Xiaoman said, "But I can pay you too. Will you protect me?" "You?" "Yes, I have money. How much do you want?" Lu Li gazed at Lei Xiaoman with a hint of amusement. "Little girl, you still do not comprehend. The currency I speak of is not mere worldly gold and silver. If you could present me with 10,000 Ningxian pills, then I would consider protecting you." Ningxian pills," Lei Xiaoman gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. I see you cannot produce them." Lu Li waved his hand and strode forward, speaking as he walked. "You should return quickly. There are many people today. If you were to be abducted again, your father would surely go bankrupt." "Who says I cannot produce them? Just you wait." Lei Xiaoman pouted, stamped her foot, and turned to run away. Chapter 79. Encountering Wu Dai again, Lu Li wandered aimlessly and eventually arrived at the main road on the southern edge of the town. After strolling southward for another 15 minutes, he finally discovered a gray stone square to his left. The square, spanning approximately a mile in circumference, was neither particularly large nor small. At the entrance stood a monumental stone inscribed with the bold crimson characters Tiger Might Square. To the right of the stone was a flight of 9 stone steps leading into the square, flanked by 4 guards from the Earth Tiger gang. Perhaps due to the early hour, no one had yet ascended to the square. At this moment, numerous individuals, much like Lu Li, paused at the roadside, quietly observing the stone tablet, the surrounding walls, and the vigilant guards, seemingly first-time visitors. Directly across from the square was a shop named Wanbao Pavilion. Lu Li found it peculiar that, despite the throngs of people on the street today, the entrance to Wanbao Pavilion remained firmly shut, leaving him curious about the nature of their business. Casting a glance, he settled onto the stone steps before Wanbao Pavilion, closing his eyes to rest. Ahem. Suddenly, a light cough broke into Lu Li's thoughts. Upon opening his eyes, he staggered back a couple of steps in surprise, his expression turning wary as he beheld the figure before him. It was him, the old man, clad in a gray robe with a small nose and beady eyes, sporting a mustache and a goatee, bore the unmistakable appearance of Wu Da. Why the startled expression, young man? Do you fear that I might devour you? Wu Da's gaze lingered on Lu Li with a ghostly intensity. Not at all. Merely taken aback, Lu Li replied with a forced chuckle. It has been quite some time, my old friend. Reflecting on Wu Da, Lu Li couldn't help but feel a measure of respect. Over a year ago, both had been pursued by Zhang Song, and he had presumed Wu Da had perished at Zhang Song's hands. To his astonishment, Wu Da appeared quite well. Indeed, it has been a while, Wu Da mused, a hint of nostalgia in his tone. I thought you had been crushed by Zhang Song, leaving me quite sorrowful for some time. To see you alive and well is a true marvel. Good men do not often live long. Lu Li was momentarily speechless. Was this truly how one spoke? He had merely entertained such thoughts internally, yet this man had voiced them outright. Thus, he retorted without reservation. Likewise. You, young man, I find myself increasingly fond of you. Wu Da chuckled. With a sidelong glance at Wu Da, Lu Li's eyes sparkled with mischief as he inquired, by the way, during our last hurried encounter, did you manage to acquire the earth milk essence? Wu Da shook his head in disappointment. I did visit, but regrettably, it was already gone. Even Zhang Song returned to the White Sun stronghold. I suspect he took the earth milk essence with him. What a pity, Lu Li feigned sorrow, though internally he mused about the predicament. Zhang Song had returned to the White Sun stronghold, and he pondered how to lure him out. Indeed, what a shame, Wu Da sighed, unaware of Lu Li's contemplations. The earth milk essence is an essential ingredient for concocting the nourishing vein pill. As it stands, my recovery will be further delayed. Nourishing vein pill? This was the first time Lu Li had heard of such a pill, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of curiosity. What exactly is the nourishing meridian pill? Wu Da was taken aback. Aren't you here to concoct the nourishing meridian pill? At this point, he chuckled to himself, realizing that not everyone was familiar with such a rare elixir. It seemed that your so-called master is not as knowledgeable as one would expect. He hasn't even taught you about the nourishing meridian pill. Lu Li feigned displeasure. Old man, you can speak of me as you wish, but if you dare to speak ill of my master, beware of my wrath. Is that so? You, the so-called Lu Li, have such limited knowledge, and yet dare to call yourself a true practitioner? After centuries, has the eastern wilderness truly fallen to such depths? What did this old man mean? Lu Li looked at Wu Da with suspicion, pondering what he meant by centuries without seeing each other. Soon, the two engaged in a casual conversation. Under Lu Li's persistent probing, Wu Da finally revealed the effects of the nourishing meridian pill, but refused to disclose the recipe unless Lu Li agreed to exchange it for his own unique movement technique. As it turned out, the nourishing meridian pill was primarily used to repair and nourish the meridians. This rare elixir was particularly effective in mending damage caused by violent pressure on the acupoints. Typically, for cultivators who adhered to a disciplined approach, any damage to their meridians was minimal and healed swiftly, rendering the nourishing meridian pill unnecessary. However, some prodigies, in pursuit of rapid breakthroughs, opted for aggressive pressure techniques, resulting in cracks in their meridians or acupoints. In such cases, the nourishing meridian pill could swiftly mend these fissures, allowing them to strike the next acupoint without hesitation. Upon learning this, Lu Li found little interest in the nourishing meridian pill, as he had never encountered the need for such violent techniques. His approach had always been gradual and methodical. At this moment, he became curious as to why Wu De placed such importance on the pill. Was he perhaps a single spiritual root genius? Yet, that did not seem to add up. At such an age, he was only at the 5th level of qi cultivation. No, as he pondered this, Lu Li extended his spiritual sense and realized he still could not see through Wu De. He was taken aback. This person was not merely at the 5th level of qi cultivation. Had he deceived him earlier, or had he recently broken through? Kid, why are you frowning? What mischief are you plotting? Noticing Lu Li's furrowed brow, Wu De instinctively felt a chill run down his spine and took 2 steps back. Ahem. What mischief could I possibly be up to? Lu Li chuckled softly, his eyes glinting with mischief. He leaned closer and whispered, "Do you still desire the earth milk essence?" Wu De's eyes instantly lit up. "Do you know where to find it?" "Of course." "Quick, tell me." Wu De's breath quickened. Lu Li relished this effect, responding at a measured pace. "Well, the recipe?" Wu De's expression shifted. "Forget about the recipe. The most I can offer is 2 pills after I've concocted them." "Deal." Although Lu Li was not particularly invested in the nourishing meridian pill, he merely wished to lower Wu De's guard. He continued, "I have a plan to capture Zhang Song, but I need your assistance. You have no objections, do you?" "You?" Wu De scoffed. "Stop boasting. If you could capture Zhang Song, you would have already claimed him for yourself, leaving no room for me. What do you truly understand?" Lu Li feigned displeasure. "My master bestowed upon me a treasure that, once properly set, can instantaneously eliminate any cultivator below the 10th level of qi refinement. However, this device is immobile and requires my spiritual consciousness to trigger it. Thus, I need someone to lure Zhang Song out." Upon hearing this, Wu De's interest was piqued. He thought to himself that this young man possessed such a remarkable artifact, yet a moment's reflection led to suspicion as he scrutinized Lu Li. "Show it to me." Lu Li's expression darkened. "Brother, do you not think that is rather excessive? This is my trump card. It cannot be displayed so freely. If you are unwilling, so be it. Ultimately, I would only acquire 2 qi-nourishing pills, whereas you are, that abundant pool of earth milk essence. What a pity. A pool full." Wu De seemed unaware of the full extent, recalling clearly that the essence had filled the stone basin to the brim last time. "Very well, let us proceed." Wu De steeled himself, determined to take one last gamble. He hoped that Lu Li would not betray him again. Otherwise, he would not let this matter rest. His urgent need for the earth milk essence fueled his confidence that simply enticing the target into a trap would pose no challenge. "Haha, splendid." Lu Li laughed heartily, relieved that he no longer had to risk himself. Chapter 80. Gathering opportunities, the two engaged in a brief discussion, resolving to ascend the mountain the following day. Wu De would entice Zhang Song out of the Bai Ri stronghold, while Lu Li would conceal himself with his treasure in the thicket outside Bai Ri town. Their conversation was lively, with Wu De seemingly envisioning bottles of exquisite essence beckoning to him. As dusk approached, the towering walls of the marketplace illuminated with several luminescent orbs the size of basins, casting a brilliant glow upon Huwei Square. This signified the commencement of the exchange meeting. One by one, wandering cultivators began to gather along the streets leading to the square. A guard stationed atop the highest stone steps cast a cursory glance at the throng below and slowly declared, according to the rules of the exchange meeting, no fighting is permitted within the square. Violators shall face death. Most present had participated in previous exchange meetings and nodded in understanding. The guard then addressed the crowd. "You may enter." In an instant, the crowd surged forward. Lu Li and Wu De exchanged glances and entered side by side. Surrounding the square were numerous stone platforms, each over 3 feet high. Upon entering, some individuals rushed toward these platforms, leaving Lu Li puzzled. He turned to Wu De and inquired, "What are they doing?" Wu De glanced at Lu Li. "Naturally, they are seeking stalls. Such individuals typically arrive with the intention of selling goods, not purchasing them." "Oh, I see." Lu Li nodded, grasping the situation. He then asked, "Do you have nothing to offer?" "None," Wu De replied nonchalantly. "I'm merely here to browse. The items here are rather unremarkable, and few catch my eye." He then looked at Lu Li and continued, "What are you looking to buy?" "A pill furnace," Lu Li replied casually. "A pill furnace?" Wu De raised an eyebrow in surprise. "You can refine pills? Does it not seem so?" Lu Li countered with a hint of amusement. "Oh, refining pills is a profound art," Wu De remarked. "Understanding medicinal properties, identifying herbs, controlling the flame. Each aspect requires countless hours of practice. You are quite young. I would believe you wish to learn, but to claim you can refine pills, only a ghost would believe that. Seems you are quite knowledgeable, Luli observed, casting a sidelong glance at Wuda. So, you can refine pills then? Indeed. Wuda puffed out his chest proudly. If you require assistance in pill refining, I can help you, though I would appreciate a modest fee. Help is unnecessary. Rather, why don't you give me your pill furnace? I will remember you for a lifetime. Bah, not a chance, Wuda retorted, exhibiting a touch of stinginess. As they walked, Luli surveyed his surroundings. He noticed that most stalls were selling spiritual herbs, yet these herbs appeared devoid of vitality, as if poorly preserved, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Meanwhile, Wuda gradually vanished from sight. Luli shook his head, continuing his aimless search. Suddenly, a woman in yellow robes approached from behind and walked alongside him. Her voice as soft as a whisper, "Fellow cultivator, would you be interested in beast blood?" Luli was taken aback and turned to face the woman. "Are you speaking to me?" The woman appeared to be around 30 years of age, with a broad face and a sun-kissed complexion, suggesting she had endured her fair share of the elements. She nodded in acknowledgement. "Indeed, fellow cultivator, do you require something?" Luli, bemused by her cryptic demeanor, suddenly recalled that should he pursue the art of talisman crafting, he would indeed need the blood essence of demonic beasts, and he inquired, "What is the price?" The woman, noticing Luli's interest, brightened at once. For primary blood essence, 20 condensing true Dan per vial. For intermediate, 50. As she spoke, she produced a jade vial, slightly larger than a thumb, and presented it to Luli. "This is primary blood essence. Take a look, it is undoubtedly pure." Luli exclaimed in astonishment. "For such a small amount, you demand 20 condensing true Dan?" The woman replied, "Fellow cultivator, this is already a very reasonable price. This essence is sufficient to inscribe dozens of primary talismans." Shaking his head, Luli still felt it was exorbitant. A thought crossed his mind, and he proposed, "I am not interested in the blood essence. However, if you are willing to part with the method of refining it, I would pay handsomely for it." He believed that mastering the first chapter of the Great Yin Forbidden Technique would require a significant amount of blood essence, and relying solely on purchases could be prohibitively expensive. At this, the woman's expression turned wary, and she snatched the jade vial back. "My apologies, I have pressing matters to attend to. I must take my leave." With that, she hurriedly turned to depart, casting furtive glances over her shoulder as if fearing he might pursue her. Luli contemplated her retreating figure, but ultimately refrained from chasing after her. While the method of refining blood essence was indeed rare in the mundane world, it was not particularly scarce for sects. He could always return to the Qingyang sect or seek out someone affiliated with it to obtain a copy later. After this brief interlude, Luli wandered about for a while longer. Regrettably, despite exploring the entire gathering, he found no one selling alchemical furnaces. "Fellow cultivator, would you care to see some spiritual herbs? They were just harvested and are still fresh." Just as Luli was preparing to leave, the vendor at a nearby stall suddenly beckoned him. Upon hearing this, Luli glanced over at the stall, where a haphazard assortment of spiritual herbs lay scattered, most of which were not fully matured and barely reached the first tier. Some appeared withered and yellowed. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he focused on a disheveled bundle of half-foot-tall, bamboo-like plants tied together. Affecting ignorance, he inquired, "What is this?" It was clearly a type of emerald bamboo grass, albeit with yellowed stalks, devoid of spiritual energy, and only a couple of decades old. The vendor scratched his head, admitting, "To be honest, fellow cultivator, I stumbled upon this in a bamboo grove. Noticing its spiritual patterns, I surmised it might be medicinal, so I harvested it. It has been 2 months, yet no one has shown interest." He added, "Would you like it? If so, I can offer it to you at a low price." Luli feigned hesitation for a moment, then lifted the large bundle of emerald bamboo grass, pretending to weigh it in his hands. He remarked, "It must be a spiritual herb, yet its age is too young. It would be futile to attempt alchemy with it, and even if planted, its survival is uncertain." The proprietor nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth of Luli's words. "Indeed, I gathered this 2 months ago. After the first attempt to sell it failed, I tried cultivating it myself. To my dismay, once planted, it withered even more swiftly." The shopkeeper appeared to be a straightforward individual, harboring no intention of deceiving Luli. Luli contemplated the situation, realizing that the emerald bamboo grass was particularly finicky about its environment. if one were able to cultivate it successfully. It would indeed be a remarkable feat. After a moment of reflection, he proposed, "Very well. I shall offer 10 condensation pills to acquire this, and see if I can nurture 1 or 2 specimens." He sighed theatrically, adding, "What a pity. This plant has already withered beyond recognition. Otherwise, it would have made for a splendid ornamental green." Upon hearing that Lu Li was willing to purchase the grass, the shopkeeper expressed his heartfelt gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, my friend. You are truly a benevolent soul." This plant could no longer remain in his possession. Soon enough, not even 10 condensation pills would suffice, as even a gift would be seen as an encumbrance. "No need for such formality," Lu Li replied, producing a small jade vial and handing it to the stall owner, before carefully tucking the bundle of emerald bamboo grass away. Many passers-by observed the exchange, shaking their heads in disbelief, thinking him foolish for spending 10 condensation pills on a bundle of seemingly worthless weeds. Little did they know, Lu Li was secretly overjoyed. This bundle likely contained no fewer than 100 stalks. Should he manage to cultivate them all, it would yield significant rewards. Chapter 81. The elder in the black robe Wu De emerged from an unknown place, his face a mask of confusion as he regarded Lu Li. "What on earth do you intend to do with a bundle of wilted bamboo grass?" "I do as I please," Lu Li replied, somewhat surprised that Wu De recognized the herb, yet he offered no explanation. "Very well, do as you wish. I merely intended to offer a friendly warning," Wu De said, gazing at Lu Li with a hint of curiosity. "So, have you found the alchemy furnace?" "Not yet," Lu Li replied, a touch of frustration evident in his voice. Seeing Lu Li's demeanor, Wu De felt a strange satisfaction. "You truly believe that a furnace for alchemy is as commonplace as cabbages? Take your time, if not this month, perhaps next. Eventually, you shall come across one in your lifetime." Enough of that. Lu Li shot Wu De a glare, impatience in his tone. "Where do you reside? I shall visit you tomorrow afternoon, and we can ascend the mountain together." "What mountain? Do you even know how to speak properly?" Wu De huffed, his expression stern. "We'll go up the mountain to gather some pine. That should suffice." "Now that's more like it." Wu De suddenly recalled something. "Aren't you staying with me?" "No, I have a brother residing in this Dihu town, and I shall stay with him." "A brother, you say? Very well then. Meet me at the Dihu tavern tomorrow." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Lu Li hurriedly departed from the gathering. By the time he returned to Baihu Yuan, it was already deep into the night. To Lu Li's surprise, the maid named Xiao He was still awake, sitting alone on the stone steps at the entrance. Lost in thought, upon noticing Lu Li's return, her face lit up with joy as she quickly rushed over. "Young master, you're back." Lu Li nodded. "What are you doing sitting here? I prepared dinner for you, intending for you to return soon, but I didn't expect you to be so late." "Oh, foolish girl," Lu Li gently ruffled Xiao He's hair. "In my absence, you need not prepare meals for me. Just take care of yourself, understand?" "Yes, young master," she replied, nodding earnestly. "The food has gone cold. Shall I heat it for you?" The Baihu Yuan had buildings flanking both sides of the front courtyard, which Lu Li presumed were servant quarters. He felt no hunger, shaking his head. "I'm not hungry. If you haven't eaten, then warm it up for yourself." "All right then." Seeing Lu Li enter the inner courtyard, Xiao He smiled brightly, turning to skip joyfully towards the building on the right side of the front courtyard. Lu Li proceeded without pause, heading straight to his quarters in the eastern part of the inner courtyard. After securely closing the door, he eagerly entered the medicinal garden. Gazing at the bundle of sickly bamboo grass, he dared not delay. He untied the bundle and counted. There were exactly 134 stalks. He then set to work, planting each one meticulously. After completing the planting, Lu Li did not leave, but remained quietly observing the bamboo grass. Before long, the withered leaves began to unfurl gently, followed by the stems and leaves turning a vibrant green and exuding a faint bamboo fragrance. Only at that moment did Lu Li breathe a sigh of relief. Indeed, this medicinal garden was remarkable. Thus, he found himself in possession of 150 stalks of verdant bamboo grass. After confirming that everything was in order, Lu Li re-entered the Hall of Time to practice his martial arts and agility. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Yulong stronghold, Yu Qinglong and his companions returned, their faces smeared with grime. Having searched fruitlessly for several days, their expressions grim. Upon entering the great hall, Yu Qinglong suddenly furrowed his brow and inquired of his deputy. "Xiao Yunfeng, where is Qin Shoren?" Xiao Yunfeng shook his head, I am uncertain. It seems we have not seen him since that day we ascended the mountain together. Yu Qinglong's expression shifted dramatically. Could something have happened? Immediately send someone to search for him. He is the hope of our Yulong stronghold, and we must retrieve him. Xiao Yunfeng nodded and swiftly exited the hall, hurrying towards the area where the ordinary disciples resided. Zhang Dao's eyes flickered as he tentatively suggested, "He hasn't run away, has he?" In truth, he hoped Lu Li had fled, for that would eliminate any threat to his position. "Flee." Yu Qinglong snorted disdainfully, "Impossible. That lad appears quite earnest. Something must have befallen him, or he has encountered trouble. You, take a moment to rest, then go out and search for him. He must be brought back." "Understood," Zhang Dao replied, his gaze shifting as he contemplated the potential benefits of finding Lu Li and secretly eliminating him. After bidding farewell, he hurried back to the Dabo courtyard. You are, Zhang Dao exclaimed as he rushed into the courtyard. Upon entering the back garden, he was met with the sight of two fallen guards lying lifeless on the ground, and his face paled instantly as he shouted, "You are." Suddenly, a youth clad in a gray robe emerged slowly from behind a stone hill, his movements mechanical and stiff, appearing exceedingly eerie under the glow of several lanterns. "You are." Zhang Dao trembled, hastening to grasp the boy's arms. "What has happened to you?" Yet, the youth offered no response, his once vibrant eyes now devoid of color, rendered entirely gray. "No, speak. Speak. I am your father," Zhang Dao pleaded, shaking Zhang Yu with disbelief. The boy would not utter another word. At that moment, a cold and aged voice suddenly emanated from the right side of the courtyard's pavilion. Zhang Dao jumped in fright, realizing that an elderly figure clad in a black robe sat on the pavilion's railing, his voice suggesting he was indeed an elder. "Who are you?" Zhang Dao demanded, staring at the old man in black. "Did you turn Yuer into this?" A chilling, dry laugh escaped the figure, reminiscent of a sound emanating from deep within the throat, akin to the creaking of a wind instrument, sending shivers down one's spine. Without any further movement, the black-robed figure appeared suddenly before Zhang Dao, as if having teleported. "Ah!" Zhang Dao was so frightened that he fell to the ground, staring up at the skeletal visage concealed beneath the black hat, retreating in terror while emitting only raspy breaths. He had never encountered a figure like this. The face was devoid of flesh, merely a layer of aged skin clinging to the bone. "It seems you are quite afraid of me," the voice of the cloaked figure, resonating as though emerging from the depths of his throat, echoed once more. "Predecessor, please spare my life." Zhang Dao's legs betrayed him, as he attempted to rise and flee, only to find himself utterly powerless. "What a pitiful creature you are," the old man in black murmured, shaking his head. With a bony hand resembling a claw, he gestured upward, and a scroll unfurled with a swift motion from his grasp. "Tell me, who is this person?" The scroll depicted a young man clad in dark blue, his countenance fierce as he fixed an intense gaze upon Zhang Dao. This is... Zhang Dao's eyes widened in astonishment. "This is Deputy Hall Master Qin." "Deputy Hall Master Qin? Be more explicit." "His name is Qin Shoren, the newly appointed Deputy Hall Master." Chapter 82. The scheme of Zhang Song. With a sigh, Lu Li emerged from the Hall of Time. After diligent practice over the past period, he had finally mastered the initial stage of the swift wind steps, covering more than 20 zhang with a single breath. "Young master, you're awake." Xiao He approached him along the gravel path by the lake, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Yes, I plan to go out today," Lu Li replied with a nod. "Oh, when will you be back?" "That is uncertain. As a practitioner, you need not worry about me. Just take care of yourself in my absence." For some inexplicable reason, Lu Li held a fondness for Xiao He, perhaps due to her gentle demeanor. "All right, young master, shall we go have breakfast?" Xiao He inquired, lifting her chin. "Indeed." The two made their way to the dining hall, where, upon Lu Li's request, Xiao He joined him for the meal. Lu Li ate heartily, occasionally slurping, while Xiao He kept her head down, silent and somewhat reserved. Lu Li shook his head but chose not to speak. After their meal, Lu Li proceeded directly to the courtyard of Li Qinghu. To be frank, in terms of elegance, Li Qinghu's residence paled in comparison to the Bihuyuan. Li Qinghu was practicing his punches in the backyard, the sound of wind swirling around him as his robust physique moved with surprising agility. Suddenly, he pivoted and charged towards the courtyard gate, his fist aimed squarely at Lu Li's face. With a slight furrow of his brow, Lu Li swiftly sidestepped 2 feet to the right, his right hand forming a fist as he retaliated with a blow to Li Chenghu's wrist. Bang! Li Chenghu felt a tremendous force strike his wrist, sending his arm flying aside, his expression one of surprise. "Little brother, you're quite capable." Li smiled faintly. "You're far from my elder brother. I merely took advantage of the situation." "You rascal, just like the strategist," all flowery words. Li Chenghu shook his head and returned to the stone table, instructing a nearby maid, "Fetch me a jar of wine. And prepare a pot of tea for my little brother. Use the finest tea, not the kind that the mundane emperor drinks." "Yes." The maid bowed slightly and departed. Li mused to himself that Li Chenghu was indeed straightforward. He walked over and sat down, saying, "Elder brother, I intend to ascend the mountain today to lure Zhang Song. Is that convenient for you?" Li Chenghu paused. "Convenient indeed. I've been so idle lately. I could practically grow hair. I've been waiting for your word." His expression then turned serious as he inquired, "Brother Qin, are you truly capable of safeguarding yourself? If it becomes perilous, we should devise another plan. It is too dangerous for you to venture into the White Day stronghold alone." Li chuckled, "Elder brother, there is no need for concern. My plans have changed. Please summon Brother Chu. We shall confer further." "Plans have changed?" Li Chenghu's eyes gleamed as he abruptly stood, shouting to the guard by the gate, "Xiao Sanzi, go fetch old man Chu for me. There is a matter at hand." "Yes, chief." The guard respectfully bowed and quickly departed. After a considerable interval, Chu Fankong finally made his way over, and upon seeing Li present, shot a glare at the guard, questioning why he hadn't mentioned that Qin Xiao brother was also there. The guard, trembling with fear, stammered, The leader said he was looking for you." "Humph." Chu Fankong snorted coldly and quickly approached Li and the others. After taking a seat, he addressed Li. "Qin, did you seek me out?" "I have matters to discuss, so I trouble you, my elder brother," Li replied with a smile. "Haha, you're too polite, my younger brother. I thought this fool was merely seeking me out for another round of drinks. What is it that you wish to discuss?" Li, forsaking any further circumspection, spoke plainly. "I am acquainted with a rather unscrupulous old man who wishes to gain some advantage from Zhang Song. He has agreed to lure Zhang Song out for me." Li briefly outlined the situation regarding Wu Da and his plans, suggesting that the two should remain hidden from Wu Da for now, merely trailing behind until Wu Da departed, at which point they could regroup with Li, thereby avoiding any suspicion from Wu Da. Li Chenghu and the other man exchanged peculiar glances, pondering how cunning this young man was. However, they also deemed the plan to be more secure. After all, should Wu Da fail, their loss would be negligible. Thus, they readily consented. After some strategizing, Li instructed the two to prepare and to follow him and Wu Da up the mountain later, keeping a considerable distance behind. After bidding farewell to them, Li hastened to the Earth Tiger Tavern. "Young man, are you truly serious this time?" In a room on the third floor, Wu Da lifted his head, his eyes fixed intently on Li, seeking to discern something from his expression. Li replied calmly, "Of course, at this point. I shall not conceal the truth from you. I harbor enmity towards Zhang Song. You may claim your treasures, but I only desire his head. You have a grudge against him?" Wu Da was somewhat taken aback by this revelation. "Haha, it's of no consequence to share this with you. Zhang Song, known as the Evil Man, once captured me and made me a slave for medicinal purposes, and many of my brothers perished at his hands. Thus, you grasp my meaning, I trust?" Li spoke with a blend of truth and pretense. "Is that so?" Wu Da, convinced by the earnestness in Li's words, believed him to be sincere. He mused that it was no wonder this young man was willing to take risks for 2 vitality-nourishing pills. Clearly, he had a personal vendetta. This was advantageous, as it meant he would not shy away from exerting himself. With a resolute demeanor, Wu Da declared, "This is the first I have heard of Zhang Song's past. Very well. I shall assist you in ridding the world of this scoundrel." After further deliberation, the two exited the Earth Tiger Tavern and made their way northward from the town. As they departed, a distant attendant, with a glint in his eye, turned and headed towards the Earth Tiger stronghold. At this juncture, the day was still young, and the two moved with remarkable agility, reaching the foothills of a branch of the mountain in no time. After Li dispatched a low-level monster with a single punch, Wu Da exclaimed in astonishment, "When did you reach the 5th level?" He had never inquired about Li's cultivation level, and this revelation left him quite startled. "I reached it long ago." Li was tidying up the animal hides, casually remarking, "Is that so?" Wu Da, Observing the industrious Lu Li, felt a flicker of intrigue in his eyes, only to conceal it moments later. He pondered, once Zhang Song was dealt with, I shall take care of you as well. I am eager to uncover your secrets. Having completed their preparations, the two resumed their journey. In the dead of night, as the clock struck midnight, they finally traversed the main ridge and entered the territory of a branch near Bairi town. In a valley situated more than 20 miles from Bairi town, Lu Li halted and feigned a casual glance around. This place is suitable for setting up the treasure. I shall remain here, and the rest is up to you. This place? Wu frowned. It's still quite far from Bairi town. Can't we move a bit closer? No, Lu Li replied sternly. If we are too close to Bairi town, should the opponent be injured and attempt to flee, we would be unable to intercept him. Very well. Wu ceased further discussion, took a moment to memorize their location, and then swiftly made his way towards Bairi town. Chapter 83. The frenzied Zhang Song. Not long after Wu departed, two figures surged towards the valley with a fierce urgency. Even enveloped in darkness, their swift pace remained unimpeded, and in mere moments, they landed with a soft thud in the heart of the valley. The robust man with a bushy beard approached Lu Li first, inquiring, Has he departed? Lu Li nodded. Brotherly, Senior Chu. Do you possess a method to conceal our presence? Chu Fankong replied. We can only suppress our cultivation realm. Complete concealment may prove elusive. He then glanced at Li Qinghu, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. Fool, didn't you acquire some concealment talismans from the Wanbao Pavilion last time? Li Qinghu smacked his forehead, exclaiming. I had forgotten until you mentioned it. He retrieved several talismans, handing one to Chu Fankong and another to Lu Li, explaining, This is a high-grade concealment talisman. By infusing it with true energy, it can completely shield us from the divine senses of cultivators below the 9th level. As long as we remain hidden, they won't detect us. However, its efficacy lasts only a quarter of an hour, so we should use it once Zhang Song arrives. Concealment talisman? A glimmer of excitement flashed in Lu Li's eyes as he promptly stowed it away. Although he possessed the concealing jade, which rendered the talisman somewhat redundant for him, it would serve well for others. Having been away for 2 years, he couldn't help but wonder about Chen Zhong's circumstances in the Qingyang sect. Lu Li's first thought was of Chen Zhong, musing that he might return to check on him once this matter was resolved. Meanwhile, in a shadowy corner outside the walls of Bairi town, Wu De, clad in a hooded cloak, leaned against the wall, straining to listen. After a moment, he lightly stepped onto a secluded path within the town. Adjusting his cloak, he maintained a stoic expression as he swiftly navigated the dimly lit path. Before long, he arrived at the eastern wall of Bairi Jai, producing a piece of yellow talisman paper and folding it into a triangle. He then carefully infused it with true energy, and in an instant, the paper shimmered with a mystical light before quickly fading from view. Cautiously, he tucked the triangular talisman into his robes, then glanced up at the towering wall, before making a slight movement that lifted him off the ground, allowing him to alight softly behind a massive tree at the corner of the wall. Extending his divine sense to assess the situation, he cautiously emerged from behind the tree. The layout of Bairi Jai resembled that of Yulong Jai, with the eastern side reserved for higher-level residences. At night, guards stood watch every few dozen paces along the expansive walkways outside the independent courtyards. Wu De carefully made his way to the northeastern corner, approaching the base of the courtyard wall, moving stealthily under the cover of night. At that moment, a guard stood at attention nearby, though perhaps the late hour had lulled him into drowsiness, causing him to sway slightly. Wu De had already reached the guard's back without his notice. Suddenly, Wu De clamped a hand over the guard's mouth, swiftly drawing a dagger to press against his throat, and hissed coldly, Do not utter a sound, or I shall end your life. With that, he pulled the guard into the shadows. Feeling the sharp sting at his throat, the guard's eyes widened in terror. Wu De snorted softly, demanding, Tell me, where does Zhang Song reside? As he slowly released his grip from the mouth of the guard, the dagger remained firmly pressed against the guard's neck. The guard trembled, pointing towards the wall beside Wu De's right hand, indicating, That building. That building? A jolt of surprise coursed through Wu De, and with a swift motion, he severed the guard's throat. He clamped his hands tightly over the guard's mouth, ensuring no sound escaped until the guard lay utterly still. Only then did Wu De gently lower the lifeless body to the ground. Casting a glance at the courtyard wall, he inhaled deeply and leapt gracefully onto the top of the wall, stealthily maneuvering along its edge until he reached the eastern rooftop. In the entire rear courtyard, this was the only structure still faintly illuminated. Cautiously, he lifted a black tile to peer below. Inside, a small red candle flickered, yet no human figure was visible. Just as confusion settled in, he felt a sudden tap on his shoulder. Startled, his hair bristled in alarm. In the next instant, with a resounding crash, Wuda plummeted from the rooftop into the courtyard. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and before he could rise, an elderly man in gray descended upon him like a relentless specter. Mid-flight, a massive fireball, measuring over 3 feet in diameter, hurtled toward Wuda. With a thunderous explosion, the half-foot-thick black stone floor erupted into chaos. Wuda rolled and scrambled, narrowly evading the lethal strike, and shouted, "You wretched brat! Is this how you greet your grandfather? You dog! I've tolerated you for far too long. If I don't end you today, I shall not be called a wicked man." Upon hearing this, Zhang Song's eyes blazed with fury, and with a flourish of his hands, he conjured a series of fireballs that shot toward Wuda with a roar. "Curse you and your elders! Do you not understand the virtues of respecting your seniors?" Amidst his curses, Wuda summoned a green triangular flag, exclaiming, "You insolent wretch! I shan't play with you any longer." As the small flag unfurled in the wind, he soared into the air, simultaneously tossing several talismans back at his assailant. Zhang Song deftly evaded the 3 talismans, his face contorting in irritation as he retrieved a high-tier speed talisman to affix to his leg. "Old fool, if you manage to escape today, I'll acknowledge you as my grandfather." With that, he pursued Wuda like a shooting star. Just as Wuda exited the courtyard wall, he sensed Zhang Song closing in behind him and let out a startled cry, hurling 2 explosive talismans backward. The resounding blasts erupted, but without looking back, he continued his flight. "You cannot escape." The explosive talismans inflicted no substantial harm on Zhang Song, who quickly closed the distance, sending 2 more explosive talismans crashing toward Wuda's back. With a jolt of numbness shooting through his back, Wuda stumbled forward. "Prepare to die," Zhang Song bellowed, unleashing a volley of massive fireballs upon the prone Wuda, clearly intent on ending him in one fell swoop. Alas, what a pity! Wuda understood that evasion was futile. His eyes brimmed with reluctance. Suddenly, he summoned a talisman adorned with brownish-yellow patterns. As he channeled his vital energy, the talisman erupted, transforming into a colossal, earthy-hued turtle shell. After a series of thunderous explosions, the shell gradually dissipated. In this fleeting moment, Wuda seized the opportunity to dash forward over Tianzhong. Aware that Zhang Song was now serious, he dared not toy with fate any longer. He promptly activated a swift movement talisman, affixed it to his feet, and, wielding a small flag, sprinted into the encroaching darkness. "You possess quite a few treasures." Zhang Song's eyes glimmered with avarice, "but today, they are all destined to be mine." As he spoke, he surged forward in pursuit once more. Thus, a relentless chase ensued. Although Zhang Song held a superior cultivation level and possessed high-grade swift movement talismans, Wuda's small flag, its origins unknown, combined with a mid-tier swift movement talisman, enabled him to maintain an equal footing with Zhang Song. The only drawback was that Wuda's small flag seemed to deplete his vital energy significantly. It was not long before he began to pant heavily, his complexion turning pale. Observing this, Zhang Song became increasingly exhilarated. As one high-grade swift movement talisman was exhausted, he unhesitatingly produced another and affixed it to his leg. "Old fellow, I wonder how much longer you can endure." Chapter 84. The Death of Zhang Song as Dawn Broke. Beneath the sprawling canopy of a redwood tree with a diameter of 7 or 8 feet, Lu Li sat cross-legged, his brow slightly furrowed. Wuda had yet to arrive, and Lu Li hoped nothing unfortunate had befallen him. At this moment, Lu Li's motive for killing Zhang Song transcended mere vengeance for Li Shangyun and Lu Xinyu. He had suddenly recalled that Zhang Song was once an alchemist and might be in possession of an alchemical furnace. If that were indeed the case, not only would he avenge his friends, but he would also acquire a furnace, achieving a perfect outcome. Everything was in place, save for Wuda bringing Zhang Song into the fold. Suddenly, with eyes that had been closed for so long now wide open, Xu Fankong spoke in a deep voice. "He has arrived." Lu Li's face lit up with joy, and he sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Brotherly, esteemed elder, I am in your debt." Li Qinghu and Chu Fankong exchanged glances and nodded, simultaneously leaping to either side. Meanwhile, Lu Li dashed towards the rear of the valley, heading in the direction of the main peak, the trio forming a triangular formation as they concealed themselves behind a massive tree. A sudden sound of something slicing through the air echoed from outside the valley. Lu Li looked up to see a figure clad in a gray robe and hood racing towards him. As the figure drew closer, he noticed the trembling of the man's legs and a large stain of blood on his chest, indicating he had sustained serious injuries. Wu De burst into the clearing, closely followed by an elderly man with disheveled hair. Lu Li recognized the newcomer as Zhang Song, though he refrained from revealing himself just yet. Wu De reached a distance of 5 zhang in front of Lu Li, finally unable to maintain his pace, swaying as he came to a halt. "Run, keep running, old man," Zhang Song gasped, his face mottled and pale, clearly exhausted, yet his eyes shone with intensity. Wu De's heart raced as he watched Zhang Song retreat step by step, his small eyes darting around nervously as he whispered to the air, "Hurry, hurry. I'm back, old fool. Stop your tricks and prepare to meet your end," Zhang Song declared, preparing to strike. In a state of sheer terror, Wu De cursed Lu Li's ancestors, but he had no intention of facing death, turning to flee in haste. At this moment, Lu Li stepped out from behind the tree, addressing Zhang Song. "It has been quite some time since we last met. You nearly frightened me to death, boy." Wu De, relieved to see Lu Li, finally felt at ease, muttering, "I leave it to you. I shall rest for a moment, before settling on the ground to recuperate." His trust in Lu Li was evident, albeit somewhat resigned, as he realized he needed to regain his strength or risk being unable to walk. "Who are you, boy?" Zhang Song squinted at Lu Li from a distance of over 10 zhang. "Ah, it seems you have forgotten," Lu Li replied, shaking his head. "But fret not. I shall help you remember shortly." With that, he clapped his hands, commanding, "Finish him." As soon as the words left his mouth, a sudden rush of air pierced through the silence to Zhang Song's left, as a massive gray stone, imbued with overwhelming force, hurtled towards him. What audacity! Zhang Song, a late-stage practitioner of the 8th realm, showcased remarkable reflexes, swiftly retreating a full yard and narrowly evading this lethal strike. Yet, before he could regain his footing, a burst of golden light struck his shoulder with a resounding thud. In an instant, Zhang Song's left arm was left mangled and bloodied. "Who dares?" he exclaimed, his countenance shifting dramatically, realizing that a formidable expert lay hidden within the forest. Without a moment's hesitation, he pivoted and fled. "You cannot escape." Chu Fankong flashed past Zhang Song like a specter, materializing before him in an instant. With a mere lift of his hand, a brilliant light erupted, and he struck Zhang Song squarely in the chest. Bang! Zhang Song was propelled back several steps. Yet, before he could steady himself, another colossal stone crashed down upon his back with a thunderous roar, sending him tumbling forward like a mere plaything. "Die!" Chu Fankong bellowed fiercely, his palm igniting with ferocious brilliance as he aimed for Zhang Song's crown. In sheer terror, Zhang Song instinctively crouched down, simultaneously unleashing several talismans towards Chu Fankong and desperately sprinting to the right, regardless of the outcome. A thunderous explosion erupted, sending Chu Fankong reeling, his blood surging tumultuously. Just as Zhang Song thought he could catch his breath, he suddenly felt the earth beneath him give way, sinking him halfway into the ground. "You!" He glared at the figure emerging from behind the tree trunk. Lu Li, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent, straining to break free. "You cannot escape." Accompanied by a thunderous roar, Li Qinghu unleashed his vital energy, and a massive stone crashed down upon Zhang Song's forehead. His eyes rolled back as he was rendered dazed, his body swaying precariously above the soil. As he regained some awareness, Chu Fankong, with fingers poised, unleashed a golden beam that pierced through Zhang Song's body, shattering his dantian in the process. At that moment, Zhang Song truly realized his demise. Confusion clouded his mind as he pondered the origins of these two, questioning why they chose to assist this youth before him. Seeing that Zhang Song's dantian had been destroyed, Lu Li breathed a sigh of relief. All were seasoned veterans in the ways of the world, their strikes decisive and ruthless, evoking a sense of astonishment within Lu Li as he approached slowly. Observing Zhang Song, whose breath was faint and shallow, he inquired, "You must remember who I am now." Zhang Song leaned forward, his voice hoarse and feeble. "I underestimated you. I never imagined you could reach such heights." How bitter indeed. Indeed, Lu Li chuckled, drawing forth a pitch-black axe and gesturing it menacingly towards Zhang Song's neck. Old man, I must express my gratitude. But alas, my friend is very eager to see you perish. Truth be told, had it not been for Zhang Song abducting him to the Qingliang temple, Lu Li might have lived his life as an ordinary mortal. Your friend? Zhang Song managed a self-deprecating smile. You mean that young lad? I remember him. So Navi. Lu Li shook his head and replied. It is not just him. I believe you should also recall the Lu family from Qinglei City. Zhang Song seemed to recollect something and said, you have encountered that girl. She never managed to bring you out, which suggests she may have developed feelings for you, my young friend. The world of youth is truly beyond my comprehension. Feelings? Lu Li mused, momentarily lost in thought. Then, regaining his composure, he declared, enough of this idle chatter. I must express my gratitude for guiding me onto the path of the immortals. Now, prepare yourself to your demise. With those words, Lu Li swung his axe downwards in a swift arc. A sickening sound echoed as Zhang Song's head rolled away. He picked up the severed head and, with a flicker of thought, stored it within his spatial pouch. Li Qinghu and Chu Fankong, who had retreated to the side, approached upon hearing the commotion. Li Qinghu glanced at the headless corpse half buried in the earth and addressed Lu Li, saying, let us clean up and return. It appears he has no intention of claiming anything from Zhang Song. Chapter 85. No return without intoxication. Lu Li nodded as he pulled Zhang Song's lifeless body from the earth, and after a brief search, he discovered a storage bag. Just as he was about to open it, Wu De rushed over in a flurry. Brother, you must not forget your roots. I took great risks to lure him here, and you. Old man, what do you intend to do? Before Lu Li could respond, Li Qinghu swiftly blocked Wu De's path. I was speaking with my brother. What concern is it of yours? Wu De raised an eyebrow at Li Qinghu, audaciously retorting. Old fool, it seems you are tired of living. Brotherly, let him come over, Lu Li interjected at that moment. Li Qinghu shot a glare at Wu De before lowering his arm to allow Wu De to approach. Wu De, ungratefully shooting a scowl at Li Qinghu, hurried to Lu Li's side, exclaiming, Brother, you are indeed loyal. Lu Li shook the storage bag in his hand, saying, I have yet to see what lies inside. How about we discuss a method of distribution? What method? Quite simple. All the earth milk essence is yours, and everything else belongs to me. What do you think? Agreed. Wu De replied without a moment's hesitation, thinking to himself, Zhang Song clearly had no treasures. If he did, he would have revealed them in a life-or-death moment. And all he truly cared about was the earth milk essence. Splendid. Lu Li smiled at this response, and before Wu De's eyes, he began to extract item after item from the bag. 20 jade vials, a pill furnace, 3 talismans, and a few miscellaneous items. Lu Li promptly put away the pill furnace and the 3 talismans, then turned his gaze to the remaining jade vials. This is it. Let us see what they contain. Is that all? Wu De's face contorted in disbelief as he snatched the storage bag to inspect it himself. Moments later, his expression soured drastically. You said there was a pool of earth milk essence? Lu Li shrugged. I mentioned that the pool of earth milk essence is missing. Who knows where he concealed it? He glanced at the jade vials on the ground, pondering, perhaps it's within them? Fuming, Wu De squatted down to examine them. But with each vial he opened, his expression grew increasingly grim. To his dismay, all 20 vials contained only true condensation pills. He plopped down onto the ground, a visage of defeat, lamenting, just take them all away. With a wave of his hand, Lu Li made the pile of jade vials vanish. Noting Wu De's despondent demeanor, he felt a twinge of sympathy and decided to produce one more jade vial. Wu De thought to himself that the young man's heart was not too bad. Recognizing the gesture of leaving him a vial, he reached out his hand to accept it. However, to his surprise, Lu Li uncorked the vial, carefully tipped a single pill into Wu De's palm, and then dashed away, shouting, Old man, may you be driven to madness. Wu De's face turned ashen, and he hurled the he held onto the ground, bellowing at Lu Li's retreating figure. You little rascal, you better not cross paths with me alone, or I shall end your life out of sheer fury. This boy, Li Qinghu and his companion were utterly taken aback by this spectacle, pondering how such a contemptible individual could exist in the world. Of course, they were unaware of the enmity between Lu Li and Wu De. Had they known, their thoughts would have differed, for Wu De was even more treacherous than Lu Li. At noon the following day, Lu Li returned to Dihu town. glancing back at the Crimson Mountain Range, feeling a sense of liberation. His expedition to the Thunderfire Mountains had yielded fruitful results. Not only had he gathered the materials for but he had also slain Zhang Song and acquired a brother. How about it? Are you ready to join our Dihuzhai? Li Qinghu inquired as they strolled through the town streets. Lu Li nodded, acknowledging, indeed. I owe my vengeance against Zhang Song to the assistance of Brother Li and Senior Chu. To decline further would be to dishearten you. Ha ha ha, my brother. You are quite gracious, Li Qinghu exclaimed, placing a hand on Lu Li's shoulder. Your words bring me great joy. However, do not take this too to heart. I have long desired to deal with that bunch from the Bairi Zhai, and I must thank you for this opportunity. Such was the ease with which they conversed. Lu Li found himself genuinely admiring Li Qinghu. As the three of them continued walking, Li Qinghu initially intended to establish a hall led by Lu Li. However, Lu Li insisted that his cultivation was insufficient and tactfully declined, ultimately leading Li Qinghu to relent and appoint him as the vice hall master. Lu Li's refusal was not mere pretension. He had other matters to attend to and could not remain at Dihuzhai indefinitely. The title of vice hall master was but a nominal distinction, not affecting the operations of Dihuzhai. Should he become the hall master, he would be bound to oversee the affairs of Dihuzhai, which would be detrimental to his cultivation. Upon realizing Lu Li's intentions, Chu Fankong could only sigh inwardly. He understood that a place like Dihuzhai was suited for youth lacking hope or for elders like them who had lost all prospects. Forcing Dihuzhai upon Lu Li would only serve to harm him. Nevertheless, he felt it worthwhile to have Lu Li acknowledge Dihuzhai. If one day this young man achieved greatness, it would reflect positively on their community. With this thought, he stepped forward to walk alongside the two. Smiling at Lu Li as he said, Brother Qin, the world is vast, but Bihu Garden will always be your home. I hope that no matter how far you journey, you will never forget this place. Lu Li was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Chu Fankong had discerned his thoughts. He replied earnestly, Rest assured, brother, no matter where I go, I will never forget Bihu Garden. That is wonderful to hear, although I do not particularly enjoy drinking. Tonight I shall accompany you until we are both inebriated. Li Qinghu was initially puzzled by the dramatic demeanor of the two individuals, but upon hearing the mention of drinking, he promptly cast aside his contemplations. Yes, indeed. We shall not return until we are inebriated. Lu Li chuckled at this, replying, Very well. Though I am not particularly fond of alcohol, today is a joyous occasion, and I shall make an exception. As if recalling something, he pulled the two aside and, with a hint of apology, confessed, My dear brothers, I must sincerely apologize. The name Qin Shoren belongs to a deceased comrade of mine. I had deceived you earlier. My true name is Lu Li. The two exchanged glances before bursting into hearty laughter. Tonight, you shall have to face 3 cups as punishment. Accepting the punishment, accepting it. Lu Li observed that they bore no ill will, and the shadows of his earlier trepidation dissipated entirely. It felt splendid to return to his true self. Upon returning to the Falling Tiger stronghold, Li Qinghu promptly summoned all disciples and proclaimed loudly, Listen well. From this day forth, Brother Lu Li shall serve as the vice leader of our Falling Tiger stronghold. When you see him, you must regard him as you would the leader himself and obey him without question. Do you understand? Vice leader. Vice leader. The crowd responded in unison, their voices ringing loudly. Those present had previously encountered Lu Li during their journey to the dragon-roaming stronghold, and they held genuine respect for the young man who bravely infiltrated the stronghold to rescue Lei Xiaoman. Excellent. Li Qinghu remarked with satisfaction. I have decided that we shall host a bonfire feast in this very square tonight to celebrate Brother Lu Li's appointment as vice leader of our Falling Tiger stronghold. Everyone, prepare firewood and drinks immediately. We shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated. Excellent. 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 The crowd erupted in cheers, eagerly preparing for the festivities. Chapter 86. The Key to the Sword Goddess Tomb. As dusk settled, 3 towering bonfires blazed in the square of the Earth Tiger Village, illuminating the entire area with a warm glow. Over 100 people gathered around the fires, seated on the ground, their laughter, playful banter, and the sound of dice clattering creating a lively atmosphere. In the midst of this revelry, Lu Li and Li Qinghu sat beside one of the bonfires, each with several jars of liquor and an array of snacks before them. The flickering flames cast a rosy hue upon Lu Li's face, and amidst the joyous laughter, He felt as though he had returned to the bountiful harvest season of Dashur village. Each year, the villagers would gather in the village square, igniting a bonfire, where the adults would drink and converse while the children played merrily nearby. "Hey, what did you throw on my back? It stinks." Qin Shoren, in a fit of frantic running, suddenly turned to Lu Li. "Ha, it's dung. It's dung," came the laughter from the crowd. I'll make you regret that." Lu Li seemed to envision Qin Shoren charging at him with fists raised, a smile breaking across his face as tears welled in his eyes. "Brother Lu, what's wrong?" The girl in a flowing skirt beside him looked up, her voice gentle with concern. "Oh, it's nothing." Lu Li hurriedly wiped his face. "Are you reminded of something sorrowful?" Lei Xiaoman gazed at Lu Li, her expression pensive. "When I think of my mother, it always brings me great sadness." As she spoke, she produced a delicate, light blue embroidered handkerchief and offered it to Lu Li. "Here, it's just some memories from the past," Lu Li replied, accepting the handkerchief to wipe his tears before returning it. "Thank you." Lei Xiaoman shook her head, her smile sweet. "It's for you." Lu Li was momentarily taken aback by her smile, but nodded in acceptance. Nearby, Li Qinghu and Lei Ming, having indulged in their drink, were inebriated, their arms draped over each other's shoulders as they swayed and mumbled incoherently. Chu Fankong remained relatively sober, choosing not to intrude upon Lu Li and Lei Xiaoman's conversation. Apologizing to Lei Xiaoman, Lu Li shifted to sit beside Chu Fankong, lifting his cup. "Brother, I toast you a bowl. Cheers." Chu Fankong appeared to be lost in his own thoughts, his eyes glazed as he downed his drink in one go. Lu Li suppressed his discomfort and gulped down his drink as well, then disregarding decorum, he plunged his hand into the dish, grabbing a handful of cold dishes to alleviate the unease in his mouth. "Young brother, do not push yourself too hard. Drink only as much as you can handle," Chu Fankong advised with a sigh. "Brother speaks wisely," Lu Li acknowledged. "Yes, you are clever, far more so than I am. However, I must still offer you some advice. While venturing outside, it is best to remain low-key. The pursuit of face is utterly meaningless." As he spoke, he retrieved a dusty square jade token from his pocket, gazing at it with reluctance before handing it to Lu Li. "I am growing old and wish to avoid further risks. This I give to you. If you have the heart, you might wish to explore its potential." The jade tablet bore a carving of a small sword on its front, while the reverse side was inscribed with the character. Lu Li was momentarily taken aback. "What is this?" he inquired. Chu Fankong sighed and explained, "I have heard that this is the key to the sword goddess tomb, of which there are 8 pieces in total. Each piece is engraved with one of the 8 characters from the phrase heaven and earth, profound and yellow, universe and primordial. The sword goddess tomb appears once every 50 years, and all 8 pieces must be gathered to unlock the tomb and obtain the sword goddess legacy. When I first acquired it, I was still young and my cultivation was rather low, so I dared not venture to the tomb during its last appearance. Now, though I have gained some cultivation, I have unfortunately lost the ambition to contend for supremacy. Such a pity, what a lament." The sword goddess tomb sounded rather formidable. Lu Li hastily accepted the jade tablet, expressing his gratitude to his elder brother. "If I am fortunate enough to obtain the legacy from within, I will surely remember your kindness." "Ah, indeed," Chu Fankong nodded appreciatively, sipping from his bowl, calculating the time. "The next appearance of the sword goddess tomb should be in 10 years. Considering your current rate of growth, there may still be some opportunity for you. However, my dear brother, I must reiterate, do not force yourself in any endeavor. Otherwise, I would feel responsible for your misfortune." Lu Li nodded earnestly, replying, "I understand." With caution, he stored the jade tablet within the spatial hall and inquired further about the sword goddess tomb. Unfortunately, Chu Fankong's knowledge on the subject was limited. He only knew that the sword goddess tomb materializes in the Wanjian Valley of Yunzhou every 50 years, lasting for 3 months before vanishing once more. Furthermore, there were legends of a transcendent swordsmanship legacy within, said to grant the ability to cleave mountains and part seas, which sounded remarkable but was merely gossip. Chu Fankong suspected it was a ploy by someone to lure the key holders into unlocking the hidden realm. When Chu Fankong first received this key 40 years ago, he was merely 25, at the 3rd level of Qi cultivation. Due to his low cultivation, he prudently chose to only glance at the sword goddess tomb from a distance before leaving, contemplating to return in another 50 years. Yet now he lacked the courage. The older one becomes, the more one fears death. He merely wished to progress steadily within the Earth Tiger tribe or to peacefully pass the remainder of his days. At that moment, the square was filled with revelry, with many inebriated. Even among the few sober individuals, their cheeks were flushed. Lu Li shook his head, conversing idly with Chu Fankong for a while before rising to depart for Biyuan. Upon noticing this, Lei Xiaoman hastily stood and approached Lu Li. Brother Lu, are you heading back to rest? Yes, it's quite late, and I do not wish to sleep in the square. Oh, after some hesitation, Lei Xiaoman summoned her courage to retrieve a storage pouch from her waist and handed it to Lu Li with hopeful anticipation. Brother Lu, you said that if I gave you 10,000 true essence pills, you would protect me. Take a look. Lu Li gazed at Lei Xiaoman with a peculiar expression. Initially, he had merely jested, unaware that she would take him seriously. Shaking his head with a smile, he remarked, Little girl, I was only joking. Where did you acquire so many true essence pills? I borrowed them from Uncle Li, she replied. Borrowed? Lu Li's eyes widened in astonishment, and he promptly urged, You must return them at once. I was merely teasing, and you believed me. Teasing. The smile on Lei Xiaoman's face vanished in an instant, her hands clutching her storage bag, her expression filled with disappointment. I understand, she murmured. And without waiting for Lu Li's response, she abruptly turned and ran away. Upon reaching home, she squatted in the courtyard and sobbed uncontrollably. Although Lu Li had consumed only a few bowls of wine, he felt somewhat disoriented. Not giving it much thought, he headed straight back to Bihu Courtyard. Xiaohe was still stationed at the gate, and upon seeing Lu Li return, she hurried over to support him. Young master, have you drunk a great deal of wine? You seem to be swaying as you walk. Do I? Lu Li was taken aback, thinking to himself that he felt fine. Xiaohe chuckled softly. Indeed you do, young master. Take care, or you might collide with a wall. Chapter 87 The Return to Shuiyun Town. Upon returning to his chamber, the drowsy Lu Li collapsed into slumber, oblivious to the fact that someone was concerned for him. In the grand hall of the Yulong village's martial academy, an emaciated old man clad in black robes reclined against a grand chair, observing the trembling figure of Zhang Dao kneeling before him. He spoke with a hint of disdain. By the looks of you, it seems you have yet to uncover the origins of that individual. Please spare me, my lord. That Qin Shorin appears as if he materialized from thin air. I have discreetly scoured the entirety of Yulong Town, yet no one seems to know him. I suspect he is not even a rogue cultivator from Yulong Town. Zhang Dao buried his head deeply, the biting chill causing his teeth to chatter. What a useless wretch. The old man in black slowly rose, taking a step towards the exit, with the motionless Zhang Yu following mechanically behind him. Just as Zhang Dao was about to exhale in relief, the old man abruptly halted beside him. With a swift motion of his hand, he pressed downwards, and bang! A barrage of inky black ice needles instantly transformed Zhang Dao's head into a pulp. With a mere flick of his wrist, streams of blood essence surged upwards, merging into his fleshless hand and coursing through his body. Within mere moments, Zhang Dao's form became nothing more than a withered corpse. Throughout this grim spectacle, Zhang Yu remained expressionless and still. Not from Yulong Town, huh? The old man murmured, extending his hand to summon a bronze coffin that swiftly enlarged in his grasp. Gently descending to the center of the hall, he uttered softly, Enter. As soon as the words left his lips, Zhang Yu surprisingly approached and slid the coffin lid open. Lying down within, with a gesture, the coffin vanished from sight, and the old man whispered, Young one, dare to destroy my spirit corpse, and not a soul in this world can save you. With that, he vanished into the vast night like a shooting star. The following day, Lu Li stood on a stone bridge in the middle of the azure lake, gazing into the distance with his hands clasped behind him. Behind him, the delicate Xiaohe, adorned in emerald green, quietly observed Lu Li's silhouette. After a considerable time, Lu Li turned to her and inquired, Do you possess a spiritual root? Xiaohe shook her head. The headmaster once gave me a spirit awakening pill and said I lacked the fortune of a celestial. Nodding, Lu Li retrieved a stack of silver notes from his storage space and offered them to her. Take these. Be prudent with your spending. They should suffice for your needs. Realizing that she had no celestial fortune, Lu Li felt powerless to assist her further. My lord, Xiaohe shook her head, declining the offer. Take it. Lu Li firmly grasped her small hand, pressing the silver notes into her palm. I must depart, and it remains uncertain whether I shall return. This courtyard is quite pleasant. If you wish to stay, Do so. If you find solitude intolerable, feel free to leave at your discretion. With that, he shook his head and turned to walk towards the outer courtyard. My lord, I await your return. Xiaoyi stood on the stone bridge, gazing at Lu Li's retreating figure, her voice trembling as she called out. Lu Li did not look back. He first sought out Chu Fankong to express his intentions of departure. Chu Fankong did not attempt to dissuade him, but merely cautioned him to exercise caution in the outside world and to return whenever he had the opportunity. Lu Li nodded in acknowledgement and initially intended to bid farewell to Li Qinghu as well, but upon reflection, he decided against it and requested Chu Fankong to convey his regards after he had left. As for Lei Ming, Lu Li did not pay him a visit either. Upon exiting the Earth Tiger stronghold, Lu Li arrived at the Gathering Treasure Hall to purchase some talismans. Most of the talismans available here were of the basic level, with few intermediate ones. However, seeing that Lu Li desired them, the shopkeeper did not hold back, exchanging 2 or 3 condensing true pills for each talisman, ultimately providing him with over 100. Lu Li counted them: 35 swift movement talismans, 50 explosive talismans, 10 pitfall talismans, and 15 fireball talismans. The intermediate talismans could inflict damage only on those at the 6th level of Qi refinement. Beyond that, they would merely cause inconvenience without significant effect. Nevertheless, the sheer quantity could yield different results if deployed all at once. As noon approached, Lu Li rode a black horse out of the town's west gate and proceeded north along the base of the mountain. His destination was Qingliang Mountain in Liangzhou, the very Taoist temple where Zhang Song had initially taken them for medicinal trials. The location possessed geothermal fire, which could be utilized for alchemy. By evening, Lu Li had traversed from the southern to the northern side of the mountain, where an inconspicuous small town appeared before him. He halted outside the southern gate of the town. Shuiyan Town, indeed a fateful encounter. Lu Li glanced at the rudimentary signboard supported by wooden frames, his gaze flickering momentarily before he urged his horse onward. Shuiyan Town featured only 2 main streets, arranged in a cross pattern, and at this moment, Lu Li found himself walking along the street from south to north. The houses on either side were quite dilapidated, resembling a bustling metropolis compared to a rustic village. After walking a short distance, the shop on Lu Li's right transformed into a wall. Continuing forward, he soon came upon an entrance. Observing the 3 bold black characters inscribed as Yun's stronghold on the gate, Lu Li frowned slightly before dismounting. At that moment, the gate was closed. Lu Li fixed his gaze on the entrance for a while before stepping forward to knock. Knock, knock, knock. After a series of 7 or 8 knocks, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from within the courtyard. Who the hell? The gate swung open with a creak, revealing a bare-chested man who, mid-sentence, was seized by Lu Li's grip around his neck. With a sudden exertion of force, blood gushed from the man's throat. Though he did not perish, his eyes widened in terror as he struggled to plead for mercy. Please spare me, senior. Lu Li's gaze shifted toward the houses behind the courtyard as he inquired coolly, "Where's Su Shan?" The silence of the surroundings was unsettling. Apart from this burly man, there seemed to be no one else, which piqued Lu Li's curiosity. "The big boss has gone out," the man managed to say with difficulty. "Where has he gone?" I don't know. According to custom, he should be heading west to rob the road." Rob the road? Indeed, he had resorted to highway robbery, targeting both wandering cultivators and the disciples of the Qingyang sect. A smirk graced Lu Li's lips as he summoned his strength, causing the burly man to suddenly gasp his last breath and collapse to the ground with a thud. Without a glance back, Lu Li proceeded towards the nearby dwelling. After a thorough search, he discovered nothing of worth. The only inhabitants were a few servants, mere mortals. Lu Li promptly expelled them from the mountain stronghold before setting it ablaze. The servants, their faces drained of color, watched in horror, fearing the wrath of their leader upon his return. Casting a disdainful glance at the fleeing servants, Lu Li commanded, "Get away from here. Anyone who dares attempt to extinguish the flames shall meet a dire fate." As he spoke, his formidable presence bore down upon them, sending the servants scurrying away in terror. Observing their frightened expressions, Lu Li stroked his chin with satisfaction and continued on his way, heading west, a path that conveniently aligned with his journey. He pondered the strength of Su Shan. Should he eliminate him? Soon, Lu Li arrived at the western gate of Shuiyan Town, lost in thought as he ambled along. Chapter 88. The Rotund Man. Long time no see in the southern region of Liangzhou. outside the city of Qinglei. Stretches of vast forest, known as the Shady Forest, spanning over 10 miles. Towering ancient trees and dense underbrush create an atmosphere of profound darkness, even in the midday sun. Within this forest lies a dirt path, wide enough for carriages, serving as the primary route connecting Qinglei City to the Leihua mountain range. Travelers from Qinglei City typically opt for this path to reach the mountains, as it is the most direct route, albeit somewhat shadowy, yet relatively smooth. One morning, a fine mist enveloped the entire shady forest. Amidst the underbrush beside the dirt road, the rustling sound of movement emerged, and a burly man, bare-chested, darted through the woods with remarkable speed. Soon, he reached a group of similarly attired men, where he urgently reported to a middle-aged man seated cross-legged in meditation. "Boss, a carriage has arrived. I couldn't discern the driver's cultivation level, but it should be no match for yours." The meditating man, Su Shan of the Shuiyun gang, opened his eyes at this revelation and inquired, "Is it a wandering cultivator or from the Qingyang sect?" "It's from the Qingyang sect. I noticed the emblem on his chest." "Excellent. After waiting all these days, I finally caught a stray from the Qingyang sect. When the time comes, make sure to handle him carefully. I intend to torment him slowly." The mere thought of the resources he had lost to a Qingyang sect brat 2 years prior ignited a fierce hatred within Su Shan. It was precisely due to the loss of those resources that they had been reduced to highway robbers. "Yes, boss." Around Su Shan, a dozen rugged men displayed cruel smiles. Before long, Su Shan focused intently and spoke in a low voice. "They are coming." Upon hearing this, the group of men surged forth from the forest, forming a human wall to block the path. Su Shan, however, remained at a distance, observing the scene without rushing into action. The report he received only indicated the driver's cultivation. Should there be an ancient monster within the carriage, revealing himself would be akin to courting death. Suddenly, Su Shan's ears perked up, and his gaze shifted to the lower right side of the road. A dark carriage was racing towards them, the wheels spinning rapidly, and it appeared unoccupied. The driver, however, intrigued him. His robust physique rivaled Su Shan's own, and the sheer explosive power emanating from his muscles was something Su Shan could not compare to. If Lu Li were present, he would undoubtedly recognize this individual as Chen Zhong. As the carriage sped along, Chen Zhong seemed to be asleep. Just then, a cacophony erupted. "Stop! You bastard, halt! Move aside! I can't stop the carriage!" The terrified shouts, curses, and Chen Zhong's alarmed cries blended into a chaotic symphony. The carriage crashed directly through the human wall, sending 4 or 5 Shuiyun gang members flying. "Kill him!" As the horse-drawn carriage came to a halt, a group of robust men brandished their fists and charged towards Chen Zhong. Unaware of the unfolding chaos, Chen Zhong believed he had erred, repeatedly dodging and apologizing. "Please, don't hit me. It was unintentional." However, the crowd paid no heed. Seeing Chen Zhong refrain from retaliating, their assaults grew increasingly ferocious, fists raining down upon him with resounding thuds. Suddenly, a fist struck Chen Zhong's nose, causing him to stagger momentarily. You all!" Chen Zhong's anger ignited, and he seized one of the incoming fists, twisting it with force. With a sickening crack, the arm contorted grotesquely. He then raised a foot and delivered a powerful kick to the man's armpit, blood spraying forth as an arm was brutally torn away. "Ah!" The man, pallid with pain, writhed on the ground, clutching his shoulder. The remaining assailants swallowed hard, instinctively retreating a step. Chen Zhong glanced at the severed limb in his grasp, scratching his head as he offered it to the writhing man. I didn't mean to. Do you want it back? Devil! You are a devil!" The man shrieked, scrambling backward in sheer horror. The 5 burly men who had been knocked down finally rose, also retreating a few steps. "Useless!" A furious shout echoed through the woods as Su Shan emerged, conjuring a massive stone infused with true energy that hurtled towards Chen Zhong's face. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, Chen Zhong's pupils dilated as the giant rock descended upon him. There was no time to evade. In a panic, he swung his fist at the boulder. With a thunderous crash, the stone shattered into a whirlwind of debris. Yet, before he could revel in his moment of triumph, another colossal rock followed swiftly. With no time to react, Chen Zhong was struck by the second boulder, sent flying over Tu Zhong and spitting blood. "You brat! It's your misfortune to be a disciple of Qingyang sect." As soon as he hit the ground, Su Shan leapt into the air, aiming to deliver a lethal blow with another rock, clearly intent on ending Chen Zhong's life. The stone loomed larger in Chen Zhong's eyes. He felt that he might not survive the next breath. Courageous. At that moment, a fleeting shadow accompanied by a sharp rebuke pierced Chen Zhong's ears. Boom. In the next instant, the boulder exploded. Following that, several talismans shot towards Su Shan, creating a cacophony of explosions that left him bloodied and battered. His mind ringing with the instinct to flee. Shaking his head, he swiftly turned to leap, but found himself unable to rise. He heard a resounding mountain shatter above him, followed by a crushing blow to his head. With a sickening sound, his skull erupted, blood splattering everywhere. The chief is dead. A cry erupted from somewhere, causing his followers to scatter in panic, fleeing in all directions. Do you not think it is too late to leave? The dark blue figure swept through the air like a fleeting ray of light, appearing behind one of the men, delivering a swift punch that pierced through his chest from behind. Without a moment's pause, he repeated the action. Among the 15 burly men from Shuiyun village, even the fastest could only flee 100 paces before being overtaken by the young man, who, amidst their frantic pleas for mercy, shattered their foreheads with a single blow. Chen Zhong lay on the ground, his face etched with disbelief as he witnessed this scene unfold. Could this truly be his leader? It was astonishingly fierce. Lu Li gathered the lifeless bodies, driving a black banner into the earth at their center without a glance back, and approached Chen Zhong. Extending his hand with a broad smile, he said, "Fatty, it has been a long time." Chen Zhong rubbed his eyes, confirming that this was indeed Lu Li. He reached out, clasping Lu Li's sturdy hand, and they embraced tightly. "Boss, it really is you. I thought I would never see you again." Overcome with emotion, his voice quivered slightly. "Ahem, enough of that. Are you trying to choke me?" Lu Li extricated himself, and, with a playful grip on Chen Zhong's shoulder, inquired, "What brings you here?"